For 3 years, I was the school's universally acknowledged worst teacher, with a student advancement rate of 0%. Even the head teacher mocked me, saying I was only fit to teach the worst students. Just as I was about to be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, at the critical moment, I awakened the ultimate system that only collects trash. Everyone was watching to see me make a fool of myself, waiting to see how I'd pick a genius out of the garbage heap. Yet in front of the entire school's teachers and students, I accepted a female disciple with the lowest talent and ear rank, and everyone thought I had gone mad. Yet he didn't know that my disciple was the reincarnated empress who had returned. My name is Chico, a high school teacher who just transmigrated here, teaching the worst performing class. It's the kind with a 0% advancement rate for 3 consecutive years. The dean made it clear, if I fail again this year, I'll be directly dispatched to the front line with the mutant beasts. To save my own skin, I had to pick a student who could fight. Stepping onto the stage, I glanced around and felt a chill in my heart. All I can see, apart from a few faint white dots, is a uniform sea of D-grade green, without a single C-grade in sight. What's the difference between choosing this and not choosing? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Ha, Teacher Chica, don't you like the grasslands? Why do you look so upset? One teacher sneered, his face full of disdain. A lousy teacher is only fit to teach the lousy D and E grade students. I felt indignant in my heart, yet there was nothing I could do. These D and E grade students will ultimately end up on the battlefield. Teacher, choose me, my profession is assassin, and my talent is agility. Although it's not outstanding, but I'm burning up. Just as I was about to randomly pick a brute to at least train up a bit, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding dong, detection of the host's act of taking in a disciple. The strongest mentor system is binding. I was overjoyed, suppressing the excitement within me. Golden finger. I really summoned it. Binding successful, main quest now issued. 1. Recruit at least 1 genius student, A rank or above, to serve as the senior disciple of the sect. 2. Recruit at least 1 useless disciple, grade E or below, as the senior brother of the sect. Seeing the system prompt, I didn't hesitate and chose mission 2. The A-grade disciples completely looked down on me, and the rewards for mission 2 are definitely more generous. I fixed my gaze on the speck of white amidst the sea of green. I have decided to take her as my disciple. The direction I pointed to was a girl wearing a white dress. The moment everyone saw her talent, the crowd instantly erupted. What? Chica actually chose the worst E-grade talent? Is he out of his mind? Even the vice principal couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. Chica, choosing an apprentice is no joking matter. You should think carefully before making a decision. It's not too late to change your mind now. I sneered coldly and walked straight off the stage. No need for the vice principal to worry. I've decided to take her as my own disciple. Oomph, you said it yourself. The vice principal sat back down and uttered a stern warning. I walked up to the girl with a smile on my face, as if gazing at a rare treasure. Quick, call him master. Master, master. The girl's voice was soft, yet carried a trace of complex emotion. Congratulations, host, you have completed main mission 2. Rewards are being distributed. A series of system notifications made me ecstatic: an A-grade skill book, an S-grade talent, and an insight skill. These are things that could drive countless people wild with desire. I used insight to glance at the girl. Name, Li Xiao. Occupation, beast-tamer. Talent, summon. E rank. Yo, you're even calling me master now, Li Xiao. If you'd accepted my goodwill earlier, that bottle of aptitude-enhancing fluid could have been yours, couldn't it? A blonde-haired youth suddenly approached, wearing a lecherous grin as his eyes shamelessly roamed over Li Xiao's body. I recognized him at once. Huang Shi, the son of the academic dean. 2 years ago, I'd reported him for harassing female students. I stepped forward, shielding Li Xiao behind me. The original owner was timid, but I'm not about to indulge him. Slap. I struck him across the face. You dare hit me? Slap. Another backhanded strike lands. Didn't your father teach you to greet teachers properly at school? You worthless trash. I'm a B-grade talent. Slap. I don't care if you're B-grade or A-grade. Disrespecting teachers and harassing female classmates, these 2 points alone. Slapping you twice would be considered you getting off easy. I shook my hand, and Huang Shi was so frightened he backed away repeatedly, finally leaving behind a harsh threat before fleeing in panic. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for heroically saving the beauty. Disciple Li Xiao's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 25. Li Xiao quietly watched my retreating figure, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly asked, Master, why must you? Since you call me master, it's only natural that I protect you, even if I'm not that outstanding. But my disciple absolutely cannot be bullied by others. I turned around and gave her a gentle smile. Ding dong, Li Xiao was moved by the host, favorability plus 5. Li Xiao's current favorability is 30. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 master lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Without hesitation, I chose the lottery draw, and a massive spinning wheel appeared in my mind. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent, invulnerability, S-grade. Indestructible diamond body. Personal defense increased by 500%. Unable to contain my excitement, I grabbed Li Xiao and headed straight for the classroom. Back in the classroom, I stuffed the beast-taming art into her hand. This is your first time becoming a disciple, and as your master, I don't have any great treasures to give you. Just this skill book, make do with it for now. Li Xiao stared at the golden glowing skill book, his pupils contracting sharply. A rank. This was a treasure even many marquee-level experts didn't possess. Take it when it's given to you, no need to be polite with your master. I'm counting on you to make me proud. I pretended to be disdainful and shoved the book at her. But what shocked her even more came next. I pulled out another glowing orb from behind me. The dazzling red light filled Li Xiao's heart with boundless longing. Master, what is this? Her tone became reverent. Things that can make you stronger. I placed my hand on Li Xiao's forehead, and the light mass merged into her mind. In an instant, the spiritual energy within 50 meters surged wildly toward her, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. Is this the terrifying power of an S-rank talent? I marveled, watching as the vortex showed no signs of stopping even after 10 minutes. Li Xiao, too, was experiencing an inner tempest, her lifelong struggle with talent in her past life. Just like that, I solved it with ease? In just 10 minutes, Li Xiao broke through 3 minor realms in succession, and the spiritual energy vortex around him dissipated. The flaming bird beside her also underwent a transformation, evolving from an E-rank into a phoenix-tailed crested bird. At the same time, her innate talent granted her an evolutionary path that ultimately leads to the phoenix. Master, Li Xiao called out respectfully. Ding dong, your chief disciple Li Xiao holds deep respect for you, favorability level 30. Your disciple Li Xiao fully acknowledges your master status, and the master-disciple relationship is successfully bound. In the future, when your disciples break through realms, you will also receive an additional refund. Congratulations, host, for successfully granting someone a talent for the first time. Reward distribution in progress. Acquired second profession, beast-tamer. Has automatically awakened the talent, beast spirit sovereign. Successfully summoned the top-tier beast spirit, Black Dragon Odin. I was stunned by this series of operations from the system. Could I awaken a second profession? Unfortunately, the system informed me that my current body is too weak to withstand the pressure of Black Dragon Odin. For now, this is all I can give you as your master. Train hard and perform well, for you are now my only disciple. Whether I can stay at the school will depend on you. I patted her head and laughed heartily. Li Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and a warmth rose in her heart. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted this warm atmosphere. A rare look of anger appeared on Li Xiao's face. Damn it, who dares to disturb this emperor's enjoyment? She stormed over to open the door in a fury. Chapter 4, Can you break through my defenses? After dealing with the young ones, the old ones show up. Huangyan, are you going to stick your neck out for your son too? This is a teaching apartment complex. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you? Chica glanced at the head of discipline standing outside the door, his face ashen. A faint smile touched the corners of Chica's lips. Though he was only at the peak of the third tier, with his new talent, invincible vigor, he might just be able to hold his own against him. Oomph. When you were bullying the weak, did you ever think about the gossip? I've got no shame to lose. With my reputation, bullying the weak is nothing special. Could it possibly be worse than being a complete failure? At least I have the strength to bully others, don't I? Chica stood with his arms crossed, a carefree expression on his face as he stared calmly at Huangyan. Besides, don't you know what kind of person your son is? That blonde-haired brat beating him up is doing society a favor. I haven't even charged you discipline fees, yet here you are demanding retribution. Only I'm merciful enough to let this lessons fee roll over to next month's resources. You're asking for it. Huangyan's already ashen face darkened further at Chica's words, his voice thick with unmasked fury. What's going on? How dare that good-for-nothing Chica speak to Director Huang like this? Doesn't he want his resources anymore? You didn't know? Huangyan's son was hitting on Chica's worthless apprentice, but Chica caught him and beat him up. Now he's here to complain to his old man and demand retribution. TSK. It's rare to see Chica stand his ground, but to be fair, it's pretty satisfying. His son really is a piece of work. Shoo! Talking so loud, don't you want your resources anymore? Hearing the commotion, teachers from nearby classrooms gradually came out to watch the spectacle. Before long, the narrow hallway was packed with teachers eager for a gawk. The teachers' murmurs reached Huangyan's ears. He whipped his head around viciously, scanning the faces in the crowd, searching for the one who'd just spoken ill of his son. Stop staring. All he does is blackmail people with those worthless resources. If you want to make a name for yourself, go for it. If not, get lost. Stop blocking my view. The other teachers gasped in unison at Chica's words. A third-tier peak trash teacher berating a fourth-tier peak head of discipline? How dare he? Does he really not fear getting beaten? Damn, that's bold. No matter what happens to him after today, I'll respect him as a real man. Me too. Huangyan whipped his head around, his rage turning to a bitter laugh as he cracked his knuckles loudly. Well, got yourself a useless apprentice and now you've lost all sense of your own worth, huh? The aura of a peak 4th tier cultivator erupted suddenly, without any flashy moves, a straight punch hurtling straight toward Chica's face. Huang Yin's talent was the B-grade, overwhelming force, a close combat ability granting immense strength bonuses. Before the fist even landed, its momentum already sent shockwaves rippling through the air, creating sonic booms and a powerful blast wave. Some teachers watching nearby were unexpectedly knocked back 2 steps by the sheer force of the punch. It was a deliberate power punch. I recall Director Huang once using this technique to defeat 3 power-leveled beasts simultaneously. Indeed, I witnessed that scene firsthand. It even scraped a layer off the ground. TSK. What a pity. Looks like Director Huang is seriously pissed this time. Boom. The dust kicked up by the fist's force blinded everyone. When the haze cleared, the scene before them made their eyes widen in shock. What? He caught Director Huang's fist barehanded? Isn't he at the peak of Tier 3? How is that possible? Could he have held back? That doesn't make sense. Where's the holding back? Didn't you feel the force of that punch? I don't get it. Why is his C rank, Iron Bones, so strong? I'm C rank too, and that punch felt like it could have killed me. Chica felt the immense force surging through his hand, realizing just how goddamn powerful this system-generated talent truly was. A fist capable of one hit killing 3 4th tier, striking his own peak 3rd tier hand, only left him slightly numb. He gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. While a peak 4th tier opponent couldn't defeat him, they certainly couldn't kill him. Since that was the case, he might as well demand some verbal compensation first. With that thought, he flashed a grin at the stunned Huang Yin. Didn't you eat today? Is that all the strength you've got? Is this the might of a peak 4th tier cultivator? What a disappointment. Is that all? Is that all? Poof. Huang Yin snapped out of his shock with a cold laugh. Boom. Another punch. Still caught firmly in Chica's palm. Boom. Huang Yin's fists flew like the wind, one after another, yet Chica stood as solid as a pillar, deflecting each attack time and again, always catching his fists directly in his grasp. The more he fought, the more his heart raced. When did this good-for-nothing become so formidable? If word got out, wouldn't I lose face big time? No, this absolutely cannot happen. Huang Yin withdrew his fist, settling into a deep horse stance as spiritual energy gathered around him. Chica stood motionless, watching him. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, he simply lacked the means. Attack skills? None. His innate talent was merely the self-bestowed, Iron Bones, and the system-granted, Invincible Vigor, both defensive-oriented. Moreover, he wanted to test just how powerful an attack his defenses could withstand. Watching his master stand motionless, Li Xiao, shielded behind him, grew impatient. Master, strike 3 inches below his armpit, that's his vital point. The voice at his ear made Chica pause. What was going on? Had he truly taken on a treasure as his disciple? How could he even discern others' weaknesses? With that thought, he hurled a discernment spell at Huang Yin, who was gathering his power. Name, Huang Yin. Class, Warrior. Talent, Powerful and Forceful. Status, Enraged, Aggro, Skill Charging Weakness, 3 inches below the armpit. Chica froze upon seeing the system data. Weakness, 3 inches below the armpit? This apprentice of mine is no ordinary fellow. Thinking this, he cast insight on Li Xiao as well. Name, Li Xiao. Occupation, Beast Master. Talents, Summoning E rank, Spirit of the Beast Clan S rank. Status, Worried. Affinity, 60. Unlike before, only the affinity column had been added. As for why she could see through his weaknesses, the system's insight skill couldn't provide an answer. But that didn't really matter. After all, he was his disciple. With a goodwill rating of 60 and a worried status, he doubted the boy would do anything to harm him. With that thought, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was fine. Fine. I'll see if he can break through my defenses today. Chapter 5. Is this still that good for nothing? What are you all doing? Do you even see me, your principal, anymore? The principal's figure appeared unexpectedly at the hallway corner, his gaze fixed on Huang Yin, who was steadily gathering power. More precisely, on the spiritual energies swirling around him. So it was him causing all this commotion after all. But judging by the aura he was now projecting, his attempt to break through to the 5th rank Marquis realm had failed. In this world, it's said that anyone below the Marquis realm is but an insect. The 1st to 4th tiers didn't even have distinct names, simply referred to as stages. From the 5th tier upward, they were ranked as follows: 5th tier Marquis realm, 6th tier King realm, 7th tier Saint realm, 8th tier Emperor realm, and 9th tier Sovereign realm. As for the 10th tier, the Divine realm, that was a realm existing only in legend. No one had ever been seen to reach it. Breaking through the Marquis realm would secure one a place of standing within the Dragon Nation. Every martial arts academy's headmaster is a Marquis-level powerhouse, with Longdu Martial Arts University boasting a headmaster at the peak of the King level. As the leading metropolis among first-tier cities, Jiangcheng Martial Arts University's principal also holds the King realm, though only at its initial stage. As for high school, having even one student at the peak of the 4th tier is already quite impressive. Thankfully, he didn't succeed. Otherwise, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School would have been replaced. The principal's gaze fell upon Huangyan, and he silently exhaled a long breath. "Good morning, principal." Chica bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. Huangyan, released from his power-up state, glared resentfully at the two before him. "As the head of student affairs, I have the right to manage unruly teachers under my jurisdiction, don't I? Are you really not settling a personal grudge? Director Huang, do you think I've gone senile? Remember, I am the principal of this school, while you are merely a director. For now, I still call the shots here, don't I? Or could it be that you, Director Huang, fancy yourself as Principal Huang?" The principal waved his hand, cutting off Huangyan's speech, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Besides, I've heard the whole story. It was your son, Huang Shi, who first harassed Chica's apprentice. And now you dare demand justice for him? If it were up to me, that brat wouldn't have even been admitted to this school. If you weren't the director here, I would have expelled him back in freshman year." Huangyan lowered his head, glancing sideways at Chica standing nearby before speaking slowly. "Yes, principal, you're absolutely right. I'll take my son home immediately and discipline him properly." With that, he ignored the principal's further words, grabbed Huang Shi by the arm, and turned to walk out of the building. Wait. At that moment, no one expected Chica to speak up. Though he didn't know why the principal would help him, he understood this was a golden opportunity to milk the situation. If he could extract some cultivation resources from the principal for his disciple and himself, it would greatly benefit their future development. "I see you're not convinced. Then let's make a wager. I bet that in the monthly exam 1 month from now, my disciple will defeat yours. What do you say?" The moment these words left his mouth, both the surrounding teachers and students stared at him in astonishment, along with Li Xiao standing behind him. Immediately, a deafening roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha! Did I hear that right? That good-for-nothing Chi actually wants to compete with someone over teaching skills? With a 3-year success rate of 0%, how dare he challenge himself? Granted, in terms of personal combat strength, I'll grudgingly admit he's a tiny bit stronger than me. But when it comes to teaching apprentices? He's absolutely the worst. And that girl? She's not even a rank or B rank, just a measly E rank. Expecting her to turn things around in a month? Utterly impossible." Huangyan's footsteps halted at the words, then he burst into laughter. "Chica, oh Chica, never thought you'd dig your own grave. Teaching skills? I've never feared anyone. But this wager needs some stakes. If you lose, you must kneel before my son and apologize. As for the apology, how about you hand over your cultivation resources for the next 3 months? But what if you lose?" Chica crossed his arms, watching Huangyan's booming laughter with a cold stare. "I lose? I'll kneel and apologize too. I don't want you to apologize to me. I want your son to formally apologize to my disciple. As for the apology, you'll have to give me double the resources every month." "You? This is outrageous." Unlike Huangyan's fury, the principal was quite satisfied with the terms of this wager. "I find this wager perfectly reasonable. Let's finalize it as is." "Principal." Huangyan fumed. "Director Huang, you're making him kowtow while you don't have to. You're demanding his cultivation resources, and if you lose, you'll naturally pay double. Besides, with all the resources you've already hoarded, what's a little more?" The principal shot him a cold glance, his eyes brimming with unspeakable disgust. But in an instant, his expression shifted to a cheerful smile. "Fine, I accept the wager. Very well. I shall witness it myself. In 1 month, I will clear the arena. The very first match will feature your 2 disciples. Let others see who the true waste of space is." Huangyan said no more, yanking Huang Shi up and striding toward the exit. "Dad. We're just leaving like this? You haven't avenged me yet." "Shut up." Huangyan snapped under his breath, seething with the urge to beat this good-for-nothing son. "The principal's right here. You still want to pick a fight? Have you had enough of your current life that you crave the thrill of a battlefield?" He lowered his head, tugging Huang Shi along, his pace unconsciously quickening. Seeing no more spectacle to watch, the surrounding teachers gradually returned to their apartments. The vast hallway was left with only Chico, the principal, and Li Xiao. "How confident are you about next month's duel?" Watching Huangyan's figure disappear down the hallway, the principal turned to Chico with a stern expression. "About 70 or 80%. Why not 90%? Is it a resource issue? Yes and no. As you know, principal, our bottom-tier class has limited resources to begin with. Now that Huangyan has taken a portion, what remains wouldn't be enough for even my disciple's monthly cultivation, let alone for myself." The principal nodded upon hearing this. Truth be told, Chica's power displayed today was unlike anything before, especially catching that deliberately aimed punch with one hand. This made the principal see a chance to defeat Huangyan. Now that Huangyan had failed his first attempt to break through to the Marquee realm, he was essentially halfway there. Once he finally breaks through to the Marquee realm, my good days will be over. With such an opportunity now before him, he naturally had to seize this chance to suppress Huangyan. What could be more damaging to his reputation than failing to break through in combat and being unable to teach even that useless disciple? If I doubled your cultivation resources this month, could you defeat him? Probably. If it were truly doubled, the success rate would naturally be higher. Chica nodded, answering the headmaster's question with earnestness. Alright, then I'll grant it. I have only one requirement, defeat Huangyan. Do you understand? Chapter 6, Disciple, come bathe in the master's chamber. Emerging from the resource center, Chica gazed at the bulging resources in his bag, unable to suppress the smile curling his lips. Jackpot. 5 10-hour cultivation room passes, 5 bottles of first-tier primal energy potions. Plus plenty of body-refining herbs enough to support 3 disciples' physical cultivation. In his original memories, he had never been this well off. Last year, his monthly resources had been a mere 2 bottles of first-tier primal energy potions and 1 cultivation room pass. As for herbs for tempering the body? Those were things only prodigy disciples had the privilege to experience. Ordinary teachers and students had never even laid eyes on them, let alone received them. That's Chi-Ku? What gives him the right to have so many resources? Shu, you don't know? Chi-Ku is now a formidable force who can go toe-to-toe with the director. Though the director keeps him at bay, he hasn't managed to scratch him. The director is at the peak of Tier 4, while he's only at Tier 3? That's why he got so many resources this time. So jealous. Why don't I have such luck? Ding. End of day. System store now open. Apartment building, midnight. Zhang Feng had just flopped back onto his bed when the system's notification tone rang in his ear. He jolted upright. A store? Could this windfall really be coming my way? Wonder what currency the system store uses. Shot points? Credits? Affinity? Each day, the system will randomly generate 3 items for the host to choose from. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. Only 3 items? Chica flashed a hint of disappointment, but quickly shrugged it off. Having them all at all is already great, what more could you want? Not having to rely entirely on system lotteries was already a huge improvement. Adjusting his mindset, Chica rubbed his hands together and opened the system mall. The interface was rather plain, but the items inside were anything but. Static Blade. Automatically unleashes lightning upon attack, increasing lightning damage by 45%. Price, 10 million dragon coins. Seeing the stats, Chica couldn't help but feel a little excited. This item was practically tailor-made for Li Xiao. She glanced down at the price tag below. Chica's mouth twitched. 10 million dragon coins? Robbery wouldn't be this profitable. Scrolling down, the second item seemed more suitable for her own needs, but its price was a full 2 times higher than the first. If I can't even afford 10 million, how could I possibly afford 20 million? No way, no way. 3 items a day, I hope the last one is within my budget. Chica scrolled down with a nervous heart. Daily Special. Medicinal Bath Formula. The ultimate formula for cleansing meridians and purifying marrow, originally used in the cultivation world to temper the body. Now localized for safe use. Price, 2,000 dragon coins. Seeing the price, Chico exhaled a long breath. Thankfully, this price was still within his means. Had it been any higher, he truly wouldn't have been able to afford it. 3,000 dragon coins a month after covering food, clothing, and daily expenses, there wouldn't be much left. Gripping his freshly minted paycheck, Chico gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Buy it. Now that she had a system, a mere 2,000 dragon coins was a piece of cake. Ding! Purchase successful. The notification sound rang out as a streak of light shot from before him, darting straight toward his mind. 1 thunderwood, 5 sunrise grasses, 1 diamond flower. Chico murmured to herself. The materials provided by the system were exactly what she had just claimed. Not a single piece more or less. The herbs were precisely enough for 2 people. Was this the localized adjustment? Was it adjusting based on my backpack contents? Chica silently complained, but her body remained obedient. Following the recipe in her mind, she began preparing the medicinal bath for herself. 1 thunderwood branch. Chico muttered as she placed each ingredient into the bathtub. Fill with water, turn on the heat. System, is this really the formula for cleansing the meridians and marrow? Why does it look so bizarre? Chica stood before the tub, watching the longan fruits in the water sway left and right with the bubbles, resembling human eyeballs darting about. The 5 dragon beard grass strands were the final touch. Paired beside the longan fruit, they resembled sinister tentacles. Combined with the water glowing green, a distinct Cthulhu-esque vibe washed over him. Ding! This product is system certified, 100% pure and natural, 0 contamination. Beneficial to the body, guaranteed harmless. Use with confidence. Ugh. At this point, there was no choice but to trust it. Chica gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and plunged into the bathtub with a splash. Whoosh. Ah, so good. Chica nearly let out a moan. Unlike the novels she'd read in her past life, there was no piercing pain. Instead, a warm current flowed through her entire body. It felt like a pair of delicate hands caressing her from head to toe. Not even the legendary number 88 from her past life possessed such skill. Indeed, a system-crafted experience was truly premium. After indulging in the experience, Chica stood before the mirror, admiring his skin now smoother than before and his muscles now more defined. Though their cultivation level hadn't risen, they distinctly felt the transformation in their physique. He yearned to inspect his own condition, wondering if insight could be used on himself. Ding! Host, save yourself the embarrassment. The system comes with a personal panel. Name, Chi-Ku. Realm, 3rd tier peak. Talents, Iron will be rank, Invincible Vigor S rank. Skills, Insight evolvable. Disciple, Li Xiao affinity, 60. Iron will reach B rank? Chica rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming he hadn't misread it, his face broke into wild elation. The system's creations were truly extraordinary. The ability to evolve innate talents was utterly unprecedented. Truly, the cultivation world holds extraordinary things. No way, this treasure absolutely must be shared with my disciple. Who knows? Maybe today's favorability rating could even break through the 70% threshold. Knock. A knock sounded at the door, followed by Li Xiao's voice from outside. Master, it's so late, you're still awake? Ah, speak of the devil. Chica opened the door with excitement, pulling Li Xiao into her room. Seeing Chica half naked, Li Xiao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as he bowed his head sharply. Master, how could you be so careless? Not even wearing a top? In her past life, survival itself was a struggle, let alone romance. She'd never encountered such a scene. But she really wanted to look. Though her head was bowed, her eyes darted back and forth over Chica's exposed abs. Chiku, oblivious, grabbed Li Xiao's hand and rushed toward the bathroom. Quick, disciple. Come bathe in my room. Cleanse your meridians and marrow. Ha? Purify the meridians and marrow? Staring at the green water in the bathtub, Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Thunderwood, sunrise herb, Longdon fruit. Who knew herbs could be used this way? Why hadn't she thought of this back then? In her previous life, lacking natural talent, she had dedicated herself solely to alchemy, especially the art of purifying the meridians and refining the marrow in hopes of altering her constitution. Moreover, if her own constitution were strengthened, her contract beast would also gain corresponding enhancements or even evolve. After years of research, she had only scratched the surface. In the end, her contract beast only evolved to the stage of a crimson flame dragon stone falcon. But now, the formula for purifying meridians and refining marrow that her master presented was immeasurably superior to the one she had used back then. Ironically, it utilized the most common low-grade materials. Had she possessed such a master back then, perhaps her contract beast could have broken through to the final stage of Nirvana Fire Phoenix. Li Xiao looked at Chiku again, her eyes devoid of any trace of shyness. Instead, they held admiration, astonishment, and perhaps even a hint of madness. Before Chiku could speak, Li Xiao leapt straight into the bathtub. So comfortable. Li Xiao felt warm currents coursing through his meridians, a sensation he'd never experienced in his previous life. Watching Li Xiao's unhesitating action, Chica scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. She'd been scheming about how to coax her apprentice into this rather unappealing medicinal bath. But who knew she'd be even bolder than herself? All the excuses he prepared were suddenly useless. Well, it'll still take a while anyway. I'm going to sleep first. Chapter 7, What's the difference between this and getting a spirit artifact for free? Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Li Xiao's body. Phew! 4th tier of the first stage. The formula master gave me is truly terrifying. Feeling the warm current within him, Li Xiao couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. The progress in this lifetime compared to the last is like night and day. In the previous life, reaching the 4th tier of the first stage only happened after entering the battlefield. Now, he'd achieved it before even taking the college entrance exam. At this pace, wouldn't he break through to the 2nd stage before the exam? Summoning my contract beast, since it had only evolved once before, this purifying process didn't trigger another evolution. However, the pheasant's plumage had become more vivid, and its eyes sparkled with a lively intelligence. Could it be developing sentience? Li Xiao startled herself with the thought. Suddenly, a colossal aura disrupted her thoughts. The pheasant-crested cockatoo beside her also flashed a hint of fear in its eyes. Ding! Detected, host-bound disciple Li Xiao has broken through to Tier 1, Level 4. Affinity Level, Tier 1. Triggering return process. Refund successful. Received 100% cultivation return. As this is the host's first refund trigger, the system grants an additional critical chance. Critical hit success, 1000% cultivation return. Holy crap, a tenfold increase? Seriously? Immediately, Chico, lying on the bed, felt a colossal energy surge from his dantian, radiating outward and filling every fiber of his being. Boom! An even greater shockwave erupted from his body, scattering the bedroom decorations across the floor. Inside his body, it felt as if some barrier had been shattered. The true chi in his dantian became exceptionally abundant, the difference between a small pond and a vast lake compared to before. This was the 4th tier? Other masters toiled for years without breaking through this bottleneck, yet he achieved it merely by sleeping and having his disciple exert a little effort. Master, you've broken through to the 4th tier? At the doorway blown open by the blast, Li Xiao looked at him with a complex expression. I just had a sudden insight in my dream and made a breakthrough. Did I interrupt your cultivation? Hearing this, Li Xiao's eye twitched. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately held back. What do you mean, a sudden insight in a dream? That's not how you fake it. Right, Shower, since you've just broken through, I've decided to take you to the combat training grounds tomorrow to solidify your foundation. Rest well tonight. Cultivation requires balance between exertion and relaxation. Understood. The next morning, at the combat training ground. With the recent awakening still fresh, everyone was either basking in excitement or wallowing in sorrow. Only a handful of people were preparing for training on the entire field. Chica rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and looked at his disciple before him with resignation. Shower, really, did we have to come this early? Didn't I tell you cultivation requires balance between effort and rest? But master, you've already slept for over 2 hours. Isn't that enough? How can someone your age sleep so soundly? Chiku remains silent. Do you want to hear what they're saying? 2 hours 4 hours as a modern youth, that's hardly enough sleep. But since I'm already here, I can't very well make another trip. This apprentice of mine is perfect in every way except he seems a bit too diligent. Before he could answer, a familiar voice drifted over from nearby. Well, isn't this the useless duo? The useless teacher's useless disciples come to the training ground looking for thrills too? A blonde-haired guy strolled slowly from the far end of the training ground, flanked by a few underlings. Oh, isn't this yesterday's stray dog? What's that? I'm a loser? Your old man couldn't even beat a loser? What's your point? The original me might have feared him, but now? I've got a system. Why should I put up with you? Besides, the principal and the head of discipline have always been at odds. And now, I'm firmly on the principal's side. As for Director Huang, since I've already crossed him, might as well push it further. They bullied my original self enough anyway. You! Huang Shi was so furious his face turned crimson, yet not a single word escaped him. I'll admit you're powerful, but your teaching skills? Trash of the trash. 0% graduation rate for 3 straight years, what else would you call that but garbage? Exactly. The boss is right. Don't forget you're a teacher. What good is your own strength? True strength comes from everyone being strong. Exactly. You're just a useless piece of trash who can't teach. No sooner had Huang Shi finished speaking than his henchman chimed in agreement. You know what I want to say to you right now? Seeing Chica closing in, Huang Shi recalled how he'd fought his father to a standstill yesterday and instinctively took half a step back. Ha, coward. Chica sneered coldly, craning his neck to stare intently at Huang Shi before speaking. Whether I teach or not is none of your damn business. He's just AB rank who hasn't even broken through to the second tier of the first stage. Showing off his strength here. Shower, let's go. Don't hang around these morons. They'll drag your IQ down to their level, then use their rich experience to beat you. Chica rolled her eyes, grabbed Li Xiao's hand, and tried to bypass the group. Huang Shi, rendered speechless by the retort, saw the two about to bypass him. He lunged forward in a single stride, blocking their path. Chiku! Don't leave! If you're a man, take my bet. Poof. Not betting. Chiku turned to leave, muttering under her breath. Trying to get something for nothing without even putting down a bet? Where in the world is there such a good deal? Though his voice was low, every word reached Huang Shi's ears. Who says there isn't? This silk armor I wear is a rare grade B spirit artifact. I'll stake it as my wager. And if I lose, I'll publicly apologize to both of you. How about that as a wager? With that, he stripped off the armor and tossed it before Chiku. Chica merely gave it a casual glance. Thorn armor grade B. Reduces physical damage taken by 30% and reflects 10% of the damage back to the source. A concise description. With his own invulnerability, this treasure armor was useless to him. Li Xiao, however, might need such a protective spirit artifact. Confident? Chica turned her head and leaned close to whisper a question in her ear. Li Xiao nodded, saying nothing. Instead, she silently summoned the phoenix-tailed cockatoo. Bird and girl alike fixed Huang Shi with icy stares. Joking aside, before my breakthrough, I might have been a bit intimidated. But now, even if I haven't advanced as quickly as my master, I'm no longer someone you lot can toy with. Seeing her such confidence, Chico couldn't resist casting insight spell on her. Name, Li Xiao. Realm, Tier 1, Level 3. Talents, Summoning E rank, Beast Spirit S rank. Affinity, 60. Status, eager to prove herself. Seeing that prominent S on the panel, Chico couldn't help but question his existence. Wasn't S rank supposed to be the highest? How could she have obtained an S rank after undergoing such intense refinement? And why did she get to receive an S-tier talent enhancement? Why didn't I have such good luck? Chico felt a pang of envy. But thinking about it another way, since her cultivation triggered the return effect anyway, her faster progress was essentially her own doing. It's all the same. Chico could only console herself this way, yet tears still welled up uncontrollably at the corners of her eyes. Just to be safe, Chica checked Huangshi's stats panel. Grade B talent, Tier 1, Level 1. Oof. Chica let out a cold laugh, wondering where he'd found the confidence. As it turned out, people really do laugh when they're speechless. A mere first tier, first level cultivator, how dare you come challenging us? What's the difference between this and giving away a spirit artifact for free? Fine, we accept this wager. Chapter 8, 7:30. Training Grounds, Dungeon Entrance. This was Chica's first time seeing a real instance portal. A pale blue light gate. Upon closer inspection, a faint vortex could be discerned within. If the training ground weren't restricted to students only, he'd have gone in to try it out himself. Well then, you still have time to back out now. If you admit defeat, just shout "I'm a worthless piece of trash" 3 times, and I'll let you off the hook. Standing before the light gate, Huangshi gave a cold laugh, his eyes filled with unspeakable contempt. My father expended immense resources just to help me break through to the first stage, first rank. One of you is a teacher perpetually at the bottom of the rankings with scarce resources, the other an E-rank talent with sluggish cultivation progress. Even now, whether you've opened your Dantian remains unknown. Flying Dragon's face is right here. I don't even know how I could lose. I'll return your words in kind. If you surrender now, hand over the treasure armor. Apologies won't be necessary. How about it? Humph, stubborn as a mule. After selecting their difficulty levels, Li Xiao and Huangshi each stepped into the light gates before them. After a moment of dizziness, Li Xiao stood steadily on the ground, unable to resist looking around. The training ground was even more rudimentary. Though called a dungeon, it was essentially just a half-finished prototype. No geographical features, just a plain, small dark room. Beyond the darkness, there was nothing else. Sand. A sudden rustling sound echoed, and a swift wind wolf appeared before Li Xiao. Its eyes glowed with a faint green light, and the drool hanging from its mouth seemed to regard Li Xiao as nothing more than a meal on a plate. But Li Xiao felt no tension. In his previous life on the battlefield, he had slain countless psychic beasts. First-tier psychic beasts like the swift wind wolf were mere opponents he faced when he first entered the battlefield. And those beasts showed no mercy. One misstep, and you'd become their meal. Shaking her head, she cleared her thoughts. Summoning the phoenix-tailed cockatoo, the two stood before the swift wind wolf. The phoenix-tailed cockatoo's eyes brimmed with disdain. It turned its head to look at Li Xiao, as if asking, "Is this it? Do I really need to get involved?" Its specialty was area of effect attacks and fire damage. Against speed-focused beasts like the swift wind wolf, it was a natural counter. Area attacks don't care how fast you are. Roar! A wolf's howl. The swift wind wolf vanished in an instant, reappearing mere paces before Li Xiao. Rain of flames. Li Xiao remained unflustered, stepping back half a pace. The phoenix-tailed cockatoo's attack struck directly before her, engulfing the swift wind wolf entirely in flames. Witnesses would likely have been stunned speechless. It looked as though the swift wind wolf had leaped forward only to kneel before Li Xiao, taking the full brunt of the skill. The rain of flames struck the wind wolf with relentless precision. Before it could react, the flames instantly engulfed its entire body, and the swift wind wolf let out a piercing howl of agony. The howl didn't last long. Just 5 seconds later, the swift wind wolf turned to ash and dissipated within the training ground. First stage cleared. Continue? Continue. The swift wind wolf's corpse slowly vanished, replaced by another breed of psychic beast. Several minutes later, the light gate in the training ground rippled, and Li Xiao's figure emerged from it. Look, she's out. Typical E rank can't even last long in a normal difficulty combat training ground. As dawn broke, the training grounds grew busier. People overheard Chi Ku and his useless apprentice making bets with others. Everyone lost interest in training, eager to see how this would play out. After all, betting on a spirit artifact, something so rare and hard to come by, was a first for everyone. 10 minutes? Probably only made it to the third stage. I recall the third stage as the armored dragon turtle. For an E rank to get that far isn't easy. Heh, I disagree with you. I reckon they just couldn't get past the first stage, the swift wind wolves. They're barely hanging on, running around like headless chickens, dragging it out for over 10 minutes. Ah, what a pity. I thought daring to bet against Huangshi meant he had real skill, but turns out he's all flash and no substance, all show and no substance. Li Xiao paid no heed to the other's remarks. Her past experiences had long since made her immune to criticism. She walked slowly to Chica's side and respectfully addressed him as master. Only through actual combat did she realize just how monstrously powerful the talent Chico had bestowed upon her truly was. From the first layer onward, every supernatural beast encountered was met with a downpour of flames. When resources were scarce, she focused on precision strikes. When they were abundant, she unleashed overwhelming firepower. She, however, employed both precision strikes and firepower coverage. If one volley of flaming rain wasn't enough, she'd unleash two. Not a single beast had ever lasted 10 seconds. Cleared it? Chico asked casually, her expression devoid of surprise, as if this outcome were entirely expected. Yeah, I want to try the Inferno difficulty next. Alright, go ahead. If you can't handle it, just quit. No need to suffer through it. Chica nodded, pulling 500 dragon coins from her bag and handing them to her. Unlike other difficulties, the Inferno difficulty required payment to enter, and each person could only access it once per week. Indeed, for someone with S-rank talent, the standard difficulty combat training grounds were practically a walk in the park. Only the Inferno difficulty might offer any real challenge. Holy? How did she get into the Inferno difficulty instance? Didn't she even clear normal difficulty yet? The crowd erupted the moment Li Xiao stepped through that crimson portal. Look! Look at the normal dungeon clear list. Everyone turned to look as the training grounds display screen updated with real-time data. First place was none other than Li Xiao. First place, Li Xiao, clear time, 7 minutes 30 seconds. A full half hour ahead of second place. Holy crap, 7 minutes 30 seconds for 20 stages. Doesn't that mean most psychic beasts couldn't even last 10 seconds against her? Terrifying. Is this really an E-rank talent? Even if the final few levels took longer, it couldn't have been more than half a minute. Realizing this, the crowd fell silent. No wonder she dared to challenge the Inferno difficulty. If I had her skill, I'd dare to try it too. Everyone stared intently at the crimson light gate, eager to see just how far Li Xiao could advance. Time ticked by, yet Li Xiao didn't breeze through like before, clearing the stage in mere minutes. Unbelievable. Even lasting this long in the Inferno difficulty map is no small feat. Exactly. I had a friend who insisted on trying it out. Guess what happened? He got mauled by a windwolf the moment he stepped in. That speed, ugh. The student speaking seemed to still be shaken, patting his chest nervously. Ha! I cleared it. Chico, Li Xiao, you two better get ready to apologize. Just then, the blue portal flickered again. Huang Shi's figure materialized outside the gate, his arrogant laughter echoing across the training grounds. Glancing around and not seeing Li Xiao, Huang Shi's confidence swelled even more. Oh, Master Qi, your precious disciple hasn't emerged from the dungeon yet? Huang Shi's tone was unmistakably sarcastic. No. Chico replied indifferently, though a hint of amusement could be detected in his voice. I told you the training ground dungeon was too tough for an E-rank loser. Why put yourself through that humiliation? Wonder if you've drafted your apology yet? Want me to proofread it for you? No need. I'm afraid you'll plagiarize my work. Chica's upturned lips struggled to contain her amusement. This kid really is full of himself. Doesn't he notice how everyone's looking at him strangely? Alright, I'll wait right here for Li Xiao to return and make you admit defeat. Chapter 9, Inferno Dungeon, S rank. In the Inferno Dungeon. A bolt of lightning struck and the molten beast before him collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Xiao gasped for breath. This was the same boss from normal difficulty's 20th stage, but its health and resistances were significantly lower than in Inferno mode. Moreover, it possessed a savage charge skill, unleashed at an alarmingly rapid pace in Inferno difficulty. It struck 2 or 3 times per minute, unstoppable and immobilizing. One misstep meant total defeat. But perseverance paid off. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, he finally defeated it. I wonder what the reward is for clearing hell difficulty. In my past life, even by the time I graduated and entered the battlefield, no one had accomplished this feat. This was nothing short of rewriting history. Li Xiao smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. The smoother the early development, the greater the chance of victory when the wave of psychic beasts arrives later. Ha! Why hasn't the completion notification appeared yet? Li Xiao looked up in confusion. The small, dark room had vanished, replaced by an ancient castle. A full moon hung in the sky, and occasionally, a few bats would fly out from the castle, creating an eerie atmosphere where only the flapping of their wings could be heard. Several bats emerged, slowly transforming into a figure clad in an ancient-looking robe. He possessed striking golden hair and ruby-like eyes set in a pale face. Handsome, yet utterly eerie. The Dark Knight King, Vladimir. How could he be here? Li Xiao stared intently at the humanoid monster formed from bats, his eyes filled with wariness. The cockatoo beside him let out a shrill cry, seemingly enraged by the creature before them. Li Xiao stroked its feathers, signaling for it to calm down. To this creature of phoenix blood, bats, those creatures of darkness, were a desecration of all flying beings. Yet the Night Lord was a powerhouse comparable to an 8th-tier Imperial Realm beast, one of the few high-tier beasts to appear in the early stages. It took the combined efforts of 5 9th-rank Emperor Realm experts to finally slay it. Could it be that it had discovered his rebirth? As its aura unfolded, Li Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Dark Knight Lord opposite him was merely a phantom brought forth by the dungeon instance. Judging by the aura it emitted, it was only at the 2nd tier. For Li Xiao, it wasn't entirely unbeatable. After all, the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 wasn't too great, and he had the phoenix-tailed cockatoo as a valuable ally in this life. Dealing with a mere phantom should be a breeze. You old bastard. In my past life, you hunted me relentlessly. Now I'll take out my frustration on your phantom form first. Li Xiao lunged forward, drawing Vladimir's attention. The phoenix-tailed cockatoo slipped silently behind him, unleashing a fireball that slammed straight into his back. A pool of crimson blood. Vladimir dissolved into a pool of blood pooling at Li Xiao's feet. A phantom is just a phantom. If the old bastard himself were here, he wouldn't have surrendered his life-saving skills so easily. Spinning backward, Li Xiao leapt several steps to escape the blood pool's reach. Boom! The moment she left the pool's reach, a blood orb erupted from its center, exploding outward in all directions. The massive blast drenched everything nearby in his blood. Boom! Boom! The explosion echoed simultaneously with Li Xiao's voice, a look of I knew it spreading across his face. The phantom could only manage this basic combo. What followed was the moment to kite him. Having fought him countless times in his past life, Li Xiao knew Vladimir as well as he knew himself. Li Xiao used his footwork to keep Vladimir firmly tethered to his side, always positioning himself in spots that made Vladimir uncomfortable. He couldn't strike effectively, nor could he escape. Meanwhile, the phoenix-tail coxcomb bird relentlessly pounded him from behind, unleashing fireballs one after another, followed by bursts of fiery rain. Vladimir's once elegant robes were now scorched and tattered by the flames. If the phantom had consciousness, it would likely curse under its breath. Li Xiao would occasionally close in, baiting him into wasting his survival skills. In a way, taking down this second-tier boss was easier than fighting the lava colossus in the final layer. But if someone unfamiliar with him encountered him, the first wave of explosions would likely finish them off. Even if you crippled him, his proximity allowed him to siphon your life force for healing. Utterly disgusting. Time ticked by, and the crowd gathered before the Inferno difficulty portal grew larger. Word spread like wildfire. Everyone knew the worthless teacher's worthless disciple had cleared the normal dungeon in 7.5 minutes and was now tackling the Inferno challenge. Chico, however, remained utterly composed, sitting calmly on a hall bench sipping tea with leisurely grace. Huangshi stood beside him, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. Upon learning Li Xiao had cleared the dungeon in 7.5 minutes, he lost the swagger he'd had upon arrival. All he wanted now was to slip away unnoticed while Chico wasn't looking, but he'd been caught red-handed. Thus, he was firmly tethered to Chico's side, waiting silently for Li Xiao's return. His set of spirit artifacts had long been stripped off by Chico and placed on the table, waiting to be returned only after he finished apologizing. Whoosh! The crimson light gate rippled. A faint smile touched Chico's lips. He's coming out. I wonder what level he's reached. After all this time, he should be around the 10th layer by now. It's tough. I think it's tough. After all, with my cultivation level, just making it past the 5th layer would be impressive. Makes sense. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Suddenly, the hall's announcement system crackled to life. Congratulations to Li Xiao for successfully clearing the 21st floor of the Inferno dungeon with an S rank rating. Congratulations to Li Xiao for successfully clearing the 21st floor of the Inferno dungeon with an S rank rating. Congratulations to Li Xiao for successfully clearing the 21st floor of the Inferno dungeon with an S rank rating. The system announcement rang out 3 times, reaching every ear in the hall. What? She actually cleared the Inferno dungeon? Is she really just an E rank student? And did you notice? The Inferno dungeon has a full 21 floors, one more than other dungeons. I wonder what's in that extra floor. An S rank? I can't even get an S rank in the basic dungeons. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Does anyone remember? Didn't she just awaken her talent yesterday? The murmurs died instantly at the end of that sentence. Yeah, she's an E rank student who never showed any talent before. She just awakened her ability yesterday, and now she's done something so earth-shattering. Could it be? All eyes shifted to Chiku, seated at the center of the arena. Chiku met their stares, bewildered by the sudden reverence. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? It wasn't him. We'd overthought it. He'd just gotten lucky, snagging such a prodigious disciple by chance. We'll see if we can poach Li Xiao later. Clearing a hell-level dungeon with only first-tier cultivation? A talent like that mustn't be wasted under Chica's guidance. Congratulations to student Li Xiao for defeating the Inferno dungeon boss. You are hereby rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. What? A treasure chest? I've never heard of dungeons dropping treasure chests. Quick, everyone, form a party and charge into Inferno difficulty. Go for it. She did it solo. With 4 of us, how could we possibly do worse? The news of loot chests ignited everyone's enthusiasm instantly. Ratings are just empty titles, chests are real, tangible rewards. Nothing beats the thrill of opening a treasure chest. Compared to everyone else's frenzy, Chica's inner delight was impossible to hide. Her lips curled so high she could hang a bottle on them. The reason was simple. The instant Vladimir fell, his system sounded again. Detected host's apprentice clearing the Inferno dungeon. Reward being returned. Reward returned successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Chapter 10, Rising to Prominence. Li Xiao, cleared level 21 in 1 hour 47 minutes. Talent, E grade. Realm, Tier 1, Stage 4. Evaluation, Masterful. Li Xiao stepped out of the light gate. On the ranking board at the entrance, the top spot in the Inferno difficulty category now bore his name. Gulp. Seeing the information on the leaderboard, everyone swallowed hard. Purgatory difficulty, cleared. Talent, E rank. Tier 1, level 4. 1 day of cultivation. Mastery. Each word alone was familiar, yet strung together like this, it felt utterly unbelievable. Huangshi, isn't it time you honored your bet? Could clearing the Inferno dungeon really be slower than you clearing a normal one? Besides, even when you clear a normal dungeon, you're not as fast as my disciple. Chiku ignored the astonished expressions around him, instead smiling cheerfully at the visibly uneasy Huangshi before him. Cold sweat poured down Huangshi's forehead. He kept his head bowed, unable to utter a single word. Apologizing was a minor matter, just a bit of lost face. But if he lost this great spirit artifact, his old man would probably break his legs. You win some, you lose some. With everyone watching, you're not going to back out now, are you? Seeing Huangshi's predicament, Chica had no intention of letting him off the hook. His father and son had bullied the original body relentlessly. Now that he had inherited that body and those memories, he would see to it that this grievance was properly avenged. As for what Huangshi would face after losing the artifact, that wasn't his concern. If you couldn't handle it, you shouldn't have made the bet in the first place. Whether his father would break his legs or worse afterward was entirely beyond his concern. Alright, I won't waste any more time on this. Apologize. If you don't, my fists aren't for show. Seeing Li Xiao already stepping out of the light gate, Chica lost all patience to continue this dispute. Sorry. Facing Chica's fists as big as sandbags, Huangshi decisively chose to suck up and play the wise guy. He knew the difference between dying now and dying later. He bent low, bowed deeply, and uttered a single "I'm sorry" to Li Xiao. Li Xiao didn't even glance at him, walking straight past. Get lost. Chica's indifferent voice echoed. Huangshi, hearing this, scrambled away from the training ground in a panic, terrified that another moment's delay would bring Chica's fist crashing down on him. Master, this is your disciple's gift to you. Li Xiao held the silver treasure chest with both hands and respectfully presented it to Chiku. Without him, forget about the Inferno dungeon, even ordinary dungeons would be excruciatingly difficult for me. Whether it was the bone marrow cleansing medicinal bath or the S-rank talent he bestowed upon me, each gift was nothing short of divine providence. Yet Master had given them to him without a second thought. Now, with this silver treasure chest, there was no better way to show his gratitude. Though he didn't know what it would yield, anything dropped by Vladimir's phantom couldn't be too shabby. Seeing Li Xiao present the silver treasure chest, Chica smiled faintly, signaling he needed none of it. Xiao, you should keep it. This is something you earned through your own hard work. Your master wouldn't dare accept it. Besides, take this. With the exam approaching, having extra tools is always beneficial. With that, Chica picked up the silk armor from the table and handed it to Li Xiao. Master, I can't accept this. Watching the two exchange polite refusals in the center of the room, the surrounding crowd seethed with frustration. If you won't take it, give it to me. I won't turn it down. This is pointless. I'm not watching anymore. I'll give myself a heart attack if I keep this up. Exactly. What's there to brag about? I'm so jealous, I'm really jealous. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have made my talent an E rank too. Under the murderous stares of those around him, Li Xiao could no longer refuse and reluctantly took back the treasure armor and chest. Oh, Xiao, there's one more thing I need you to handle. Master, speak freely. The headmaster just sent word for me to go to the supply office. There's a batch of resources still unclaimed. Run an errand for me, and I'll be back shortly. Alright, master. Take your time. Supply distribution center. No matter the time, the line for supplies was always long. It was only 10 in the morning, yet a long queue had already formed outside the door. Every teacher present was here to collect cultivation resources for their disciples. Li Xiao glanced at the queue with a sigh of resignation before obediently shouldering his backpack and joining the back of the line. Hey, isn't this Li Xiao, Master Chica's top disciple? I hear you won young Master Huangshi's treasure armor? I wonder if you're even worthy of carrying it. Hearing the voice behind him, Li Xiao sighed deeply. He had expected his master to seek help in claiming it, but who knew that help would arrive so quickly? With his master absent, he can only stall for time and play it by ear. Turning around, Li Xiao frowned, not seeing Huangshi's signature golden hair. Instead, he faced a man with a sharp, monkey-like face and a large black mole above his chin, faintly dotted with a few stray hairs. At first glance, he didn't look like a good person. You're here to take his place? The man behind him chuckled slyly. Hey, how could I be here to stand up for him? I'm here to settle things with you. Young Master Huangshi's treasure armor is a rare spiritual artifact. If you return it, that's fine, consider it a good deed. His tone shifted abruptly, and the faint smile on his face twisted into something terrifying. If you're so stubborn as to keep it for yourself, do you really think that useless teacher of yours can protect you? I can take him down without Director Huang lifting a finger. What if I refuse to hand it over? Then don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he transformed his fist into a palm strike, sending it hurtling straight toward Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He scrambled backward, only to collide squarely with the figure behind him. A muffled groan echoed from behind as Li Xiao's retreating momentum abruptly halted. The withered hand before him was now less than 10 centimeters away. The surge of chi formed a powerful wave that slammed toward Li Xiao's face, scattering his hair to dance wildly in the air. There was no time to dodge. Li Xiao could only twist his body sideways, hoping at least to avoid a fatal blow. Tianjun! How dare you! Shika's voice echoed from afar. His fourth-tier power erupted suddenly as he covered 3 steps in 2, charging straight into Tianjun's palm. Snap! Before anyone could react, a sharp crack of bone echoed through the air. Looking up, they saw Tianjun's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, locked against Shika's palm. Terrifying. When did sea great iron bone become so overwhelming? Oof. It wasn't the sea great iron bone that was terrifying, it was clear he had broken through to the 4th tier. Fighting a 3rd-tier opponent with 4th-tier strength was a piece of cake, wasn't it? What? He's reached the 4th tier? The words jolted everyone awake. The teachers distributing resources all turned their gaze toward Shiku in the arena. Full throttle, the aura of the 4th tier radiated unmistakably. Indeed. Complex expressions flashed across every face. The once useless teacher had now crossed the threshold into the 4th tier. How could we teachers, still stuck at the peak of tier 3, bear this? After saving Li Xiao and confirming she was unharmed, Shika shielded her behind him, his gaze coldly fixed on Tianjun, who was still wailing in pain. Tianjun, we have no grudges from the past, nor any recent enmity. Why did you attack my disciple? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Oomph, Shiku. You used underhanded tactics to swindle students out of their spirit artifacts. I'm merely doing the world a favor. Tianjun clutched his injured wrist with an ice pack while jabbing his finger at Shika's nose. So your upholding justice means robbery? If I hadn't arrived in time, would my disciple have become a victim of your violence? Answer me. Look me in the eyes and tell me. Why? Shika's aura grew more formidable with each word, yet Tianjun remained as unflinching as a dead pig fearing no boiling water. Looks like you won't learn who to mess with and who not to mess with until you get your ass kicked. Chapter 11, Eat, Steal, and Strut Away. Smack! The sound of flesh colliding echoed again and again. Amidst it all came the man's agonized cries. Shiku! You can't do this to me! Ah! People covered their eyes, unwilling to witness such a brutal scene, yet curiosity got the better of them. They quietly opened a small gap in their hands to peek at the situation outside. Smack! You bullied my disciple. This is your lesson. Shika shook his numb arm and spat at Tianjun, who lay sprawled on the ground. Tianjun's face was swollen high, bearing a vivid red handprint clearer than a pork stamp. Not only his cheeks, but his naturally narrow eyes were now squeezed into slits by the swollen flesh on either side. His entire face was contorted, his jaw visibly trembling as he endured pain beyond what most could bear. Put! A strange sound echoed as blood seeped from the corner of Tianjun's mouth. He opened wide and spat out several teeth, streaked with blood. Whoa, that's brutal. I never believed the rumors that Chico could fight director Huang to a standstill before, but now I do. Terrifying. Just for trying to lay a hand on his apprentice, he ended up like this. Can't even imagine what would happen if you crossed him personally. But credit where credit's due, he treats his disciple well. As for Tianjun. Sigh. Why provoke this demon incarnate? Did you really think he was still the useless he used to be? Ding. Host rescued damsel in distress. Li Xiao's favorability +5. TSK, only 5 points? I was hoping to get another lottery ticket today. Pouting slightly, Shika didn't dwell on it. Oh, right, one more thing. Shika slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering something, then turned and headed toward the supply office. Teachers waiting in line parted like the Red Sea, afraid to cross this untouchable force. Their gazes held both fear and reverence. Teacher Chi, is there anything you need? I can process it for you right away. The supply room attendant's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression now far more enthusiastic than before, his tone brimming with respect. Indeed, power speaks louder than words. Shika gave a self-deprecating chuckle and said, I still have some resources to claim. I came today to collect them. Certainly, I'll process them immediately. Also, haven't you collected Teacher Tian's resources yet? He's injured and asked me to collect them for him earlier when we spoke. The room fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Many couldn't help but twitch their lips. Helping someone collect teaching resources? You're quite the helpful one. If we hadn't witnessed the whole thing, we might have actually bought your story. Injured? Don't you have any idea how he got hurt? How can someone be so shameless? Teacher Chi, this isn't following the rules. The supply manager looked troubled, his eyes darting toward Tianjun, who was struggling to speak up behind him. Ha! Shika's gaze sharpened as he swept a glance at the administrator. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the administrator's forehead as his heart began pounding uncontrollably. No problem. These are Teacher Tian's teaching resources for this month. Take them. Sensing the faint aura of menace emanating from Chico, the administrator hastily packed the materials into a bag. Shouldering the backpack clearly several times heavier than his own, Chico grinned. Then I'll thank Teacher Tian for you. Shower, let's go. With that, he turned and walked away. Under everyone's astonished stares, he strode past Tianjun with effortless ease. What the hell just happened? In the principal's office, Tianjun stood before Huangyan with both cheeks swollen. The sparrow's nest eats, the wild sacrificial rites are performed, and now it's my turn to be the sacrificial rite again. As he spoke, Tianjun's mouth twitched uncontrollably and he sucked in a sharp breath. The pain made him hiss softly, unable to speak clearly. Huangyan saw his pitiful state and tried to suppress his laughter. Alright, I got it. I'll handle it immediately. You go to the infirmary to get bandaged up first. We'll go together later. Director Hao. Tianjun nodded, silently cursing Chico in his mind. That bastard really hit hard. He didn't even hit your apprentice for real, yet he beat me up like this. Damn it! Whenever this thought surfaced, his eyes filled with hatred. Ha! The door had barely closed when a deafening burst of laughter erupted from inside. Opening the door, there sat Huangyan, sitting upright at his desk, watching him with curiosity. Teacher Tian, is there anything else? No, thank you, Principal. As he closed the door again, the familiar laughter erupted once more, this time even louder, punctuated by what sounded like someone banging on the desk. He opened the door again. A hint of irritation flashed across Huangyan's face. Teacher Tian, I hope you do have something to discuss. Didn't I say I'd accompany you shortly? Sorry, Director. The door closed. The familiar laughter drifted out. Tianjun didn't dare open the door to check again. He gritted his teeth and headed toward the infirmary. Back at the apartment, Chico dumped the contents of his backpack onto the floor. Holy crap, 20 training room passes and 20 bottles of Tier 1 primordial energy potion. That old bastard Tianjun is loaded. How'd he manage to claim so many resources? Combined with what he'd collected last time and this time, that made a total of 28 cards. After counting them all, Chica stuffed them into a large travel bag and handed it to Li Xiao. Here. I won't need these. They're all yours. Train hard. If you get thirsty, just pop a bottle of energy potion. At the very least, 1 bottle a day this month is doable. Saying that out loud would practically drive others mad. While other disciples toiled for a month just to get 1 bottle of primal energy potion, he was treating it like a daily drink. And 1 bottle a day. Hearing this would drive anyone mad. Li Xiao nodded, unfazed by his master's tactics, and accepted the resources. As for whether it was appropriate or not, Li Xiao never gave it a second thought. Everything was determined by strength. If he could win first place in the mock exam a month later, even if he snatched resources from other teachers or even raided the supply depot, the principal wouldn't bat an eye. Everything hinged on strength, and resources were the key to enhancing that strength. Master, I'll go train now. Li Xiao placed his backpack in the bedroom, took out a card and a bottle of potion, and packed them into his small bag. Remember to balance work and rest. Don't overdo it. After seeing Li Xiao off, Chico exhaled deeply, slowly sinking onto the sofa to clear her mind. However, just as Chico relaxed and reached into the system space to retrieve his golden treasure chest to open it, a commotion erupted outside the apartment door. Footsteps and voices rose and fell in succession. Clang! The already aged front door instantly fell off its hinges, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, a loud, arrogant voice boomed out, though it carried a certain comical quality. Hey! Come out! Chapter 12, Huangyan's Double Standards. Boom! The apartment door instantly came loose, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chica narrowed his eyes, sitting quietly on the sofa watching their performance. Truthfully, even before the intruders kicked the door, Chica had sensed their movements. After reaching the 4th tier, not only had his innate talents evolved, but his senses had also been enhanced to varying degrees. Especially after undergoing the bone marrow cleansing ritual, his sensory enhancements became even more pronounced. Shiku, so you are here after all. Return my resources immediately. The man's face was swathed in layer upon layer of gauze, thicker than a mummy's bandages. Were it not for the teacher's ID badge still hanging from his chest, no one would have recognized him. Seeing his comical appearance, Chico couldn't help but burst out laughing. You have the nerve to laugh. I look like this because of you. Tianjun's face instantly flushed crimson, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No, I wasn't laughing. Chico covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. You were definitely laughing. No, I've had professional training. I don't usually laugh. Chica fought back her laughter, lifting her head once more to lock eyes with his small gaze hidden beneath the bandages. Ha! Chica's defenses crumbled once more, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Sorry, I just couldn't help it, ha! Wiping away tears, Chica laughed as she apologized, though her apology sounded utterly insincere. Chiku! The teacher from the resource center said you took my resources. Give them back. Resources? What resources? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tianjun was flabbergasted. How could someone be so shameless? The teachers here all saw it. You're not going to deny it, are you? His tone grew increasingly heated. If you don't give them back, then I'll. What will you do? Are you going to spar with me again? Chica's gaze swept over the face he had just covered. He raised both hands above his head, performing stretching exercises. He looked poised and ready to strike. With his 4th-tier strength, beating a 3rd-tier peak weakling like him would be a piece of cake. What do you want? Tianjun's imposing aura vanished instantly. His entire body reflexively retreated half a step, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Though he didn't know what had happened to Chico, he understood he was no match for him now. Yet, a glint of determination flashed in the small eyes hidden beneath the bandages. If I can't deal with you, someone else surely can. So, you're not planning to return this month's resources to me? I never took anything, so what am I supposed to return? Chico remained stubbornly defiant, refusing to admit he'd taken his resources. But everyone saw it. Tianjun was astonished. Why wasn't he playing by the usual script? Shouldn't he be mocking me relentlessly right now and admitting he took the resources? If he won't admit it, what am I supposed to do? Everyone? Who saw it? Have him come over to testify. I'll talk to him myself. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles loudly. They all saw it. Tianjun turned his head toward the doorway. The teachers gathered outside to watch the commotion instantly dispersed. Teacher Tian, don't make false accusations. I was teaching in the classroom all day. I never went to the resource center. I did go, but you hadn't arrived yet when I left, and I didn't see him either. Yeah, me neither. You little bastard, trying to get us killed? That's the guy who beat you to a pulp. If you want to die, I won't stop you, just don't drag me into it. I've no desire to become a pig's head. With that, the group turned and walked away. Tianjun panicked and grabbed the teacher closest to the door. Old Li, you were right there, didn't you see? Oh? Did Teacher Li see that? Seeing Chica's restless hands, the teacher called Old Li cursed under his breath. I had sand in my eyes at the time. I didn't see a thing. Old Li, you can't do this. I was the one who bought you drinks the other day, and now you're being a total bastard. Hearing this, Old Li quickened his pace. A few bucks for drinks? Getting beaten to a pulp? That's no bargain. What? You've got something to say? Chica watched him with a mocking expression. So this is the perk of having real power? Recalling how his former self had been bullied by them, he now felt his breath flow freely, his entire being relaxed. Director Huang, you've watched long enough. It's time to step in and deal with this thug. As the words fell, Wang Yan's figure appeared at the entrance of Chica's apartment. Chi-ku. As an educator, you assaulted a colleague in broad daylight to seize resources. Your actions are no different from those of a bandit. Hand over Teacher Tian's teaching materials immediately. And write a 10,000-word self-criticism, apologize to Teacher Tian, and we'll let this slide. You don't want the whole school to find out, do you? Seeing the visitor, a cold smile flashed across Chica's face. Well done, Wang Yan. When Tianjun stole my resources earlier, you turned a blind eye. I sought you out multiple times, but you kept brushing me off with excuses about investigations in progress. But now? Less than a morning later, you're coming after me? Could your double standards be any more blatant? Wang Yan's expression turned icy. Accustomed to his lofty position, Chica's repeated taunts finally pushed him over the edge. Even clay figures have their breaking point. Especially for a director like him. I'll say it again, are you handing over the stolen resources or not? Chico nodded and said. I can hand them over. Wang Yan's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, the delight in Tianjun's eyes was impossible to hide. But, Chica changed the subject abruptly. You must first have Teacher Tianjun return my previous resources to me before I can return the current ones to him. Before either could respond, Chica began tallying the debt, listing every resource Tianjun had taken each month with meticulous precision. Deducting this month's resources, you've still taken 14 months' worth from me. At the market price of 7,000 dragon coins per bottle of original energy potion, that alone amounts to 240,000 dragon coins you owe me. Add in all the miscellaneous resources like cultivation cards and whatnot. I won't beat around the bush, I'll give you a discount and round it up. 30,000 it is. Chica wore an expression of sheer agony, as if he'd suffered some catastrophic financial loss. Listening to his calculations, Tianjun nearly jumped 3 feet in the air, his speech suddenly becoming much more crisp. Chi-ku. 30,000 dragon coins? You might as well be robbing me. Tianjun's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. He knew exactly how much he'd extorted himself, barely scraping together 100,000, let alone this absurd 300,000. More predatory than any loan shark. Huang watched Chica quietly, her expression suddenly darkening. He hadn't expected Chica to become such a thorn in his side. After a moment of silence, she fixed Chica with a piercing gaze, her resolve hardening as she spoke coldly. Let's keep things separate. The past is the past. For now, return Teacher Tian's resources to him. Do you agree? I disagree. Shika shook her head like a rattle drum. If you won't take the wine offered, you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Looks like I'll have to show you who's boss. Boom. His fourth tier peak strength erupted fully, a fist hurtling straight toward Shika's face. Chapter 13, 300,000 dragon coins. Your fourth tier too? Watching the punch effortlessly parried, Huang Yan's expression twisted in agony. Shika shook her head, neither confirming nor denying. Huang Yan, having missed his strike, had no intention of attacking again. Tianjun saw this and grew anxious. Director Huang, you have to stand up for me. Shiku is clearly robbing me 300,000 dragon coins. You deal in resources every day, don't you know how expensive that is? Shut up. Huang Yan's face darkened as he shot Tianjun a fierce glare. Realizing his mistake, Tianjun fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Trading resources? Does that include mine? Shika stared at Huang Yan with a mocking expression. Who would have thought the esteemed principal of First High would abuse his power for personal gain? Can you imagine what people would say if this got out? Well then, if Teacher Tian can't repay his 300,000 dragon coins, surely you can afford it. If you choose to pay it for him, I wouldn't object. Daydreaming. He owes you, why should I pay? Huang Yan's words spilled out in a rush of emotion. Oh? He owes me. Shika's smile widened as he turned to look at Tianjun, wrapped like a mummy. Did you hear that, Tianjun? Director Huang just said it's your debt to me, and you have to pay it yourself. Though his expression beneath the bandages was obscured, Shika knew without a doubt that it couldn't be pleasant. The slight tremor in his hands alone showed his unease. Shiku, I'll fight you to the death. Stop. A sharp command echoed as a figure materialized in the apartment at breakneck speed. Seeing who it was, Shika's smile grew even broader, nearly bursting into laughter. The principal wouldn't miss a single chance to suppress Huang Yan. He knew full well that he couldn't make them pay compensation on his own. That's why, before Tianjun kicked down the door, he'd sent word to the principal, instructing him to strike at the opportune moment. And now, reinforcements had arrived at the perfect moment. With the principal here, Huang Yan could barely save himself, let alone worry about you, his dead weight. What happened? The principal frowned slightly, surveying the apartment's utter chaos as he asked. Principal, you have to stand up for me. Shika let out a wail and began her lament. Teacher Tianjun abuses his power, snatching my cultivation resources every other day. Director Huang's investigation has dragged on with no results. This morning, he even tried to seize my apprentice's silver treasure chest and laid hands on her. I merely returned the favor, yet they stormed in to confront me, kicking open my apartment door. Moreover, Director Huang and I had already made it clear, as long as Teacher Tianjun returned the resources he previously seized equivalent to 310,000 dragon coins, we would return his resources. They refused and even tried to beat me. Principal, you must stand up for me. Hearing this, the principal couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 31,000 dragon coins? You're quite the greedy little bastard. What kind of trash resources could possibly fetch 310,000 dragon coins? And you call that bullying? I'd say you're the one bullying others, wouldn't you? He thought this inwardly, but couldn't voice it aloud. Shiku was now on the same side as him. To keep his position as principal, Shiku was an indispensable ally. His strength was formidable, and his disciples' abilities were no less extraordinary, capable of clearing the Inferno dungeon. Others might not know, but how could the principal be unaware? The 21st floor holds a second-tier phantom of an 8th-tier psychic beast. Soloed. A talent like this must be kept within his own school. Before he could speak, a sharp voice rang out again. 31,000? When did another 10,000 appear? Shika pursed his lips. Everyone turned to look in the direction he indicated. The apartment door lay quietly on the ground. You're charging 10,000 for this crappy door? You might as well be robbing people. Exactly, Shiku, you've gone too far. What kind of door could possibly be worth 10,000 yuan? Tianjun's eyes lit up with hope when he heard the principal speak up for him. I'll make the call. Teacher Tian doesn't need to repay this 10,000. Just the 300,000. The smile on Tianjun's face froze, inch by inch. He almost reached up to scratch his ear, trying to confirm if his hearing had failed him. Ah. So my accusation backfired, and now I'm actually losing 300,000 dragon coins? Unreliable. Tianjun's pleading gaze shifted back to Huang Yan. Huang Yan clenched his teeth, his voice clearly displeased. Principal Jiang, I find this handling highly inappropriate. These two matters cannot be conflated. Shika's claims remain entirely unverified and require further investigation. Oh? Director Huang has objections to my handling of this? The principal's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on him. How about this? I'll summon the Education Bureau leadership to conduct a thorough investigation. Let's uncover who's misappropriating resources from our teachers and ensure justice is served. What do you say? At the mention of the Education Bureau, Huang Yan's expression instantly changed. Not for any other reason, but simply because of that particular official's fiery temper. If this matter reached him, forget about Tianjun, even Huang Yan himself wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed. After a moment's thought, Guanyin gave an awkward smile and said, "No, I think Principal Zhang's handling of this is perfectly fine. Let's proceed this way." Boom! Huanyin's words exploded like a thunderclap in Tianjun's ears. "Director Huang! You can't take that back. Shut up. When I tell you to pay up, you pay up, no questions asked." Huangyin glared at him fiercely. "That settles it." Tianjun's mouth opened, but no words came out. His monthly salary was only 10,000 dragon coins. Even with the extra income from parents, it barely reached 15,000 at most. After deducting expenses for cultivation and daily living, he barely had anything left. Over the years, he'd barely saved anything. Asking him to pay 30,000 was like demanding his life. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through Tianjun's mind and an idea rapidly formed. "Huangyin, you still have that bet with Chiku. If you can have it, why can't I?" The thought took root and rapidly amplified within his mind, eventually consuming his entire consciousness. The next moment, Tianjun snapped his head up, fixing Chiku with an intense stare. "Chiku, you dare take me on in a bet? The stakes are these 300,000 dragon coins. What do you say?" Chiku sneered coldly. "No bet. This 300,000 dragon coins is mine anyway. Why would I gamble?" Tianjun's expression froze. Why isn't he playing by the rules? Frustration made him blurt out, "Let's wager on our rankings in the mock exams a month from now. If you place higher than me in your class, I'll honor the bet. Not only will I pay you the 300,000, but I'll also apologize to you publicly. What do you say?" "No bet." Chiku shook his head again. "Do you think your apology is worth anything?" "Me?" Tianjun was dumbfounded. He thought Chiku accepting the wager would let him dodge paying the 300,000 dragon coins. But who would have thought Chiku wouldn't take the bait at all? 40,000 dragon coins, plus a set of spirit artifacts. "Then I'll take your bet." Tianjun gritted his teeth. "Fine. 40,000 it is. A set of spirit artifacts is acceptable. I accept the wager." Though he had no clue how Chiku had achieved such a sudden surge in strength, his disciple was a genuine E-rank talent. Even if he was a combat prodigy, he was still just one person. The mock exam consists of both individual and team-based components. If you can't beat them one by one, can't you beat them 3 against 1? We're guaranteed to win. Chapter 14, Tianjun's Empty Promises. Very well. Then this old man and Director Huan will serve as witnesses. The results will speak for themselves when the mock exam arrives. The principal chuckled as he sealed the deal, leaving no room for further argument before leading the two men away. Before leaving, he even called a door repairman to fix Chiku's door. Phew, finally over. Let me see what's inside this golden treasure chest. Chiku rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His hands gently rested on the chest's latches, his eyes fixed intently on the joint where the lid met the body. Swish! A dazzling golden light flared. A pair of gauntlets materialized before his eyes. Breaker gauntlets. Medium-grade spirit artifact. Skill, Breaker. Each of your normal attacks gains a 50% damage boost. The heavier the opponent's injuries, the greater the bonus, up to a maximum of 100%. Second skill, Battle Will. Attack speed gradually increases the longer you remain in combat, up to a maximum of 40%. Holy crap! These skills are insane. The moment Chiku saw the skills, he couldn't hold back his grin. Truly worthy of a prize from a golden treasure chest, a mid-tier spirit artifact right off the bat. Moreover, for someone with iron will and invincible flesh like him, he was precisely in need of a reliable weapon. The appearance of the breaker gauntlets perfectly addressed his weakness. Sliding the gauntlets onto his hands and feeling their enhancements, Chiku's face broke into a faint smile. If he encountered Tianjun again now, Chiku would dare to shout just like his former master Yi had done in his previous life. "I'll take on 10 of them." The next day, as dawn broke, a new day began amidst the crowing of roosters. At Jianqing First High School, Class 6 of Senior 3 was holding an unconventional motivational meeting. 10 disciples crowded into the apartment's living room, facing none other than teacher Tianjun, the very man who had bet against Chiku yesterday. Tianjun's face was ashen, his cold eyes sweeping over each disciple. Yet his head remained swathed in bandages, robbing him of his usual authority and lending him an unexpectedly comical air. Snort! Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Like a contagion spreading, all 10 heads dropped simultaneously. They clapped their hands over their mouths, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Was it really that funny? No, it wasn't funny. The disciples quickly suppressed their laughter, adopting stern expressions, but their wildly twitching mouths gave them away. Snort! Another stifled chuckle broke through, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, and the disciples erupted into thunderous laughter. "Ha, master, don't blame us. We usually don't laugh unless we can't help it." Hearing their explanation, Tianjun's face darkened further. Those words stirred up unpleasant memories. "Have you finished laughing? Once you're done, I have an announcement. To prevent slackness in your cultivation, from now on, our class's resources will be prioritized for the top 3. As for the bottom 7, your resources will gradually decrease. If you're 10th, you naturally won't receive any resources. The laughter abruptly ceased the moment the words left his mouth. Master, those 3 all possess B-tier talent. How can we possibly compete with them? Why not? Diligence compensates for lack of talent. If he practices for an hour and you practice for 2 hours despite your weaker talent, won't you eventually catch up? Besides, without pressure, how can you progress? Only through competition can your motivation be heightened. Keep pushing, I believe in you. If you can match the cultivation speed of the top 3, you'll naturally receive equal rewards. Tianjun feigned disappointment, rallying them with empty promises, even painting an unrealistic picture of future rewards. Come on, why are geniuses called geniuses? Precisely because they possess superior talent and level up faster than others. As for these ordinary disciples? Tianjun gave a cold chuckle. Painting a rosy picture was enough. If resources were available, sharing a bit with them wouldn't be impossible. But right now, every resource came out of his own pocket. Tianjun wasn't about to waste money on them. If not for the top 3 spots affecting the subsequent wager, Tianjun wouldn't have given them any resources at all. They weren't as talented as us to begin with, and now we don't even have resources. The gap will only widen. Teacher Tian, this method is unfair. Exactly. It's so unfair. We're all here for the college entrance exam, but now we don't even get resources. How are we supposed to handle the exam later? This is blatant favoritism. The students grumbled in unison, but Tianjun remained unmoved. Your college entrance exams are none of my business. Right now, he couldn't afford to lose the 40,000 dragon coins and a set of spirit artifacts. As for his reputation. Reputation? How could it possibly outweigh 40,000 dragon coins? Quick, swallow it. Hurry up, just one more gulp. Ugh, master, slow down. I really can't swallow anymore. It's stuck in my throat. Don't waste it, it's pure essence. This is what master worked so hard to obtain. It wasn't easy to get. Unlike Tianjun's classroom, Chica's classroom radiated a harmonious and blissful atmosphere. Chica sat cross-legged on the sofa, the table before her laden with Tier 1 primordial energy potions. Li Xiao sat across from her, still holding a half-empty bottle of potion, letting out a slow burp. Having come from her previous life, she had never indulged in primal energy potions so extravagantly. Even first Tier 1 she'd never indulged like this in her past life. Sigh, your appetite's just too small. Why don't you just carry it on your back then? With that, she packed the remaining potions back into her bag and tossed it directly to Li Xiao. Master, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Li Xiao caught the bag, glancing sideways at its contents, a heaping load of energy potions and over 20 training room cards all tossed to him without a second thought. She hastily waved her hands, signaling her refusal. She knew full well that many instructors sold these potions at exorbitant prices to frontline soldiers, and everyone turned a blind eye. In her previous life, she had bought primal energy potions from several instructors. She clearly remembered that on the battlefields back then, a single bottle of primal energy potion sold for a whopping 5,000 dragon coins. This entire package, setting aside the training room cards and nourishing herbs, contained over 20 bottles of energy potions alone, worth a staggering 100,000 dragon coins. Consider this, a teacher's monthly salary barely reached 5,000 dragon coins. This was a considerable fortune. Take what you're given. Focus on your cultivation, that matters more than anything. Just work hard and prove yourself in the mock exams to make your master proud. Chica smiled faintly, giving her an affirming look. But there was one thing he didn't say aloud. As long as you work hard enough, your master can ride your coattails. As long as you break through enough realms, my cultivation will rise alongside yours. Then, after the mock exam, you take the resources, I take the winnings. Master and disciple together will grow stronger and greater, creating new glory. Chapter 15, Me? Giving up? Jiangcheng First High School. At the crack of dawn, the sound of footsteps pounding the pavement echoed from the apartment complex below. 1, 2, 3, 4. No effort today means heartbreak tomorrow on the college entrance exam. Class 3, Tigers descending the mountain. In just 2 days, every class had fallen into step, all for the sake of excelling on the college entrance exams 3 months hence. The 100 days countdown banners had long been hung on the most prominent walls of every dormitory. Of course, talking about the college entrance exam now seems a bit premature. The most pressing concern right now is the mock exam in a month. Rumor has it the principal has even prepared special rewards for the top performers in the mock exam. Moreover, the overall rankings would influence resource allocations for the following month. This isn't merely a symbol of honor, it's directly tied to personal interests. Every teacher in the college prep classes has seamlessly transitioned into full-time test prep mode. What? Your class starts at 8? Then mine will start at 7. What? The neighboring class has extra sessions? No way, we need that too. Add an evening study session after school. Morning drills? At 6 a.m.? Ours start at 5. What? You guys pack lunch to eat back in class? Then we're canceling lunch breaks, all that time goes to training. Roll them over. Each college entrance exam class is like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique skills. Each is striving with all their might for the resources in January and the college entrance exams in March. Only one class stood apart from the rest. At 10 o'clock, the sun was already high in the sky. Chika slowly climbed out of bed. She washed up, ate breakfast. In the afternoon, she practiced her cultivation for a token session before heading out for a stroll. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. By the end of the week, the teachers were all listless, with heavy dark circles hanging over their eyes. Chika, however, looked radiant, his face as smooth and glossy as if coated in wax. At first, no one paid much attention, but secrets can't stay hidden forever. Such unusual behavior quickly spread through the teachers' group. Whether in the cafeteria, the dorms, or the study rooms, discussions about Chika were everywhere. You guys know what happened after my second class that morning? I went out for a walk to clear my head, and guess what I saw? Chika had just gotten out of bed, looking all sleepy-eyed. Big deal. I went to the cafeteria to get food for my students and saw Chiku already finished eating and getting ready to head back. By 9 at night, all the lights in Chika's dorm building were out. If I didn't know which building he lived in, I'd think it was abandoned. Even if he took on an E-rank disciple, he shouldn't be so self-destructive, right? But honestly, you can't blame him. That E-rank disciple has quite the temper too. I've never seen her in the apartment building, the only place I've ever spotted her is in the cafeteria. Didn't Chiku have a bet with teacher Tian and director Huang? Could he possibly win this way? I thought breaking through to the 4th tier might give him a fighting chance, but looks like he's still useless, a complete failure. Just wait and see Chiku get humiliated. Though everyone knew different details, the outcome was the same. Chiku and Li Xiao have already thrown in the towel. With the wagers against Huangyan and Tianjun, his defeat is inevitable. Human nature craves gossip, especially when it involves someone like Chiku who practically comes with controversy attached. This news spread faster and farther than anything else. Within a single day, the entire school was abuzz with the news. Inside the pressure training room, feeling the air pressure several times greater than normal, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Li Xiao's face, and his lips were bitten until they bled. Crack! A crackling sound of electricity filled the air as a massive spherical lightning bolt materialized in her palm. Phew! Finally succeeded. A first-tier body is still too fragile. It took so long to learn even a single A-rank skill. This thought made her marvel even more at Chika's masterful methods. That a great skill book had merely been opened once, instantly transforming into a golden light that surged into her mind. It instantly elevated the skill to its pinnacle stage. Even at the 9th tier Emperor realm, Li Xiao had never witnessed such divine mastery. Could it be that Master is an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, descended to save humanity? The more Li Xiao pondered this, the more convinced he became. How else could such miraculous feats be explained? Cultivate. Cultivate. He absolutely must not disappoint his master. Ding! Your disciple Li Xiao has broken through to stage 6 of tier 1, triggering a 2x return bonus. Ding! Your disciple Li Xiao has broken through to the 8th tier of the first stage, triggering triple return. In the apartment building, Chika spent each day amidst these notification chimes. Starting from tier 3, he had now broken through to tier 8. This left Chika scratching his head. Could S-tier talent really progress this swiftly? Her original C-tier talent wasn't exceptional, but it wasn't far off from the average person's either. It had taken him over a year to progress from awakening to stage 1, level 8. Breaking through to tier 2 took another 2 years. Could it be that the original body really was a cultivation failure? Pushing those thoughts aside, Chika deftly unlocked his phone, eager to see what interesting events had unfolded today. But the moment he opened it, a familiar headline caught his eye. Useless slacker, even at 4th tier, still a worthless mess. Great, getting dragged into this out of nowhere? I'll see what you lot have to say about this. She clicked in eagerly, only to exit with a sigh of disappointment. Slacking off? Where exactly did I slack off? I just woke up a bit later, ate a bit earlier, had a bit more free time, and got out of class a bit sooner. Oh, right, I guess I haven't actually taught any classes. Besides that, how am I not a good teacher? Just tell me, has my strength improved? Has my disciple's strength improved? Not only has my disciple reached stage 1, level 8, but I myself have already touched the threshold of stage 4, level 1. Don't underestimate this tiny step. Keep in mind, the principal of a middle school is only at the peak of tier 4. If he had to grind through this tiny step on his own, he might waste a year or two without breaking through. As everyone knows, the first 3 tiers progress rapidly, but upon reaching tier 4, the pace slows dramatically. After that, the difficulty of advancing each tier increases exponentially. Having only broken through to the 4th tier a few days ago, Chiku was already nearing the first level of the 4th tier. Such rapid progress would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes if others learned of it. As for those trivial remarks, Chika paid them no mind whatsoever. His original reputation had already hit rock bottom, it couldn't sink much lower. As the day drew nearer, the intensity in the college prep classes only grew. Some students were so driven that lights in the apartment building still burned at 2 or 3 in the morning. Only Chica's apartment remained unchanged, lights dimming punctually at 9 every evening. Chica sat cross-legged on the large bed, eyes closed, practicing the cultivation method of the original body. This technique was commonplace, primarily serving to calm the mind and solidify foundational cultivation. It wasn't that he particularly wanted to practice, but his recent rapid power growth had left him feeling unstable, unable to fully harness his abilities. Phew, finally done. Feeling the power surge within him, Chica couldn't help but marvel. The first tier of the 4th stage was equivalent to 2 tiers of the 3rd stage. No wonder 3rd tier practitioners were utterly helpless against 4th tier opponents. Even those at the peak of 3rd tier couldn't stand a chance. People's misfortunes never align. He never imagined he'd one day voluntarily cultivate because his strength had grown too rapidly. After over an hour of cultivation, he decided to rest. Before he could lie down, that dreadful mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Chapter 16, Hundredfold Return. Ding! Host's disciple has broken through to Tier 1, Level 9, triggering a 100x return. What? A hundredfold. Before Chico could even process it, the aura that had just stabilized surged once more. Boom! A colossal surge of energy instantly flooded Chica's limbs and bones, washing through his meridians. His meridians widened and expanded at an astonishing speed. The energy, once as docile as a lamb, surged violently once more, leaving him breathless. Ugh! The pain from the expanding meridians filled his chest. Clenching his jaw, Chica fought to stifle a cry. The pain was real, but the enhancement it brought was immediate. 4th tier, 1st level. The colossal energy, having shattered the shackles of the 1st tier, showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it surged forward with overwhelming force toward the 2nd tier. Snap! Chica felt as if some internal restraint had snapped open within his body, unleashing another surge of frenzied energy. 4th tier, 2nd layer. Only upon reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd tier did this raging energy finally subside. Seconds later, everything returned to stillness, as if nothing had ever happened. Chica clutched his chest, gasping for breath. A hundredfold return is a bit too intense. The energy surging through his meridians remained in a frenzied state, though the aura around his body had stabilized. Though Li Xiao's breakthrough to the 9th tier of the 1st stage was within his expectations, judging by the timeline, it seemed to have happened just within the past few days. But who would have thought that while returns are usually 3 or 4 times the investment, this time it returned a full 100 times the amount. Instantly, he became one of the few standout teachers. Most teachers were still hovering at the peak of the 3rd tier, while only the instructors of the top 3 college entrance exam classes had reached the 4th tier. Now, having broken through to Tier 4, Level 2, only the teacher of Class 1 was visibly a minor tier above him. Yet he was merely a Level 2 teacher, the lowest of the low. The Class 1 teacher, a Tier 3 instructor, was qualified to teach at a university. He remained at Zhengchun First High solely to repay his alma mater. A single breakthrough had propelled him to the level of an outstanding teacher. Such terrifying speed of advancement even made him feel a bit afraid. But Chica quickly pushed that fear aside. I've worked so hard at cultivation and teaching apprentices, isn't it only natural for me to level up faster? Why waste energy on self-doubt? Rejecting self-sabotage starts with me. The next day. Before dawn, Chica, who had cultivated all night, was jolted awake by urgent knocking. Who is it? Disturbing someone's sleep this early in the morning? Utterly lacking in decency. Opening the door, he found Li Xiao standing at the bedroom entrance, looking at him with a bright and energetic expression. Ha! Why didn't you go practice today? Li Xiao shot her master a look and set down her backpack. Master, you've given me so many great things, but is this hands-off approach really the best? I really didn't mean to bother you, but you used up all my 28-day training passes. With that, Li Xiao plopped down on the sofa, pulled a bottle of energy potion from his bag, and downed it in one gulp. After downing the entire bottle, Li Xiao's aura showed not a single ripple. See? Even the energy potions are useless now. Chica stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought, but in reality, he cast a scrying spell on Li Xiao. Name, Li Xiao. Profession, Beast Master. Realm, Tier 1, Level 9. Talents, Summoning E rank, Spirit of the Beast Clan S rank. Status, Delighted. Training recommendation, excess residual energy from Primal Energy Potion. Physical constitution is slightly low. Urgently requires enhanced training to assimilate potion energy. Affinity, 60. Ha! An additional cultivation suggestion? Upon reading the training suggestion, Chica stole a glance at Li Xiao's slender frame. She silently acknowledged the system's training advice. Indeed, physical conditioning must be strengthened, otherwise, the child would suffer hunger later. Since you claim the original energy potion is useless, then this master will tailor a cultivation plan just for you to help you burn off that residual energy lingering within your body. As he spoke, Chica flashed a peculiar smile that startled Li Xiao. What kind of plan has my master prepared for me? A physical conditioning program. At this news, the smile froze on Li Xiao's face. Though she knew physical fitness was her weak point, she had absolutely no desire to undergo this kind of training right now. Couldn't she compensate for this physical weakness in other ways after returning through time? The grueling physical training she endured in the military camp had become a shadow haunting both her past and present lives. No way! While Li Xiao was still fretting over the physical training, in the classroom of Senior 3 Class 6, Tianjun stood in the center of the classroom, observing the 20 disciples training below him. Unconsciously, Chica's irritating face kept surfacing in his mind. Though his face had returned to normal, the psychological trauma remained completely unhealed. Every night, he dreamed of beating Chiku, his dreams becoming so obsessive they bordered on neurosis. If he hadn't been outmatched, Tianjun would have sought revenge long ago. Come the mock exams, he vowed, I'll wipe the floor with you. I've got 3 C-rank disciples under me, while you're just a worthless E-rank loser. What gives you the right to challenge me? And you dare make a bet with me? I'll make sure you lose so badly you'll never recover. Tianjun's face twisted with rage. Boom! A staggering aura erupted within the classroom. Tianjun lifted his head, following the source of the energy. There stood Lui Feng, clad in cultivation attire, a crooked smile on his face. His fists clenched tightly, his voice brimming with unhidden excitement. Master, I've broken through to the 5th level of the first stage. As a collateral descendant of the Lu family, he had access to more resources than others from a young age. This allowed him to awaken a C-grade talent during the talent awakening ceremony. Under normal training conditions, breaking through to the 3rd tier within a month would already be considered a commendable achievement. But Tianjun, determined to win the competition against Chikou, had poured the entire class's resources into intensively training the 3 of them. This allowed him to break through to Tier 1, Level 5 in less than a month. His confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. He felt he could even take on a B-rank student. Boom! Boom! 2 bursts of energy erupted once more, causing Tianjun to instinctively turn his head. The ones breaking through their realms were none other than the other 2 C-rank disciples. Master, I've broken through to the 4th level of the first tier. Master, I've also broken through to the 4th stage of the first tier. Though their cultivation levels fell slightly short of Lui Feng's, among C-tier disciples, they ranked among the top. Seeing the 3 disciples standing before him, Tianjun's pent-up frustration vanished instantly. If it weren't for the fact that the mock exam hadn't started yet, he would have rushed over to see Chica's astonished expression. And the look of disappointment on his face after losing the match. That would surely be a sight to behold. Ha! Tianjun's smile grew even more unrestrained, his entire body trembling with excitement. 1 at the 5th tier of the first stage, 2 at the 4th tier of the first stage. Chico, what do you have to compete with me? Chapter 17, just making some extra cash. As time dwindled day by day, the mock exam drew ever closer. The atmosphere in the top-tier college prep classes grew increasingly tense, with friction erupting between students across different classes. Today, students from Class 5 and Class 3 got into a fight. Tomorrow, Class 6 and Class 7 won't see eye to eye and will head to the arena for a duel. Such incidents had become commonplace. Some teachers even encourage such behavior, euphemistically calling it cultivating students' real-world experience. Word spread like wildfire that a disciple in Tianjun's class had broken through to the 5th stage of the first tier. And within the shortest time, it was confirmed. Jiangcheng First High School, the Teachers United Group. Have you heard? Tianjun's class has a student at Stage 1, Level 5. Isn't that the strongest one outside of Class 1? Ha! 5th tier in a month? Isn't their class only supposed to have 3 C-tier students? How did they progress so fast? I heard Tianjun basically funnels all resources to those 3 students, leaving almost nothing for the others. What? That ruthless? The final college entrance exam results will be judged by the promotion rate. Won't he be the one suffering in the end? Haven't you heard? His bet with Chiku is all about this mock exam. Besides individual battles, there's also a team battle with 3 contestants. He's exploiting a loophole, but does he really need to be this cautious against an E-rank useless disciple? Who knows? Maybe because hundreds of thousands of dragon coins and a set of spirit artifacts are just too valuable. Being cautious is only natural. Just as the heated discussion was reaching its peak, an image suddenly appeared in the group chat. Chica teaching image JPG. In the image, Chico and Li Xiao were doing basic physical conditioning in the classroom, nothing more than fundamental exercises like squats. It couldn't get any more basic. Oh, looks like Chica's getting desperate. Every time I passed Senior 3 Class 12 these past few days, he was coaching Li Xiao on physical training. Upon seeing this news, every teacher scoffed in disbelief. Used to slack off day in and day out, now you finally get motivated too late. What's the difference between trying hard now and just fooling yourself? Ah, cramming at the last minute, it might just work. Ha, what good would that do? For someone with E-tier talent, advancing 1 tier in a month is already remarkable. After wasting over half a month, even if he breaks through these days, he'd only reach Tier 1, Level 4. Against a C-tier talent at Tier 1, Level 5, what chance does he stand? Even if he clears the Inferno difficulty dungeon, it's useless. Dungeons are static, but people are dynamic. Beating dungeon creatures doesn't guarantee victory over those students. Enough with the analysis. Someone's already opened betting on the forum. If you're late, you might not even make pocket money. The moment those words were spoken, the entire group chat fell silent. Even Chico, who had been lurking, couldn't help but log onto the school forum to check. There it was, prominently pinned at the top, Tianjun vs Chico. The odds below had already reached 12:1. Seeing this, Chica's smile was practically impossible to suppress. 12:1? What an absurdly lopsided odds. How little faith everyone had in me. This is absolutely fantastic. Without hesitation, Chico went all in, staking his entire fortune into the betting pool. Jiangqing's hottest guy bets 50,000 dragon coins on Chico. What? Someone actually bet on Chico? Isn't this a chance for us to make some money? This is perfect. I wish I knew who this hottest guy in Jiangqing is. I'd definitely thank him. What a good guy. But I'm still going with teacher Tianjun 5th tier, 5th rank. Surely an E-rank talent couldn't reach that level. Rose Girl betting 5,000 dragon coins on Tianjun. Turkey-flavored rice cracker bets 3,000 dragon coins on Tianjun. Watching the stream of usernames placing bets on the forum, along with his steadily rising odds, Chica's lips curled upward involuntarily. Keep rising, keep climbing. By the end, it had reached an astonishing 15:1. Even higher than the previous odds. There really are more kind-hearted people in this world than I thought. I wouldn't have made this much otherwise. But because I placed a bet on myself, it somehow caused my odds to climb even higher. So the kind-hearted person turned out to be myself? Watching the steady stream of new entrants pouring into the forum's betting pool, Chica's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. You're all so impressed by a mere 5th tier, but I'm afraid my disciple is 9th tier. When you lose everything, don't come looking for me. Master, what's gotten into you? Li Xiao paused her movements, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Chico. Ever since she began training today, Chico had been staring at her phone with a silly grin, leaving her utterly baffled. Nothing, just thinking about something happy. Happy things? Li Xiao was still baffled. She'd been with Chico every day lately, and besides physical training, they hadn't done anything else. Could watching me suffer be part of his game? The thought sent a shiver down Li Xiao's spine. Did her master have such a strange fetish? What happy news! Someone's practically begging to hand your master cash, letting him earn a little extra on the side. Tell me, isn't that something to be happy about? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the senior high students gathered once more on the training grounds, though their numbers were significantly thinner than before. Most of the D-rank disciples had been sent to the military camp for their first round of training. The remaining students numbered less than a third of the original group. Amidst the sea of A, B, and C-rank disciples, the E-rank disciples of senior year class 12 stood out like sore thumbs. Yet this master-disciple pair showed not a shred of self-consciousness about their perceived inferiority. Instead, they surveyed everything on the training grounds with keen interest. Country bumpkins will be country bumpkins staring at the mock exam arena for ages. Don't be so harsh. Those two have never seen a mock exam arena before. They're just taking a good look. Who knows if they'll ever get to see one again after this year. True enough. Taking on an E-rank disciple is pointless even if Chico breaks through to the 4th tier. He'll still get expelled if his graduation rate doesn't meet the standards. So show them a little more leniency. After all, each view is one less chance to see it. Ha! Listening to the mockery, Li Xiao clenched his fists tightly. He took a step forward, ready to confront them. Chico reached out, blocking her path. Li Xiao glanced at her master in confusion. Master, they're talking trash about you. I can't stand it. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. There'll be time to prove them wrong later. Our strength is real. Don't you have confidence that we'll shine at the mock exam? Of course I am. Then that's settled. When the time comes, whether it's them or their disciples facing you, don't hold back. Just do whatever feels right. Chica gave a cold laugh, glaring at the group of teachers laughing loudly. As for now, getting into a fight would just earn me a disciplinary record. Let them enjoy themselves a little longer. Chapter 18, Holy crap, peak 1st tier? Oh, isn't this teacher Chiku? Heard you took a month off and only started teaching students the last 2 days? Could it be you sense you're about to lose your wager? Sharpening your sword at the 11th hour to avoid a humiliating defeat? Tianjun strode leisurely through the training ground gates with 3 disciples in tow, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Wow, that aura definitely around tier 1, level 5. And he has 3 disciples like that? Looks like Chiku is really in trouble now. What are you talking about? What do you mean he's in trouble? He never stood a chance to begin with. His E-rank disciple doesn't even have any energy fluctuations around him. He probably hasn't even broken through the 1st tier yet. Looks like a teacher, stopped mid-sentence as if struck by a thought, abruptly changing my words. My friend might make a little profit. Everyone shared a knowing smile, choosing not to reveal what they saw through. They all chimed in agreement. Heh, my friend can too. Chica gave him a cool glance, made no extra moves, and simply lifted his arm slowly. Hey, what are you doing? This is the training ground. Everyone's watching. Tianjun, like a startled bird, instinctively stepped back when Chica lifted his arm. Ha! Teacher Tian, why are you running? I'm just stretching my arm. Chica gave a cold chuckle, flexed his arm, and slowly lowered it. You're not afraid I'll hit you, are you? As fellow level 2 instructors, isn't it a bit uncalled for to fear me? You! Only when he noticed the strange looks from those around him did Tianjun realize he'd been tricked by Chiku again. Oomph! The mock exam starts soon. Just you wait. With that, she strode toward her classroom under everyone's gaze. Good morning, teachers and students. Today marks our annual Senior 3 mock exam. I am the Chief Examiner, Li Xiao. Without further ado, we'll now proceed with the first test, the Cultivation Assessment. We'll start with Class 1. Class 1 is the rocket class, a group of students with the highest aptitude in all of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Though few in number, every single one possesses a level talent. Look, it's Zhang Jiahao, the son of Jiangcheng's wealthiest family. Indeed. He's one of only 2 A-tier talents in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School in recent years. His father spared no expense for this awakening. I wonder how many breakthroughs he can achieve in a month. Wait and see, won't we? Dressed in his school uniform, Zhang Jiahao slowly stepped onto the testing platform. He took a deep breath and, guided by Li Xiao, placed his hand on the testing stone. Zhang Jiahao, Stage 1, Level 8. Li Xiao's voice echoed from the testing platform, and the crowd below erupted in gasps. What? First tier, 8th rank? Terrifying. Is this the true power of an A-grade talent? C-grade struggled desperately just to reach Tier 1, Level 5, yet they start at Tier 1, Level 8. What level are we at? What level are they at? A grade talent, as long as they don't die prematurely, the absolute worst outcome is reaching the peak of Tier 4. Even the Marquis realm isn't impossible. Zhang Jiahao stepped down from the platform. Another student from Class 1 then walked up, pressing down firmly on the test stone. First tier, 8th rank. Another first tier, 8th rank? Does that mean Class 1 will snatch the championship again? Alright, they've got 2 A-tier talents. If they don't take first, who will? Or would you only be satisfied if Chico, with her E-tier talent, won the championship? True enough. Class 1 winning was expected. If Chica had won, I wouldn't have slept a wink tonight. Chica listened to their complaints, smiling inwardly. Go ahead and marvel at Class 1's strength. Just wait until my disciple steps up, then you'll see what true genius looks like. Chico remained perfectly composed, quietly awaiting the approaching test. As other classes took their tests one by one, only Huangshe reached Stage 1, Level 7. Tianjun's class had 3 at Stage 1, Level 5, while the rest peaked at Stage 1, Level 3 or lower, some even stuck at Stage 1, Level 1. Senior 3, Class 12, Li Xiao. Li Xiao's voice carried a hint of weariness. In just one morning, aside from those 2 at Stage 1, Level 8 and 1 at Stage 1, Level 7, he hadn't found any better cultivation prospects. The quality of students at Jiangcheng First High School had deteriorated significantly over the years. If other classes were like this, then Class 12, perpetually at the bottom of the rankings, was certainly no exception. There was no way any genius would emerge from there. Finally, it was her turn. I'll see what kind of genius Chico could produce after cramming for 3 days. What kind of genius could she possibly produce? First tier, Level 1 would be about it. Heh, I'll give her a bit more credit than you do, maybe Tier 1, Level 2. That's the absolute limit. Li Xiao clenched her fists tightly as she heard the surrounding mockery. Her normally beautiful face was twisted with anger, her brows furrowed into a deep frown. Place your hand on the testing stone. That's all. Li Xiao unclenched her fists and slowly placed her hand on the testing stone. In an instant, the testing stone burst into brilliant light. First tier, 9th level? Li Xiao's previously dull eyes flashed with a glimmer of light at the sight of this radiance. No, wait, it's peak first tier. Feeling the aura emanating from Li Xiao, Li Xiao's voice grew more excited. What? First tier peak? How is that possible? Wasn't she an E-rank talent? Even Zhang Jiahao, an A-tier talent, is only at the 8th tier of the first rank, still 2 small steps away from the peak. How did she manage this? Could it be she wasn't E-tier after all, but S-tier? At this revelation, not only did Li Xiao's eyes light up, but even the principal's gaze locked onto Li Xiao in the arena. Li Xiao reached into her robe, pulled out another stone, and handed it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao turned to look at Chiku. An S-rank talent was something her master had bestowed upon her. If it were detected, could it affect her master? Chica sensed her gaze and slowly nodded, signaling that she could proceed with the test. He too wanted to know whether the talent granted by the system could be detected by the testing stone. With Chica's permission, Li Xiao reached out and grasped the talent testing stone. Instead of the golden light she'd imagined, a dim white glow appeared. E-class talent. Li Xiao's tone carried an indescribable sense of disappointment. An E-grade talent, even a B grade, would be better than this. What a pity, what a pity. Zhuge Qiu sighed, slowly returning to his seat. He shook his head and sighed repeatedly, as if lamenting the fall of a genius. Oomph. An E rank with peak first-tier cultivation? I don't buy it. As soon as Li Xiao's talent was revealed, Huang An hurriedly signaled Tianjun to come forward and question Li Xiao's cultivation level, hoping she would have to prove it through actual combat. Unless he faces my disciple in combat, I won't recognize the results of this strength assessment. Zhuge Qiu fixed Tianjun with a dark, unfriendly stare. Are you implying my test could be flawed? A flicker of panic crossed Tianjun's face as he instinctively glanced toward Huang An's position. Zhuge Qiu followed his gaze and locked eyes with Huang An. It's fine, Teacher Zhuge. I can prove my innocence. Li Xiao's anger flared the moment he saw Tianjun. Now he'd walked right into his trap. Oomph. Zhuge Qiu gave a cold snort and said nothing more. Li Xiao turned around and fixed Tianjun with a piercing stare. Bring it on. Chapter 19, Instant Kill. Jiangcheng First High School, Training Ground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Xiao slowly ascended the combat platform. She stood quietly at one side of the training ground, her phoenix-tailed cockatiel summoned to hover beside her. The teachers stared at the phoenix-tailed cockatoo, their minds filled with confusion. Ha? Is that a firebird? I distinctly remember her summoning a firebird before. No way, I've never seen a species like this before. Could it be a mutated firebird? That shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of a beast pet under a beastmaster's contract being able to transform. The audience might not recognize its value, but that didn't mean everyone was clueless. Seeing the contract beast circling around Li Xiao, Zhuge Qiu's previously dormant heart stirred once more. Phoenix-tailed cockatoo. A species bearing phoenix bloodline. 1 in 10,000 beastmasters could find a creature with ancient lineage. How could it have been summoned by someone with an E-rank talent? And to make matters stranger, they said her original contract beast was merely a firebird. Could it be? Beastmasters' contract beasts can evolve? Zhuge Qiu's breathing grew increasingly ragged as he sat bolt upright. If this were true, Dragon Nation's strength would be vastly enhanced. At the same time, his curiosity about Li Xiao's abilities was piqued once more. Oomph, it's just a firebird. No matter how flashy you make it, it's still just a firebird. Lu Yifeng sneered coldly, stepping out of the crowd to stand on the opposite side of the training ground. Li Xiao didn't glance at him. He was nothing but a clown. She didn't even deign to speak to him. He didn't even recognize his own contract beast. What was there to talk about? Arrogant. Lu Yifeng felt Li Xiao's complete disregard, his heart boiling with rage. So what if you're at the peak of Tier 1? You're nothing but an E-rank talent. Lu Yifeng lunged forward, his fist flying straight for Li Xiao's face. This will teach you. Li Xiao let out a cold laugh. The phoenix-tailed cockatoo by her side shot out like an arrow, while she darted to the side, evading Lu Yifeng's attack. Fast. So fast. How could it be this fast? His strike missed. Before Lu Yifeng could even assume a defensive stance, the cockatoo was already upon his face. He thrust his arms forward, shielding his face. But the expected impact never came. Lu Yifeng peered through the gap between his arms. A sinister smile spread across Li Xiao's face. Damn it! I've been tricked. Lu Yifeng's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. The cockatiel in the sky stared down at him coldly, its lively eyes seeming to hold a trace of contempt. A bird is looking down on me? Before he could dwell on it, Li Xiao's voice drifted down. Rain of flames. As the words fell, the phoenix-tailed cockatoo opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Lu Yifeng entirely. Boom! Boom! One flame after another rained down, the explosions echoing relentlessly. People couldn't see Lu Yifeng's figure, only hearing his agonized screams from within the flames. What? Instant kill? Just a moment ago, Lu Yifeng's fist was about to strike Li Xiao's head. How could something happen in the blink of an eye? Is the suppression from a peak first tier over a fifth tier so overwhelming? Is there truly no chance to resist? I can understand the vast power gap between tiers 5 and above, but the difference between tier 1, level 5 and the peak of tier 1 shouldn't be that great. Sometimes even the gap between tier 2 and tier 1 can be bridged with external aids. To be instantly killed? That shouldn't happen. Especially since she was only an E rank. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Shock, disbelief, and confusion flashed across every face. Everyone could conceive of a peak first tier suppressing a fifth tier first tier, but equally, a C rank should suppress an E rank. Who could have predicted that victory would be decided in mere seconds? Hearing Lu Yifeng's agonized screams, the crowd shuddered involuntarily, every hair on their bodies standing on end. We surrender! We surrender! Tianjun, witnessing this, could no longer sit still. He rushed onto the stage, shielding his disciple beneath him. Li Xiao also stopped her attack at that moment. Though she had reached the peak of tier 1 and her contract beast had evolved once. But fighting a third tier peak master was still too much for her. Better to stop now and conserve her strength for the mock exams. After all, whether it was individual or team battles, she was fighting alone. Li Xiao, you have such a heart of stone. How could you strike your classmates so mercilessly? As the smoke cleared, Li Xiao stood before them, his clothes torn to shreds. Only the fabric covering his private parts remained intact. His body bore little unblemished flesh, every inch scarred by the searing flames. Tianjun clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. This duel didn't just affect his ranking, it determined the outcome of his wager. For victory, he had even gone so far as to allocate all his resources to his 3 disciples. Yet even with that, he still couldn't defeat Li Xiao. Wasn't that wager destined to fail? This woman, she must not be spared. Tianjun clenched his fists tightly, azure light swirling around his knuckles as his eyes locked onto Li Xiao. Li Xiao's hair instantly stood on end. Her battle-hardened instincts, honed over years on the battlefield, sensed danger. Oh no! He's going to attack me. Just then, a figure shot out from behind her, landing steadily between Li Xiao and Tianjun. 4th tier, 3rd level power erupted instantly. What? How did his aura grow stronger? He only broke through to the 4th tier a month ago. How could his aura now radiate at least the strength of the 4th tier, 3rd stage? Didn't he slack off for a whole month? My heart aches. That guy slacked off for a month and leaped over 3 minor realms, with his disciple snatching the top spot. I worked on to dusk every day, yet I'm still only at the peak of the 3rd tier, and my highest disciple is only at the 3rd tier of the 1st tier. I just want to die. Chica's lips curved into a faint smile. Guys, he's got a cheat code, no wonder you can't catch up. But right now, I need to deal with this little brat who can't take a loss. Oh? Your disciple can't win, so now the master wants to step in? Did you ask me before deciding to take on my disciple? At those words, the glow on Tianjun's fist instantly faded, replaced by an awkward smile spreading across his face. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Then why didn't you stop your disciple when he attacked my disciple's head? Chica stepped forward, his gaze cold and piercing. That's only because my disciple is highly skilled. If he'd faced someone less capable, wouldn't your disciple have had his head smashed in with a single punch? Chica took another step forward, and Tianjun instinctively took a step back. Your disciple showed no intention of holding back. By that logic, shouldn't I also accuse him of using excessive force against a fellow student? Step by step, Chica closed in on Tianjun, his expression growing increasingly stern. Tianjun tried to retreat again, nearly stepping into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, Chica had already forced him from the center of the field to its very edge. The teachers below murmured in response to his words. Exactly. I saw Li Xiao go pretty hard earlier too. If Li Xiao hadn't dodged fast, he'd probably have ended up worse off than him. Exactly. That's what happens when you're outmatched. You show no mercy yourself, yet demand it from others? Oof, tough on others, easy on yourself. I've seen plenty of hypocrites like that. Look at him, clearly scared out of his wits, yet he still provokes Chiku. Truly, he never learns his lesson. Teacher Fang's words reached Tianjun's ears, and his face flushed with shame and anger. I'll let you off this time. If this happens again, next time it'll be the 2 of us standing on the stage. Chapter 20, Solo Arena Match. Training Ground, Solo Arena. After this little incident, the crowd hadn't lost interest. If anything, their anticipation for the exam had only grown. Beyond their own class rankings, numerous instructors had even selected 4 top contenders. First place, Zhang Jiahao, Class 1 Disciple, 8th Tier Cultivation, Warrior Profession, a great talent, great skill appears natural. Supreme Craftsmanship, a heavy sword has no edge. Supreme Craftsmanship requires no artifice. When wielding a heavy sword, attack, defense, and speed all increase by 50%. His heavy sword technique was bold and sweeping, relying on sheer force to overcome skill. Second place, Han Lingling, Class 1 Disciple, Tier 1, Level 8 Cultivation, Mage Class, a tier talent, Frozen Wasteland. Frozen Wasteland, Domain Type Skill. Transforms surroundings into an icy realm. Increases ice elemental attacks by 10. Reduces enemy attack speed and movement speed by 30%. Though lacking in raw attack power, she excels at applying debuffs to enemies. While her solo combat prowess may be limited, she proves indispensable in team battles. Third place, Li Xiao, Class 12 Disciple, Peak Tier 1 Cultivation, Beastmaster Profession, E-Tier Talent, Summoning. As the name implies, she summons a contracted beast. Yet she emerged as the biggest dark horse on the field, mysterious and utterly unpredictable. Fourth is Huang Shi. As for his introduction, no one cares, just a Stage 1, Level 7 who previously lost to Li Xiao. The top 3 contenders were simply too lackluster. How could they not pick a 4th finalist? No choice, bring another one up to fill the quota. But everyone knew Huang Shi's chances of winning were extremely slim, virtually non-existent. Single-player tournament. Begin. Chica sat quietly in the spectator seats beside the arena, her eyes heavy with sleep as she watched the fight below. Virtually every opponent who faced Li Xiao surrendered without exception. The memory of Li Xiao's gruesome defeat sent shivers down everyone's spine. If even a 5th-tier first rank couldn't defeat her, these low-tier Karami fighters stood no chance. Better to preserve their bodies intact than be burned to the skin. Perhaps they could still climb a few more ranks. Zhang Jiahao and Han Lingling were essentially in the same boat. Han Lingling had even stepped in once, merely unleashing her domain. The opposing disciple froze so severely they couldn't endure it and conceded defeat. After that match, everyone dubbed Han Lingling and Li Xiao the Ice Goddess and Fire Goddess. Compared to the other three, Huangshi faced tougher battles. Whether it was his usual style or something else, none of his opponents conceded defeat. After several bouts, though he emerged victorious, he was left with several bruises and scrapes. Oof. If it weren't for my spirit artifact being lost, I wouldn't have had to fight so hard. At this thought, Huangshi shot Li Xiao a hostile glance. Just you wait, Li Xiao. I'll take back everything I lost. As Huangshi delivered his final punch, Lui Feng was sent flying out of the ring. The final 4 contenders were officially decided. Huangshi stood on the stage, his body covered in countless small wounds. The blood seeping from them only added a touch of resolve to his expression. Who would have thought? In just a month, Huangshi had transformed so drastically. Back then, he was nothing but a thug, but now he actually looked like a warrior. Indeed, the change was remarkable. Director Huang must have drilled him relentlessly. Huangshi stood on the stage, his eyes fixed on Li Xiao. He extended a single finger, slowly pointing downward. I will defeat you. Li Xiao. Li Xiao merely gave him a faint glance before speaking slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but every teacher and student present heard it clearly. Only the weak resort to impotent bluster. You know what? You look like a clown right now. With that, she turned and returned to Class 12 section, waiting quietly for the semifinals to begin. Though she spoke lightly, she remained utterly focused. Those who made it to the semifinals were no pushovers. Setting aside the 2 from Class 1. Even Huangshi had blazed a bloody trail through sheer reckless aggression. Fine. Let's see if your strength matches your tough talk when the time comes. Huangshi showed no sign of anger, merely fixing Li Xiao with a cold stare as a wicked smile curled his lips. The semi-final matches begin now. Before long, the host on stage bellowed once more. Finally, it's about to begin. No idea who's facing off in the first match, but honestly, no matter how these 4 pair up, it's bound to be spectacular. Here's my wild guess, Zhang Jiahao vs Huangshi, Li Xiao vs Han Lingling. No particular reason, just love seeing same-gender showdowns. TSK. Hearing his comment, the classmate next to him quietly moved away. First match. Li Xiao vs Huangshi. The host didn't keep the crowd waiting long, immediately announcing the first matchup. It's finally happening. Li Xiao vs Huangshi. Oh, now we'll finally see who wins the bet between Director Huang and Chiku. What? Director Huang and Chiku had a bet? You didn't know? Just over a month ago, Director Huang and Chiku were evenly matched. They made a bet on the mock exam results. If Huangshi won, Chiku would have to kneel and apologize to him, plus forfeit all resources for the final 3 months, all going to Director Huang. Damn, that's brutal. What if Li Xiao had won? Li Xiao wins? Director Huang doubles Chiku's resources for the final 3 months and personally apologizes to Li Xiao. TSK, not thrilling at all. Tianjun's wager was far more exciting: 400,000 dragon coins, a set of spirit artifacts, plus a betting pool. Exactly. Some director being stingy, using public resources for a bet. Ugh, so cheap. Whatever. Let's just see who wins. For some reason, I kinda hope Li Xiao pulls it off. The clamor below didn't disturb the 2, who stared intently at each other. Oomph, Li Xiao. You defeated me a month ago, but this time I'll redeem myself. You have no idea what I've endured this past month. So what if you're at peak tier 1? Real growth comes only through combat experience. You're no match for me. Li Xiao stared at him speechless, a cold sweat slowly forming on his forehead. Boring. Summoning the phoenix-tailed cockcomb bird, Li Xiao assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. From the teacher's seat, Chica showed not a trace of tension. Instead, he leisurely munched on preserved plums, quietly observing the match below. As if this contest had nothing to do with him. Teacher Chi, quite the refined taste. Are the candied plums tasty? Aren't you worried your disciple might lose? If he loses, you'll have to kneel and apologize. Put. Chica spat out the plum pit from his mouth, landing it squarely on the visitor's shoe. You. Oh dear, my apologies. I've never been the most accurate, so I hope you'll forgive me. Besides, why should you care whether I worry about my apprentice? This is classic case of the eunuch fretting more than the emperor. Chica lifted her head and glared coldly at the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Huangyan, Director Huang. I have every confidence in my disciple. See? The outcome is already clear, isn't it? Before he could finish, a cry of pain echoed across the arena. Instantly, a figure flew through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. Holy crap! He actually won? Chapter 21, foolishly trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. This battle Li Xiao wins. Chica gave Tianjun a faint smile, rising to applaud his disciple. Seems your disciple is still as incompetent as ever. Seated in the audience, he had been watching the situation on stage the entire time. After a month of intensive training, Huangshi's combat experience had indeed improved significantly. Yet when facing Li Xiao, he always seemed to be full of energy but unable to channel it effectively. Though beast tamers typically dreaded close combat, Li Xiao was an exception. Every one of Huang Shi's attacks was anticipated by her. Whether real or feigned, he dodged them all. Then, seizing the moment when his old strength hadn't fully dissipated and new strength hadn't yet built up, she unleashed a barrage of attacks upon him. The moment he steadied himself, she stopped without hesitation. Back and forth, Li Xiao relentlessly kicked Huang Shi to death. Not a single blow landed on her, even in the final moments. Holy crap, what did I just witness? This was clearly supposed to be an evenly matched battle, yet it looked like a master teaching a disciple. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I always believed Li Xiao would win, but I never imagined it would be like this. From start to finish, it felt like a performance. Could an E rank really pull this off? Could it be? Hearing this, the instructors exchanged peculiar glances before turning to Chiku, who stood applauding. Could it be he'd been coaching Li Xiao all along, sending her out to train alone? That's why she hasn't attended class for a month? And those last few days, what they thought was last-minute cramming was actually experience refinement? If that were true, Chiku would be terrifying. Though they didn't want to believe this speculation, they had witnessed Li Xiao's performance since entering First High. Before her awakening, every training session had been a one-sided beating. Yet in this short month, she not only broke through to the peak of Stage 1 but also developed unparalleled combat intuition. Surely she couldn't be a prodigy? If she were a genius, it would have shown long ago. Could this absurdly far-fetched answer actually be correct? All eyes turned to Chiku. His face remained as calm as ever, showing not a hint of emotion, as if victory were the most natural thing in the world. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. I suspect his previous poor teaching was purely due to laziness. Had we not been about to dismiss him, he wouldn't have shown his true abilities? But isn't that unfair to his previous students? Ah well, maybe talented people just have quirky personalities. Who knows, maybe he's a masochist who craves ridicule. TSK. Chiku had no idea he'd already become a pervert in others' eyes. Instead, he turned to Huangyan, whose face had turned ashen, and flashed a smile. So then, Director Huang, is our previous wager still standing? Huangyan's face alternated between crimson and pallor as he clenched his fists, yet he never found the courage to strike. Back when Chiku was at the peak of the third tier, Huangyan had already been powerless against him. Now that Chiku had broken through to the third tier of the fourth stage, with his bizarre methods, the outcome of any fight remained uncertain. Not to mention. Huangyan glanced at Chiku. His eyes held no fear, only a burning desire to provoke a fight, an eager look that screamed bring it on. Victory would be one thing, but defeat. A disciple defeated by a disciple, a master defeated by a master. That would be the true disgrace. Show off. I'll give you resources next month. With that, Huangyan turned to leave. Don't go. Chiku grabbed Huangyan's wrist. Before he could continue, a sudden commotion erupted from the stage below. Duck, Li Xiao. How shameless. He lost, yet he resorts to such despicable tactics. I wonder what his master taught him. Stop it. To everyone's utter surprise, just as Li Xiao withdrew his hand and prepared to leave the ring, Huang Shi, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. His palms slammed forcefully toward Li Xiao's back. The speed was so sudden that even the referee on the platform couldn't react in time. Zhuge Qiu, who had been watching the match closely, shouted a warning the instant Huang Shi rose and sprinted toward the ring. But the distance from the VIP stand to the ring was simply too great. Even a peak 4th-tier powerhouse would need a full 5 seconds to reach it. Thud. Huang Shi's palm slammed heavily into Li Xiao's back. Everyone present closed their eyes in anguish. What a waste. A full power strike from a 7th-tier first-rank cultivator, landing squarely on his unguarded back. The heart meridian is the most vital hub in the human body. She took that palm strike squarely. Even if she survives, her path to cultivation will become incredibly arduous from now on. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Everyone sighed in regret. Arg! A piercing scream erupted, but it wasn't a girl's voice. Everyone hurriedly looked toward the arena, only to see Li Xiao's face frozen in cold determination as he stared intently at Huang Shi. Her outer garments had long been blown to shreds, revealing the faint blue glow of her treasure armor beneath. Her heart still trembled as she glanced at the protective armor covering her body, her mind filled with gratitude toward her master. Had her master not given her the thorn armor and pushed her to the limit in training these past few days? Otherwise, Huang Shi's sneak attack would have been enough to finish her off. Instead, she now felt only a slight discomfort. Turning to Huang Shi, he was now wincing in agony, flailing his hands. His hands were drenched in blood, his palms covered in dense clusters of red dots, gushing blood in a steady stream. You bastard, you're wearing the thorn armor. Li Xiao summoned the phoenix-tailed coxcomb bird once more, advancing step by step toward Huang Shi. What else? If you hadn't lost to my master, how would I have gotten the chance to wear it? Lucky for me, my master is generous, such a precious spirit artifact given freely. Unlike you, who lost one and got beaten senseless. So, how does it feel to be wounded by your own spirit artifact? 3 questions in a row, each one stabbing like a knife. You. Huang Shi, enraged by shame, thrust his finger at Li Xiao only to tug at his wound, causing fresh blood to spurt forth. Your Honor, since he attacked me, that means it still counts as part of the match, right? Li Xiao turned to face the referee, his voice devoid of emotion. The referee understood her intent, but he had no intention of stopping Li Xiao. After all, Huang Shi had launched a sneak attack right under his nose, showing utter contempt for his authority. Moreover, he despised cowards who resorted to sneak attacks when they couldn't win fairly. Even if you're a genius, it's unacceptable. With that thought, the referee nodded. Yes, since he initiated the attack, the match was not over. The referee's voice rang out, and a look of terror finally flashed across Huang Shi's face. Seeing the cockatiel beside Li Xiao, he had already suffered greatly at its hands and didn't want to go through that again. I surrender. I surrender. Huang Shi cried out as he rushed toward the referee. Surrender is invalid. Please strive to defeat your opponent. With that, the referee waved his hand, sending Huang Shi flying back to the center of the ring. Poof. Now he wants to surrender? Why didn't he say that when he was ambushing me? Poof. Only when he sees he's about to get beaten does he remember to surrender. The referee did well, he deserves a lesson to remember. Attacking someone from behind only to get hit by your own spirit artifact serves you right. Not a single soul spoke in his defense. Huang Shi watched Li Xiao advance step by step, while the Fengwei coxcomb bird loomed menacingly overhead. His fear intensified. Swish! A pale yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg, filling the air with a peculiar stench. Ha, he actually peed himself. Chapter 22, Interesting. Bring it on! On the stage, several cleaning staff frantically scrubbed the floor. Huang Yin and Huang Shi had long vanished from public view. Pissing himself in public, typical of that all bark and no bite Huang Shi. No matter how well you pretend, the truth will always come out. Next up was the match between Zhang Jiehao and Han Lingling, a fairly standard affair. Their combat skills weren't bad, but they certainly lacked the intimidating presence Li Xiao had commanded. Their movements flowed like water, whether in anticipation or improvisation, always delivering a visually pleasing performance. Han Lingling and Zhang Jiehao fell slightly short. One specialized in domain-based combat, the other in close-quarters fighting. In the end, Zhang Jiehao emerged victorious. After all, warriors naturally outmatch mages, that's an undeniable fact. Congratulations to Zhang Jiehao. After advancing to the finals, we'll take a brief break before diving into the highly anticipated solo finals. The teacher, serving as referee, delivered a passionate speech atop the stage. The crowd below was also filled with curiosity about this match. One was an A-tier prodigy disciple, personally trained by the strongest teacher at First High, Principal Li Ming himself. The other is the biggest dark horse of the mock exams in E-grade talent, a so-called useless disciple taught by teacher Chico, who boasts the lowest graduation rate at First High. On paper, it was a match between heaven and earth. Grade A versus Grade E, the strongest against the weakest. By all accounts, they should never have met in the finals. Yet reality proved to be more dramatic than fiction, more absurd than any story could write. Just as Chico was about to say something to Li Xiao, Principal Li Ming approached with a cheerful smile, accompanied by Zhang Jiehao and Han Lingling. Chica quickly stopped talking, stood up, and went to greet them. Principal. Chica bowed slightly, greeting the principal with a greeting that was a world apart from his earlier confrontations with Tianjun and mockery of Huang Yin. Teacher Chi, you handled that very well. Principal Li Ming's eyes betrayed undisguised admiration. He had truly defeated Huang Yin in the mock exam. Even Huang Yin dared not pick a fight with him now, which made Li Ming regard him with even greater respect. After just a few days, you've reached the 3rd tier of the 4th stage. If you had this ability, why did you hide it before? Had I known you possessed such ability, I should have assigned you to lead Class 1. Chica gave a faint smile, trying to mask his awkwardness. What hiding it? The original body was genuinely terrible back then. As for leading Class 1? Forget it. Teaching one student was already a struggle, let alone several more. Especially geniuses like this, they're the hardest to handle. If they started firing questions at me, I'd blow a fuse. Her precious disciple was much better, just give them talent, provide resources, and let them bury their heads in cultivation. No problems whatsoever. Li Ming seemed oblivious to Chica's discomfort, continuing unabashedly. In half a month, the 4-school joint exam is coming up. I want you to lead Class 1 and your own Class 12 to participate. With a tiger like you leading the charge, our chances of winning this 4-school exam look pretty good. Me? Led? The 4-school joint exam? Are you kidding me? Shiku immediately refused. For something like the 4-school joint exam, Principal, you should find someone else. There are plenty of teachers with more seniority than me. Why insist on picking me? Li Ming chuckled, glanced around, then leaned close to whisper in his ear. This joint exam is different from previous ones. It could determine your future. What future? This time, it was Chico who was a bit confused. I already have this system. Isn't that promising enough? Silly, you're only a level 3 teacher now. This joint exam is for a level 4 teaching position. If you can secure that position, both your resources and other benefits will increase significantly. Level 4 teacher? Chico searched through the original host's memories. Level 4 teachers do enjoy significantly better benefits than level 3 teachers, but that's not their most powerful advantage. Level 4 teachers could teach at universities. That was the crucial factor. Chico turned to look at Li Xiao. Having nurtured an apprentice to this level, only to have them become unrelated to me once they enter university, the thought alone felt like a huge loss. Since this opportunity had presented itself, he couldn't just coast along. For my own sake, I should give it my all. Alright, principal, I'll go. Lei Ming patted him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. It's settled then. As he finished speaking, the referee on the field blew the whistle to start the match. The heavy sword strikes with force and weight, focus on evasion, don't push for glory recklessly. Even if he shows an opening, only take a small advantage, never pursue. Li Xiao nodded in understanding, gave Chiku an okay sign, and leaped onto the stage. Senior 12, Class 12, Li Xiao. Class 1, Zhang Jiahao. The crowd watched the two combatants, finding the sight oddly jarring. What's going on? Watching them compete for first place, I can't help but feel something's off. Don't you find it strange? The two former top-ranked students actually standing here. If you don't find it strange, who would? With that remark, the crowd finally realized. For 3 years, Zhang Jiahao had consistently dominated the top spots on every major ranking list, monthly exams, mock tests, and beyond, his position utterly unshakable. Similarly, Li Xiao's scores had consistently placed him at the very bottom of the rankings, a position equally unshakable. Now, the bottom-ranked student and the top-ranked student were standing on the same stage, competing head-to-head. Nothing could be more absurd than this. Please enlighten me. Zhang Jiahao made the first move, slinging his heavy sword onto his back before sweeping it horizontally toward Li Xiao. The great blade whistled through the air, aiming straight for her face. Li Xiao commanded her phoenix-tailed coxcomb bird to soar high into the sky, leaving her alone to face Zhang Jiahao's assault. What was this? She'd actually abandoned her contract beast? Was she preparing to go toe-to-toe with Zhang Jiahao? Wasn't a beastmaster's combat prowess entirely dependent on their beast companion? How could she feel so utterly independent of hers? Unfathomable. Fighting like this, she'd be lucky to last 3 strikes. Chica listened to the teacher's commentary below and smiled faintly. You don't understand. My disciple is a combat prodigy, and with the intensive physical training I gave her these past few days. She might struggle against second-tier opponents, but first-tier? Chica's training method was simple: run, dodge. If you can't dodge, you get hit. Chica showed no mercy back then. He pushed the cultivation of combat skills to the absolute limit, forging the strongest soldiers possible. But isn't her progress a bit too rapid? Could she truly be a combat prodigy? Or is it just that her innate talent is lacking? So does that mean I've actually gained a major asset? Not only did I gain a prodigious disciple, but I also received a system reward? Not bad, not bad. A faint smile touched Chica's lips as he nodded slowly. This gesture only deepened the other teacher's confusion. Nodding? Your disciple is about to be struck by a heavy sword, and you're nodding here? Could this have been part of his plan? Did he teach this move too? That can't be. Isn't Chico only skilled in fist techniques? When did he learn to wield a heavy sword? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Zhang Jiahao's heavy sword was about to swing toward Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile as he stepped back lightly. 5 centimeters. At most 5 centimeters. The blade's edge practically grazed Li Xiao's cheek as it passed. She could almost feel the sharp aura emanating from the heavy sword, transporting her back to the battlefield of years past. This is interesting. Bring it on. Chapter 23, Claiming the Crown. Jiancheng First High School, the tournament stage. Not a single brick or tile around the arena remained intact. Each bore cracks, some deep, some shallow, all carved by the heavy sword's blows. The air was thick with intense heat, and even the students seated below were covered in beads of sweat. Yet not a single person complained. All eyes were fixed intently on the two figures atop the stage. You're formidable. Not even my master possesses combat skills like yours. Zhang Jiahao still bore unquenched flames on his body, his clothes long since torn to shreds. He dragged his heavy sword behind him, breathing heavily, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes only grew more intense. Li Xiao was in no better shape. Sweat drenched his entire body, and a deep gash from the heavy sword's blade cut across his arm. Blood trickled down his arm, staining his snow-white clothes with a crimson hue. Huff. Li Xiao exhaled deeply. She finally recalled where she had heard the name Zhang Jiahao before. In his previous life, he was the top scholar of Jiangcheng. After graduating from Woda University, he led the first assault squad, specializing in high-risk missions. Later, during the operation to eliminate Vladimir, the entire first squad was wiped out. Yet it was precisely their sacrifice that had saved Li Xiao back then. Looking at his still somewhat youthful face now, Li Xiao found it hard to connect him with the bearded, rugged-looking man in the memorial photo of the first squad. "Don't get distracted. He's coming," Zhang Jiahao bellowed, swinging his heavy sword once more. It sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Li Xiao. Boom! The heavy sword struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom! The phoenix-tailed cockatoo overhead unleashed its full fury, spewing fireballs wildly into the billowing smoke. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in dust and flames. Such a tremendous commotion, hard to believe it was caused by 2 mere first-tier disciples. Indeed, who would have thought they were so formidable? One wielded his heavy sword with effortless grace, striking from unexpected angles with slashes and thrusts, while the other, well. The instructor watching the match clicked his tongue in astonishment. She was a monster born for combat. Even walking on the edge of a blade couldn't capture the sheer danger she embodied. How did Chiku manage this? To train a complete failure to this level in just 1 month? It makes me want to seek him out as my own master. Exactly. Taking the bottom-ranked student and training them to challenge the top-ranked student, that's not something a useless teacher could pull off. Who would have thought? We all misjudged him in the end. Who knows who'll win in the end? Dust swirled thickly as the sounds of combat within showed no sign of ceasing. If anything, they only grew more intense. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a figure flew out from the dust cloud. Who is it? All eyes followed the recoiling figure as he crashed heavily into the soft sand outside the ring, leaving a large imprint in the earth. His heavy sword, which had flown out with him, plunged straight into the ground beside him. It was Zhang Jiahao who had lost. She had truly pulled off the unthinkable, defeating the top-ranked fighter from last place. Unbelievable. Is this really the E-rank student we all looked down on last month? If I'd known, I would have chosen her too. Heh, I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. How do you think she got this strong? The teacher said, nodding toward Chiku. Everyone followed the gesture. Chika's expression remained utterly unchanged throughout, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he'd planned. Sigh, back then I could at least console myself that with Chika bringing up the rear, I was bound to be better than him. Now it seems I'm just the clown. Individual finals. Li Xiao wins. Zhang Jiahao dusted himself off, slung his greatsword over his back, and strode toward the stage. Li Xiao, how did you get this strong? Me? Li Xiao froze for a moment. My current strength certainly stems from my rebirth, but more than that, it's built through the S-tier talent my master bestowed and the countless resources he provided, literally piled up through sheer force. Besides, without my master, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand on this stage. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze drifted toward Chika seated in the teacher's section. Ding! Li Xiao's affection plus 10. Affection surpasses 70, granting 1 lottery draw. Current affection, 75. Ha! The senior disciple's affection increased again? I didn't do anything just now, so why did it increase? Chiku was momentarily stunned by the sudden system notification. Coming to his senses, he saw everyone staring at him. Several pairs of eyes burned with fervor, as if a lifelong bachelor had suddenly found a naked beauty standing before him. Insatiable hunger. Facing those gazes, Chiku felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if something filthy had latched onto him. He shuddered. Even his voice trembled slightly. What's wrong? Teacher Chiku, teach me, how did you turn the last-place student into the top-ranked one? Miss Chi, need any leg accessories? I may see rank C if you can train me? Teacher Chi, if you'll just teach me. I'll agree to any condition you set, even if it's at night, you know. As he spoke, a burly man over 6 feet tall flashed Chiku a flirtatious glance, nearly making him spit out his breakfast. Ahem! What a disgrace! Seeing Chika's predicament, Principal Li Ming reappeared to rescue him. The crowd, sensing the situation, wisely scattered to the sides. Thank you for saving me, Principal. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no further formalities were needed. You've certainly made yourself look good this time. A student with an E-grade talent managed to defeat my genius student. You've been keeping your cards close to your chest, haven't you? Haha, just a fluke, really. Chiku feigned ignorance, chuckling. The team competition is this afternoon. Neither of our classes has enough members. Why don't we form a team to participate? After all, the team event requires 3 participants. My 2 disciples plus your disciple would make exactly 3. The surrounding teachers rolled their eyes heavenward at this suggestion. 3 people? Yeah, right. Putting together a team with the first, second, and third place finishers from the individual competition? You really came up with that. If you don't want us to compete, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. If you're going to team up the strongest players, we might as well just forfeit outright. Chiku turned to look at Li Xiao, who had just arrived. Did you hear all that? What do you think? Li Xiao shook her head. Master, I don't want to team up with them. At her words, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. 3 against 2, or even 3 against 1, might still have a glimmer of hope. 3 against 2 plus 1? Certain defeat. At that moment, Li Xiao looked like a goddess to them. sacrificing himself for others. A heart of compassion. State your reasoning? First, the three of us are too strong. Teaming up would be unfair to others. Then you two could take turns stepping up to fight? Principal Lei Ming spoke up. Everyone's heart sank. That's such a reasonable solution. If you weren't the principal, I'd definitely give you a piece of my mind. Why did you come up with this solution for her? Thank you for your consideration, Principal, but I still believe teaming up isn't necessary. Li Xiao shook his head gently, declining Lei Ming's suggestion once more, and continued. As for the second point, it was. Chapter 24, you two go together. Since my master trusts me, I'll naturally give it my all. If it's just me, then so be it. I want to see how far I can go. Li Xiao's gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. Seeing Li Xiao's resolve, Lei Ming felt awkward about trying to dissuade him again. He simply patted Qi Ke's shoulder. Qi Ke, you've truly taken on a remarkable disciple. Zhang Jiahao and Han Lingling both gave Li Xiao an approving look. Your courage is admirable. I hope to see you on the final stage of the team competition. Zhang Jiahao gave her a thumbs up before following Lei Ming and leaving the teachers section. Though we've never faced each other in battle, I still hope you break through the ranks and make up for any regrets in the team finals. With that, Han Lingling followed the two men's footsteps and vanished at the edge of the teachers section. Once Lei Ming and the others vanished from the end of the teachers section, Li Xiao exhaled deeply and turned to look at Qi Ke. Master, should I have agreed? Qi Ke ruffled her hair and laughed heartily. Do you really need to team up with others, my disciple? He asked. Have more confidence. You're more than capable on your own. Bring back a double championship and you'll make your master proud. Oomph. Arrogant. How dare you boast about winning a double championship? Do you really think we're pushovers? Behind Qi Ke, a familiar voice chimed in again. Same tone, same sarcastic edge. Qi Ke turned to see Tianjun standing behind him with three disciples, their eyes brimming with unspeakable mockery. Qi Ke sneered contemptuously, saying nothing. He simply walked forward silently, his eyes fixed intently on them. Seeing him advance, Tianjun's legs involuntarily took a step back. Ah! A piercing scream erupted behind him, followed by a thud. Turning his head, he saw two students had already retreated to the edge of the spectator seats. As for the other one, Tianjun craned his neck to look down. Lui Feng, his body wrapped in bandages, had lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs. His wounds, which had begun to heal slightly, reopened, staining the bandages crimson. Heh, and they still dared to challenge Teacher Qi again? Before the fight even started, Teacher Qi merely took a few steps forward, and they were already backing away in fear. What kind of fight is this? Yeah, exactly. Clowns. Bringing shame upon themselves. I had high hopes for them. Looks like I won't be getting my pocket money back. Ah. Damn Tianjun. Give me back my 10,000 dragon coins. I bet on you to win. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Tianjun's face flushed crimson then drained white. He spat out a threat and stormed off. Oomph, we'll see about that. No need to see you off. Just remember to pay up when you lose. At Qi Ke's words, Tianjun stumbled, nearly tumbling down the stairs himself. Oomph. Qi Ke, just you wait. If one of me can't beat Li Xiao, then all three of my disciples will take him on. How could we possibly lose? If Qi Ke could hear his inner thoughts, he'd surely scoff, forget 3. With your disciples' skills, 10 wouldn't even be enough. After a brief rest, the sun slowly sank toward the west. Below the stage, a dense crowd gathered, all craning their necks toward the ring. Lui Feng, now wrapped in fresh bandages, glanced at Li Xiao and slowly made a downward thumb gesture. Li Xiao merely gave him a dismissive glance before turning away, refusing to look at him again. Lui Feng clenched his fists tightly. Oomph, what's there to be so smug about? Once we step onto the stage, we'll definitely beat you. We'll see if you're still so cocky then. Next up, Senior 3, Class 7 versus Senior 3, Class 12. The moment the words left his mouth, both teachers and students suddenly perked up. Quick, the decisive battle is here. Even though Tianjun isn't that great, I can only pray he wins this time, otherwise, my money will truly go down the drain. Win! You absolutely have to win. All our money is riding on you. Heaven help us, heaven help us. The teachers whispered among themselves, their expressions even more tense than those of the students on stage. What do you say? Should we let you win? How about just you? Lui Feng twisted his lips into what he thought was a dashing smirk, his words dripping with mockery. He'd made up his mind, if Li Xiao dared accept this offer, he'd mock her mercilessly. Oomph, just 3 useless losers. Come at me all together and save us the time. As he spoke, he summoned his phoenix-tailed cockatiel, which glared down at Lui Feng and his 2 companions. I declare. The battle begins. As the referee's voice fell, the trio closed in on Li Xiao in a pincer movement. She always picked on the weakest target. Lui Feng, who had suffered the most severe injuries in the singles match, naturally became her first choice. Ignoring the others, Li Xiao charged straight at Lui Feng, the phoenix-tailed cockatiel following close behind. Damn it! It's coming for me again. Quick, come back and help me. Lu Feng's face drained of color. That searing, burning sensation was something he never wanted to experience again in his life. Hearing the cries for help, the two men merely smiled faintly, ignoring him entirely as they charged toward Li Xiao in the center. Senior brother, consider this your contribution to victory. When we win, we'll put in a good word for you with Master. Yes, senior brother. I believe you can do it. The two showed not a shred of camaraderie, leaving Lu Feng seething with rage. Fine. You'll pay for this. With that, he fixed his gaze on Li Xiao's approaching figure, his eyes brimming with caution. TSK, whoever's disciples these are, they're already fighting amongst themselves before the match even starts. This isn't a team battle, it's a full-blown four-way free-for-all. Sheikah's voice drifted slowly from behind Tianjun. The moment they chose to split up and launch a pincer attack, their defeat was already sealed. The rest of the battle was pointless to watch. Li Xiao turned and charged another opponent, while Lu Feng remained in defensive mode, the third person still far from him. Boom! A brilliant burst of flame erupted from the platform, followed by a figure flying through the air. Boom! Two more figures followed, one engulfed in flames more intense than the others. TSK, those bandages are practically useless. Look at him, he's practically sizzling like grilled meat. Sheikah watched the flaming figures fly past, murmuring in amazement. Tianjun watched Sheikah's expression, his mouth practically twisted with frustration. Useless. I wasted so many resources training the three of you. You can't even win a 3-on-1 fight. What good are you to me? More than anger, he now feared Chiku. 40,000 dragon coins plus a set of spirit artifacts. That's no small sum for a teacher. Even if he embezzled daily, 40,000 would take him a while to siphon off. Quick, get out of here. Tiptoeing, he quietly retreated backward. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Just as he was about to disappear around the staircase corner, Chica's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Teacher Tian, where are you going? Chapter 25, will you pay for him? I just gotta pee. Need to use the restroom. Tianjun's face flushed with embarrassment and frustration at being caught. Oh, so that's it. I thought you were trying to dodge your debt and run away. Chica deliberately raised her voice, emphasizing the words dodging the bill with particular emphasis. What? How could that be? As he caught the puzzled glances from those around him, Tianjun's confidence crumbled further. Ha! You claim you didn't know? If I hadn't caught you, you'd have made it all the way to the bottom floor. How could you not know? Exactly. The restroom's on the left, yet you kept heading toward the stairwell on the right. Clearly you were trying to escape. What more is there to argue about? These days, people actually dare to renege on such a big bet, especially when others witnessed it. TSK. Exactly. If you can't handle it, don't make bets in the first place. I heard Tianjun even insisted on this bet himself. Now he can't win and wants to run away. Sigh, looks like Tianjun is the one who really deserves to be expelled. Compared to his bet with Huang'an, Tianjun's wager is far more notorious. What's more, Tianjun often bullied other teachers, snatched resources, and made snide remarks, all because he thought he was on good terms with Huang'an. It was practically routine. Now that he's in trouble, naturally no one's sticking up for him. Especially since he made these people lose money, they're definitely not going to speak up for him. Sheikah smiled faintly. She hadn't expected Tianjun to have so many enemies. Some had even blocked the stairwell entrance to prevent him from slipping away. Teacher Tian, it seems you're not exactly popular around here. So, cash or fifu bayo? Sheikah picked up his phone and slowly approached Tianjun. Tianjun clenched his fist so tightly the veins bulged, like a predator ready to pounce. Sheikah, don't push your luck. Pushing it too far? Our wager was witnessed by both Principal Lei and Director Huang. Are you trying to renege on your debt? You and I. Tianjun was instantly speechless, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word for a long while. Seeing the smirk on Chica's lips, Tianjun's regret reached its peak. He must have known all along he'd win, which is why he made this bet and had Principal Lei Ming and Director Huang'an witness it. Why was he so confident? Wasn't he afraid of losing? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Teacher Tian, with so many people watching, are you really going to break your promise? Chica's voice echoed in his ears once more, not loud, yet like a demon's whisper. The murmurs behind him made Tianjun feel like thorns in his back, like sitting on pins and needles. His already pale face grew even paler. Refusing to pay meant breaking the contract, ruining his reputation. Pay up, but he didn't have that kind of money. If he took out a loan, his life would be over. Tianjun hesitated for only a fraction of a second before making his decision. Refusing to pay meant losing face, but paying meant losing his life. He knew which was heavier and which was lighter. Ha! What nonsense is Teacher Chi talking about? Teacher Tian is a full-fledged level 2 teacher, the last person to renege on a debt. Especially with so many people watching, how could he possibly renege? That was just overthinking it. Who dared? Tianjun whipped his head around, fury etched across his face, determined to see who had the audacity to mock him. Headmaster? Seeing Lei Ming standing behind him, Tianjun's voice instantly wilted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
What? You actually intend to renege on your promise?
Our school's teachers must never break their word. Lei Ming grinned at him, his face a mask of smiles, yet his eyes flashed with sharp intensity. If you ask me, teachers who break their word should be fired. Send them to the battlefield to toughen up, and when they come back, they'll understand the importance of keeping their promises.
Hearing the veiled threat, Tianjun's heart sank halfway. With the principal having spoken, who could possibly save him now? Could he really be forced to take out a loan? That was a bottomless pit. Once you got entangled in loans, no one could ever climb out.
Show mercy where you can, principal. After all, he's still one of our school's teachers.
We shouldn't play favorites, right?
Another voice spoke up behind him.
Tianjun nodded quickly, his face lighting up with relief. Director Huang, you must have forgotten?
I was the one who refused to agree to the wager in the first place.
If you hadn't vouched for him, I never would have made that bet. Now you tell me to show mercy where possible? Then let me ask you, where were you when he snatched my apprentice? Why didn't you show mercy then?
Last time he stole my resources and you came looking for me, I told you were a hypocrite. I'll say it again now, Huangyan, you're nothing but a hypocritical dog. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding teachers were stunned.
Holy crap, she used to be more tactful, but this time she didn't even bother with the act, just went straight for the jugular? What guts?
Ever since the initiation ceremony, Chiku has been like a completely different person, confronting anyone and everyone without a shred of hesitation.
If you break through to stage 4, you won't be intimidated either. Even at peak stage 3, he could already go toe-to-toe with Huangyan. Now that he's at stage 4, tier 3, why would he fear someone at peak stage 4? That makes sense.
Huangyan stared at Chica's defiant expression, his fists clenched so tightly the veins bulged on his hands.
Yet he didn't strike. What? Are you here to cover teacher Tian's bet? No, I'm just here to mediate. If it's not that, then shut up.
You didn't mediate when I lost before, yet you claim to be impartial.
Now that I've won, suddenly you're here to mediate. You think I'm easy to push around? Does that mean my apprentice is too? Got the guts? Come up on stage and prove it. If you lose, hand over the winnings without a fuss. Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
If you lose again, it won't be 40,000 dragon coins, it'll be 60,000.
Think carefully.
Chica's voice dripped with seduction, his eyebrow arched in blatant provocation.
Director Huang, just take him up on the bet. You're at least peak 4th tier.
At worst, you might not lose to him, but losing is impossible. Tianjun desperately urged Huangyan to accept, reasoning it was a surefire win for him.
If he won, his gambling debts would be wiped clean.
If he lost, Huangyan would cover the wager. Either way, it was an incredibly favorable deal for him.
Shut up.
Huangyan knew exactly what Tianjun was up to, but hearing him speak did stir some temptation within him. After all, just holding his own against him was no small feat, let alone mounting a counterattack. Moreover, during their last match, Huangyan had noticed Chica was only skilled at defense, not offense. Clearly, Chica's offensive capabilities were lacking.
And as long as he didn't lose, he'd win. The entire school knew Tianjun was his underling. If he didn't take him in now, who else would come to join him later? Fine, I'll take your bet. The entire school is here as witnesses. If you lose, don't try to back out.
Chica leapt onto the stage without hesitation, standing above him and watching silently.
Get on the stage. Chapter 26, Continue or Concede?
On the stage, Huangyan and Chica stood facing each other. All other matches on the other stages had paused, everyone was watching this one.
What? Teacher Chiku is actually challenging Director Huangyan? A 4th tier, 3rd rank challenging a 4th tier, peak tier? There's no way he can win. Even acknowledging Chica's rapid progress, I don't think he can win this time.
After all, Director Huang is one of our school's top 3 masters. There's no way he'd lose so easily. I recall teacher Chica's innate talent is Great Iron Bone, emphasizing defense over offense. To think he could defeat Director Huang with that alone is sheer folly.
Actually, I think Chico might just pull it off if he goes for it. Ha, what a joke.
The teacher's laughter trailed off abruptly when he turned to see Principal Lei Ming standing there. He looked caught red-handed, his hands unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt.
Principal. Hee, no problem. Everyone has their own thoughts. It's perfectly normal.
Lei Ming patted his shoulder, that same smile still on his face.
But how about a little wager? 500 dragon coins, I'll bet Chico wins.
Then I'll put 500 dragon coins on Director Huang to win.
I trust the principal. 500 on Chiku.
I'd love to bet on Chiku too, but my head tells me she can't win.
I'll put 500 on a draw.
The betting pool reopened below, but Chiku and Huangyan remained oblivious, their expressions growing increasingly grave.
Chiku, you can still back out now. Don't end up with nothing to show for it. Huangyan offered gentle persuasion. Truthfully, he wasn't eager for this fight either.
Victory would be deserved, but defeat would challenge his authority. You can't even defeat a worthless 4th tier, 3rd rank teacher.
How could you possibly lead us to glory?
This was a significant blow to his career ambitions.
Same goes for me.
If Director Huang fears his authority will be undermined or his face lost, he can withdraw now.
I won't say a word. I don't mind earning a bit less. 40,000 dragon coins plus a set of spirit artifacts isn't bad either. With that, Chiku offered a faint smile.
Of course, I wouldn't turn down 600,000 dragon coins either.
You think you've got me cornered? Or what? Don't you think you've got me cornered too? Arrogant. Since that's the case, let's settle this with our hands.
Huang Yan's face twisted with fury, his eyebrows knitting together as his eyes widened in rage.
He glared fixedly at Chiku, his chest heaving up and down.
How could a peak 4th tier cultivator like me lose to a mere 3rd tier 4th tier like you?
Arrogance has its limits.
With that thought, Huang Yan stomped his foot down hard. The arena floor cracked open, sending shards of stone flying. A fist shot straight toward Chica's forehead. Chica slowly drew the breaker gauntlets he'd obtained from the golden treasure chest from his backpack and slipped them onto his hands.
What is that? A spirit artifact? Where did he get it?
Judging by that glow, even if it is a spirit artifact, it must be of a higher tier. Looks like Director Huang is in trouble this time. Their strength was already close, and now Chiku has a spirit artifact to back him up.
This wager looks like it's going to end badly for Huang. Contrary to everyone else's opinion, Huang Yan didn't think it was a big deal. So what if he has a spirit artifact? It only serves as an auxiliary.
His defense is top tier, but his attack power is weak.
Even with a 200% boost, it's still just a scratch, right? Blocking my punch doesn't mean you can beat me. Huang Yan didn't flinch or dodge, still driving his fist straight toward Chica's forehead. Boom!
Chica's fist collided with his with no fancy tricks, just raw, bone-crunching force.
Boom! 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 Punch after punch.
Both men seemed to have ignited with genuine fury, abandoning all tactics, just pure, raw force. The entire ring shook violently under their assault, most of the floor tiles cracking to varying degrees.
Intentional punching. The shockwaves sent debris flying wildly into the air, scattering madly toward the ground below. Even these stones pack such power. Can Chiku withstand them?
Director Huang seems to have grown stronger.
The power of his deliberate smash punch is significantly greater than before.
You're right. I recall him fighting on the platform before, but it never had this kind of overwhelming force. Lei Ming watched Huang Yan on the stage, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly.
So it's you. Half-step marquee level. I only hope Chiku doesn't drop the ball. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue as principal, and your life won't be easy either. Huang Yan smiled faintly.
After a month of intense training, he had finally broken through to the half-step marquee realm just before the mock exam. Though Chica's bizarre defense left him helpless, he wasn't willing to take that risk. But with the provocation right in his face, it would be unacceptable not to teach him a lesson.
Boom! 3 more punches slammed toward Chiku, buried in the dust, each strike more powerful than the last.
A massive cloud of dust billowed up, completely engulfing the stage.
What's going on?
Every day we get such spectacular fights, yet they're all buried in dust.
Is it because they don't want anyone to see? Exactly. This isn't some novel show us the action properly.
No one's going to accuse you of padding the story.
Ugh, dust and fire again. Every day we're left guessing what's happening. How fun is that? Exactly.
This master and disciple duo are practically cut from the same cloth.
Boom! Huang Yan's expression shifted slightly.
He felt his fist clamped down by something, unable to pull back or advance a single step.
Have you had enough? Chica's voice echoed from the dust. If that's all you've got, then I'll have to step in.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fist glinting with golden light burst from the dust, slamming straight into his chest.
Ugh!
Huang Yan let out a pained scream as his entire body flew backward, only coming to a halt when he finally hit the edge.
What?
He actually knocked Director Huang flying. If even a half-step marquee realm cultivator couldn't defeat him, who could possibly stop him now?
What just happened?
Director Huang was clearly dominating him moments ago.
How did he get knocked flying so suddenly? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Damn it!
Huang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes wide as he stared intently at the gauntlet in Chica's hand.
An intermediate spirit artifact?
Huang Yan's voice was soft, yet it thundered in the ears of those around him.
An intermediate spirit artifact? There were barely a handful of such artifacts in all of Jiangcheng. How could he possess one? Rumor has it that even a low-grade spirit artifact can turn the tide of battle. An intermediate spirit artifact could actually allow someone to fight at a higher realm? And still hold the advantage?
Sigh, I'd love to have that intermediate spirit artifact, but I can only look on. I'll never have a chance to obtain such a treasure. Chica slowly approached Huang Yan, stopping a dozen paces away. He tapped the knuckle guards on his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face.
What do you say? Continue or admit defeat. Chapter 27, Hitting the Jackpot. I won't surrender.
Huang Yan glared at him through gritted teeth. Despite the searing pain radiating from his abdomen, he refused to concede.
I'm at the half-step marquee realm. I'm the school's headmaster. Asking me to admit defeat to you? Never. Heh, admirable spirit. Chica wasn't the least bit surprised by his choice.
After all, he was the principal, prizing his reputation was only natural. But there was no other way. For the resources he needed later, he had no choice but to crush Huangyan's pride and drag it through the dirt.
To the outside world, he was already firmly aligned with the principal.
The harder he crushed Huangyan, the more resources the principal would grant him.
Then I won't hold back.
Golden light flashed from his gloves as Chica charged toward Huangyan's face, unleashing punch after punch. No fancy tricks, just pure, bone-crushing force.
A peculiar phenomenon unfolded on the stage. Huangyan and Chiku exchanged blows. Huangyan's fist struck Chiku, who neither dodged nor flinched.
Wherever he was hit, a golden glow flared, accompanied by the metallic clang of steel against steel.
Chica's face showed no flicker of emotion, as if the blows weren't landing on him at all.
Huangyan, however, reacted differently. When Chica's fist connected with him, a look of pain flashed across his face. His brow furrowed, and a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, falling to the ground.
He hadn't failed to try outmaneuvering Chico with speed. Purely in terms of speed, Chico couldn't keep up with him. But he always had to attack. His attacks barely scratched Chiku.
Yet whenever Chica seized an opening to land a punch, the pain slowed Huangyan considerably. In the end, he was left with no choice but to endure the blows. He took even more blows than if he'd stood still.
Boom! Chica suddenly pulled a trick, his extended left fist abruptly retracted.
Huangyan staggered, his center of gravity thrown off, tumbling toward Chiku.
No!
Alarm bells rang in Huangyan's mind. He looked up just in time to see Chica flash a faint smile as his right fist slammed heavily into Huangyan's midsection.
Put!
A mouthful of blood spurted out as his entire body crashed heavily onto the ground outside the ring.
What? He actually defeated Director Huang? Doesn't that mean he possesses the strength of a half-step marquis too? Not exactly.
He only possessed such power because he had an intermediate-grade spirit artifact by his side.
But can you really say that intermediate spirit artifacts aren't part of his strength? Well, that's true. Watching Huangyan's figure fly backward, a flicker of approval passed through Principal Li Ming's eyes. Excellent. Teacher Chiku is truly a model for us all.
Defeating a half-step marquis-level powerhouse with only 4th tier, 3rd rank strength, such a feat is unheard of. I hereby decide to double Teacher Chica's salary. Regardless of whether Li Xiao wins the team competition in this mock exam, Class 12 of Senior 3 will receive double resources. Should they win, an additional month's worth of resources will be awarded as encouragement.
Principal Li Ming waved his hand decisively, announcing the rewards for Chiku outright. Though envy flickered in the crowd upon hearing this, not a single trace of jealousy surfaced. To take a student with a great talent and mold them into the top individual competitor, while simultaneously defeating Huangyan, a powerhouse nearing the rank of marquis. Either feat alone was beyond their reach, let alone achieving both simultaneously, a feat of extraordinary difficulty. Principal Xia, but there are more pressing matters at hand now. Chica bowed respectfully and walked toward Huangyan, who lay collapsed on the ground. Bending down to gaze at Huangyan, who was spitting blood, he spoke slowly. Director Huang, now that you've lost, what about the 40,000 dragon coins? Fifubeo or cash? Before Huangyan could respond, he pulled out his phone's QR code and held it before Huangyan's face. Let's go with Fifubeo. It's easier to scan.
Carrying that much cash, you never know if someone might ambush you on the way home.
Fifubeo is better, it's digital. You can't steal it. Impossible to steal? You're so sure I try robbing you on the way home, huh? Besides, Tianjun wasn't worth another 40,000 dragon coins.
Just as he was about to refuse, Chica cut him off before he could back out.
Master, 40,000 isn't a small sum.
I don't think Teacher Huang will give it to you.
Let's go.
Seeing Huangyan remain silent for so long, Li Xiao tugged at his sleeve from behind Chico and spoke up. Principal Huang always keeps his word.
As the esteemed head of discipline at First High, would he ever go back on his promise?
Never utter such divisive remarks again. Chico feigned sternness, though inwardly he praised Li Xiao countless times.
Master, I'm sorry.
I spoke out of turn.
Oomph. After the exams, you'll stay for an extra hour of practice.
With that, Chica turned to Huangyan with a forced smile and began his apology.
Principal Huang, my apprentice is immature and dared to question your credibility. I've already reprimanded him. Please.
As he spoke, Chica held out the payment QR code in his hand, placing it right before Huangyan's eyes. Seeing the strange looks from those around him and Chica's smug grin, Huangyan felt his temper flare.
Given the current situation, refusing was no longer an option. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win an argument. No choice but to swallow his pride.
Fifubeo transaction confirmed, 400,000 yuan. After paying, Huangyan scrambled to his feet, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. He couldn't bear to stay in this place another second. Seeing Huangyan leave, Tianjun slinked after him, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Chica stepped forward, blocking his path.
Teacher Tian, where are you going? Tianjun's pupils contracted as he instinctively glanced toward Huang Yan's retreating figure only to find him already vanished. Witnessing this, Tianjun knew escape was impossible today. He would have to pay dearly. As the crowd around him grew thicker, Tianjun's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and pulled a palm-sized watch from his pocket. Chica stared intently. Pocket watch timeless. Lower grade spirit artifact. Ability can halt time for 1 second, but the power of any skill blocked is amplified by 20%. Time is a forbidden power. To master it, one must endure its backlash. What a treasure! Though it amplifies the blocked skill's power, in the ensuing battle, 1 second allows for so much to be accomplished. A fine spirit artifact, I'll take it. Teacher Tianjun truly keeps his word. Chica snatched the pocket watch from his hand and grinned as he tucked it into his own coat pocket. Tianjun watched the scene, his mouth twitching. Without another word to Chiku, he turned and walked away. Only after Tianjun's figure vanished from sight did Chiku offer a faint smile. Not bad haul this time, 40,000 dragon coins, plus a spirit artifact that could be called God tier. As for that enhanced power? Against the 500-point invulnerability defense, it was utterly insignificant. Moreover, Chica slowly opened the forum and withdrew her winnings from the betting pool. 115. Using his account as Jiangqing's top heartthrob, Chica had bet 50,000 dragon coins on his own victory. Now, 15 times 50,000 75,000 dragon coins were cashed out and deposited into his account. Gazing at the 1.15 million balance on his phone, Chica's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. He made it. He made it big. Chapter 28, The Finals. On the stage, Chica stood tall and proud. The teachers below him now looked at him with changed eyes. Chiku was no longer that useless teacher anyone could push around. Ha! Teacher Chiku, you've truly opened my eyes. Principal Li Ming stepped forward, his hearty laughter echoing across the entire arena. I have high hopes for you. Give it your all at the 4-school joint exam in 2 weeks. If you perform well, I have a special reward in store. Thank you, Principal. Chica put on a smile and bowed his head slightly. Not for any other reason, but simply because the principal had given him so many resources it was only right to be polite. Li Ming was pleased with Chica's attitude and patted him on the shoulder. Keep up the good work and you'll be well rewarded. After defeating Li Feng and his team, Li Xiao went on to defeat several more classes. From then on, anyone who faced her essentially surrendered. Especially Huang Yan's class. Without their main fighter Huang Shi, only 2 weaklings remained, lacking even the courage to face Li Xiao directly. Had Huang Yan not left early, they would likely have suffered another humiliating defeat, enduring both physical and psychological damage. Unnoticed, the sun sank below the western horizon, leaving only a sliver peeking over the edge to secretly watch the earth. On the stage, only 3 figures remained. Once again, the team competition had boiled down to a showdown between Class 1 and Class 12 of Senior 3. What difference was there from the individual competition? It was different. In the individual competition, Zhang Jiahao fought alone, but in the team event, Han Lingling served as support. 2 against 1 still held an advantage. True, Li Xiao had demonstrated unparalleled combat skills in the individual match. But this was a team event, they had 1 extra player. This match? I'd say it's touch and go. Below, teachers debated the match's outcome, yet Li Ming and Chica, the teachers directly involved, couldn't care less about the ranking. Whether they win or lose, it no longer matters. Li Xiao's very presence here already solidified her status as Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's undisputed top student. If she lost, it would only mean others still had a chance to catch up. If she won, it would prove she was unmatched at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, even rivaling geniuses from major cities. Such a person was simply incomparable. Compared to whether she could take first place, everyone was far less interested in that than they were in Chiku. After all, everyone witnessed Li Xiao's previous level of skill. Her current prowess is equally visible to all. Accusing her of cheating is simply impossible. The only explanation was that Chiku had taught her something, making her this formidable. If I could master this method, wouldn't replacing the principal be within reach? A sinister gaze fixed on Chiku. Chiku felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he immediately spotted Vice Principal Bai standing behind him. Vice Principal Bai offered him a faint smile. Chiku returned it politely before turning away. Vice Principal Bai's smile froze on his face. His kindly gaze instantly turned icy, his eyes fixed intently on Chiku. Poof. Let you gloat for a couple more days. Come the time, I'll see what secrets you're hiding. The battle on the arena raged fiercely. Within mere minutes of clashing, Li Xiao and his 2 companions already bore injuries of varying severity. Zhang Jiahao bore the worst of it. As an offensive warrior in a lineup featuring 1 mage and 1 warrior, he had already absorbed the bulk of the incoming fire. Moreover, Han Lingling's skills were mostly area of effect abilities. If he wasn't careful, they could even hit Zhang Jiahao. Not only that, but once she activated her skills, she further restricted Zhang Jiahao's movement space, making an already difficult opponent even harder to deal with. In contrast, Li Xiao, operating without teammates, had fewer considerations. His sole focus was pinning down and attacking Zhang Jiahao. Ahead lay the blazing inferno of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb bird, while behind him stretched the bitter cold of an icy wasteland. A double-edged sword of ice and fire. Caught in this pincer attack, the already injured Zhang Jiahao quickly succumbed. On the stage, only 2 women remained, one of ice, one of fire, standing at opposite ends. You're strong. Han Lingling stared intently at Li Xiao before her, and the phoenix-tailed cockatoo circling above her head, her expression growing intensely grave. Li Xiao smiled. Without Zhang Jiahao, Han Lingling wouldn't last much longer before falling. Though she hadn't fought Han Lingling herself, Zhang Jiahao consistently took first place. Defeating her couldn't be too difficult. My disciple is about to lose. Standing on the teacher's platform, Chica had a clear view of the situation below, including the smug arrogance on Li Xiao's face. Why would Teacher Chi say that? The former top contender had already been eliminated, leaving only Han Lingling, a fragile mage. Could there really still be a chance for a comeback? Though I felt the same way, Teacher Chi must have his reasons for saying that. It could only be that I was ignorant and couldn't see it. The teacher who spoke looked ashamed. As fellow level 2 instructors, Teacher Chi could see what I couldn't. It seems I still have much room for improvement. Exactly. We must learn from Teacher Chi and strive to guide even E-tier talent to become the top student in the entire school. Listening to the sycophants around him, cold sweat nearly broke out on Chica's forehead. Calm down, everyone. I'm not the principal. All this flattery won't do me any good. Besides, didn't you all look down on me before? Why this sudden change now? For a moment, it felt oddly unfamiliar. I preferred you when you were defiant and unruly. Though he thought this inwardly, he couldn't voice it aloud. These teachers aren't like Huang Yin or Tianjun. I have no grudge against them. We're just colleagues, so there's no need to make things so awkward. Besides, if they're all lining up to kiss my ass, might as well let them keep it up for a bit of amusement, right? Chica feigned profundity, slowly uttering a 4-character maxim. A proud army is bound to fall. True to form, as soon as Zhang Jiahao fell from the platform, Li Xiao launched the first attack. Flames blazed his path as he plunged headfirst into the icy expanse, charging toward Han Lingling at breakneck speed. Ice wall. Han Lingling raised both hands, and a thick ice wall rose between them. Earth fire. Beneath the ice wall, a surge of flame shot skyward, enveloping the barrier in its fiery embrace. Sizzle. The ice wall melted into water, pouring over the flames once more. The fire instantly dimmed considerably, creating a vast cloud of steam between them. The steam obscured their view of each other. Yet Han Lingling knew exactly where she was. Because half the arena lay within her domain's reach, every move was visible to her eyes. Ice ball. Han Lingling murmured under her breath. Before Li Xiao could react, an ice puck shot out of the steam, hurtling straight toward her. Oh no! Li Xiao scrambled backward, but it was already too late. All he heard was Han Lingling's loud shout. Ice blast. The ice ball before her exploded with a thunderous boom. Most of its energy slammed into Li Xiao, sending her flying through the air in a beautiful arc. But before Han Lingling could savor her triumph, the mist before her turned crimson. Looking up, she saw a fireball of equal size slam into her chest. Another beautiful arc. Thud. How could this be possible? Chapter 29, Are you out of your mind? Thud. Their figures landed on opposite sides of the ring almost simultaneously, kicking up a cloud of dust. The referee waited silently for them to rise, but when neither stirred, he had no choice but to announce the final result. I declare the final team match a draw. The moment the referee's words fell, the teachers below erupted in chaos. What? A draw? Shouldn't Li Xiao have won? He clearly had such a huge advantage just now. What's going on? Zhang Jiahao was eliminated, but Li Xiao was replaced by Han Lingling? Is Han Lingling really that strong? I didn't sense it before. Teacher Chiku was right, after all, Li Xiao really did lose. This is a draw? If Zhang Jiahao had stayed in, I call a draw a win for her. But she sent Zhang Jiahao flying off the platform almost unscathed. Under these circumstances, a draw counts as her loss, and it's not unfair at all. Listening to the murmurs around her, Li Xiao lowered her head, unable to meet Chica's gaze. She underestimated her opponent. She lost because of her own pride. She could have won, but she was overly confident in her own abilities, and that's what cost her this match. Her master had given her the best resources, yet with such a favorable situation, she managed only a draw. And if she hadn't unleashed a fireball at the last moment, blasting the unprepared Han Lingling off the stage, she might not even have managed a draw. Master, I'm sorry. Li Xiao's voice lacked its usual confidence, her entire demeanor resembling that of a child who had done something wrong. The pride of the empress was shattered into pieces at that moment. Yet Chica showed none of the expected reproach or anger. Instead, she looked at her with gentle kindness, instinctively ruffling her hair. It's fine. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Besides, you didn't lose unfairly, did you? Li Xiao half closed her eyes, savoring Chica's large hand stroking her, and nodded. Indeed, since her rebirth, everything had gone smoothly.
She'd even obtained an S-tier talent and her summoned beast had advanced a whole tier. What used to take her a year to reach the peak of Tier 1, she'd now touched the threshold of Tier 2 in just a month. She felt she could fully break through to Tier 2 in a week. This success had begun to inflate her ego. No other student could possibly surpass her. Pride and arrogance had quietly taken root in her heart, leading her to look down on others, and that was precisely why she had suffered this defeat. But failure was perhaps for the best. After all, a life of constant smooth sailing with no worthy opponents would be utterly tedious. I've noticed your combat awareness is exceptionally sharp. Precisely because of this, you have virtually no equals among your peers. However, you don't always fight evenly matched opponents. School betting matches are different from battles outside the school grounds. Chica hadn't experienced the outer battles, but as a transmigrator, she knew how to bluff. Out there, the psychic beasts don't care about one-on-one or two-on-two, they'll use any means necessary. Dirty tricks are just part of the game. Li Xiao nodded. That was certainly true. His thoughts drifted back to the battlefields of his past life, where psychic beasts tore into soldiers like him. Behind buildings, around street corners, even on the rooftops of houses you passed, mutant beasts could appear suddenly, attacking anyone they spotted. Her experiences on the battlefield in her past life had ingrained a habit of extreme caution. But in this life, sheltered within an ivory tower, that faint desire for a peaceful existence had been magnified beyond measure. In just 1 month, her vigilance had eroded significantly. If she were to step onto the battlefield now, she might not even match her former self at the second tier of the first rank. Born in adversity, perishing in ease. These 8 words, spoken by Chica, struck deep within Li Xiao's ears. Li Xiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her gaze toward Chica was filled with admiration. Words of wisdom. This phrase was perfectly suited to this world. Without a sense of crisis, content to let your fighting spirit fade away in comfort, you would sooner or later become prey for the beast creatures. Even if you survive the daily grind, when the beast tide comes in 10 years, not a soul in this nation will be spared. At this thought, the sharp confidence that had radiated from Li Xiao's face yesterday vanished. What remained was a subdued sharpness, faintly reminiscent of his former self. How true, born in adversity, perishing in complacency. For this insight alone, Teacher Chiku deserves the title of Master Educator. Lei Ming led his 2 students toward Chiku. The principle flatters me. I've merely distilled the wisdom of those who came before, hardly worthy of being called a master teacher. Ha! Such modesty is hardly a virtue. Lei Ming let out a hearty laugh. Now, back to business. In 2 weeks, we'll hold the 4-school joint exam. Beyond the usual resource rewards, there's an additional incentive, the qualification for Level 3 teacher certification. You'll be leading the team this time. If you secure the championship in the joint exam, I'll grant you that Level 3 teacher certification. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surrounding teachers shot envious glances his way. A Level 3 teacher? That would even qualify you for a position at Wuhan University. How enviable. But you still have to pass the test, right? Your level has to meet the standards. I remember the requirements for Wuda are extremely strict. Yes, that's correct. Not only must your own cultivation meet the standards, but your disciples' cultivation and academic performance must also be outstanding. Take Jiangda University, for instance, you'd need at least peak 4th tier cultivation. In fact, you'd have to be a 5th tier marquee level powerhouse. Chica pricked up her ears. 5th tier marquee level? To enter Wuda, she'd have to break through first. Currently, Li Xiao is my only disciple, and his cultivation progress has indeed slowed considerably. It's uncertain whether he can break through to the 5th tier before the college entrance exams. It was time to recruit 2 more disciples. Seeing Chica deep in thought, Lei Ming patted his shoulder. Master Chi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. For this 4-school joint exam, I plan to send our 2 disciples to compete. After all, a team composed of the top 3 students shouldn't be too shabby. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll be counting on you to guide them. With that, Lei Ming left Zhang Jiehao and the others behind and hurried off the stage. Hello, Teacher Chi. Chica nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and cast a scouting spell on each of them. Name, Zhang Jiehao. Talent, a rank-heavy sword without edge. Excessively gifted, does not meet system requirements. Name, Han Lingling. Talent, a rank-frozen wasteland. Suffers from an underlying ailment causing gradual cultivation depletion. Meets system requirements. Recommend accepting as disciples. What? This time it was Chica who was stunned, eyes wide as he stared intently at Han Lingling's face. She's this powerful, yet still considered a waste? All because of that so-called ailment? Losing cultivation base is indeed quite severe. Chiku, Teacher Chiku, what's wrong? Startled by Chica's gaze, Han Lingling quietly took 2 steps back, hiding behind Zhang Jiehao. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 30, The Second Disciple. Are you out of your mind? Chica stared intently at Han Lingling as he demanded. In an instant, both the teacher and students widened their eyes. Some even erupted in anger, hurling insults at Chiku. Your disciple lost the match, so be it.
Just moments ago, you were lecturing her with such righteous indignation, yet now you resort to personal attacks? Is this really acceptable? Exactly. Even if you're stronger and I can't beat you, that doesn't give you free rein to act however you please. Han Lingling gave it her all. Why should she endure such humiliation from you? Han Lingling, don't be afraid. If he dares insult you again, even if the principal won't intervene, I'll report him to the Education Bureau. Teachers who humiliate students are parasites on the school. We won't tolerate it.
Vice Principal Bai slowly stepped into the center of the room and declared with righteous indignation.
Vice Principal Bai is absolutely right.
A teacher like this has no place in our school.
Exactly. Exactly. Firing him is the only solution.
Seeing support, the teachers who had long resented Chica's constant resource grabbing came forward to condemn him. The crowd grew increasingly heated, with calls for his dismissal rising one after another. Actually, Teacher Chi was right. I do have an illness. At that moment, a faint, timid voice reached everyone's ears. Though faint, it felt like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. The teacher stared blankly at Han Lingling, who stood before Chi-Ku. Her head bowed, she nervously twisted the hem of her shirt, her ears flushing slightly.
Han Lingling, don't be afraid.
There's no need to yield to his physical strength. Even if you can't defeat him, I'll stand up for you. Vice Principal Bai wore a stern expression, his eyes filled with a menacing glare. No, I truly am ill, and it's no minor ailment. If left untreated, I might even become a complete invalid within 2 years. Hearing Vice Principal Bai's words, Han Lingling clenched her fists as if steeled with resolve. She lifted her head, her face firm, her voice rising several degrees. You. Vice Principal Bai was furious, his previously stern expression now turning as dark as a pot bottom. He flung his sleeves and stormed out of the training ground. He couldn't bear it. His first attempt to suppress Chica had met with such humiliating treatment, and the stares from the other teachers felt like needles piercing his back. Out of sight, out of mind. Following Vice Principal Bai's departure, many of the teachers who had hurled insults also left the training ground one after another. With the mock exam concluded, there was no reason for them to linger. As for Han Lingling's illness, few truly cared. Teacher Chi-Ku, are you truly confident you can cure Lingling's illness? Zhang Jiehao, seeing the two remain silent, grew impatient and asked directly. Yes, I can. But there's one condition. I don't know if she'll accept it. Yes, I can accept it. As Han Lingling's classmate for 3 years, Zhang Jiehao didn't hesitate to agree on her behalf. Especially over the past month, he had witnessed Han Lingling break through to the 9th level of the first stage, only to fall back to the 8th level. Besides Han Lingling herself, Zhang Jiehao was probably the only one who truly wished for her to be well. Even if she can't do it, I can do it for her. You're not up to it. Chica shot him a disdainful glance before turning her head and flashing a smile. Han Lingling's alarm bells immediately went off. What? If he can't do it, I can? Could it be that you're going to? Han Lingling crossed her arms and took 2 steps back. Chica's smile froze on his face, his hands suspended mid-air, neither advancing nor retreating. Ha, master, so this is how it ends for you, ha. Li Xiao's laughter echoed, prompting Chica to turn and glare at her. How disrespectful. I've spoiled her far too much. She even dares to undermine her master. I mean, no offense. I can cure your illness. All you need to do is take me as your master. Really? Han Lingling's eyes brimmed with doubt, her arms still crossed over her chest. Absolutely. No doubt about it. But what if you can't cure me? Whether it's compensation or leaving, whatever you choose. Isn't that acceptable? Chica sighed helplessly. This little girl's guard was unusually strong. Besides, don't you truly want your body to heal? Do you still want to endure the agony of cold seeping through your body in the dead of night? That sensation during cultivation, gaining power while simultaneously losing it. Do you truly wish to endure that? Even now, your cultivation is slowly fading away, isn't it? I'm not in a rush. If you're not either, you can pretend I never said anything. In 2 weeks, remember to find me in class 12. We'll head to the 4-school joint exam together. Chica finished speaking and turned to leave. Though the system suggested he could take her as a disciple, it never said he had to. It was merely a matter of recognizing her potential. Since she remained so guarded, he could only do his utmost. If that still failed, he would have no choice but to let it go. Talent is hard to find, but isn't trash easy to come by? Wait. Seeing Chica turn to leave, Han Lingling clenched her teeth, her grip on the hem of her uniform tightening until it crumpled into wrinkles. What? If I just ask you to be my teacher, will you cure my illness? Han Lingling's eyes were filled with conflict. I can't guarantee it, but chances are high it could work. It might even help you progress further. Besides, I don't have any conflicts with the principal. Having 2 teachers won't cause any issues. Chi-Ku didn't commit outright. After all, the system's promised reward hadn't materialized yet. Who knew if it truly contained anything to cure illnesses? Alright, then I'll take you as my master. Han Lingling lowered her head and timidly called out, Teacher. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited Han Lingling as your disciple.
Rewards obtained: 1 Meridian Restoration Pill, S-Rank Talent, Magic Surge. Meridian Restoration Pill, repairs meridians and prevents cultivation dissipation. Han Lingling exclusive. Mana Surge, S-Rank. Increases mana regeneration speed by 300%.
Permanently raises maximum mana by 1 point per spellcast. Higher mana reserves boost skill talent damage. Glancing at the system's rewards, Chico inwardly grumbled.
So stingy.
Every gift is tailor-made for the disciples, yet I never get anything usable myself.
Host, please speak with a clear conscience. Could the rewards at least boost my favorability? Can I draw prizes once my favor reaches the threshold? Are the prizes actually good? Answer me.
The system's prompting tones echoed incessantly in his mind.
Alright, you're right.
The incessant ding-dong sounds were driving Chico crazy. With no other choice, he reluctantly conceded to the system. Here, take this.
It'll work instantly.
After appeasing the system, Chico pulled a Meridian Repair Pill from his backpack and handed it to Han Lingling. Han Lingling's gaze fell on the drab, unremarkable pill, her face betraying her skepticism.
Is this really safe to eat? Chapter 31, 5 consecutive draws activated.
Han Lingling stared intently at the gray pill in her hand, then glanced at Chica's earnest expression. Gritting her teeth and steeled her resolve, she flung the pill into her mouth.
Gulp.
The expected foul taste never materialized. The unremarkable pill was actually quite pleasant. It melted instantly on her tongue, with a distinct apple flavor. The pill dissolved into a warm current circulating through her body. She could distinctly feel her meridians being repaired by this soothing warmth.
Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Han Lingling's body. First tier, 9th level?
Zhang Jiahao stared blankly at his friend before him, his eyes filled with disbelief.
She just breezed through the breakthrough?
He glanced at Han Lingling, then back at himself. His own cultivation at the 8th level of the first tier suddenly felt less impressive. It was clearly good news, yet he felt not a shred of joy. Instead, a tinge of envy and jealousy stirred within him. Merely by taking on a master, she'd repaired her meridians and advanced her cultivation.
How could anyone not envy that? Hee, Master Chico, could you take me on as a disciple? I could apprentice under you too.
Zhang Jiahao chuckled, stepping beside Chico with a wide grin.
You?
Though Chica desperately wanted to accept him, doing so wouldn't meet the system's criteria. The system wouldn't grant him any rewards for taking on a disciple. Naturally, there was no question of filling gaps or helping him improve his strength. I'm truly sorry, Zhang Jiahao. Your talent is simply too high. It doesn't meet my criteria for accepting disciples.
Too high?
A look of astonishment flashed across Zhang Jiahao's face.
What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Does anyone actually take on useless apprentices? Upon reflection, it seemed to be true.
Li Xiao had E-grade talent. Han Lingling, though possessing a grade talent, was born with a congenital deficiency in her meridians, dooming her to a short-lived path. To other teachers, they might seem like complete failures, but Chica couldn't care less. He even only takes on such failed students.
Is this how a genius teacher's mind works? Sigh. If that's the case, I guess I'll just have to give up. Boom! As the two spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Han Lingling, once more far stronger than before. First tier peak? Another first tier peak. Terrifying. Could Chica be some kind of celestial being descended to Earth? Does he just cultivate disciples at peak tier 1 like it's nothing? The teachers who hadn't left kept watching the situation here. 2 consecutive breakthroughs had firmly captured their attention.
Zhang Jiahao's look of helplessness grew even more pronounced. First tier, 9th layer was bad enough, but now he'd reached first tier peak. Originally, he could have ranked 2nd, but now he could only settle for 3rd.
Sigh. Unlike Zhang Jiahao's resignation, Han Lingling's face was alight with excitement.
Once the pill's potency fully dissolved, her entire meridian system was enveloped by its energy. What had been a network of scarred and perforated channels was now as smooth as jade. Not only would they no longer leak spiritual energy, but even the shockwave from a breakthrough wouldn't shatter them. It really could be cured. Han Lingling's gaze toward Chico had changed.
Master. Han Lingling knelt on one knee and bowed deeply to Chiku. Ding.
Your disciple Han Lingling's respect for you has increased by 1 level.
Affinity, 70. Current affinity, 80. What? This time, it was Chica's turn to be stunned. He'd never seen anyone gain so much favor before.
This was only the first reward.
He couldn't help but wonder if he gave her a second one, wouldn't Han Lingling's affection meter explode? And then if he gave her an S-tier talent, wouldn't her affection meter just go off the charts? Could this newly recruited second disciple become the first to max out his affection rating? He wondered what extra reward maxed out favor might bring.
Get up.
There's no need for this. Since you've taken me as your master, healing you is simply my duty. Chica helped Han Lingling to her feet, smiling warmly at her. Master, your kindness is something Lingling will never forget.
Tears welled up in Han Lingling's eyes as her long-held wish was finally fulfilled.
There's one more thing. You'll need to come with me to the classroom. Han Lingling was puzzled. Why must we go to the classroom again?
Li Xiao looked at Chico, lost in thought, as if he had guessed something.
Come on. I think the master has something else good for you. What good thing?
Han Lingling's confusion deepened, but she obediently followed Chiku and the others back to the classroom.
Senior 3, Class 12.
Han Lingling stood in the center of the hall, staring in shock at the red orb of light in Chica's hand.
What is this? It's something that can make you stronger. Absorb it quickly.
Before Chico could speak, Li Xiao piped up first.
Chica shot her a disapproving look.
Her apprentice was becoming harder and harder to manage, even stealing her lines now.
Your senior sister is right, it truly is something that can make you stronger. You'll understand once you absorb it.
After the incident with the Meridian Restoration Pill, Han Lingling's trust in Chica had reached an unprecedented height. Even if given a poison pill, she would swallow it without hesitation. Clutching the crimson orb in her palm, it scattered into countless fragments that enveloped Han Lingling, dissolving into specks of light that seeped into her body.
As her body transmitted the news, Han Lingling's pupils dilated, her eyes brimming with disbelief. S-Class talent. An S-Class talent.
Nationwide, there were only a handful of S-Class talents, and her master had just bestowed one upon her. Moreover, her original talent hadn't been overwritten, instead, she'd gained an additional talent.
With such power, why would she be stuck in a small place like Jiangqing First High School? And judging by Li Xiao's expression, she must possess an S-Class talent as well.
Turning back to the master, he remained as serene and detached as ever.
Was this the true nature of a reclusive master?
To casually bestow S-tier talents upon others while contentedly teaching at an obscure high school such selfless devotion rivals that of an era's role model.
Ding! Han Lingling has developed admiration for the host. Affection, plus 20. Current affection level, 100.
Affection has reached maximum limit. Affection quest unlocked. Affection quest, regularly fulfill your apprentice's wishes to earn lottery chances. The number of chances depends on the quest's difficulty. Host may choose to complete or skip without penalty. Host first raises apprentice's affection to 100, rewarded with 1 lottery draw.
Current draw attempts, 5.
Watching the system's series of notification sounds, Chico let out a faint smile.
5 chances. Time to cash in on some rewards. Though he believed in the power of single pulls to create miracles, the thrill of 5 consecutive pulls was undeniably tempting.
No, he had to find an opportunity to draw.
Otherwise, he wouldn't feel right. Chico turned to look at the two people.
Han Lingling sat cross-legged in the hall, her entire body shrouded in swirling spiritual energy. Clearly, she wouldn't be finished anytime soon. Li Xiao, meanwhile, had nothing to do. Naturally, the duty of guarding her fell to her.
Protect your junior sister well. Wait until she finishes absorbing the energy before you leave.
Chico entrusted the crucial task of protection to Li Xiao. Seeing no objection from Li Xiao, she turned and walked into her bedroom. Summoning the system wheel in her mind, Chica gazed at the dazzling array of prizes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips.
Hee 5 consecutive draws activate. Chapter 32, Hexagonal Warrior. Beep. The wheel spun rapidly, its 5 pointers landing in different spots.
Red, gold, purple, blue, green, and white flashed across the pointers in succession.
Red. 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 Chica pressed her palms together, silently praying, mentally paying homage to every deity she could recall. The whirring of the pointers gradually ceased. Chica slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the wheel. 2 red, 1 blue, 2 green. This outcome greatly surprised Chiku. 2 reds. 2 S-tier rewards, she'd hit the jackpot.
As for the blue and green, they were more or less as expected.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank talent, Peerless. Unrivaled, attack power increased by 200. Inflicts an additional 30 damage to wounded enemies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank talent, Like a Swallow.
Like a Swallow, movement speed increased by 150. Has a 30% chance to trigger evasion when attacked. Seeing these 2 skills, a gleam of excitement flashed in Chica's eyes.
Agility skills. Attack type.
Each one was coveted beyond measure. Whether it was the damage bonus against wounded enemies from Peerless or the 30% evasion chance from Like a Swallow, each stood alone as a god-tier skill. Add in the base attribute bonuses, and the S rank was well deserved. As for the blue B rank reward, it seemed rather ordinary, merely a low-tier spirit artifact.
Ice Staff, plus 10% ice magic power, inflicts 30% slow on enemies hit by skills.
He had no use for this spirit artifact, but it could be given to Han Lingling. The green reward was the basic medicinal bath package he had previously redeemed. Though he had 1 extra, he figured there would likely be more useless disciples to recruit later, and it would surely come in handy then. After taking stock of his rewards, Chica slowly clenched the 2 crimson orbs in his hands. With a gentle squeeze, his entire body seemed to transform into a red sphere. A torrent of energy surged through Chica's meridians. Fortunately, his previous talent, Invincible Diamond, had significantly enhanced the resilience of his meridians. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to withstand the immense energy granted by 2 S-tier talents. Pulling his thoughts back, Chica channeled his energy, guiding the immense power to circulate through his meridians. He activated his cultivation techniques to the fullest, determined to retain every ounce of this energy. Meanwhile, outside the door, Han Lingling's absorption was nearing its end. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, causing the temperature in the main hall to plummet. Li Xiao couldn't help but shiver from the chill. What kind of talent did Master bestow upon her? This skill felt significantly more powerful than before. Puff! Han Lingling opened her eyes, exhaling a puff of white mist that instantly froze into tiny ice beads in the frigid air surrounding her.
An S-rank talent. Could senior sister also possess one? Han Lingling withdrew her aura.
Though her cultivation hadn't increased, both the solidity of her spiritual energy and the speed of her future progress were now incomparable. She finally understood why Li Xiao could cultivate so rapidly. With an S-tier talent and her unmatched fighting spirit, it would be unthinkable for her not to win the championship.
Li Xiao nodded, neither confirming nor denying. This is our sect's greatest secret. No one, absolutely no one, is permitted to speak of it.
If anyone ever reveals it, whether it takes 10 years or 20, I won't rest until I've exacted my revenge.
Seeing Li Xiao's solemn expression, Han Lingling nodded in understanding.
Chica's methods were utterly baffling. Not only could he bestow S-tier talent upon others, but the testing stone couldn't even detect it. Most crucially, the talents he bestowed weren't exclusive, they could coexist with innate talents. That was the truly terrifying part. In this world, S-tier talent holders existed, but possessing 2 talents? That was unheard of. Han Lingling understood that if this ability became known, Chico, as the person involved, would suffer unimaginable torment. She absolutely refused to let that happen. With a staggering 100 points of affection, Han Lingling was even willing to sacrifice her own life to protect Chiku. Me too. Even if it costs me my life, I'll tear a piece of flesh from my enemy's body. Before Li Xiao could say another word, another powerful aura surged from the bedroom.
The entire apartment building felt the immense surge of spiritual energy. Who else has broken through? Could it be Director Huang'an? Such a tremendous commotion, could anyone else possibly cause it besides someone breaking through to the marquis rank?
You idiot! Director Huang'an doesn't even live here, it couldn't possibly be him.
Could it be that freak Chiku again? Teachers peered out from their apartments, gazing toward the source of the aura.
The door to Senior 12 was tightly shut, the aura was definitely coming from there.
Holy crap, is it really him? Leveling up this fast, does he even want us to survive? No way.
Even if he's been biding his time all this while, building up his strength, he shouldn't be progressing like this. We grind out tiny upgrades day after day, working ourselves to death like beasts of burden, while he gets a small upgrade every 3 days and a major one every 5. At this rate, he'll reach the 9th tier Emperor realm in a year. Damn it, why? Even that useless teacher from before can pull off a comeback like this, why can't I? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. An older teacher witnessed this scene, his composure shattering. He'd been stuck at the 2nd level of the 4th rank for over a decade, making 0 progress. Yet Chica had just broken through to the 3rd level of the 4th rank 2 days ago, and now he'd advanced again today.
This left the old teacher feeling utterly unbalanced.
Glaring at Chica's classroom door, the old teacher found it increasingly unbearable to look at. He swung his leg up and kicked straight at the classroom door. Whoosh! Before his foot even made contact with the door, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. A figure swept past them, embedding itself heavily into the opposite wall. Staring intently, they saw the door to Senior 3 Class 12 wide open. Chica stood in the doorway, his entire body still locked in the side-kicking stance.
What just happened? How could he move that fast? Did you see his movements?
No, it was impossible to see clearly. His speed was beyond what anyone at this stage should possess.
And did you notice? He wasn't even wearing his intermediate spirit artifact. Relying solely on his innate attack power, he could now instantly defeat a 4th tier, 3rd stage opponent. Terrifying. Who could possibly keep up with such a rate of power growth? Li Xiao and the others were the most astonished. Han Lingling's progress alone was astonishing enough.
But just as they spoke, a gust of wind swept past them.
Then came a thunderous crash.
Glancing toward the doorway, they saw their master striking a pose. A massive human silhouette was imprinted on the opposite wall, beneath which lay a teacher whose condition was unknown.
Master's strength has grown even greater.
Li Xiao murmured to herself, gazing at her master's retreating figure. Indeed, every time I see him, his power seems different. The first time was at the awakening ceremony, he was only at the peak of the 3rd tier. The second time, at the training ground when you were storming the tower, he had already broken through to the 4th tier. The third time, during the mock exam, he had reached the 3rd tier of the 4th rank. Now, though his strength remains at tier 4, I doubt even an ordinary tier 5 could defeat him. Li Xiao nodded in deep agreement. In her previous life, she'd seen plenty of marquis-level warriors, but she'd never encountered a human who combined such speed, defense, and attack power.
This is a true all-around powerhouse, isn't it? Chapter 33, The Tower of Heaven.
Chica slowly lowered her leg, gazing down at the figure sprawled on the ground with an expression of utter disgust. You tried to kick down my door, yet blame others for leveling up faster when you're the one lacking skill? What kind of logic is that? My breakthrough came through my own strength. Knowing my power, you still came to provoke me. Calling you an idiot would be flattering. You're a senior high school teacher and can't even keep your cool. How are you supposed to educate the next generation? Well said. Principal Li Ming's voice boomed from behind, stepping between Chiku and the other teachers. Teacher Chiku is right. Others break through because they have the ability. Since you know your own progress is slow, why not push harder instead of kicking others' doors to vent your frustration? What purpose does this serve other than to expose your own incompetence? The teachers were left speechless by Principal Li Ming's words, all lowering their heads in shame. Get back to your training. At Principal Li Ming's furious shout, the teachers scattered like fish, birds, and beasts. In an instant, the entire apartment building was left with only Chiku and the other two still standing in place. Principal Lei turned, his gaze sweeping past Chiku to land on Han Lingling behind him. Han Lingling's face stiffened, her entire demeanor shifting to one of discomfort, as if she'd been caught red-handed like an unfaithful wife. Master. Li Ming observed Han Lingling's cultivation, stable at the peak of the first tier, and the aura she faintly emitted more formidable than that of an ordinary second-tier cultivator. A faint smile touched his lips, his face radiating satisfaction. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to reprimand you. Since you've taken Master Chiku as your teacher, you should study diligently under him. I can tell Master Chi genuinely treats you as his disciple. Your stubborn affliction won't be easy to cure. As Li Ming spoke, his gaze shifted to Chiku. Though he'd harbored some bias toward Chiku before, now even that last shred of prejudice vanished. A man who lays his heart bare for his disciple, what ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Master. Han Lingling bowed deeply to Li Ming, her eyes glistening with tears. It's fine. She's not gone. If you accept me as your teacher, I will always be your teacher. Li Ming ruffled Han Lingling's hair, offering a reassuring smile. By the way, Teacher Chi, I'm here regarding the 4-school joint exam. Unlike previous tests, students from all 4 schools must personally enter the battlefield to earn points. For this reason, I've specifically requested 4 spots in the Tower of Ascension from the Academic Affairs Office. Tower of Heaven. Chiku's eyes narrowed. In the original host's memories, the sky-piercing tower was nothing short of humanity's lifeline. No one knew when the sky-piercing tower had been built, but they understood it contained the spectral forms of every monster that could appear on the battlefield. Whether it was their attack methods, living habits, or the environments they appeared in, they were essentially 1:1 replicas. There wouldn't be situations like on the training grounds where a creature that was supposed to be gregarious would only appear alone. Securing these 4 spots must have cost Principal Lei a hefty sum. It seemed that securing first place in this 4-school joint exam was non-negotiable both for himself and for the school. Alright, Principal, Chiku will certainly live up to the mission. Hearing Chiku's assurance, Principal Li Ming nodded, his expression growing even more satisfied. This deployment to the battlefield is no trivial matter. I'm entrusting you with 3 of our school's most promising talents. You must protect them well. Since this is your first time on the battlefield, I've also prepared a ticket to the Tower of Heaven for you. When the time comes, you can try entering it yourself. Chiku took the 4 black tickets with gold-edged borders from Li Ming's hand and tucked them into his chest. Alright. The next day, Chiku led Li Xiao, Han Lingling, and Zhang Jiahao to the base of the sky-piercing tower. The sky-piercing tower soared skyward, its height no exaggeration. Standing at its base, the 4 looked up to see the upper dozen stories completely lost in the clouds, its summit utterly invisible. Unlike the modern buildings surrounding it, the sky tower was an antique-style wooden structure. Directly in front of the tower entrance, a staff member dressed in a suit stood on duty. Spotting the group, the attendant stepped forward to block their path. Who are you? What business do you have here? We are teachers and students from Jiangqing First High School. We wish to enter the sky-piercing tower for training. Here are our tickets. Chiku pulled the tickets from his pocket and handed them to the attendant. Contrary to their expectations of being hassled, the attendant merely verified the tickets before granting them entry into the tower. Each ticket grants only 1 attempt. You may choose to team up or attempt it solo, the choice is yours. Once inside the tower, the system will guide you through the selection process, no need to worry. If you understand, you may proceed together. Should all 4 of you choose solo play, each secret realm will operate independently, allowing you to tackle challenges at your own pace. Breaking records may earn rewards from the Tower of Ascension, though that's unlikely to concern newcomers like you. Though the staff didn't hold much hope for them, they still went over all the necessary precautions. Alright, thank you. Chiku thanked him before leading his 3 disciples through the portal. The hall scenery was indistinguishable from the training grounds, a plain black chamber with 2 doors flanking it, one for team mode and one for solo mode. You 3 should choose the team mode. After all, when the 4 schools joint exam comes, the 3 of you will be fighting together on the battlefield. Use this opportunity not only to encounter monsters but also to hone your teamwork. I don't want to see Lingling completely stifling Zhang Jiehao's space during the final exam. You'll have to figure these things out yourselves. I can't offer specific advice, it all depends on how you gel as a team. That's the only way you'll discover the tactical approach that works best for you. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. After all, theory always runs into practical problems when put into action. Starting directly from combat and resolving exposed issues, the more problems you solve, the lower the chance of mistakes later. And this. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a staff, the very ice staff he'd won from a lottery, handing it to Han Lingling. A lower tier spirit artifact. The ice staff boosts ice element damage and slows enemies hit by your skills by 30%. That's its basic function. Han Lingling hastily declined. Master, I can't accept this. Take it. What use would a warrior have for a staff? Right now, only you can wield it. Just keep it. As for shower, I don't have anything suitable for you at the moment. When something appropriate comes along, your master will naturally give it to you. I understand, master. Li Xiao nodded in understanding, then turned to ask Chi-Ku. We're going to form a party. What about you, master? Me? I'll head into solo mode and see how many floors I can climb. Chi-Ku chuckled and continued. I'm actually curious what the reward is for breaking the record. If it's a spirit artifact, that'd be great. After all, there are 3 of us, and not everyone has one. I just feel like it's not quite right. Enough chatter. Let's get inside. Chapter 34, If you're a man, clear 100 floors. Watching the trio vanish into the party portal, Chi-Ku turned toward the solo portal. Stepping into the portal, he felt as if delicate hands were tracing every inch of his body. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his entire being felt tossed into a tumbling washing machine, spinning him dizzy and disoriented. After a moment, the dizziness finally subsided. Chi-Ku rubbed his throbbing head and looked around. It was no wonder the sky-piercing tower was considered a game-breaking anomaly in the human world. The surrounding flora and fauna looked utterly lifelike. Touching the bark, Chi-Ku could feel its layered, wrinkled texture. Taking a deep breath, he could even smell the fresh, green scent of plants. Truly worthy of its name, the Tower of Heaven. If one could cultivate here daily, even a pig could ascend to the 9th-tier Emperor realm. But Chi-Ku hadn't forgotten his purpose. He recalled the gatekeeper's words. Breaking the tower's records would yield generous rewards. If the records were categorized by cultivation level. Chi-Ku glanced down at his hands, a faint smile curling his lips. 3 S-tier talents plus a mid-tier spirit artifact breaking records might just be within reach? Roar! Before he could dwell on it, pairs of green glowing eyes emerged from the forest's edge, fixing him with an intense stare. A pack of swift wind wolves? Wind wolves again? How boring. Chi-Ku shook his head, transforming into a whirlwind as he charged toward the pack. He didn't even forget to slip the broken army gauntlets onto his hands along the way. Boom! A swift wind wolf was blasted out of the pack, crashing into 3 or 4 trees before finally coming to a halt. It never got back up. Witnessing this, the pack's pupils contracted slightly, as if they'd seen something utterly unbelievable. These were creatures that relied on speed and numbers to dominate. Yet the human before them seemed to possess speed that was, if only slightly, faster than their own. Naturally, the swift-wind wolf pack felt a surge of panic. Boom! Another swift-wind wolf was hurled from the pack, shattering more trees in its path. Boom! Another one. Boom! 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 Nearly every second, a swift-wind wolf was blasted from the pack, yet their speed simply couldn't match Chi-Ku's. Awoo! The Wind Wolf King let out a long howl, and all the wind wolves converged toward the center. Seizing the moment, Chi-Ku didn't pause his stride, channeling every ounce of his body's strength into his fist. Boom! Chi-Ku's fist slammed heavily into the Wind Wolf King's forehead. The massive wolf head instantly dissolved into a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. The advancing pack halted abruptly. Howls erupted in waves as the wolves scattered like startled birds, fleeing deep into the forest. You think you can escape? Awaken. The hunt is on. Chi-Ku's figure appeared suddenly, then vanished just as abruptly. Each time he materialized, he claimed the life of another swift-wind wolf. The swift-wind wolves, once the hunters, now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Each one cursed their wolf parents for not giving them 2 more legs, unable to outrun that strange human. In mere moments, over a dozen swift-wind wolves were left behind. A familiar dizziness washed over them as Chi-Ku vanished, directly entering the 2nd floor of the sky-piercing tower. Congratulations to challenger Chi-Ku for breaking the first floor record in 13 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed through the Tower of Heaven lobby, instantly silencing the previously bustling crowd. All eyes turned upward to the Tower of Heaven's hall display. The previous record of 54 seconds had been replaced by Chi-Ku's astonishing 13 seconds. I recall the first stage being the Swift-Wind Wolf Pack? While these creatures lack offensive power, their speed is their strength. If they realize they can't defeat you, they can't catch up once you start running. How could anyone clear it in just 13 seconds? Perhaps Chi-Ku was a speed and burst type assassin who took them down one by one before they could regroup. Or perhaps he's a mage, unleashing a massive AoE attack the moment they gather, wiping them out in one go.
It's possible, but if he's either of those classes, the second stage will be tough.
That stage features a lava colossus, a beast with incredibly strong defense.
Few players can even break through its defenses. Congratulations to challenger Chiku for breaking the second stage record with a time of 23 seconds.
Before the words had even faded, the Tower of Ascension's voice resounded once more, plunging the entire hall into an eerie, deathly silence.
Is this what you meant by formidable defense?
It feels as flimsy as paper, collapsing at the slightest touch.
Maybe his attack power is just absurdly high?
He won't be this fast on the third layer. The third layer is. Before the sentence could finish, the Tower of Heaven's announcement sounded once more.
Congratulations to challenger Chiku for breaking the third floor record with a time of 5 seconds.
Next came the fourth, fifth, and sixth layers.
Chica broke through layer after layer, leaving the crowd in the hall numb.
The fastest time was a mere 5 seconds, while the slowest was a mere minute and a half.
50 floors. 60 floors. 70 floors.
Chica's footsteps showed no sign of slowing down, clearing even the slowest stage in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. A flash of light appeared, and Li Xiao and the other two materialized in the hall without causing the slightest disturbance.
Li Xiao's expression was utterly exhausted.
They had pushed themselves to the absolute limit, barely breaking through the 50th floor.
That level was downright insane. 2 Swiftwind Wolf Kings, an Elf Archer, a Pure Water Elemental, and a Lava Colossus. This lineup was nothing short of a nightmare for the trio.
Moreover, starting from the 30th floor, their opponents had already reached Tier 2, Level 1. Every 5 floors, the difficulty would increase by a minor tier.
What the hell? Under what circumstances would monsters with such a lineup even exist?
Zhang Jiahao slung his heavy sword onto his back, unable to hold back his complaints.
Right at the start, he was knocked flying by the Lava Colossus, leaving Han Lingling behind him to endure the onslaught of 4 psionic beasts.
Even with Li Xiao and him fighting desperately, they only managed to take down a Wolf King and a Pure Water Spirit. That archer was completely untouchable.
Congratulations to Team Li Xiao.
You have cleared the 50th floor, breaking the Tier 1 record.
Rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory.
The Tower of Ascension's announcement rang out, yet not a trace of the astonishment they expected echoed in their hearts.
What was going on? Was breaking the record really that easy?
This was the 50th floor, after all. Zhang Jiahao had heard Lei Ming say that back in the day, the highest anyone at Tier 1 had ever cleared was 25 floors.
They doubled that. Shouldn't they be hailed as geniuses? What was with the blank stares on these people's faces?
Before he could finish his rant, the Tower of Heaven's announcement sounded again. Congratulations to challenger Chiku for clearing the 100th floor of the sky-piercing tower in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. All Tier 4 stages have been cleared.
Would you like to proceed to the Marquee Level Challenge? Chapter 35, Marquee Level Challenge. What? Master intends to challenge the 5th tier Marquee level with 4th tier strength?
Li Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. In her previous life, she had never seen anyone attempt a 5th tier Marquee level challenge with 4th tier strength. The gap between a 5th tier Marquee level and a 4th tier peak powerhouse was far greater than just a minor rank difference. Reaching the Marquee level meant a quantum leap in both physical prowess and skill intensity. Moreover, Chica's cultivation was currently only at the 3rd tier of the 4th rank. Li Xiao couldn't help but feel anxious for Chiku. Inside the Tower of Ascension, after clearing the 100th floor, Chica chose to continue her challenge. 4th tier peak level were no longer a challenge for him. Even reaching the 100th floor took him only a little over 2 minutes. The familiar dizziness washed over him, and the scene shifted once more. Gone were the familiar packs of swift-wind wolves, replaced instead by a colossal mantis. 6 wings sprouted from its back, and its 2 front claws glowed brightly in the nightlight, appearing incredibly sharp. Welcome to the first gate of the Marquee rank sky-piercing tower. Void Mantis, Kha'Zix. The Void Mantis. Accounts of its strength varied across texts. Some claimed it was a 5th tier power beast, others a 6th tier. Yet among power beasts, there existed a unified designation, the named tier power beast. Named tier creatures generally possess power between 5th and 6th tiers. Beyond that lies Frankamir, Li Xiao's old rival, a true named tier creature whose strength hovers between 7th and 8th tiers. As for 9th tier psychic beasts, they are considered lord tier. The ultimate emperor tier psychic beasts, however, exist only in legend. No one has ever witnessed their existence.
True name class psionic beasts? Interesting.
Chiku wasn't intimidated by this. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited within him. I'll see just how formidable they are. With that thought, Chiku launched the first strike. Boosted by the movement speed enhancement provided by Rui, he closed the distance to Kha'Zix in a mere second. Swish! Before he could strike, Xige vanished from his position. Chiku's heart skipped a beat. He quickly ducked his head and dove downward. Swish! 2 sharp claws sliced through the air where he had just been standing. Had he not ducked, those claws would have severed his head from his body. Though one couldn't be killed or die within the Tower of Heaven, the pain was very real. No one wanted to experience the agony of having their head severed. Missing his strike, Xige vanished into the void once more, silently biding his time for the next assault. Chica's face bore none of its former ease. Every nerve was taut as he intently sensed the energy fluctuations around him.
Since it was cloaked, any movement would create energy ripples.
Even within this simulated void environment, energy fluctuations persisted constantly.
A faint energy ripple suddenly rippled behind Chica.
Without hesitation, he spun around and delivered a punch straight into the air behind him. He struck with all his might, the blow generating a sonic boom. Boom! Chica felt his fist strike Kha'Zix's body, instantly snapping him out of stealth.
Perfect opportunity. Chica closed the distance, unleashing punch after punch on Xige.
With each strike, more wounds appeared on Xige's body, and the damage Chica could inflict grew greater. It must be said, true name-level creatures were far more resilient than peak 4th tier beings, and their intelligence surpassed that of 4th tier opponents as well. Several times, Xige managed to slip right out of his grasp. Had he not mastered the technique to strike him, he would likely have had his head sliced off by Xige's claws. Even so, Chica bore numerous wounds. This was only possible because he had maintained near constant dominance over Xige throughout the fight. Without those two talents, he likely wouldn't have made it this far.
Boom! With the final punch landing, Xige's body crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into specks of starlight that dissolved back into the void.
Congratulations to challenger Chica for successfully clearing the first stage of the Marquis level trial, breaking the record for the lowest cultivation level to achieve this feat.
Immediately, the Tower of Heaven displayed the clearance information on its leaderboard.
All eyes turned to the board, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a goose egg.
What? He's only at the 4th tier, 3rd stage? This can't be real. Who in their right mind could defeat a Marquis level powerhouse at just tier 4, level 3? Ignorant fools.
The first gate of the Marquis level has never been a Marquis level beast, it's always a true name level beast. Beneath the Tower of Heaven, a man clad in white robes stared intently at the rankings.
The head of the Su family. Su Zerwa. He's the head of the Su family? Jiangqing's youngest Marquis level powerhouse? True name tier?
What kind of existence is a true name tier beast? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Su Zerwa gave a cold snort.
Though annoyed, he still explained it to them. True name level psychic beasts were unlike any other psychic beasts.
They possessed names unique to themselves, and even the weakest among them equaled a 5th tier, 5th level Marquis level powerhouse. Not to mention the stronger true name tier creatures, some could even rival 6th tier powerhouses. The true name level creature guarding the first layer was the Void Mantis, Sek, whose power roughly equaled that of a 5th tier, 6th rank powerhouse. However, if one possesses high enough defense and speed, it can significantly reduce the difficulty of clearing the stage.
Yet even with such advantages, its power remains formidable and should not be underestimated.
After finishing his explanation, Su Zerwa didn't glance back at the people behind him once more. His eyes were fixed intently on the light gate of the single-player mode.
Chica's figure appeared within the portal. Even defeating Zik had felt somewhat like a fluke, and the subsequent challenges would likely be even tougher. He chose not to descend further and exited the Sky Tower immediately.
Emerging from the portal, he was stunned by the scene before him. A dense crowd had gathered at the exit of the solo mode portal. Every pair of eyes fixed on him with an almost fanatical intensity, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Before he could react, a massive fist hurtled straight toward his face. He raised his arm, meeting the blow with his own fist. A shockwave radiated outward from their collision, knocking some bystanders flat onto the ground and forcing many others to squint against the force.
What the hell are you doing?
Chica stared blankly at the man in white before him.
Who would just randomly punch someone like that? Boom!
The white-clad man offered no reply, unleashing another punch.
Even someone as mild-mannered as Chica couldn't help but want to punch him back.
Golden light flashed on the fist guard as it met his punch once more. The shockwave this time was even more powerful than before, sending the figure who had just gotten back up crashing back to the ground. The crowd muttered curses under their breath, but no one dared question the two of them. Joking aside, if one couldn't defeat them, two certainly couldn't.
Clang!
A figure swiftly retreated backward, leaving everyone staring in astonishment.
How could this be? Chapter 36, using this to test cadres? How is this possible? How could Su Zerwa be driven back? Are even 4th tier, 3rd level practitioners this terrifying now? Not only can they defeat true name level psychic beasts, but they can also overpower established powerhouses? Su Zerwa stomped his feet, carving 2 deep gullies into the stone pavement.
He only managed to halt his retreat after sliding back 5 or 6 meters.
What overwhelming power! Feeling the immense force coursing through his hands, Su Zerwa couldn't help but marvel.
Before he could say another word, Chica advanced again, closing the distance to his face in the blink of an eye. Su Zerwa's eyes narrowed sharply, about to speak, when Chica's figure instantly materialized before him. A single chokehold sent him crashing to the ground, leaving him no chance to speak. The crowd watched the scene in stunned silence. What was he doing? Didn't he see Su Zerwa had stopped? Why was he still attacking? Feeling the strange stares around him, Chica felt nothing was amiss. If someone hits him, is he not allowed to fight back? But he didn't strike again. Instead, he stared warily at Su Zerwa lying on the ground, still maintaining a fighting stance.
Ahem.
Su Zerwa, lying on the ground, reached up to rub his throat.
Damn kid, you hit hard.
Caught off guard, he'd actually let him land that blow. That strength, that speed, no wonder he defeated Xige.
And
Su Zerwa thought to himself as he clutched his throat and sized up Chiku. His clothes were torn in several places, but his overall demeanor remained remarkably composed. Clearly, he hadn't suffered much at Xige's hands and showed no signs of being tormented by pain. His defensive capabilities must be top tier. Su Zerwa had witnessed Xige's claws firsthand. During his initial challenge, a single swipe had severed his head. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Huff. Su Zerwa exhaled deeply, his expression solemn as he looked at Chiku and extended his hand. I am Su Zhehua, head of the Su family. Pleased to meet you. Chica gave him a wary glance but said nothing. Instead, she firmly grasped his hand in return. Fear? Impossible. If I didn't shake his hand, he'd think I chickened out. Chica thought to himself. With a light squeeze, Su Zhehua withdrew his hand with a smile and began recounting Chica's life story. Chico, a level 2 teacher at Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Over 3 years, his graduation rate, 0%. His cultivation level, peak 3rd tier. 1 month ago, he took on a disciple with an E-grade talent. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. You're telling me someone who cleared 100 floors is just a level 2 teacher? With a 0% graduation rate? This can't be real, right? And he only took on an E-grade waste as a disciple? Could it be that Jiangcheng No. 1 high school discriminates against its teachers? Wasn't it the same situation for the past 3 years? If that's the case, Teacher Chiku, come to our No. 3 high school. We'll definitely provide you with an A-grade disciple to teach. As for the level 3 teacher quota, we don't have one either, but your compensation can be on par with a level 3 teacher. Amid the crowd, the dean of students from 3rd High extended an olive branch to Chiku. I'm sorry, I have no plans to switch schools at this time. Chiku politely declined the offer from the 3rd High School's dean. Su Zerwa watched him, nodding with satisfaction. Not being swayed by petty gains, this is precisely the kind of talent the Su family needs. Su Zerwa continued. Poof. A mere 3rd-tier teacher's salary? Our Su family can offer you a retainer's compensation. Beyond the monthly 500,000 dragon coins, you'll also receive 2 bottles of 4th-tier primal energy potions. What? 4th-tier energy potions? The alchemy hall only sells 100 bottles monthly and the Su family is offering 2 at once. 100 bottles might seem like a lot, but Jiangcheng has hundreds of thousands of residents, and there are thousands of 4th-tier practitioners. The higher the tier, the fewer practitioners exist. Most 4th-tier cultivators hover between the 3rd and 4th layers, while those at the peak tier number only a dozen or so. For them, a single 4th-tier primordial energy potion offered immense benefit. And to have 2 bottles available each month? The temptation was overwhelming. Damn it, why wasn't I recruited? If I had that chance, just 1 vial would be enough. My life would belong to the Su family from then on. Recruit you? Look at yourself. Chiku was a powerhouse who can break through the 100th layer and slay true name level. You'd be nothing but a mere nuisance to him. Su Zerwa listened to the murmurs around him, a smug look spreading across his face. I was about to personally explain the extraordinary nature of the 4th-tier primal energy potion, but since they've spoken, I refuse to believe Chiku could resist such an offer. A genius like him would be a waste not joining our Su family. Sorry, I still can't accept your offer. Hearing his offer, Chiku's expression was one of utter disdain. Just 2 bottles of 4th-tier potions? How could that possibly compare to my system? Have you ever seen 3S-tier talents? You haven't, have you? Have you ever seen an intermediate-grade spirit artifact? Probably not. Besides, 4th-tier primal energy potions are considered green-tier items in the lottery, so rare that even if you got one, you'd curse your luck. If it were 100 bottles, maybe I'd consider it. 2 bottles? Chica let out a cold laugh. You're testing cadres with this? What cadre couldn't pass such a test? Then welcome aboard. What? You refused? Su Zerwa's eyes widened as he stared intently at Chiku. 2 bottles of 4th-tier primal energy potions supplied monthly. Aren't you tempted? Not tempted? What's there to be tempted by? Chiku adopted an indifferent expression, his gaze towards Su Zerwa tinged with a hint of contempt. As if to say, is this the Su family head? What a provincial look. Before Su Zhehua could speak again, Chiku pulled a set of washing meridians and refining marrow items from his backpack and tossed them before Su Zhehua like discarded trash. What kind of attitude is this? If you refuse, just refuse. But to throw a bag of trash at the head of the Su family to humiliate him? He's a marquee-level powerhouse. Does he want to die? Poof. I've seen arrogant geniuses before, but never one this audacious. If the Su family head were to unleash his full power, this upstart wouldn't stand a chance. Oof, looks like another prodigy is about to meet an untimely end. Just as Su Zerwa was about to explode, he caught sight of a fragment of thunderwood peeking out of the bag, along with half a sheet of instructions. What was this? As a marquee-level powerhouse, Su Zerwa knew exactly what Thunderwood was for. Forgetting his rage, he snatched the bag Chica had tossed before him and peered inside. Thunderwood, Yang boosting grass, diamond flower, and an instruction manual. Su Zerwa studied them like they were priceless treasures, occasionally letting out a sound of sudden realization. What? Is this finally something worthy of your attention? How many bottles of 4th tier primal energy potions could this fetch? Chapter 37, Rewards of the Tower of Heaven. Su Zerwa dropped his condescending gaze and slowly took the bag containing the bone cleansing and marrow purifying set into his hands. His gaze toward Chica no longer held the previous condescension, replaced instead by the look one might give a peer. 5 4th tier primordial energy potions. Su Zerwa pondered for a long moment before speaking softly. Chica smiled and shook his head, slowly holding up 5 fingers. 50 bottles. You! Su Zerwa was speechless with shock, his eyes blazing with fury. Hold your anger for now. I admit my herbs are only worth 5 bottles. Chica chuckled softly, raising a hand to cut off Su Zerwa's words. But what about that one item inside? Did you forget about it? Or did the Su family head deliberately forget, hoping to secretly claim it for himself? The instruction manual. Su Zerwa instantly grasped the crux of the matter. His previously furious expression instantly softened, even tinged with a hint of embarrassment. That truly is worth 50 bottles of 4th tier primal energy potions. Su Zerwa's voice grew increasingly low. But I need to take it back and test its effects first before deciding how much to give you. After all, 50 bottles is an enormous sum. I can't decide that on my own. Understood. Since the Su family head is so straightforward, I'll take the liberty of presenting it to you. You'll only need to give me 45 bottles of potions in return. Chica nodded. The formula was merely something he'd bought for 20,000 dragon coins in the marketplace. It just happened to be a tiny bit more effective. If Su Zerwa found out that the formula he traded 45 bottles for was actually bought for just 20,000 dragon coins, he'd probably lose his mind. He came swiftly and departed swiftly. Su Zerwa vanished from the base of the Tower of Ascension in a few swift leaps, carrying the bag containing the bone washing and marrow cleansing set. Staff members had been waiting nearby, but with a marquee-level powerhouse present, they dared not act out of line. Mr. Chiku, this is your reward for breaking the record. The attendant respectfully presented a jade green ring. What is this? Chiku examined the ring, unable to immediately identify its purpose. Logically, defeating a true name-level monster at 4th tier, 3rd stage should warrant a substantial reward. What does this single ring signify? Noticing his confusion, the staff member explained. This ring is a spatial storage device, holding approximately 40 cubic meters of space. As for your other rewards for breaking the record, we took the liberty of placing them inside. At the mention of a spatial storage device, envy filled everyone's eyes, yet without a trace of covetousness or jealousy. A 4th tier cultivator who could defeat a true name tier shadow beast and hold his own against a marquee tier powerhouse? That was someone none of them dared provoke. Chiku nodded. Though he possessed a system space, retrieving items from it was always inconvenient. He had to carry a backpack to conceal the system space's existence. Now, with this spatial ring, things would be much more convenient. Anything retrieved from the system space could simply be explained away as having been stored in the ring. How does this work? Chica inquired as he probed the spatial ring with his divine sense, instinctively murmuring extract. In an instant, a massive amount of supplies poured out of the ring, piling up in the hall to form a small mountain. Holy crap! This many rewards? Could the Tower of Heaven be giving him special treatment? Energy potions, rare medicinal herbs, healing pills, and even skill evolution vouchers and low-grade spirit artifacts. This is downright terrifying. Don't forget he cleared 100 floors. 100 record-breaking rewards. It'd be weird if there weren't a lot. Hey, there's even a universal black card worth 500,000 dragon coins. I'm so jealous. If only I could reach that level. Snap out of it. It's still daytime. Save the daydreaming for nighttime. The crowd stared in awe at the mountain of rewards before Chiku, yet not a single soul dared to snatch them. It wasn't just because they were within the Tower of Ascension's domain, it was because none present seemed capable of defeating him. Only one person was an exception. A youth with a sinister expression quietly slipped away from the crowd and headed toward the tower exit, not forgetting to snap a photo of Chiku as he left. Chiku, oblivious to this, hurriedly stored the rewards into his system space. At the same time, he let out a long sigh. The journey back to school wouldn't be peaceful. Originally, it was just a spatial ring, hardly something to get excited about. But a spatial ring filled to the brim with resources like a mountain? That was a different story. He could already foresee the countless ambushes awaiting him on the journey home, all coveting the resources within that ring. It seemed he couldn't casually experiment with such things anymore. Otherwise, he'd only be inviting trouble. Chica silently resolved himself, then turned to rouse the three still reeling in shock. Let's go. The longer we wait, the more trouble we'll find. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave at all. Li Xiao nodded in agreement.
While Jiangcheng had laws, they held little sway over the powerful clans. Highway robbery?
As long as no one dies, the police turn a blind eye.
After all, these clans remain the main force against the psychic beasts. You two go ahead. Return to the school first. I'll go alone. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to protect you. Li Xiao nodded again. At their current cultivation levels, following him would only be a liability. It was better to return to the academy early and possibly bring reinforcements. Han Lingling didn't want to leave either, but she knew she couldn't help. Without even saying goodbye, the three hurriedly left the Tower of Ascension and headed toward Jiangcheng First High School. Shortly after their departure, Chiku also exited the Tower of Heaven's Reach. With the protagonists gone, the crowd naturally dispersed. Yet a few fearless souls quietly followed behind. Nighttime, alleyway. Several shadowy figures loomed under the streetlight ahead, trapping Chiku in the dim alleyway. Chiku, hand over what you have, and we'll spare your life. The leader, masked and clad in black, held a long sword that glowed with an eerie blue light, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Chiku cast a scrying spell, instantly revealing the identity of the shadowy figure before him. As luck would have it, it was none other than the principal who had invited him to join 3rd Middle School that evening. As for the others, Chiku felt no need to scrutinize them further, merely individuals gathered beneath the Sky Tower or faculty members of 3rd High. Ha! Recruiting me into 3rd High this afternoon, then sending men to ambush me tonight. You've got quite the plan, principal. The leader of the black-clad group flinched, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Oof. I don't know how you found out about this, but since you've discovered my identity, I can't let you live. Blame yourself for knowing too much. Attack. At the command, figures surged toward Chiku from all directions. Judging by their aura, none of these men were easy opponents. The weakest among them possessed at least a 4th tier, 8th rank cultivation. Come and get it. Chapter 38, Ambush. Give me your life. A cold gleam shot straight toward Chiku's back. Clang. A metallic clang echoed as the black-clad figure's blade sliced through Chiku's robes, failing to pierce his defenses. No. The black-clad figure, his strike missed, attempted to flee, seeking another opportunity. But Chiku wouldn't give him that chance. Seizing his opening, he leapt backward and delivered a punch straight to the man's chest. Crack. Chiku smirked. The kid was injured? Talk about bad luck. The combination of the breaker gauntlet and the peerless talent amplified the attack power to off-the-charts levels. The black-clad figure behind her was sent flying from the alley by a single punch, not stopping until he crashed into the building opposite the alley entrance. Gulp. The crowd's assault abruptly halted. Watching him fight Suzerawa, one couldn't sense any overwhelming strength. But now, with 8 men attacking one of them had been instantly killed. This left the remaining fighters completely paralyzed. Chiku showed no sign of tension whatsoever. Ironically, they were each more nervous than the man who had been surrounded and killed. Especially when that sword pierced his back, their minds collectively froze for a moment. High defense, blazing speed, devastating attack. He excelled in all 3 crucial attributes, leaving them utterly helpless. If his defense weren't so formidable, they might still have a chance by forcing him to sustain more injuries. Now, even their most powerful strikes would likely leave only a superficial wound on him. The kind that would heal before they even reached the hospital. Someone took the lead. A figure in black leapt onto the alley's low wall, ready to bolt out. I'm out. No more playing with you lot. Defense, offense, speed, not a single weakness. Don't know what possessed me to tag along with you in the first place. Oomph, I'm done playing. I'm outta here. Did I say you could leave? Chiku shot a cold stare at the black-clad figure atop the wall. With a single stride, he materialized on the low wall. Boom! A single punch sent him crashing back into the alley. Only then did the crowd clearly grasp the terrifying power of his attack. The once level pavement was now pitted with a massive, human-shaped crater. Looking down into the pit, it stretched endlessly into pitch-black darkness. Only faint, intermittent wails could be heard rising from the depths, sounding eerily strange in the night. Teacher Chiku, spare me! Teacher Chiku, spare me! This is every last asset I possess. I offer it to you now, begging you to let me go. Seeing this, the principal of 3rd Middle School cowardly dropped to his knees, offering up his spatial ring with both hands. Though he possessed a spatial ring himself, neither its appearance nor size could compare to Chiku's. You little punk! Weren't you the one who suggested we come rob Chiku? Now you're the first to surrender. The pupils of the black-clad figures contracted slightly. Even through their masks, one could sense their shock. Even Chiku was stunned by his shamelessness. You called people to rob him, then you surrender first? How's that for a surrender, big brother? Since you've surrendered, don't blame us for being ruthless. The men in black were filled with righteous indignation, each taking turns to denounce his actions. Then, Teacher Chiku, spare us. This is my storage ring. I beg you to show mercy and spare our lives. Chiku had been ready to sit back and watch the show, but the black-clad men's actions left him utterly stunned. Surrendering en masse? What's the point? Shouldn't you be beating up the principal of 3rd Middle School? What kind of surrender is this?
Chico curled his lip, his eyes filled with disappointment.
Fine, fine. Since you've surrendered, surrender then. Getting a few rings isn't bad either.
Before he could reach for the rings in the black-clad man's hands, two figures abruptly appeared at the alley entrance, clapping for themselves.
Well, well. Just one move, and you lot are scared off? That's quite an eye-opener. 10 4th-tier 9th rank cultivators couldn't defeat a 4th-tier 3rd rank? Have cultivators become this weak these days? The moment the words left his mouth, every black-clad figure glared at him. The leader's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the mysterious parasitire. Why did they come? Is what Chica has really that valuable?
The thought flashed through his mind, but the black-clad man paid no heed to their reactions. He tossed the ring aside and sprinted toward the distance. Two marquee-level powerhouses, plus Chico whose strength rivaled a marquee. If these three engaged in combat, his group of incompetents wouldn't even be enough to fill one of their hands. Among the black-clad figures, some recognized these two individuals. They too flung their spatial rings aside and slipped away from the trouble spot via the low walls. Chica made no move to pursue them. He knew the two before him were the truly troublesome ones. The marquee-level powerhouse across from him was filled with even greater curiosity. Only a 4th-tier, 3rd-stage cultivator could defeat a true name-level beast. He must possess some unknown treasure. Moreover, the items he casually produced had made Suzera's heart race. They were clearly no ordinary items. Before they could speak further, Chica suddenly made his move. With a powerful thrust from his feet, he shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, charging straight at the two marquee-level powerhouses. Waiting meant certain death. If she acted, there might be a sliver of hope. She had to strike while they were unaware of her capabilities, catching them off guard. Only then would Chico have a chance to escape. The longer she waited, the more disadvantageous it became. What audacity! The middle-aged man before him drew a long sword from his back and charged straight at Chico. Remember this, boy, the one who defeated you is Li Xiao, the Han family's revered master. With that, he executed a sweeping sword flourish, meeting Chica's fist head-on. Boom! Chica's fist struck empty air, only to be met by a slashing sword thrust straight for his chest. Clang! With no way to evade, Chica had no choice but to take the blow head-on. Though protected by his invincible vigor talent, a strike from a marquee-level powerhouse was no joke. Unlike Suzerawa, who had held back, this marquee-level powerhouse before him seemed utterly intent on killing him. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the sword's path across Chica's body. Yet, thanks to his invincible vigor talent, he had yet to suffer a fatal wound, only superficial cuts and bruises. Hurry up and strike. If the young master gets impatient waiting, he'll blame both of us again. Fine, really. You could take him down alone, yet you drag me into this. Don't you know I'm lazy? Seriously, can't even sneak in a bit of laziness. The remaining marquee-level powerhouse spoke in a drawn-out tone, his words deliberate and measured. His words were deliberate, but his hands moved with lightning speed. He drew an ancient zither from his back and plucked its strings lightly. A cacophony of harsh, grating notes flooded Chica's ears. Instantly, Chica's spiritual energy flowed sluggishly, his reaction speed drastically diminished, and even his evasion slowed considerably. Ha! Prepare to die. Once you're gone, our young master will take good care of your belongings. Chica stared at the gleaming sword closing in, straining to summon the strength to flee. But the torturous melody showed no sign of letting up. The sword was already upon him. Chapter 39, You actually dare kill him? Clang! A long sword blocked the path between Chico and the marquee-level powerhouse, halting the latter's blade mid-air, preventing it from advancing an inch. Jiang Wei, your Jiang family grows more shameless by the day. Suzerawa. You're ruining our plans again. Jiang Wei's eyes widened, a long breath escaping his nostrils that made his beard flutter, his chest heaving. Poof. One who receives favors naturally lends a hand. What the hell favor did you receive? That thing was clearly bought with your own money. Jiang Wei's eyes blazed with fury as he launched into a classic display of national treasure. Poof. Suzerawa offered no further explanation. After handing the item to his subordinate, news returned within a mere quarter of an hour. His sister could now cultivate. She could sense the presence of spiritual energy. Though progress was slow, if she could undergo the bone-washing ritual twice more, the results might improve. His sister had always been a source of worry for Suzerawa, so the fact that Chica's formula was proving effective was an unexpected delight. A 4th-tier cultivator whose strength rivaled that of a marquis, who could also teach guiding a student with E-grade talent to become the top student in the entire academy, and who even understood the art of washing the meridians and refining the marrow. The moment Suzerawa learned this news, he resolved that even if he couldn't win Chico over, he would at least cultivate a relationship with him. Who knew? The Su family might just end up riding his coattails someday. He might be aloof, but he wasn't stupid. Passing through an alley, he spotted a figure flying out. Approaching, he witnessed the Zhang family ambushing Chico and couldn't help but chuckle. Just when he was fretting over lacking an opportunity to curry favor with Chico, they practically delivered him on a platter. Ha! Truly, heaven favors me. He drew his sword, struck out, and rescued Chico. Oomph. Don't think we're intimidated just because you're the head of the Su family.
The Jiang family isn't pushovers either. Jiang Wei's fierce words masked his inner weakness as he shouted angrily. Su Zerwo wasn't about to be intimidated. He sneered coldly, inwardly thinking how foolish Jiang Wei was. Without another word, he thrust his sword straight at him. Chica shook her head, recovering from the musical interference. Her gaze slowly settled on the marquee-level powerhouse playing the qin behind Jiang Wei. Poof! With a cold snort, Chica charged straight toward the marquee-level expert playing the qin. Kuan! Watch out! Jiang Wei, seeing Chica charge forward, hurriedly shouted a warning. But that very warning gave Su Zerwo his opening. SSS-H. 3 swords struck simultaneously, leaving 3 gashes on his body, blood spurting out. His outburst also caused Jiang Kuan's playing to pause abruptly, granting Chica an opening. Heh, gotcha. In a mere second, Chica closed the distance to Jiang Kuan. With a smirk, he swung a punch straight at Jiang Kuan's head. Caught off guard, Jiang Kuan could only raise his ancient zither to block Chica's fist. Chica unleashed his full power, channeling all his spiritual energy into his fist as he struck out. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. To Jiang Kuan's stunned gaze, a crack first appeared on the ancient zither in his hands. The crack rapidly widened until the instrument snapped clean in two. This zither, though not a mid-tier spirit artifact, was still considered a top-tier low-grade spirit artifact. That it had been shattered by a single punch left him utterly stunned. Such immense destructive power? If that had struck me, Jiang Kuan dared not imagine. He would likely die. Chica gave him no time to recover. Another fist slammed out. Jiang Kuan, a marquee-level powerhouse, remained frozen in shock, still reeling from the destruction of his artifact. Run! Jiang Wei shouted the warning again, paying the price with several fresh wounds. By the time Jiang Kuan snapped back to reality, Chica's fist was already before his eyes. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Jiang Kuan's face took Chica's punch head-on, his entire expression contorting in pain. Ah! Jiang Kuan let out a pain howl as his left cheek rapidly swelled at a visible pace. Heh, looks like your teammate's no good. Can't even beat a 4th tier, 3rd rank? How's that gonna work? Su Zerwo had originally intended to wrap things up quickly and rush to Chica's aid, but seeing this scene, he relaxed and began to slowly wear down Jiang Wei. Unlike these marquee-level powerhouses, most of Jiang Kuan's cultivation resided in his qin music, and on the battlefield, he primarily fought in a support role. His actual combat prowess lagged significantly behind other marquee-level experts, leaving him utterly defenseless against Chica's attacks. Boom! Without the distraction of his qin music, Chica delivered a one-sided beating to Jiang Kuan. Though his punches lacked explosive force, his physical body was that of a genuine marquee-level warrior. Blow after blow landed squarely on Jiang Kuan's face, yet he stubbornly refused to break his guard. You'll pay for this. The Jiang family won't let you off the hook. Jiang Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood after 2 more slaps, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Chiku. Oh? Still talking back? What's so special about your Jiang family? They only reached the marquee level, right? Once I finished off both of you, what else could the Jiang family possibly throw at me? Chica looked down at Jiang Kuan at his feet. The initial kindness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a murderous glint. A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from his body. Ever since clearing the 100th floor, Chica felt his inner self had completely transformed. Perhaps it was the sheer number of lives taken, but the moral compass he'd possessed before his journey seemed to be crumbling. A faint, almost intangible aura of death now shrouded his entire being. Jiang Kuan felt a chill run through him as he met Chica's gaze. He truly intends to kill me. You can't kill me. I'm a marquee-level powerhouse of the Jiang family. If you kill me, they won't let it rest. Chica looked at him and smiled faintly. Aren't you still the Jiang family's top combat force? Besides, if I let you go, would you spare me? Yes, we will make sure the Jiang family lets you go. We won't trouble you again. Jiang Kuan nodded frantically. His fist, glowing with golden light, was already at Chica's face, poised to strike his head in the next instant. Oomph, really? I don't believe it. You lot, if you come to rob others, you'd better be prepared to be killed in return. Originally, Chica could handle the 2 of them easily. With Su Zerwo tying up Jiang Wei, he naturally had the chance to keep them both here. As for Su Zerwo, his thoughts no longer mattered. At this distance, he'd never make it in time. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. As the old saying goes, if you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again. Now, I'll give you that saying as a parting gift. I hope you remember it in your next life. No! 3 distinct voices rang out simultaneously. Boom! A fist slammed through the air, shattering the alley's paving stones into fragments. Dust billowed, engulfing the entire alley in a cloud of sand. The 2 of them couldn't see what was happening inside. Su Zerwo. If anything happens to my brother, the Jiang family and your Su family will be at war until one side is destroyed. Ha, you're courting death. Chapter 40, Some talents cannot be compensated for. One punch sent Jiang Kuan's swollen head exploding like a watermelon, red liquid splattering across the ground.
Not only was Jiang Wei stunned, but even Su Zerhua hadn't expected Chiku to act with such ruthless decisiveness. After all, they were still within Jiangcheng, not on the battlefield outside the city walls. Killing someone within the city walls was illegal. You actually dared to kill? Jiang Wei's voice trembled as his hands slowed. His mind raced with one thought: run. 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 He forced Su Zerhua back with a final thrust of his sword, then spun and sprinted toward the alley exit. Quick, don't let him escape. Su Zerhua now regretted getting involved in this mess. But since it had come to this, regret was useless. Better to kill them both right here. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. A flying sword struck Jiang Wei squarely in the back. Ugh! Jiang Wei's features contorted in agony. A bloodied sword tip protruded from his chest. Just as he was about to cry out in pain, he felt a pair of large hands clamp over his mouth, dragging him deep into the alley. You're truly bold, killing two marquee-level powerhouses without a second thought, showing no mercy whatsoever. Su Zerhua watched Chica stow the two corpses into his spatial ring, his face showing not a trace of panic. Even if he regretted it now, there was no turning back. He could only hope Chiku was worth the immense risk he'd taken. If he didn't kill them now, they'd cause major trouble once they returned. Why not eliminate them now, reducing two powerful marquee-level rivals when trouble inevitably came? Chica shot Su Zerhua a glance, his expression oddly unsettling. His expression seemed to say, how on earth did you become the head of the Su family with that brain? But once you do this, you and the Jiang family will be locked in a bitter, unending feud. Chica sighed deeply, turning to face Su Zerhua with a look of utter resignation. You aristocratic families have too many schemes. I'm not like you. When you offend someone, you still have your clan's power to fall back on. Sometimes, you can just negotiate your way out of trouble. After all, when two families go to war, the losses are no small matter. At this point, Su Zerhua suddenly understood. You're an independent agent. The Jiang family will never tolerate an outsider challenging their authority as a major clan. That's why they'll definitely target you. Chica nodded silently, saying nothing more as he bent back to cleaning the bloodstains in the alley. Go handle the bodies first. Leave this to me. The Su family has a dedicated cleanup team for precisely this sort of situation. Thanks. If anything good comes up later, I'll definitely find you. Hearing this, Chiku was glad to be relieved of the task. Disposing of the bodies was simple enough. He'd just find any battlefield and toss their corpses to the psychic beasts to devour. Then slaughter those beasts afterward to prevent them from consuming the flesh of a marquee-level powerhouse and gaining a massive boost in cultivation. Disposing of the bodies was one thing, but causing trouble for Jiangcheng was quite another. After bidding farewell to Su Zerhua and returning to school, he encountered Li Xiao and his group right at the school gate. Following them were the principal and several teachers. Master! You're safe! Li Xiao rushed forward and embraced Chiku, triggering a system notification in her mind. Your disciple Li Xiao's affection level for you is 5. Current affection level, 90. Congratulations! You have earned one lottery draw. 90? A glint of light flashed in Chica's eyes. After all this time together, he'd finally reached the significant milestone of 90. This senior disciple of mine is truly vigilant, not at all like the easily deceived high school students. It's fine, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Chiku ruffled her hair reassuringly. Lei Ming stepped forward and playfully punched him in the arm. Su family had told me all about it. You're really something now, kid. I doubt anyone at Jiangcheng First High can match you anymore. Lei Ming chuckled. When he learned Chiku had single-handedly killed Kazakhs, the shock on his face was palpable. Now, he felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't antagonized Chiku. Breaking through the 100th layer, soloing a true name-level phantom neither feat was within his reach. Meanwhile, Principal Bai and Huang and looked as if they'd swallowed a mouthful of. The stronger Chica grew, the more uneasy and anxious they felt, fearing he might settle scores with them later. Moreover, judging by Principal Lei's words, Chica seemed to have aligned himself with the head of the Su family, one of Jiangcheng's most powerful local clans. If he truly had the Su family's backing, their silent suffering would have been for nothing. This was utterly unacceptable to them unless another powerful family wanted him dead. Huang and Principal Bai exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting equal gravity. It seemed they needed to find a powerful ally soon. After thanking the principals, Chica finally returned to his apartment to sort through his spoils. Li Xiao and Han Lingling sat on either side of him. Han Lingling, in particular, subtly brushed against his arm with her curves, making Chica's mind wander. Was this the perk of breaking the 100 mark? And perks like this? Master, how much did you get? Didn't anyone try to ambush you? Han Lingling silently edged closer to Chico, gently wrapping her arm around his, drawing him into the deep ravine. Yes, but I fought them all off. Wow, Master, you're so awesome. Han Lingling clapped her hands, her breasts rising and falling with her movements, brushing against Chica's arm. Li Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt alarm bells ringing. She'd only been here a few days, yet she dared to compete with me for the Master's attention? That was simply intolerable. Li Xiao mimicked her actions, suddenly grabbing Chica's arm. The abrupt tug startled him.
Though Li Xiao tried hard to emulate Han Lingling's approach, some things couldn't be compensated for by talent alone.
The empress of his past life had been utterly helpless in the face of this problem.
Not big enough?
Seeing Li Xiao's frustrated expression, Han Lingling smiled faintly and tightened her grip on Chica's arm.
You two, could you let go of me first? I'll allocate the resources to you both. Let her go first. If she lets go, I'll let go. Let her go first and I'll let go when she does.
The identical words burst from their mouths simultaneously, making Chica's head spin even more.
I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Let go, okay? Chica sighed in resignation and settled for a compromise. 3, 2, 1. Let go. The countdown ended, yet neither of them loosened their grip.
Han Lingling's eyes sparkled with mischief, while Li Xiao stared back at her with a look that said, I knew it.
Hey, holding me like this isn't going to work. How about you let go first? We can talk about other things after the resources are distributed, okay?
Chica's voice even carried a hint of pleading.
No way. You have to choose one today. Otherwise, you won't be getting any sleep tonight. Chapter 41, Insight Plus.
Chica's forehead was covered in sweat, his eyes vacant, as if his body had been hollowed out. Li Xiao and Han Lingling wore satisfied smiles.
Han Lingling even licked her lips and shot Chica a meaningful glance. This second-tier primal energy potion truly wasn't ordinary.
For us peak first-tier cultivators, it was like a powerful tonic. As she spoke, Han Lingling licked the last trace from her lips, a stark contrast to the image Chica had held of her. Chica hastily tossed all the resources he didn't need at them and fled back to his own room.
Phew, that was terrifying. Never in a million years did I expect Han Lingling, with her perfect 100-point likability, to be so wild.
I'd always thought she was a shy, demure young lady. Exhaling deeply, Chico retrieved the skill upgrade voucher from his ring. Instantly, a message flooded his mind. Skill upgrade voucher can be used to upgrade current skills, granting them stronger effects.
How vague. Chica stared at the system's description, a dark line appearing on his face. Like I didn't know it could upgrade skills? Upgrading skills isn't just enhancing their effects? Like I need you to tell me that?
Despite the grumbling, Chica's body responded honestly.
Enhance insight.
With a flicker of his thoughts, the skill enhancement voucher in his hand dissolved into starlight and flowed into his body.
Insight enhanced. Insight Plus reveals information about objects and offers suggestions for modification. Can be used on oneself. As concise as ever. Chica paid little attention to the description, focusing solely on the last line. Can be used on oneself. No time to waste.
Chica cast insight technique upon himself. His basic information flooded into his mind. Sweeping past the basics, Chica's gaze locked onto the last two lines, his smile impossible to contain.
Cultivation technique, basic breathing method. Flaws, 96. Improvement measures.
Chico hadn't expected the upgraded insight technique to be this powerful. Following the technique's guidance, he proceeded to correct each flaw in the breathing method one by one. In an instant, Chica's body seemed to transform into a colossal vortex, drawing spiritual energy from the surroundings into his being with frenzied intensity, as if he were a bottomless pit. As the refined breathing technique operated at full capacity, the spiritual energy absorbed by Chica surged through his meridians, permeating every bone and muscle. Despite the massive influx of spiritual energy, Chica felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he began to moan with pleasure.
Ah! Thud!
With a soft thud, Chica's cultivation instantly reached the fourth stage, fourth level. He encountered no bottleneck whatsoever, as if everything had unfolded as naturally as water flowing downhill.
This improved breathing technique must have reached God-tier cultivation methods. A technique without a single flaw, what else could it be but divine?
Slowly withdrawing his cultivation, Chica's previously unstable cultivation base now felt as solid as a mountain. It was time to head to the teaching office and claim an offensive skill book.
With insight now mastered, Chica realized he still lacked any offensive skills.
Every time he faced an opponent, it felt like brawling with children, punching and punching, flesh meeting flesh. Times had changed. He had now offended the Jiang family, costing them 2 marquee-level experts.
The Jiang family would surely not let this rest.
Rumor had it the Jiang family held considerable influence in the capital, the true breeding ground of geniuses. A marquis is worth less than a dog. A king roams freely everywhere.
If it came to that, the Su family might not be able to protect her. Everything still depends on me.
A wave of urgency suddenly surged through Chica's heart.
Go claim the skill book. Train. No time to waste.
Chica headed straight to the teaching office that night and claimed a skill book on fist techniques. News of the Tower of Heaven had already spread throughout Jiangchang. The teacher overseeing the skill books didn't give Chiku any trouble at all, simply letting him choose a book and take it.
With his current strength, hardly anyone at Jiangchun First High School dared cross him anymore. Scan, repair, learn.
A seemingly simple fist technique contained a staggering 208 errors. The system didn't even offer suggestions for correction, it simply implanted a brand new skill directly into Chica's mind.
Heaven-shattering fist concentrates spiritual energy into the fist, dealing 500 physical damage to the enemy with armor break and concussion effects. Chica's jaw dropped wide open upon reading the description of Earthshaker fist. He'd expected the fixed skill to be powerful, but never imagined it would be this devastating. Armor penetration, stun, and a 500 damage bonus. No wonder it's called Heaven-shattering fist. Just look at these effects. If he ever reached the 10th tier divine realm, he might truly shake the heavens with a single punch. Awesome. Chica didn't hesitate for a second. He chose to learn it immediately. If only he had another skill enhancement voucher. A god-tier skill who knows what further enhancement could achieve. But for now, Chica was perfectly satisfied with this. For over 10 consecutive days, Chica stayed diligently at school. Besides teaching Li Xiao and Han Lingling daily, he engaged in intense combat every night until late, leaving himself drenched in sweat. Beyond that, he taught Li Xiao and Han Lingling his refined breathing technique. Both broke through to the 2nd tier, with Han Lingling even edging out Li Xiao by a hair. Han Lingling reached the 3rd level of the 2nd stage, while Li Xiao only reached the 2nd level of the 2nd stage. When seeking Chica's guidance at night, Han Lingling often brought up her cultivation level. Even with Li Xiao's composure as the empress of his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Before they knew it, the day of the 4-school joint exam arrived. Principal Lei Ming, accompanied by Zhang Jiahao, knocked on Chica's door. "Teacher Chico, today is the day of the 4-school joint exam. Are you all prepared?" "Prepared? Ah, we're prepared." Chica rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and wore an expression of indescribable exhaustion. Behind her, Li Xiao and Han Lingling, however, were wide awake and full of energy. Principal Lei Ming observed the scene and wore a look of profound meaning. Teacher-student romances? The school had seen them before. Besides, these seniors were 18, now old enough to make their own decisions. Especially a teacher like Chica, promising, protective, and handsome. He's every young girl's dream guy. If Lei Ming were his student, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something like that. With that thought, Lei Ming smiled faintly and patted Chica's shoulder. "Young man, you must learn restraint. Look at how worn out you've become these past few days. Even if you're juggling multiple things, you've got to pace yourself." "Ha?" Now it was Chica's turn to be puzzled. What restraint? What working both ends? He'd only stayed up a bit later these past 2 days helping them tweak their skills. How had that made him so worn out? He couldn't admit to being exhausted. "No, Principal, I didn't." "Enough, I get it. You're not weak. You're not weak." Principal Lei's smile grew deeper, while Chica's face darkened with frustration. "Alright, this explanation is going nowhere. Better to get down to business. Principal, what exactly is covered in the 4-school joint exam? Discussing it today shouldn't be considered a leak, right? Besides, you'll need to walk us through the process." Chapter 42, The 4-School Joint Exam. Zhangcheng No. 3 High School. Chica looked up at the school's plaque, a faint twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. The person who ambushed and attacked him over 10 days ago was the head of student affairs at Zhangcheng No. 3 High School. Recalling how he fled in disarray that day, Chica couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, he spotted the principal approaching the school entrance from afar. Chica's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The principal glanced toward the gate, his footsteps halting abruptly. His expression twisted into something utterly bizarre. His previously brisk pace slowed to a crawl as he slipped to the back of the crowd, attempting to hide behind the throng of people. "You must be Teacher Chiku? Long admired your reputation. I'm Mengyu, principal of 3rd Middle School. This is Lu Jiaqi, our dean of students." He turned his head toward Lu Jiaqi's position. "Lu Jiaqi. Where are you? What kind of nonsense is hiding at the back? Come out immediately." Seeing the empty spot, he glanced back and spotted Lu Jiaqi hiding behind the crowd. Mengyu's temper flared, and he barked an order. "It's fine. Director Lu and I are quite familiar. There's no need to make a fuss over such trifles." Chica chuckled cheerfully, as if he hadn't been the one ambushed that day. "Right, Director Lu?" "Yes." Lu Jiaqi wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried out from behind the crowd, an awkward smile on his face. "Oh? So that's the connection?" Mengyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze toward Lu Jiaqi softened considerably. "Yes, indeed. Director Lu treated me quite well that day." That's only natural. We at No. 3 High are known for our hospitality." Mengyu nodded, his gaze toward Lu Jiaqi brimming with admiration. "A talent like Chiku, even if you can't recruit him to your school, you should cultivate a relationship. After all, offending such a genius would bring nothing but trouble." Seeing Mengyu's gaze, Lu Jiaqi grew increasingly uneasy, standing there drenched in cold sweat. He dared not imagine what would happen if Mengyu discovered what had transpired back then. Would he be finished? Probably not. "Hey, isn't this Chiku? What's First High got on its mind sending a useless loser like you? Giving up already?" Before they could exchange another word, a voice boomed from behind them, brimming with arrogance. Everyone's faces paled at the words. Who's so bold? Don't they know Chiku can go toe-to-toe with a marquee-level powerhouse? And they dare call him a loser? Don't these people ever go online? Are there still such primitive people in this day and age? Heh, whatever. At least it'll be entertaining. I'm curious to see what happens to him after crossing Chiku. Chiku turned to face the speaker.
It had been ages since anyone had addressed him like this, ever since the Sky Tower incident.
Turning back, Chiku smiled.
It was a former teacher from First High School, the one he reported for harassing female students, leading to his dismissal.
Coincidentally, he was also a distant relative of the Zhang family.
After that, he beat Chika senseless every few days. Forced by the Zhang family's influence and his own strength, Chika never dared to utter a word. But where had he been for the past month? Now he was teaching at second high, seemingly oblivious to everything happening around him. This baffled Chiku, yet she was also relieved he remained unaware. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a reason to act.
Oh? I was wondering who it could be. Why, isn't this Jiang Tao, the stray dog? What? The girls at second high aren't afraid of being harassed? They actually let you, a lecherous monster, in? Or could it be that you secretly cut off the source of such incidents to protect second high's girls? If that's the case, I can only say, sir, you're a man of great principle. The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding teachers and students all lowered their heads, secretly amused. A few bold students even pointed and whispered behind him. Jiang Tao's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with fury.
He looked like a crab that had been boiled to perfection. All he could do was spout empty words. In the end, it would still come down to strength. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire square fell silent. Strange expressions flashed across the others' faces, followed by scattered snickers. This left both Jiang Tao and the second high school students utterly bewildered. What was so funny? Wasn't it perfectly normal to settle things with strength? What were they laughing at? It wasn't just the others, even Chiku wore a smile, while Li Xiao went so far as to laugh out loud.
Is this how you treat guests? Every single one of you is mocking us. Weren't we right?
An E-ranked talent gets to be a mainstay for First High, and a teacher who's always been dead last gets to be the team leader.
First High is really going downhill. How dare such trash compete with us?
Jiang Tao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to mock Chiku. Li Xiao's laughter abruptly stopped. He glared at Jiang Tao with eyes that seemed to regard him as an enemy. The others' laughter grew even more raucous, drowning out the sound of conversation. I'm truly amazed. An E-grade talent, the bottom of the barrel teacher, and now someone actually dares to describe them like that? Terrifying. Exactly. While that day was Teacher Chika's moment of glory, I did check Li Xiao and the others' scores. Guess what?
What?
They broke the team record, scoring over 50 floors.
Holy crap? That strong? Doesn't that mean we don't stand much of a chance?
Forget about first place. Second High was already a powerhouse with a strong shot at second, but now they've totally pissed off First High. From what I hear, Li Xiao is a master-obsessed type. Talking trash about her might not get you in trouble, but if you badmouth her master.
The teacher didn't elaborate, but everyone knew what was coming next. Looks like second high is in deep trouble this time. The teachers from third high school, observing Li Xiao's expression, visibly relaxed. With smiles on their faces, they settled in to watch the show unfold. Lu Juchi listened to their discussion, her unease growing palpable. They'd only exchanged a few taunts, but we ambushed and killed Chiku. The grudge is far deeper than mere mockery. But Lu Juchi dared not speak up, terrified these people would tear her apart. In the end, Mengyu managed to stifle his laughter, apologized to Jiang Tao, and personally escorted them into the campus. I'll remember this debt for now. When the time comes, I'll settle accounts with you.
Jiang Tao flicked his wrist dismissively, turned his back on Chiku and the others, and led his students straight into the campus of third high school. We'll see who comes out on top when the time comes.
Chapter 43, Escape Mode.
After this minor incident, teachers and students from all four schools finally gathered in full force. Though some still wore sour expressions, with the joint exam looming, none dared stir up further trouble. In the distance, a familiar figure appeared before Chiku, guided by Mengyu. None other than Su Zhehua, the head of the Su family. Everyone, quiet. This is our chief examiner for this session, Su Zhehua, Mr. Su. The words had barely left his mouth when the students spontaneously broke into applause. This was the head of the Su family, a marquee-level powerhouse at such a young age. After all, he was only 28 this year.
Exactly. Rumor has it he's still single. If only he'd notice me handsome, wealthy, and powerful. He'd be the perfect boyfriend. Snap out of it. Do you really think someone like him would notice you? People are allowed to dream. Why can't we dream big?
Su Zhehua paid no heed to the crowd's flattery, his face still bearing an aloof expression as he radiated an aura that kept others at arm's length. As he approached, Su Zhehua spotted that familiar figure. Recalling Chika's decisive and ruthless demeanor that night, an odd expression flickered across his face. He lifted his foot and strode toward Chiku. Jiang Tao, witnessing this, flashed a delighted look. Well, this should be entertaining. A marquee-level powerhouse seeking out that good-for-nothing Chiku. Who'd have thought that piece of trash would dare offend a marquee-level expert? Tisk, it's like an old man hanging himself, clearly tired of living. Zhang Tao's voice was lowered, but in the surrounding silence, it still sounded jarring. Su Zerwa's footsteps halted abruptly as he turned to face Zhang Tao. The amused look in his eyes suddenly made Zhang Tao feel uneasy. Got a grudge against you? Su Zerwa glanced at him briefly before turning back to ask Chiku. You could say that. I caught him harassing female students before, and he's been picking fights with me ever since. He's even beaten me up a few times. Su Zerwa nodded, then turned and walked toward Zhang Tao. Well, he must have some guts to have survived this long. Su Zerwa muttered this seemingly random remark, its meaning understood only by the two of them. Since you don't want to step in, I'll handle him for you. Don't thank me later. With that, he stepped forward and lunged straight at Zhang Tao. Smack! A single slap sent Zhang Tao flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh, I can't stand guys who harass female students. They're scum. Second high school wants people like this? Looks like second high is going down the drain too. Su Zerwa spat directly at Zhang Tao lying on the ground, showing no mercy whatsoever. Su Zerwa, you dare hit me? Aren't you afraid the Zhang family will come after you? Zhang Tao lay sprawled on the ground, his voice muffled and slurred. Smack! Another slap. Now both sides of his face were equally swollen, puffed up like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its cheeks. You, a mere branch family member of the Zhang clan, dare threaten me? And what's more, an insignificant branch family member. Old Zhang wants to start a war with my Su family? That's laughable. As he spoke, Su Zerwa leaned down and gave his cheek a pat. Use your brain before you speak. Know who you can afford to offend and who you absolutely cannot. Otherwise, you won't even know how you ended up dead. With that, Su Zerwa kicked him like a dead dog, sending him tumbling back into the second middle school ranks before turning toward the first middle school group. Was he done with number 2 high and now moving on to number 1? Under the Tower of Heaven, Chico had fought Su Zerwa to a standstill. Was it time to settle things once and for all? Ah! For the first time, I realized Chico was actually on par with Su Zerwa in looks. Aside from being broke, Chico wasn't half bad either. Oh dear, my 2 husbands, please stop fighting. Snap out of it, you're drooling all over the floor. Zhang Tao overheard the murmurs, his brain nearly overheating. What Tower of Heaven? What do you mean he's evenly matched with Su Zerwa? Are you sure you're talking about that good-for-nothing Chiku? He can't even beat me, yet he's supposed to match Su Zerwa? Could it be? I'm actually a king-tier powerhouse? Deep confusion flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes, but what followed left him utterly speechless. Su Zerwa walked up to Chico, draped an arm around his shoulder, and was a completely different person from his previous aloof self. Brother Chi, do you still have that medicinal herb? I need it urgently. Chica silently brushed away Su Zerwa's arm from his shoulder, replying with irritation. You're such a big family, and you can't even scrape together a little medicinal herb? Well, to be honest, the formula you gave us is more potent than anything on the market. But some of the ingredients aren't exactly commonplace. Even the Su family might not be able to source them all. Plus, the alchemists say that once you start this bone marrow cleansing process, you need to prepare for the long haul. You have to do it at least every other day until it stops working. We've already exhausted one of the ingredients in just these few days. A shadow of sorrow crossed Su Zerwa's face. Then I can sell it to you. See what you need and just take it. I'll still need that item in exchange later. No problem. Su Zerwa accepted the ring Chica handed him, patting his shoulder with a cheerful smile. His entire demeanor lightened noticeably. To Zhang Tao, however, it felt like the entire world was collapsing. They actually know each other? And they're working together? We're done for. Su Zerwa led the 4 middle school teachers and students to a dungeon entrance, pulling electronic number cards from his backpack one after another to hand out to the students. This exam differs from previous ones. Will use a combination of points-based scoring and elimination rounds, he explained as he distributed the cards. As he distributed the cards, he explained the rules of this 4-school joint exam. Upon entering the instance, each person would spawn at a different location. Numerous special ability beasts roamed the instance, and each one hunted would yield corresponding points. Moreover, points can be looted. If someone defeats you, the points on your card will be halved, the remaining half going to your conqueror, and you will lose your exam eligibility. The group with the highest total points at the end wins. Oh, and one more thing to prevent you from solely focusing on grinding points by hunting creatures, we've implemented a safe zone mechanism. Every 5 minutes, the safe zone will shrink slightly and continuously inflict a toxic status effect. If you fall outside the safe zone, your points will be reset to 0. Upon hearing this, Chica chuckled. This is basically a twisted version of PUBG and Eternal Return, right? He knew these games inside out. And he had every confidence in his disciples. With their absolute strength and the secret manuals he'd given them, avoiding victory would be damn near impossible. Ha. Chica gave a wicked grin and beckoned Li Xiao and the others over. This is how we do it. As he listened to Chica's words, Li Xiao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Han Lingling, however, grew more and more excited.
What a brilliant plan! Chapter 44, Surrender.
Seated in the observation room, Chico and several other instructors stared intently at the projection streamed from the dungeon, watching the students' performances with keen interest.
Worth noting, besides the psychic beasts, spirit artifacts were scattered throughout the instance for use.
My student is truly formidable, secured a low-grade spirit artifact the moment he landed.
Zhang Tao's voice drifted from the side as the screen displayed each student's status. A student from number 2 high had landed and immediately obtained a long sword glowing with blue light. Meanwhile, the others were still wandering aimlessly through the forest, hunting for supernatural beasts to slay. Congratulations to contestant Han Lingling for her first kill. 20 points awarded. A notification popped up on the screen. On the adjacent leaderboard, Han Lingling's name shot up, landing in the top position.
Everyone looked over to see Han Lingling holding the ice staff Chico had given her, with a flame bird frozen solid beneath her feet.
What? A second-tier flame bird?
That's one of the top-tier monsters in this dungeon.
How did she manage to freeze it solid? Look at the staff in her hands. It's almost as powerful as a mid-grade spirit artifact. Did we add replicas of this artifact to the dungeon?
Su Zerwa shook his head upon hearing this. No, most of the spirit artifacts added were low-grade and mostly standard-issue equipment. A specialized artifact like this could only belong to her personally.
What? She actually has her own exclusive spirit artifact? I'm jealous.
The teachers murmured, casting envious glances at Han Lingling. Many of them didn't even possess their own spirit artifacts. Though no one mentioned Zhang Tao, he still felt as if an invisible slap had landed on his face, stinging painfully.
Damn it! Zhang Tao clenched his fists, glaring viciously at Chiku.
His mouth twisted so tightly it drew blood. He had been smugly pleased that his student had obtained a spirit sword, yet Chica's student possessed a spirit staff exclusively her own. The contrast made him feel like a provincial bumpkin, while Chica seemed like a wealthy aristocrat whose casual possessions were beyond his reach.
It's just a first kill. The final outcome remains to be seen.
Zhang Tao consoled himself thus, his eyes glued to the screen. After Han Lingling defeated the psychic beast, it dissolved into specks of starlight before her eyes. Opening the instance map, the glowing points representing Zhang Jiahao and Li Xiao were also moving toward her location. This was the tactic they'd agreed upon from the start. If a map became available, they'd converge on Han Lingling. If not, Han Lingling would need to find a mountain where heavy snow had fallen. They naturally had targets at the foot of the mountain as well. But doing so would only increase the risk slightly. Time flew by, and the points of numerous students soared rapidly. The only change was that the top spot shifted from Han Lingling to Li Xiao. Meanwhile, the students on the battlefield remained unaware of the external rankings. As the safe zone shrank, numerous students inevitably collided, sparking combat. Who's this? Isn't this the student of that useless teacher? How dare someone with an E-rank talent compete with us? Li Xiao was making her way toward Han Lingling and Zhang Jiahao when suddenly, two figures darted out onto the path, blocking her advance. The spectators in the observation room watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning peculiar as they glanced at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's face flushed crimson. After watching for so long, he knew Li Xiao's true level all too well, reaching the third tier of the second stage in just a month and a half. Such speed wasn't unheard of, but it certainly placed her among the ranks of geniuses. Moreover, judging by her efficiency in slaying psychic beasts, her combat prowess was top tier. Ordinary psychic beasts couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. She had fought her way from East Panglai Road all the way to the 100 Grass bookstore without a single defeat. As for his own students, the strongest among them barely reached the peak of the first tier. Judging by Li Xiao's demonstrated prowess, they wouldn't last a single strike. Noisy. A casual slash of sword energy erupted, crashing heavily into one of the disciples. The disciple couldn't even manage a cold snort before disintegrating into specks of starlight, vanishing within the dungeon. Li Xiao kills Qiao Nan, earning 120 points. Witnessing this, the second-year student turned tail and fled in terror. No way one sword strike took out his teammate? That kind of power was beyond his ability to handle. They thought taking down 2 E-rankers would be a breeze, but this guy turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Run! Run fast! Head teacher Jiang truly knows how to train his students. This skill of bullying the weak and running away when things get tough has been mastered to perfection. Chico watched his student flee in disarray on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Turning to face Zhang Tao's furious expression, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Don't get too cocky. Once my students return and join forces with them, that'll be the day your students meet their end. Zhang Tao tried to steel himself, but his blustering demeanor was all bark and no bite, lacking any real intimidation. Oh? Is that so? Somehow I don't think he'll get away. If he can't beat him, that's one thing. But if he can't even run away, that's just laughable. Li Xiao isn't known for her speed, she definitely won't catch him. Before he could finish, Zhang Tao's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the surveillance feed. On the screen, Li Xiao hurled her long sword, driving it straight into his back. The fleeing student's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared down at the sword piercing his back. He too dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing within the dungeon. Li Xiao kills Xiao Bei, earning 180 points. A crushing defeat. From the moment he spotted them to their elimination took a mere 10 seconds. The students from number 2 high school aren't much to speak of, are they? They can't even defeat a worthless disciple taught by a worthless teacher. They couldn't even last 10 seconds. How could such students represent second high in combat? Looks like second high is going downhill fast. Jiang Tao remained silent, but Chica wouldn't let him off the hook. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, practically repeating Jiang Tao's own words back at him, drawing uncontrollable snickers from the surrounding crowd. Typical all talk and no substance. Looks like he finally met his match. Second high students are actually stronger than ours, but unfortunately, they've provoked even tougher opponents. At least we're smart enough not to recklessly pick fights with first high students. Heh, same here. I told my disciples from the start, focus on hunting as many psychic beasts as possible on the outskirts. That way, even if you get eliminated, your score won't be too low. The center of the safe zone? That's where the gods fight. The closer you get, the less safe it is. Hearing this, all the teachers marveled at his foresight. Look! Second high and first high are clashing again. A sudden exclamation snapped them out of their chatter. On the screen, 5 second high students had Zhang Jiahao and Han Lingling completely surrounded. Surrender now. You've no chance left. Chapter 45, you think you're worthy? With you lot? A flicker of disdain crossed Han Lingling's face, showing she didn't take them seriously at all. Zhang Jiahao, too, wore a smile as he surveyed the 5 encircling him. Surrounded attacks were what they feared least now. Especially when it was just these few men. What now? Go through the motions or just get straight to it? Zhang Jiahao turned to glance at Han Lingling, his smile now impossible to suppress. To Jiang Tao, this scene was the height of mockery. From Chica to Li Xiao, and now Han Lingling and Zhang Jiahao, not a single one of them treated the students from number 2 high school as worthy opponents. Don't you think you're showing us second high students too little respect? Even if you're stronger, you still owe us the proper respect. Chica chuckled coldly at the remark, his tone laced with a hint of lethal intent. The surrounding teachers felt a chill run down their spines. You think you're worthy? If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return them a foot. You mocked us relentlessly, why should we respect you now? You mock us freely, yet when we mock you, it's disrespect? Then why did you show us no respect before? Jiang Tao was rendered speechless. He desperately wanted to retort, you really are a good for nothing, but he dared not utter the words. Chiku was no longer the man he once was. Now, his strength was on par with Suzur was. How could someone who had only recently reached the 4th tier dare challenge him? I'll endure it. Jiang Tao's face flushed crimson. He said nothing, lowering his head and withdrawing from their conversation. But deep down, he desperately wanted his students to defeat Han Lingling and the others, just once, to restore his pride. Things didn't go as planned. The livestream feed showed a scene that made Jiang Tao's already dead heart sink even deeper. On screen, Han Lingling glanced at them, raised her staff high, and unleashed her full 2nd tier power. Enough talk. It was time to fight. They had insulted her master, something absolutely intolerable. No sooner had she spoken than the weather around Han Lingling shifted abruptly. The previously clear sky suddenly dumped heavy snow. As the snowflakes fell, the spiritual energy of the second high students froze, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. Some even developed frost on their bodies. Hey, you just jump right in without warning? That's not very honorable. With that, Zhang Jiahao charged into the crowd, heavy sword raised. A sweeping strike. 2 second high students were instantly cleaved in two at the waist. Though they possessed peak 1st tier cultivation, they were unable to evade due to Han Lingling's icy influence. They couldn't dodge in time, forced to watch helplessly as Zhang Jiehao's heavy sword sliced through their bodies. The other 3 also fell victim to Zhang Jiehao's greatsword, each struck down by a single blow, turning into scattered points of starlight. Zhang Jiahao eliminates. 5 notifications flashed, signaling the elimination of all second high school students before him. Heh, a piece of cake. With skills like that, and they dared to mock us? One man, one sword, sending them back to second middle school for further education. As he spoke, Zhang Jiahao flaunted his heavy sword with unabashed swagger, putting on a show for Han Lingling. Han Lingling pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed deeply. Cut it out. What's there to gloat about defeating these small fry? We haven't even faced second middle school's Gu Changde yet, that's the real challenge. Our priority is to reunite with senior sister Li Xiao first, only then do we stand a chance. Otherwise, the 2 of us might handle these minnows, but if we face real powerhouses, I doubt you could protect me. With every word Han Lingling spoke, Jiang Tao in the observation room felt a pang of pain. Loser. Small fry. Scum. Each word cut like a dagger through Jiang Tao's heart. Only when Gu Changa's name was mentioned did Jiang Tao's eyes finally brighten. Right, I still have Gu Changa. The 3 of them must be stronger than Han Lingling and her crew.
They'll definitely achieve ultimate victory. Watching Zhang Tao, who looked like he was going mad, the surrounding teachers quietly moved a little further away from him. As the safe zone shrank, students from 3rd and 4th high schools were gradually eliminated. Within the safe zone, Li Xiao's trio finally encountered the highly anticipated trio of Gu Chang'e. A short distance away, 2 students from 3rd high school stood quietly observing the unfolding battle. Gu Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the 3rd high students, his expression turning unfriendly. Though he desperately wanted to eliminate 3rd high, the weakest opponent first, Li Xiao and his group were watching him like hawks. Gu Chang'e dared not make any extra moves. The 3 factions suddenly found themselves in an uneasy standoff, none daring to strike first. What were they doing? Why hadn't they started yet? The final circle was about to shrink. Could it be they're waiting for the safe zone to shrink? It's quite possible. After all, whoever makes the first move risks being targeted by the other 2 teams. Even the strongest trio, Li Xiao and his group, would need to carefully assess their capabilities before deciding. The zone is shrinking. A collective gasp erupted as the teachers slowly lifted their heads to stare at the screen. Holy crap, why is it over at the 3rd middle school students? Meng Yu's face paled as he saw the safe zone displayed on the screen. The safe zone had conveniently shrunk to the exact location where the 3rd middle school students were positioned. It's over. Looks like we're 3rd again. Meng Yu sighed deeply, seemingly accepting the outcome. Truthfully, the moment the 2nd high students weren't completely wiped out by Li Xiao's group, 3rd high's fate was already sealed. Unless a miracle occurred, the championship crown would never land on their heads. Sure enough, the moment the safe zone appeared, both 1st high and 2nd high teams charged toward 3rd high's squad. Li Xiao killed Lu Yuan. Gu Chang'e killed Meng Lian. Both notifications sounded simultaneously. The 2 3rd high school disciples were eliminated in the blink of an eye. Boom! A surge of flames erupted, followed instantly by Han Lingling's icy blast. Caught between the extreme cold and heat, Gu Chang'e felt unbearable discomfort. His entire body seemed to freeze one moment, burn the next, and then become drenched with sweat. The 2nd middle school students were tortured beyond endurance, struggling to maintain even a normal fight. Out! A cold laugh echoed from behind the 2nd middle school students, sending chills down Gu Chang'e's spine. Oh no! There was still one person left from 1st high. He'd completely forgotten about him. Gu Chang'e whipped his head around, desperate to save his teammate, but Zhang Jiehao wouldn't give him that chance. With a single slash, Gu Chang'e's classmate dissolved before his eyes into scattered starlight, vanishing into thin air. In an instant, the evenly matched battle turned decidedly unfavorable for 2nd high after the elimination of one of their students. Gu only thinks about the beginning and not the end. No wonder he's stuck being a student under a teacher like Zhang Tao. Pathetic. Li Xiao's voice rang out from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a massive fireball erupt from the phoenix-tailed cockatoo's beak, slamming heavily into the other opponent. In mere seconds, Gu Chang'e found himself utterly alone. No! Impossible! This can't be real. Chapter 46, The Wicked will be ground down by the good. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the observation room, Zhang Tao watched his students get eliminated one after another, his mind spiraling into madness. 2nd high school had sent a full 10 students into the competition, yet they hadn't eliminated a single student from 1st high. Instead, they'd been shut out completely. Even Gu Chang'e, whom he had pinned his hopes on, was eliminated by Han Lingling's ice spike, a blow he found even harder to accept. Yes, that must be it. There was no other explanation for this outcome. Zhang Tao seemed to grasp something, his face hardening with conviction. His gaze toward Chiku and Su Zerwo brimmed with excitement. I'm going to report this. The chief examiner and teachers colluded, deliberately tampered with the exam content, and blatantly gave him preferential treatment to help him win the championship. Yes. That must be it. Hearing this, everyone stared at him as if he were a fool, their eyes brimming with mockery. He must have been driven mad by teacher Chika's provocation. He's completely lost his mind. Exactly. Being defeated by someone he considered a failure, that contrast wasn't something just anyone could handle. The worst part was the double blow to both body and spirit. He couldn't defeat him, and neither could his students. Could it be that Chico possesses something that enhances others' cultivation potential? How else could Li Xiao and Han Lingling have grown so powerful? Smack! The group's discussion was cut short by a sharp crack. Zhang Tao clutched his stinging cheek in disbelief, staring blankly at the man before him. Dare to slander me? Do you think I'm a pushover? The man before him was none other than Su Zerwo, head of the Su family. He'd never held much regard for 2nd high to begin with, and now that respect was completely gone. Go ahead and file a complaint if you dare. I, Su Zerwo, will take it on. I'm eager to see what evidence you can possibly find to prove we cheated on the 4-school joint exam. If you don't, the charge of falsely accusing a marquis-level cultivator will land you a 2-year stay inside. Hearing this, Zhang Tao's mind snapped into clarity. Jail? I can't go to jail. I have a promising future ahead of me. I'm a teacher at 2nd high school. I have students to teach. I can't go to jail. Seeing Jiang Tao's dazed and foolish expression, everyone's faces twisted into strange expressions. How on earth did someone like this survive this long? How could such trash be teaching at number 2 high school? Had the school become the Jiang family's private property? The crowd inwardly despised Jiang Tao, and by extension, second high school's reputation took a significant hit in their eyes. Chica slowly approached, fiddling with his phone. He walked up to Jiang Tao and pressed play. His voice came through the phone, the very recording where he accused Chiku and Su Zerwa of collusion. Mr. Jiang, no need to thank me. I've already filed a formal report against both of us. In a few days, the Education Bureau will naturally send someone to contact you. Make sure you have all the evidence of our cheating ready. I have every confidence in you, I even reported myself. Don't let me down. Chica's voice felt like a death sentence, piercing Jiang Tao's heart like a dagger. He had no evidence whatsoever, just empty threats, the barking of a powerless dog. Who could have imagined Chiku would be so ruthless, even reporting himself and Su Zerwa under his real names? Before anyone could react, several police cars pulled into the 3rd middle school campus. An officer stepped out and addressed the two politely. Mr. Su, Teacher Chi, we've received a report alleging that you both abused your positions to commit fraud during the 4-school joint examination. We hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. We'll cooperate, absolutely. Right, Mr. Su? Absolutely. Cooperating with police investigations is every citizen's duty. Especially when someone has filed a formal complaint against us, we should assist in uncovering the truth as soon as possible. Su Zerwa shot Jiang Tao a meaningful glance, a faint smile playing at his lips, before stepping into the police car. Chiku was even more proactive, opening the door and sliding right in. One might have thought he was hailing a taxi. Jiang Tao? Who called Jiang Tao? The officer smiled politely as he closed the doors for the two men, then turned with an instantly forbidding expression. He addressed the teachers in a voice laced with both impatience and hostility. I am. Jiang Tao raised his hand, trembling. He'd been to the police station before, but never for something this serious. Oh, so you're Jiang Tao, that good-for-nothing, troublemaking fool from the Jiang family? Heh, this time you've really hit a brick wall. With a marquee-level family head presiding, you actually dare to falsely accuse them of cheating on the 4-school joint exam? Let me tell you in confidence, Teacher Chiku has already caught the attention of 2 special operations units, one in the capital and one in the metropolis. With your Jiang family's stature going up against 2 special ops teams. The officer didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Tao understood perfectly. Special operations units are elite task forces established by Dragon Nation specifically to target true name level and above supernatural beasts. Anyone capable of single-handedly defeating a true name level beast within the sky-piercing tower draws their attention. Moreover, she could defeated a true name tier beast with only 4th tier power. Such innate talent was exceedingly rare. Him? Why would the Special Operations Unit take notice of him? Upon hearing the name Special Operations Unit, Jiang Tao snapped back to reality, his eyes brimming with disbelief. A teacher who was always at the bottom of the class, what possible reason could there be for the Special Operations Group to value him? Are you genuinely unaware, or just pretending? Teacher Chica soloed the 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven, single-handedly challenged the phantom of the true name-level psychic beast Xek and emerged victorious, then held his own against the head of the Su family. I truly don't understand why you'd choose to oppose him. It's like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. The police stared at him in astonishment, as if he were some kind of primitive caveman. Clearing the 100th floor of the sky-piercing tower, single-handedly defeating a true name tier phantom, and holding his own against a marquee tier powerhouse. Each sentence struck Jiang Tao's heart like a heavy punch. This time, you won't get away. Truth be told, I've tolerated you for far too long. Embezzlement, bribery, rape, plunder, you've committed every conceivable crime. Before, the Jiang family shielded you, but now the Special Operations Unit and the Su family won't let you off. Even if you're not guilty of false accusation, you'll be charged with it sooner or later. Add all your past crimes to that. Heh, get ready to rot in prison until you die. The officer snorted derisively, leaned close to Jiang Tao's ear, and whispered the unfortunate news. Jiang Tao's pupils contracted sharply. His mouth fell open, but no words came out. He stumbled backward and plopped down onto the ground. Jiang Tao stared blankly at Chica's retreating figure, sitting motionless on the ground, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Humph, you only ended up facing justice thanks to Teacher Chica's strong support. Otherwise, a scum like you would have gotten away with it. Chiku. Jiang Tao muttered to himself, glaring at Chica's retreating figure not far ahead before erupting in a furious roar. Chiku. You ruined me. I'll ruin you too. Chapter 47 by Wenjing, I. Ha, Teacher Chiku, you've truly made me look at you with newfound respect. Not only did you make first high school shine in the 4-school joint exam, but you also earned the Education Bureau's highest recognition for us. Starting before the college entrance exams, every resource for our school has doubled. In the principal's office, Lei Ming's face flushed crimson with excitement as he waved his hands animatedly. This is only fitting, Principal, but we had an agreement earlier. Shiku doesn't really care about these resources anymore. The rewards for clearing the 100th floor are already more than enough. Those resources were only for Li Xiao and the others to use. The only thing he could utilize was the 4th tier energy potion he had exchanged from Suzawa. However, for him, Li Xiao and the others' cultivation growth meant his own cultivation would also rise. Compared to resources, he valued the level 3 teaching certification more. A level 1 teaching qualification only allows one to teach theoretical knowledge, while a level 2 qualification enables one to lead college entrance exam preparation classes. A level 3 teacher's certification, however, allowed one to teach at the university level. The salary and benefits that came with it were incomparable to those of a level 2 teacher. With a level 3 qualification, even if Li Xiao got into university, he could still continue teaching her. Sustained milking is the real truth. What good is milking just these 3 months? A steady stream is the real truth. Besides, think about it with your toes. With S-tier talent, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, he'll at least reach the 7th tier Saint realm. With the additional returns, he might even approach the 9th tier Emperor realm. By then, he'd truly become the only cultivator who'd deliberately underachieved at the God realm. Before Lei Ming could speak, Vice Principal Bai burst through the door. Principal Lei. The level 3 teaching qualification cannot be granted to Chiku. Chika's brow furrowed, his gaze toward Vice Principal Bai turning decidedly hostile. Back when he took Han Lingling as a disciple, Vice Principal Bai had already interfered relentlessly. Now, as Chiku applied for the level 3 teacher qualification, Bai obstructed him again. Even the most patient person couldn't endure such repeated humiliation. Vice Principal Bai, explain to me why can't I be granted level 3 teacher certification? Chiku deliberately emphasized the word deputy as he spoke, as if underscoring a point. Chiku. Mind your tone, I am your superior. You've only been at this school for 3 years, and your graduation rate is simply unacceptable. Granting you level 3 teacher certification would only invite resentment from others. Hearing this, Chika's anger turned to laughter. Fine. Then tell me, who do you think deserves this level 3 certification? Vice Principal Bai seemed oblivious to Chika's shifting expression, mistakenly believing he had yielded to his authority. Well, naturally it should go to Director Huang'an. He's a veteran employee of First High, excelling both in graduation rates and professional competence. He's the most deserving candidate. Very well. Chika clapped as he spoke, though the murderous intent in his eyes was nearly tangible. You're still young. There will be other opportunities. Before Vice Principal Bai could finish, Chika's palm struck his face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as a figure flew out of the principal's office, followed by the classic national treasure. Bai Wenjing, you talk so damn easily. What do you mean I'm still young? That opportunity was something I fought my ass off to earn back. You just handed it over to someone else. Did you ever think about how I felt? Chika delivered one slap after another to Vice Principal Bai's face as she spoke. Smack! The sound echoed relentlessly. You didn't say a word when I was doing all the hard work. Now that I've brought back the championship from the 4-school competition, you want to hand my reward to someone else with just one sentence? Then why didn't you let Huang'an bring his idiot son to compete for the championship in the first place? Smack! Chika's anger boiled over as he delivered another slap across Bai Wenjing's face. I'm the vice principal. Hit me again and I'll expel you from school and send you straight to the front lines. Bai Wenjing clutched his head, curling into a ball to minimize the pain. But Chika wasn't about to let him off easy. Grabbing his pompadour, she landed another slap on his already swollen cheek. Vice principal? Vice principal my ass. Expelling me? You're full of hot air. You dare expel me? You're counting on my level 3 teaching position to win people over, aren't you? Once you expel me, I'll take Li Xiao and Han Lingling with me. Wherever I go, that school becomes the champion. No. The championship belongs to First High. You can't take it away. Chika sneered coldly, yanking Bai Wenjing's head up with a villainous grin. What if I challenge them again? The 4-school joint exam has rules for that. Do you think Zhang Jiahao and Huang Shi can stop Li Xiao and Han Lingling? This. Bai Wenjing was speechless. Chika snorted coldly, delivering another slap that sent him crashing to the floor. Don't ever let me hear such nonsense again. Otherwise, my fists don't recognize anyone. With that, she turned and strode back into the principal's office, slamming the door shut. Her voice echoed from behind it. Damn, look at the vice principal, his face is swollen like a pig's head. That's a peak 4th-tier powerhouse, yet he handled him like a little chick. This incident cemented Chika's status as the undisputed top student at First High. If he dared strike the vice principal, what wouldn't he dare do? TSK. If you ask me, Chika had every right to act like that. After all, he earned that spot. You snatched it from him, no wonder he fought tooth and nail. The teacher who said this seemed far from finished, adding another explanation afterward. It's like spending over $1 million to buy a car, a house, and even a palanquin to marry a girl home only for her to climb into someone else's bed on your wedding night. Could you just let that slide? Enough, enough. My fists are already clenched. Now that you put it that way, I get it. Shiku is just too kind-hearted. If it were me, I'd have chopped him to pieces with a knife. As the teachers around him grew increasingly indignant, Bai Wenjing felt many hostile stares fixed on him, some even carrying a hint of murderous intent. He suspected that if these people weren't outmatched, he'd likely be taking quite a beating today. Time to make a run for it. Bai Wenjing hurriedly left the scene under the murderous stares of the crowd. Feeling everything unfolding outside, Lei Ming's face was practically bursting with uncontrollable delight. He wondered if Chica possessed some kind of supernatural ability. Every villainous contestant who approached him invariably fell victim to a mind-numbing spell, acting as if under a spell, doing things completely irrational. But this worked out perfectly. With two formidable rivals effectively eliminated, Lei Ming's position as principal had never been more secure. Ha! Teacher Qi, your current level of skill truly makes me look at you with new respect. This level 3 teacher position is yours for the taking. Chapter 48, You Want to Be My Senior? At the assessment site, Chica stood out like a sore thumb among the crowd of middle-aged teachers. Who was this young upstart? Some rich kid's son? He wasn't some privileged scion. He was Chica, the very name that had become a sensation in recent days. He'd earned his spot fair and square. No one could criticize that. That Chico who turned an E-grade class into the top-ranked one in the entire school, and who himself pulled off a stunning comeback from Tier 4, Level 3 to Tier 5, Level 1. Yes, it was him. The teacher's expressions shifted abruptly. Contrary to their usual demeanor, they approached him with smiles. Teacher Chico, I'm also a teacher at First High. Seeing how young and accomplished you are, I have a daughter. A teacher from First High School, his hair slightly graying, approached with his hands clasped, wearing a kind smile. Old dang, forget about your daughter, she's not even as pretty as my niece. Teacher Chico, my niece is just 18, the perfect age for marriage. Why don't you two meet sometime? Another veteran teacher snorted coldly, cutting him off. He immediately began promoting his niece, pulling out his phone to show Chiku. Chiku looked at the phone. She did have that sweet girl next door charm, and the stockings on her feet added a touch of maturity to that sweetness. Not bad, not bad. Chica nodded, a satisfied look on his face. Teacher, what does your niece do? Seems like she's a flight attendant. I'll send you her WeChat so you young folks can chat in detail. The old teacher seemed quite pleased, adding WeChat and passing his niece along to Chiku. When Chica saw her WeChat name, his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. AAA Xiaoru flies nationwide. Is this some kind of insult to my lack of education? Is this even a flight attendant? Is this a joke? You introduced this person to me? Your conscience is seriously messed up. You lot think you can set him up? Chico, why not consider my sister? A youthful voice rang out again from the doorway, drawing angry stares from all the teachers. Who is it? How dare they show such contempt? I've taught for a lifetime and never seen such arrogance. I'd like to see whose sister commands such prestige. Su? The head of the Su family? Turning their heads, the teachers who had been brimming with arrogance moments before suddenly paled. They bowed their heads in respect toward Su Zerwa. Only Chiku immediately spotted the timid girl standing behind him. Unlike Li Xiao's boldness or Han Lingling's scheming nature, the girl behind Su Zerwa radiated a protective aura from within. Most importantly, the long silence system chimed once more. Detected an unparalleled waste. Host may proceed to recruit disciple. Rewards for this recruitment doubled. Double rewards. Chica stared at the girl highlighted in golden light by the system, his eyes brimming with excitement as if he'd discovered a rare treasure. Insight. Chica silently recited in his mind. Immediately, the girl's profile appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Yuding. Talent, none. Issue, Heavenly Absolute Constitution meridians cannot accommodate spiritual energy. Though medication temporarily allows perception of spiritual energy, this is not sustainable. Solution, temper the meridians and bones, pursue the path of physical cultivation. What? Chica's eyes widened again, filled with utter shock. Body cultivation? To suggest such an introverted little girl pursue physical cultivation? A petite figure flashed through Chica's mind, the image of her punching a molten beast so hard it flew through the air. His entire body shuddered involuntarily. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But his expression seemed to frighten Su Yuding. She tugged at Su Zerwa's sleeve and retreated further behind him, her petite form completely hidden behind her brother's back. She buried her head in his shoulder, unable to bring herself to look outside. Ahem. Feeling his sister's fear and then meeting Chica's unblinking stare, Su Zerwa's face darkened. Was this gaze a bit too forward? Su Zerwa stepped forward, shielding Su Yuding behind him. He cleared his throat twice, snapping Chica out of his daze. Is it really appropriate to stare at my sister like that? Sorry. I was just thinking about something. Knowing he was in the wrong, Chica flushed slightly, bowed slightly to Su Zerwa and Su Yuding, and apologized. However, there's one more matter I'd like to discuss with Brother Su and your sister. Go ahead. Su Zerwa shot him a disapproving look. She had hoped he could examine whether Su Yuding's meridians were truly salvageable.
After all, these past days, she could sense the spiritual energy growing ever scarcer, almost as if reverting to her previous state. This left Su Zerwa, who had glimpsed hope, deeply anxious. Upon hearing that Chi Ku would also be present for the Level 3 teacher examination, he immediately applied to the Education Bureau to have him oversee the proceedings. Naturally, the Bureau was more than happy to accommodate such a request. Who could refuse the goodwill of a marquee-level powerhouse? So he brought Su Yuting to the examination site to see if Chika had any solutions. Little did he know, Chi Ku was also a pervert. I wish to take your younger sister as my disciple. Would Brother Su grant his permission? Hearing this, Su Zerwa's eyes widened. You bastard, Chi Ku. With your innocent looks, you actually think you can take advantage of me. I treated you like a brother, yet you not only want to be my sister's husband but also try to take advantage of me. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. But the next moment, Chika's words made him swallow the family accusations he'd already formed on his tongue. Your sister's body, her meridians simply can't withstand the intensity of spiritual energy. The medicine we used before only temporarily reinforced her meridians, it couldn't cure her problem at its root. At these words, Su Zerwa's eyes lit up. He looked at Chi Ku with hope, his voice trembling slightly. So if I apprentice under you, there's a solution? Chika shook his head. No, but there is another path we can take. What? Body tempering. Body tempering? Su Zerwa was baffled. He'd never heard of this method before. Body tempering? What does that even mean? Don't we all strengthen ourselves by absorbing spiritual energy? I've never heard of it either. What other paths are there these days? He must be talking nonsense. Just grandstanding. I thought he was some prodigy, but turns out he's just another show-off. The teachers snickered, their gazes toward Chika now starkly different from before. Ever since spiritual energy aptitude became the dominant standard in this world, the original cultivation methods had been discarded. Everyone now judged success and failure solely by innate talent. The old cultivation methods? No one even remembered them anymore. Body tempering? You don't know about body tempering? Chi Ku was bewildered. Wasn't that common knowledge? So many novels describe it. Could it be that your world doesn't even have physical cultivation? Sigh. Chika sighed and resignedly explained the purpose of physical cultivation to the others. This? Wouldn't it be better if I just drew a defensive talent? Chapter 49, the assessment begins. Wouldn't it be better if I'd drawn a defensive talent? Hearing this, Chika shot him a withering look. Look at the situation now. Su Yuting's meridians can't even hold spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, talents couldn't awaken. Otherwise, why bother with physical cultivation? Seeing Chika's disapproving look, then glancing at Su Zerwa's sour expression, he suddenly realized his question might have been a bit silly. He lowered his head and said nothing more. Body tempering was a cultivation method practiced before the revival of spiritual energy, focusing primarily on strengthening the sinews and bones. It was supplemented with medicinal herbs to cultivate chi and blood internally while tempering the sinews and bones externally. Due to the immense quantities of herbs required, the saying "the poor study books, the rich practice martial arts" emerged back then. However, physical cultivation had its own advantages. Practitioners would possess combat prowess surpassing those at the same cultivation level. Whether in attack, speed, or defense, they stood out among their peers. Those with exceptional talent could even fight opponents one major realm above them. The more Chi Ku explained, the brighter the others' eyes grew, though their gazes toward him grew increasingly peculiar. Chika, tell us honestly, are you a physical cultivation practitioner? Su Zerwa looked at Chi Ku with a peculiar expression. Powerful strength, balanced development, and the ability to fight opponents of higher realms. He possesses all these traits. Could it be he's actually a physical cultivation practitioner? No wonder he could defeat a true name-level psychic beast with only 4th-tier strength. Cultivating both spiritual energy and physical strength, that would explain it. Me? I'm not. Chika paused, then began to explain. Body tempering? I couldn't endure that kind of suffering. When you could just lie back and earn cultivation effortlessly, why would you choose to endure the agony of physical training? Isn't that like looking for trouble? Ding! Your disciple Han Lingling has broken through to the 3rd tier of the 2nd stage, triggering a return. Just as I was pondering this, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, a warm current surged from every limb and bone into my dantian. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Chika's body, revealing his cultivation had soared to the 5th tier of the 4th stage. The astonishment in everyone's eyes intensified, most notably in Su Zerwa's. Just days ago, when they clashed, he was only at the 3rd tier of the 4th stage. Yet in such a short span, he had already reached the 5th tier of the 4th stage. Breaking through 2 minor realms was as easy as drinking water. A breakthrough? Just by talking? Was this the allure of physical cultivation? Envy, pure envy. I'd hate to part with the spiritual energy I'd worked so hard to cultivate, but otherwise, I definitely want to try the allure of physical cultivation myself. You're being foolish. You could pursue both paths simultaneously.
Didn't teacher Chika hint that you could cultivate both? Oh right, Master Chiku, do you still take disciples? This breakthrough was entirely unexpected for Chiku, yet the results proved remarkably effective.
Not only did it spare him the need to explain himself, but it also indirectly validated the formidable strength of physical cultivation practitioners. Though the breakthrough had nothing to do with physical cultivation techniques, since they believed it, Chiku was quite happy to let this pleasant misunderstanding continue. So, Brother Su, what do you think? Chiku ignored the other teachers and turned instead to ask Suzuwa. Before Suzuwa could speak, he felt Su Yuting tugging at his sleeve from behind. Her timid voice sounded again.
Brother, I want to learn. I want to get stronger to protect you. Alright, if you say so, then you shall. Suzuwa turned his head, a faint smile touching his lips as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Chiku, I'm entrusting my sister to you. If she doesn't make progress with her physical training, I'll hold you accountable. Su Yuting stepped out from behind Suzuwa, bowed deeply to Chiku, and called out. Master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking Su Yuting as your disciple. Rewards distributed: 100 early stage body tempering herbs, earth grade body tempering technique, stellar body tempering art, 100 healing pills, 500,000 dragon coins. Su Yuting's affinity unlocked. Current affinity 10. Her face, which had lit up with joy at the sight of the rewards, instantly turned awkward upon seeing the 10 affection points. Even if I couldn't win the lottery on my first try, it shouldn't be 10, right? Did I do something to anger the heavens and provoke resentment? Well, 10 it is. With the system backing me, I won't be held back by some measly affection rating. Rise. From now on, you shall be my third disciple. You may cultivate alongside your two senior sisters at First Middle School. As for now, we still have to complete the level 3 teacher assessment. After taking Su Yuting under his wing, Suzuwa seemed to have a weight lifted off his shoulders. His work efficiency soared throughout the entire morning. Tasks that normally took 4 hours were completed in just 2. Virtually all the teachers were at least at the 4th tier, 5th level. Shika's cultivation was the lowest among their group. Yet no one dared underestimate him. Even the handful of peak 4th tier 5th rank practitioners treated him with utmost respect. By afternoon, the teachers gathered below the arena, quietly awaiting the start of the assessment. The level 3 teacher qualification assessment was straightforward. Endure an attack from a marquee level powerhouse for the duration of 1 incense stick. Upon seeing this requirement, everyone's brows furrowed slightly. For 4th tier cultivators, the attacks of a marquee level powerhouse were nothing short of a nightmare. They were simply not on the same level. Only those few cultivators who had reached the threshold of the marquee rank had any chance of enduring. As for Chiku, no one ever questioned his combat prowess. Enduring an incense stick's worth of time was child's play for him. One teacher after another took the stage, and one after another stepped down. Expressions varied across their faces, some radiated joy, others wore disappointment, and still others betrayed regret. Next up, Chiku. After a long wait, all the surrounding instructors had completed their assessments, leaving only Chiku yet to be evaluated. She walked slowly onto the stage, only to find not Suzuwa facing her, but a woman she had never seen before. She wore a fanged mask, and her form-fitting black outfit accentuated her graceful figure. The pistol at her waist and the dagger strapped to her leg added a unique flair to her appearance. Chiku? A teacher at Jiangqing First High School. Orphaned at a young age, with a 0 graduation rate over 3 years. This year, her abilities suddenly surged, and her teaching skills improved dramatically. Is that correct? Yes. Chika nodded, neither confirming nor denying. He had only crossed over a month ago. Before that, without the system, he truly was just a bottom-of-the-barrel teacher. You actually admit it. Now let me test your skills. The woman chuckled softly, drew her long sword, and charged toward Chiku, her entire aura erupting violently. A marquee. Another marquee-level powerhouse. Since when did a level 3 teacher assessment require 2 marquee-level experts to oversee it? See? They're all here for teacher Chiku. Wait until he's not around next time, and you'll realize the level 3 exam isn't that important after all. Chiku fixed his gaze on the blade's glint. In an instant, the sword was less than half a meter from his face. Come on then. Chapter 50, the vital point. How could it be there? Clang. A fist shot out. The fist guard collided with the blade, sparking a trail of sparks. Ha! Chiku roared, unleashing another punch. The woman before him shifted from offense to defense, blocking the incoming fist with a move called Suchin's back sword. Feeling his punch blocked, Chiku chuckled darkly and growled lowly. Heaven-shaking fist. Instantly, a tremor shot through the blade, the sheer force nearly wrenching the long sword from her grasp. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. The woman's sword fell to the ground before everyone's eyes. Those around her marveled at Chiku's formidable strength, while Suzuwa was utterly speechless with shock. This was a member of the Special Operations Unit, though only at the lowest rank. She was once a prodigious young talent who had dominated her field. Moreover, the Special Operations Group's defining trait was their ability to fight opponents of higher tiers.
Though that woman had only recently broken through to the 5th tier, her combat prowess could easily overpower 3 of him. Yet now, she had actually suffered a minor setback at Chica's hands.
Suzera's eyes widened as he stared intently at the unfolding battle. Heh, not bad. Come on, again.
The woman took 2 steps back, steadied herself, and shook out her hands, which had gone slightly numb from the shock.
It's been ages since I've met someone this interesting. Come on, bring it on.
With that, she lunged forward, her fist hurtling toward Chica's face. Chika raised his arm to block, only to see her body twist in midair with unnatural grace, landing a heavy punch squarely in his midsection. Ugh!
Chika felt a tremendous force surge through his stomach, unable to suppress a groan. Damn, that's some serious power? A single punch had shattered Chika's invulnerability.
This was the most severe injury he'd suffered since drawing his S-rank talent. Equally astonished was the woman facing him. Her punch was one almost no one could withstand. Back at the 4th tier, this very punch had allowed her to defeat over a dozen marquee-level powerhouses, as well as the true name-level psychic beasts on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Now, she was confident this punch could knock a marquee-level expert unconscious. Yet Chika merely clutched his stomach, grimaced briefly, then stood up to continue fighting. His inner turmoil now mirrored that of Zhao Zilong when he thrust 3 spears into Zhou Cong, only to discover the man was still alive and fleeing at breakneck speed.
Complex emotions swirled within him. Come again.
Chika rubbed his stomach, exhaled deeply, and charged toward the woman. Along the way, he didn't forget to cast insight on her to observe her weaknesses.
Name, Jiang Qiuying. Weaknesses, heart area, tailbone, 3 inches below the abdomen. Chika's expression shifted slightly upon seeing these 3 vulnerabilities.
Why did they have to be those specific spots? Hitting those weak points would likely brand him a lecher.
Jiang Qiuying felt Chika's gaze and instantly flushed crimson.
Pervert.
What are you looking at?
With that, she launched a roundhouse kick toward Chiku. The wind whistled as Chika scrambled backward. Having already experienced the terrifying power of her attacks, he could only rely on his footwork to evade her now.
Blazing speed.
Seeing Chika vanish from his spot in an instant, leaving only an afterimage, Jiang Qiuying's eyes suddenly lit up.
Speed, defense, and attack power.
These 3 qualities alone were enough to qualify him as a level 3 instructor. To be able to fight her to this extent meant his combat prowess had already met the minimum requirements for the Special Operations Unit. But she wanted to see if Chika had any other tricks up his sleeve. Closing her eyes, she sensed Chika's position. She spun, turned her head, and delivered a swift kick. Hey! Chiku abruptly slowed his momentum, bending backward to duck beneath her legs. Weaknesses, heart, tailbone, lower abdomen 3 inches below the navel. The system's prompt flashed through his mind again. Chiku instinctively formed his fingers into a sword, a surge of spiritual energy erupting from his fingertips and striking her tailbone with force.
Mum.
Jiang Qiuying let out a moan before biting her lip to stifle it, her eyes flashing with fury as she glared at Chika beneath her.
I never told anyone this is my vital point, how could he possibly know?
Swish! Another burst of spiritual energy struck her 3 inches below the navel. Instantly, her spiritual energy flowed erratically. Her legs buckled, and she stumbled, landing right on the floor.
Ugh!
A wail escaped her lips, piercing the ears of all the teachers present.
What was happening? Hadn't she been dominating moments ago? How had the situation reversed so suddenly? Could it be that even a marquee-level powerhouse from the capital couldn't defeat him? Chiku, however, wasn't as excited as they were. Instead, she felt a pain she couldn't express.
Her vital point had been struck, leaving her utterly defenseless. Lying on the ground, she was as helpless as a lamb led to slaughter.
I'm so sorry.
Chika silently apologized as streams of spiritual energy shot from her hands, striking her own body. As her 3 vital points were repeatedly struck, Jiang Qiuying collapsed into a heap of limp flesh, her breaths becoming shallow and weak. Fortunately, Su Zerwan noticed the situation and rushed to separate the 2. Otherwise, Jiang Qiuying would have truly become the most humiliating marquee-level powerhouse in history. Forcibly struck in the vital point and killed by pleasure. The thought of such a record made Jiang Qiuying want to strangle him, yet she couldn't bring herself to do it.
Guess I win, huh?
Chika slowly rose from the ground under the envious gazes of the crowd, panting heavily as he looked at Su Zerwa. Su Zerwa glanced at him, then at Jiang Qiuying lying nearby, and nodded helplessly.
Yes, Chika wins this round. How wonderful. Just getting sat on by a beauty, then having her lie on top of him for a while, and he wins? Why doesn't such good fortune ever come my way?
But that kind of luck comes with a price. You have to endure a brutal beating first. Only after surviving 2 such beatings would you get a chance like that.
Forget it.
I couldn't take that punch. Just from his aura, I could sense he was extraordinary. Let alone taking one myself, then you'd be feasting on my remains. In the lounge, Chika sat across from Jiang Qiuying, his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Qiuying's face was flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear as she glared at Chika without uttering a word.
Ahem. Teacher Chika, this is Ms. Jiang Qiuying, a member of our Capital Special Operations team. She's considered a prodigy in Kyoto too.
Like you, she single-handedly took down a true name-level psychic beast at the 4th tier.
Except hers was a genuine true name-level psychic beast. Chica nodded upon hearing this, yet couldn't resist asking the question. So, where exactly is her weak point? Chapter 51, Recruitment.
Oomph. In the lounge, Zhang Qiuying glared at Chico with venom, occasionally letting out a cold snort through her nose. Chico, however, wore an expression of utter indifference, his left foot crossed over his right as disdain filled his eyes. A mere special operations unit offered no benefit whatsoever to his teaching career, only added complications. Therefore, he held little regard for Zhang Qiuying. If anything, he felt a touch of shame.
This.
Su Zerwa tried to break the awkward silence, but the moment he opened his mouth, he felt even more awkward. Still, he steeled himself and continued. Team member Jiang is a top-tier operative of the Special Operations Unit.
He's here specifically to recruit you into the unit. The Special Operations Unit is our nation's most secretive organization.
Even its weakest members possess the combat prowess of a marquee-level warrior. They typically handle high-risk missions, but the benefits and compensation are top-tier.
The state will cover all resources needed for your cultivation. All you need to do is step up when the nation requires your service.
As Chico listened to Su Zerwa's explanation, he grasped the essence. The Special Operations Unit was the nation's elite force. The state provides resources for your breakthrough, but when dangerous missions arise, they are the ones sent first. Ultimately, they were warriors who served the people and dedicated their lives to the motherland.
Instantly, Chico felt a deep respect for Zhang Qiuying.
She stood up and bowed deeply.
I'm sorry.
Though he had won this battle and seized her Achilles' heel, her actions were beyond anything Chico could ever match. Every person who sacrifices their life for the nation deserves respect. Zhang Qiuying, seeing Chico apologize, suddenly felt somewhat uneasy.
No, it's fine. Would you like to join our Special Operations Unit? Your combat prowess and observational skills are the best I've seen in anyone.
At the mention of discernment, Zhang Qiuying's cheeks flushed crimson. While I deeply respect your team, I still wish to express my apologies.
Chico bowed slightly in apology.
His golden finger only worked when he was a teacher. If he left teaching and joined the Special Operations Unit, who knew what might happen?
But Chico didn't close the door completely.
If the nation needs me, just send word.
I'll join your mission without hesitation. But joining the Special Operations Unit? No thanks.
I'm used to being a free spirit, unable to tolerate the rigid rules and regulations of the system.
Aren't you already part of the system? Zhang Qiuying countered. Besides, we can call on you for missions. But if you don't join, won't you only get the work without the benefits? Zhang Qiuying couldn't grasp it. After much deliberation, she voiced her lingering doubt. Superficial. Do you think I serve my country for those few resources?
When the nation faces crisis, every commoner bears responsibility.
When the nation faces peril, each of us should contribute what little we can, not hesitate and hold back. Otherwise, how could we possibly stand our ground against the attacks of the supernatural beasts?
His righteous speech left Zhang Qiuying speechless. The flush on her cheeks only deepened.
So he was actually this kind of noble soul, devoted to his country and its people?
Besides his lecherous tendencies, he might not have any flaws at all.
Should we propose the organization recruit him as an honorary member? Benefits and compensation would be halved.
He could selectively accept or decline missions.
I wonder if the team will agree.
Zhang Qiuying reported her thoughts to the team and re-evaluated Chico's combat capabilities. She particularly emphasized his keen insight, which allowed him to discern an enemy's vital points and weaknesses. Ultimately, the team approved her request. After all, in their missions, identifying enemy vulnerabilities would significantly simplify their operations. Back in the lounge, Zhang Qiuying's eyes narrowed to slits, a faint smile playing on her lips, her steps lightening considerably. Teacher Chico, the latest directive from the group is that you may be hired as an honorary member. She then explained in detail the responsibilities and precautions associated with being an honorary member. Upon hearing this, Chico realized he wouldn't need to report to an office. He could continue teaching as usual and only join them on missions when required. And most importantly, he could actually choose whether or not to participate in missions. He could take leave. This was far more humane than being a teacher at first middle school. If not for the binding teacher system, Chico would have seriously considered joining the Special Operations Group. After discussing all the details, Chico slowly made his way back to First High, now carrying a walkie-talkie and a badge. These two items were the insignia of the Special Operations Unit. With them, he could freely move between various battlefields. Even local governments and police forces were obligated to provide assistance to members of the Special Operations Unit. Just as he reached the entrance, a distant cry of "Master!" The cry snapped him back to reality.
Li Xiao and the others approached, congratulating Chico on passing the assessment.
Li Xiao's gaze immediately fixed on the badge in Chico's hand. The sight of it made her heart skip a beat.
The Special Operations Unit badge? Master, you're actually a member of the Special Operations Unit?
Li Xiao's astonished voice rang out, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at the badge in his hand. Now it was Chica's turn to be astonished. If Su Yuting recognized this badge, it would make sense after all. Her family was a prominent clan, and the Special Operations Group occasionally sought their assistance. But Li Xiao was just a child from a poor family. It was doubtful he'd even seen a first-tier primal energy potion, let alone know about the Special Operations Group. Yet now, he could instantly recognize the badge's origin. This suddenly made Chica feel a bit wary. He cast his scrutiny spell and stared intently at Li Xiao's interface. Everything appeared normal, showing no changes whatsoever. This meant she was still his student. Suddenly, a thought struck Chiku. Could Li Xiao be another traveler through time? Chico cautiously leaned close to Li Xiao's ear and whispered suspiciously. Imperial Jade Liquor? What wine? What are you talking about, master? Odd changes, even stays the same? The vast horizon is my love? Watching Li Xiao's increasingly bewildered expression, Chico felt both disappointed and relieved. Thankfully, she wasn't a time traveler. But even if she were, it wouldn't matter. With that 90% affection rating displayed by the system, she probably wouldn't do anything too extreme. Yes, that's right. Master, may I make an unreasonable request? Li Xiao suddenly grew coy, a hint of petulance creeping into her tone. This caught Chiku off guard, who was accustomed to Li Xiao's decisive demeanor, sending a sudden chill down her spine. Hey, senior sister, stop teasing him. Look, you've got the master trembling. Li Xiao shot a glare at Han Lingling, who was covering her mouth and giggling, and snapped irritably. I want to leave this city and head to the battlefield. Chapter 52, is this what you call a dungeon? What? You're going to the battlefield? Now it was Han Lingling's turn to be stunned, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Why suddenly decide to go to the battlefield? That place is dangerous. Chica neither refused nor agreed, merely asking Li Xiao why he wanted to go to the battlefield. There was no particular reason, just a desire to witness the brutality of battle firsthand. After all, we'll all end up on the battlefield eventually. Getting familiar with it sooner would help us adapt to the battlefield environment faster later on. Having experienced danger now would prevent him from being so helpless and flustered when he actually went to the battlefield later. Li Xiao's words rang out with conviction and logic, yet Chica couldn't shake the feeling his apprentice was hiding something from him. I'm going too. Han Lingling raised her hand defiantly at the suggestion. Chica waved his hand and handed all the medicinal herbs the system had given to Su Yuting over to Han Lingling. Since your senior sister is going, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity. After all, your third junior sister still needs someone to help her build a solid foundation. This time, let your master accompany you and your senior sister. But master. Han Lingling tried to say more, but Chica raised his hand to stop her. Lingling, I trust you more than anyone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted your third junior sister to you. With the college entrance exams approaching, if she can demonstrate her talent, I can plead with the principal to give her a chance. But if going to the battlefield delays your third junior sister's development. Chica drew a deep breath, forcing 2 tears to well up as he gazed at her with sorrow. Lingling, you wouldn't want your third junior sister thrown onto the battlefield without any cultivation, would you? That's out of the question. Han Lingling didn't hesitate, immediately refusing Chiku. Well then, since that's the case, this important task falls to you. I wouldn't feel at ease if anyone else handled it. He gave her a look of entrusting her with a crucial task, patted her shoulder, and handed over the medicinal herbs and cultivation methods in his hands all at once. Chica wasn't worried about Han Lingling secretly learning the techniques. After all, with 100 points of goodwill already established, if she learned them, so be it. An extra person meant faster progress for him. After convincing or rather, persuading Han Lingling, Chica turned to Li Xiao, who gave him a quiet thumbs up. Chica shot him a withering look and snapped. Cut the crap. When do you want to go? Now. Li Xiao turned and slung a small pack over her shoulder. Clearly, she'd been planning this for a while and had long since prepared for the battlefield. Chica's eye twitched slightly. He glanced at her pack and sighed. She retrieved a smaller spatial ring from her own and handed it to Li Xiao and the others. From now on, don't carry any luggage when you go out. I have more spatial rings here. Even if you lose one, don't worry, I have more. He laid out a row of spatial rings. Though small, they were genuine. Master, you're the best. Li Xiao's voice rose again, sending Chica fleeing in panic. Ha! Outside Jiangchang, the corpses of psychic beasts and humans stained the land crimson. Who could have imagined that just one wall away, the scene resembled heaven and hell? First and second tier D-rank cultivators fought bloody battles here against low-tier psychic beasts. Often, it took several practitioners working together to slay a single low-tier mutant beast. Even so, humanity remained at a disadvantage on the battlefield. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked from the city gate toward the battlefield. Since you've chosen to leave voluntarily, we won't stop you. Take your credentials. Without them, we cannot simply let you back into the city. The gate guards cautioned the pair. Hide your credentials well and be wary of those outside. Sometimes, people can be more terrifying than beasts. The guard watched them, offering a well-meaning warning.
The two nodded, thanked the guard, and set off toward the battlefield.
The two leaving the city were none other than Chiku and his disciple Li Xiao. After stowing their credentials, Li Xiao surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. 2 months after her rebirth, she had finally returned to this familiar place. The Jiangqing battlefield. This was where she had fought her way through step by step.
Chica observed Li Xiao's nostalgic expression, deepening his confusion. Not a time traveler, then? Could she be a reincarnated soul? That look of nostalgia clearly showed she wasn't here for the first time.
Even he, a time traveler, felt queasy at the thick stench of blood lingering here. Yet Li Xiao showed no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, she seemed to feel as though a dormant dragon had plunged into the sea. Something was off. 9 out of 10 things were off.
Master, shall we head that way and take a look?
Li Xiao suppressed the nostalgia welling up inside her. She hadn't forgotten why she was here this time. She recalled that around this time in her previous life, a brand new instance world had appeared outside Jiangcheng.
This dungeon world was quite peculiar, a great emperor's tomb.
This emperor didn't care about talent or strength. It seemed he sought only that elusive, intangible fortune. From the highest to the lowest, all could inherit the legacy of that great emperor. In her previous life, the one blessed with the highest fortune had been Li Xiao. It was precisely through the cultivation method she had brought forth from this emperor's tomb that she had embarked on her path to becoming the human race empress. Yet she still vividly remembered the disappointed look on the great emperor's spectral form when he saw her. And those words, they were etched into her memory. It seems this attempt has failed once more.
Again?
Li Xiao hadn't understood it back then, but now she seemed to grasp it. Perhaps it was precisely because she cultivated this great emperor's heart method that she was able to be reborn. For this reason, she deliberately brought Chiku along this time. In her view, someone who could casually possess S-tier talent and effortlessly refine cultivation techniques with the refined techniques reaching the level of an emperor realm was precisely the kind of person whose destiny could likely satisfy the great emperor's needs. Such a figure's destiny might well satisfy the great emperor's needs.
Who knows? It might even grant her master another stroke of fortune. All right. Chiku didn't refuse.
If Li Xiao was indeed a reincarnated being, then the place he was taking him to must hold great fortune.
If not, it would serve as early battlefield familiarization.
If he performed worse than his disciple during their first battle against psychic beasts, that would be a major embarrassment.
Li Xiao chuckled. She knew her master would agree.
Scanning her memory for the location, Li Xiao activated her movement technique and sprinted toward the instance entrance.
Currently, the instance entrance hadn't fully materialized yet.
Li Xiao estimated it would take only 2 days for the entrance to fully materialize, and they would arrive around that time frame.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Li Xiao and Chiku fought their way through the battlefield, carving a bloody path. Whenever they passed a squad under siege by psychic beasts, they couldn't help but lend a hand. Though a few showed ingratitude, it did nothing to dampen their resolve to save lives.
Master, we'll be there soon.
Surveying the familiar surroundings, Li Xiao exhaled deeply, his battle-torn clothes hanging loosely on his frame. Chiku, however, had no mind to notice the glimpse of skin she revealed. Her gaze was fixed intently on the 4 towering figures before them.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield, shaking the entire arena. Is this the dungeon you mentioned? Chapter 53, The Master Truly is the Chosen One.
A palace rose from the earth, nestled between the 4 mountain peaks.
Its ancient-style bricks and tiles featured vividly carved golden dragons adorning the eaves and corners.
Yet without exception, each dragon's eyes remained tightly shut, as if fearing they might fly away the moment they opened. An ancient bronze gate stood flanked by bronze pillars. The plaque above bore no inscription, leaving its origins shrouded in mystery. A central main hall stood flanked by 2 side halls, their style similar to the main structure though slightly smaller in scale. Chiku and Li Xiao stood below, feeling like 2 ants gazing up at an elephant. The appearance of such a grand dungeon instantly drew the attention of countless humans and psychic beasts. Within mere moments, Chiku and Li Xiao could see hundreds of humans and psychic beasts fighting their way through the chaos, rushing toward this location. This is what you called a small instance. Gazing at the imposing structure before them, Chiku shot Li Xiao a stunned look. This instance's scale is almost on par with the Sky Tower.
And you call this a small instance?
Li Xiao awkwardly scratched his head, his face a picture of embarrassment as he stared at the unfamiliar instance before him. She remembered that in her previous life, it had never been this grand at most, it was just a side hall. Who knew this time? At that thought, Li Xiao couldn't help but look at Chiku again. Could it be that her master's arrival had caused this dungeon to transform so drastically? If it truly depended on destiny, then in her previous life, her destiny could only unlock a side hall. But this life was different. She had brought her master along. His destiny was powerful enough to unlock the instance's full form. Master truly is the chosen one. Li Xiao's expression suddenly lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Does this mean we still have a chance to win the battle against the psychic beasts 10 years from now? After all, the chosen one is on our side. Ding! Your disciple Li Xiao's favorability toward you is 10. Current favorability, 100. Full affinity reward pack 1 granted.
Chica shuddered at the sight of Li Xiao's fanatical gaze. Just Han Lingling's maxed out favorability was already overwhelming enough. Adding Li Xiao to the mix? Chica dared not imagine the consequences, merely averting his gaze from Li Xiao's eyes. Ha! I'm the first one here. Looks like this fortune is meant for me. Before the two could say another word, a wild, booming laugh echoed from behind them. A figure shot toward the bronze gates at breakneck speed. Ha! 2 more people? As he drew nearer, Chica finally made out the elder's attire. He was clad entirely in black, yet the fabric was splattered with countless bloodstains. The dried blood had solidified into patches of dark crimson scabs across his garments. A deep scar ran from the outer corner of his right eye down to beneath his left. His salt and pepper hair stood on end like tangled weeds growing wild upon his head. Oh no, it's the blood-stained butcher. Li Xiao's voice carried a rare hint of panic. Hearing this, Chica grabbed Li Xiao and dragged her toward the ancient bronze hall. He was now almost certain that Li Xiao was the reincarnated one. She had never been to the battlefield before. How could she possibly know about the opportunity here? An unrecorded elder had appeared, yet she could instantly identify his true nature. What else could she be but a reincarnated being? Moreover, that hint of panic in her voice clearly showed she knew this blood-robed butcher was beyond their current ability to handle. Run! Chica made this decision almost instantly. What realm is the blood-robed butcher at? Chica asked Li Xiao as they fled. 8th tier Imperial realm. Hearing this, Chica's pupils contracted slightly. Emperor realm? If it were a marquis level or even a king level opponent, we might stand a chance. Emperor realm. Chica could think of no other option but to flee. Haha, you think you can run away? The blood-robed butcher closed the distance in an instant, his entire body already before Chica's face. He grinned, drawing a long blade from his hand. Blame it on coming too soon, on seeing what wasn't meant for you. A blade's glint, slicing through the heavens and earth, appeared before Chica's eyes. Chica shielded Li Xiao behind him, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy to push his invincible Vajra talent to its absolute limit. A faint golden glow emanated from his body. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the crimson blade struck Chica's body with force. The golden light barely held for an instant before being cleaved apart by the blade's edge. Yet it also bought Chica the time to react. Using the momentum of the blade's strike, Chica swiftly retreated, dashing toward the ancient bronze gate. Cough cough. Chica ran, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. A long gash stretched from his chest to his abdomen, bleeding steadily. Numerous meridians throughout his body seemed severed. Chica could feel his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. It wouldn't be long before he was in even worse shape than Su Yuding. With his meridian severed, cultivation was no longer possible. But dwelling on such thoughts was premature. How to survive was the pressing matter at hand. Li Xiao knew the situation was critical now. With no time for grief, he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy into Chiku. Boom! Another blade struck, slashing viciously into Chica's back. Fortunately, Li Xiao had placed all his spiritual artifacts on Chica's back, which somewhat mitigated the blow. Put! Chica spat a mouthful of blood onto the bronze gate. The bronze gate instantly emitted a faint, eerie glow. Boom! A massive bronze hand reached out from within the gates, snatching both Chiku and Li Xiao into the grand hall. By the time the bloody hand butcher rushed over to follow, the bronze hand showed no mercy. A single punch sent him reeling back over a dozen steps. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as the bronze doors slammed shut, leaving the blood-handed butcher raging helplessly outside. Inside the hall, Li Xiao gently laid Chiku on the jade bed. Frantically tearing her own clothes to shreds, she tried to bandage Chica's wounds, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Chiku was no longer the confident, carefree figure of before. His clothes were torn to shreds. A deep gash on his chest and another on his back both oozed blood, staining his garments crimson. Li Xiao, however, sheltered beneath him, had escaped with only minor injuries. Master, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on coming, you wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Li Xiao wept as she bandaged his wounds, clearly sensing Chica's cultivation rapidly plummeting. Peak 3rd stage. Peak 2nd tier. It won't be long before he falls into the realmless state. Master. Ding. Li Xiao's affection, 70. Obtained 2 lottery chances. It's nothing serious, just a few injuries. Cultivators can't avoid getting hurt, after all. Chica forced himself to stay upbeat, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Who knows? Your master here might just have incredible luck and a strong constitution. Ahem. As he spoke, Chica coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood, splattering it onto the ground. Maybe this misfortune will turn into a blessing. The words barely left his lips when Chica felt every ounce of strength drain from his body. His eyes closed, and he plunged into darkness. Master. Chapter 54, The Divine Demon Body. Master. Li Xiao felt Chica's hands slowly slip from her head. She wailed in the bronze hall, her heart torn apart. Chiku and her arms grew heavier and heavier, while Li Xiao's heart grew colder and colder. Just as Li Xiao was overcome with grief, Chica seemed to have entered a strange new world. Have I died? Is this heaven? Chica gazed curiously at her own body intact and unharmed. She lifted her head to survey her surroundings. Birds sang amidst the fragrance of flowers, a place cut off from the world. Elderly people sat under trees enjoying the shade, while children played happily in the fields. Suddenly, a long crack appeared in the sky, a crimson streak slicing the azure heavens in two. One by one, creatures of strange power descended from the heavens, landing in this isolated little village. In an instant, cries of agony and pleas for help filled the air. He witnessed firsthand as the claw of a beast pierced a child's heart, then hoisted the lifeless body high, displaying it triumphantly. Chiku instinctively lunged forward to save them, only to find himself frozen in place, utterly helpless. He could only stand by as a spectator, silently watching it all unfold. Damn it! Chiku clenched his fists, glaring viciously at the psychic beast before him. He gritted his teeth, consumed by a burning desire to tear it limb from limb. The once peaceful village had become a hellscape, littered with severed limbs and shattered remains. Only a young girl stood silently at the village center. She did not weep, only endless hatred flickered in her eyes. The scene shifted. On the battlefield, a slender figure cut a swath through the horde of psychic beasts, leaving not a single one standing. With each fallen beast, a coil of black mist wound itself around her blade. Yet, paradoxically, her heart held the pure ideal of saving lives and the world. Golden light and dark mist intertwined around her form, gradually transforming her body. You are now enveloped in demonic energy. If you don't seek treatment soon, your days are numbered. Were it not for the protective shield of virtuous golden light, the demonic energy would have claimed your life long ago, turning you into a killing machine driven solely by slaughter. The scene shifted again. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard gazed at her with grave expression. Her body had been ravaged beyond recognition by the clash of demonic energy and virtuous golden light, half shrouded in black mist, half radiating golden brilliance. Even her eyes were no exception. What would be the consequences of attempting to save her? Her emotions showed no fluctuation, as if the demonic energy entangling her were not her own. Well, a decline in power is certain, but... At the mere mention of this, the woman raised her hand to cut him off. I will never allow my power to diminish. Currently, I am the only human at the 9th rank Emperor realm. If my strength wanes, the psychic beasts may well make a comeback. The hard-won stability would be shattered in an instant. But... The doctor tried to say more, but she cut him off again. There's no room for buts. After today, I'll leave the city and stir up hell among those mutant beasts. As for the rest, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Even if I become a killing machine, so be it. As long as I penetrate deep enough, the ones I slaughter will still be those damned psychic beasts. The scene gradually shifted, and Chica watched helplessly as this 9th rank empress stirred up a storm amidst the hordes of mutated beasts. Slaughtering renowned beasts, decapitating lords. In the end, she was forced to summon even a sovereign tier beast to block her path. In the final moment, her body became completely enveloped by golden merit light and demonic energy. The two forces resonated, merging and transforming within her. Yet she was powerless to control this force any longer. Chiku, surrender now. The overlord-level beast roared at the woman before it. Chiku's heart jolted. She was also called Chiku? Poof. The woman let out a soft laugh, then allowed the divine and demonic energies within her to resolve themselves. Boom! A pillar of light pierced the heavens and descended upon her. Standing amidst the battlefield, she bore hair woven with black and gold, her pupils equally divided between gold and black. Merely raising a hand, she unleashed an overwhelming pressure upon them. 10th tier divine realm. The colossal body of the overlord tier psionic beast was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. The immense pressure snapped its goat horns clean in two. Orin, you never expected this, did you? Today is the day you meet your end. The woman channeled every ounce of her power, coalescing it into a massive orb of light. Go! The orb slammed into Orin's body, which began to melt away like winter snow under the warm sun. Alongside it, millions of its low-tier beasts dissolved as well. After completing this, the woman lifted her gaze toward Chica's direction, offered a faint smile, and then vanished into the vastness of the world. Chica saw the look in her eyes and felt a tremor in his heart. Could she see me? What did her final gaze mean? Why was there not a single mention of such a massive battle in the historical records? And why was there no mention of a 10th tier Emperor realm existence in the records? These questions swirled around Chica's ears, lingering endlessly. It was I cast the spell to seal this chapter of history within the ancient bronze hall. Behind Chico, a shadowy figure slowly took shape. Only one who bears the mandate of heaven can unlock the secrets of that era. And you, the one who shares my name, you are the heaven's mandate I have been waiting for. Chica turned to look, and a figure identical to the one in the image appeared before her eyes. But now I'm pretty much done for. Chica's tone carried a hint of disappointment. It's fine. This state is actually the best condition for receiving the inheritance. If your meridians were intact and your body flawless, merging with the divine demonic form would only subject you to unnecessary suffering. Now, you need only merge directly. The phantom spoke faintly, its tone devoid of emotion, as if stating a simple fact. Are you willing to accept the legacy of the divine demonic body? To bear its karmic consequences and complete the unfinished work I left behind? I am willing. Chico hesitated not a moment. Humans and the psionic beasts were now locked in a bitter, irreconcilable conflict. Even if he hadn't accepted this path, his ultimate goal would still be to defeat the psionic beasts and protect everyone from harm. Not to mention, he already had 3 disciples in this world all intimately connected to him. Li Xiao, in particular, had sworn eternal enmity against the psychic beasts. Even if it was just for himself, he would fight the psychic beasts to the bitter end. All right. The phantom remained utterly expressionless. Rest assured and merge the divine demonic body. As for the troubles outside, I will handle them for you. With that, a sphere of light glowing with golden radiance and black mist surged into Chica's body. Chica felt his consciousness darken before returning to his original body. The moment he returned, Li Xiao's anguished cry pierced his ears. Master! Cut it out, you're going to deafen me. Chapter 55, Fusion, Divine Demon Physique. Boom! The blood-handed butcher's blade slashed at the bronze gate once more, leaving only a shallow gash. Damn it! This gate won't budge? Unbelievable! Why can those 2 ants get in, but I can't? I'm a mighty 8th rank Emperor Realm cultivator, am I really inferior to them? Blood-handed butcher continued hacking away, cursing under his breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Look! The bronze gate is opening. A gasp erupted behind him. He looked up just as the bronze doors creaked open with a thunderous rumble, revealing a narrow crack. Ha, I knew it. This bronze hall will surely open for me. If the 9th rank doesn't emerge, the 8th reigns supreme. The blood-handed butcher possessed such confidence. What could a mere bronze ancient hall be? Surely not the tomb of a 9th tier Emperor Realm figure. He took a step forward, about to enter the hall. Suddenly, his heart lurched violently as an intense sense of danger surged through him. At the far end of the bronze hall, a figure slowly materialized. You insignificant insect? You dare show yourself? The face of the approaching figure was identical to Chica's. Everything was the same except for slightly longer hair. Don't think that just because you've obtained some inheritance, you can act as you please. The gap between an 8th tier and a 4th tier practitioner isn't something that can be bridged in a moment. The blood-handed butcher sneered coldly, his entire being lunging toward Chica. Chica said nothing, merely raising his hand slowly. A vast, abyssal aura radiated from his body. What? 9th tier? The blood-handed butcher sensed the aura radiating from him, halting his advance abruptly. His eyes widened as he tried to see through Chica. No, that's impossible. This isn't 9th tier. This aura surpasses any 9th tier I've ever witnessed. Demigod tier? The blood-handed butcher's words reached the ears of those behind him. Every one of them stared in astonishment at the diminutive figure within the bronze ancient hall. What? A demigod tier powerhouse? Could this bronze ancient hall be a divine bestowed dungeon? Who knows? But isn't that bar set a bit too high? Demigod tier power? That's not something we could possibly defeat. Silly. The main hall is for demigod tier power that's reserved for the god's direct disciples. But the 2 side halls? We've got a chance there, right? Oh right, there are 2 side halls. Let's hope we don't come back empty-handed this time. Though the group felt some fear, few turned back. Fortune favors the bold. Blood-handed butcher wasn't so fortunate. Chico, radiating golden light and shrouded in black mist, brought down a palm strike. The blood-handed butcher felt the spiritual energy around him grow heavier than 1,000 pounds, as if a massive hammer had struck him with brutal force. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth. Then he felt every bone in his body shatter, his entire being smashed into the ground like a pile of mud. One strike. Just one strike. Chico had instantly slain the bloodthirsty butcher, whose name was synonymous with terror. In the instant of his demise, the golden light radiating from Chica seemed to grow even brighter. Chico remained expressionless, as if swatting a mosquito, placing his hand on the blood-handed butcher's crown. A surge of black mist poured from the blood-handed butcher's body, slowly merging with the dark aura already surrounding Chica. Holy! One slap and he's dead. Is this what a demigod-level powerhouse looks like? An 8th tier Emperor Realm cultivator is no different from a little chick in front of him. You bet. Even from this distance, when that palm came down, I felt like I was about to die. He's turning his head. A gasp escaped the crowd as they caught a clear glimpse of Chica's face. Yet Chica showed no intention of attacking. With a casual wave of his hand, he opened the doors to the 2 side halls. The treasures within these side halls shall be claimed by those destined to possess them. Take the treasures, defend your homelands. Those who side with the supernatural beasts die. The word death struck like a heavy blow to their hearts. In that instant, it felt as though they were facing a sea of corpses and blood. Then, the bronze doors of the main hall slowly closed. The corpse of the blood-handed butcher was tossed out like trash, crashing heavily to the ground. A gust of wind swept over it, reducing it to ashes. Terrifying. Terrifying. His appearance is etched deep into my mind. Should I ever encounter him again, I dare not provoke him. Right.
Seeing the main hall doors close, the group cautiously entered the side chamber to begin exploring its treasures. Within the grand hall, Chico's figure returned. The divine and demonic energies reintegrated into his body, as if they had never departed. He turned and reclined once more upon the jade bed, merging seamlessly with his previously gravely wounded form. Li Xiao sat beside him, his hands clenched so tightly his fingernails dug bloody marks into his palms, his eyes filled with worry.
Chiku on the jade bed suddenly let out a groan. His once scarred body, cleansed by the divine and demonic energies, now glowed with a jade-like smoothness. He seemed completely transformed. His previously simple handsomeness was now enhanced by an added aura of cool, detached elegance. His height, previously around 180 centimeters, now approached 2 meters. His physique had become perfectly proportioned chest muscles, abs, biceps, even his back had formed an inverted triangle. Not an ounce of excess fat, not a shred of weakness. Unlike those who obsessively build muscle, his physique lacked any explosive aesthetic. Clothed, one could scarcely guess the power hidden beneath. Only when he was like this now. Li Xiao stared intently at Chico's exposed physique, wiped the drool from his lips, and impulsively reached out to touch his abs. So this is Master's abs? They feel amazing. I want to touch them again.
Li Xiao murmured to herself. Even with her past life as an empress, this physique was an irresistible temptation. Her earlier wariness had long since vanished into thin air.
So smooth. So satisfying. I need more. Ding. Your disciple Li Xiao's affection for you has increased by 30. Lottery attempts increased by 1. Your disciple Li Xiao's affection has surpassed 100 again, reaching level 2. Affinity level 2, your disciple's cultivation return rate increases to 50%, allowing you to share their highest attribute. Current disciple's highest attribute is agility. Congratulations, host, agility 60. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Chica slowly opened his eyes to find Li Xiao groping around on his body. If he hadn't been afraid of waking him up mid-action, he might have gone in for a lick. A cold little hand brushed across his chest, sending a shiver through Chica that startled Li Xiao. Li Xiao turned his head just as Chica's eyes, one black, one gold, met his. Instantly, he sprang back like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping a good distance away. Master. When did you wake up?
Li Xiao's face flushed crimson as she fidgeted with the hem of her robe, head bowed, unable to meet Chica's gaze.
I woke up when you touched me. Chiku assessed this new body. It was more than twice as powerful as before.
Though his cultivation hadn't changed, Chiku was confident in this assessment. Now, he could defeat Kha'Zix with a single punch and emerge unscathed. Help! Help! Before he could fully assess the situation, wails of agony suddenly pierced the air outside the bronze door.
Chica's expression turned alarmed.
He slipped the gauntlets back onto his hands and slowly approached the bronze door.
Let's go check it out. Chapter 56. Did he win?
Outside the bronze hall. The psychic beasts had completely surrounded the main hall and side chambers. Though they couldn't break through the inner chambers, any cultivator who ventured out was immediately swarmed and attacked. In just half an hour, over a dozen cultivators had become the beast's prey. Help! Help! At the palace entrance, a cultivator who had arrived stealthily was sliced clean in 2 by 2 sharp claws, his internal organs spilling onto the ground. The beast licked its claws, its violet eyes fixed intently on the crowd within the ancient bronze hall, drool dripping from its mouth. A claw plunged into the corpse of the fallen cultivator, tossing it into its mouth.
The crunching sound echoed in everyone's ears. Witnessing this horrific scene, the crowd was gripped by terror. It was a true name-level beast sec. Didn't it usually operate deep within the battlefield? Why had it appeared here this time? Need I ask? It was undoubtedly drawn by the bronze ancient hall.
Too bad the blood-handed butcher is dead.
Otherwise, why would we fear a true name-level psychic beast? Wake up! Does the blood-handed butcher care about you?
He didn't kill us all and steal the treasures. That's already a mercy.
How could you expect him to save you?
Guess why his title is Butcher of Men and not Butcher of Beasts?
If the bronze ancient hall weren't so damn tempting, I'd have bolted long ago. Boom!
A thunderous roar interrupted their conversation. They turned toward the source of the sound. The bronze hall's doors slowly swung open once more. 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short.
It was Chiku and his disciple, Li Xiao.
Hey! That's the demigod level 1, right? Wait, how come he's only at the 4th tier? What good is 4th tier power?
Exactly. Let the demigod level powerhouse come save us. With such immense strength, shouldn't he rescue us? Is this really the human emperor?
In an instant, several cultivators stood on the moral high ground, beginning to criticize the master of the ancient bronze hall. The next instant, the treasures on their bodies fell away of their own accord, and their figures materialized before Kha'Zix. Clearly, they had been abandoned by the bronze ancient hall's master.
Though no words were spoken, everyone understood the bronze ancient hall's meaning.
After receiving his favor, they still tried to morally blackmail the master of this place. Such scum, standing on their moral high ground to bind others, deserved nothing more than to be fed to the beasts. Instantly, the group fell silent, afraid to utter a single word that might anger the ancient hall's master and meet the same fate as those before them. Turning their gaze back to the temple entrance, Li Xiao stared wide-eyed at the mantis feasting outside the door, unable to hold back his exclamation. "Sec? What is it doing here?" Chica looked at Li Xiao, his expression growing increasingly complex. Indeed, a reincarnated being. How else could he be so intimately familiar with these monsters? Even the Tower of Heaven only displayed true name-level monsters. To truly know them, one had to venture in and face them personally to recognize their forms. Li Xiao hadn't even reached the marquee-level challenges. Recognizing it was already a major mystery. An old adversary. Shiku didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and charged straight toward where Xige stood. He actually dared to attack? This was a true name-tier monster. Even a marquee-tier powerhouse could meet a tragic end at its hands if they weren't careful. And not just that. Any true name-level creature still alive today possesses strength comparable to a lord-level being. The weaker ones were long ago eliminated by the stronger ones. Don't forget, SSS title is the Void Mantis. That elusive and unpredictable movement isn't something just anyone can subdue. Alas, another vibrant life cut short. What a pity he possessed only that one's looks, but none of that one's strength. All present sighed in regret. Though his courage was commendable, none believed he could survive under Kha'Zix's grasp. Master, be careful. Its claws carry deadly venom unlike the Tower of Heaven's illusory form. Avoid direct confrontation. Seeing Chiku move, Li Xiao disregarded the risk of exposing her reborn identity. She knew only one thing, Chiku must not come to harm now. A master who dared shield her with his body from 2 strikes of an 8th-tier Emperor realm opponent even in death, she could never repay such a debt. Chica nodded, slipping the breaker gauntlets onto his hands. In an instant, he materialized before Xige and unleashed a punch. Chiku's speed was too swift. Before Xige could even react, his fist had already struck its head. Arg! Xige let out a wail, its claws lashing forward violently, intent on cleaving the human who had wounded it in two. But Chiku wouldn't let it succeed. While it was still dazed, he flickered again, evading the attack. He materialized above it, channeling the divine and demonic energies within his body. Golden light and black mist coiled around his fist. Boom! Another punch slammed down. This time, Kha'Zix didn't even have time to cry out before being hammered into the ground, only its wings and hind legs still protruding above the surface. What? He actually won? It was almost unbelievable. When did 4th-tier beings gain such overwhelming power? That's a true name-level beast. Aren't true name-level beasts supposed to be incredibly powerful? It's not that true name-tier beasts are weak, it's that he's just that strong. Didn't you see how that 4th-tier cultivator couldn't even block a single claw strike? How could you still think it's weak? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This youth is terrifying beyond measure. Sek roared as he burst from the earth, his entire body plunging into the void without hesitation. His purple eye sockets betrayed no emotion, yet everyone knew Xige had plunged into a frenzied rage. His body had already shifted from its original purple hue to a blood red. Trivial tricks. Not worth mentioning. A faint golden light shrouded Chica's eyes. To his gaze, Kha'Zix's form could find no hiding place in the void. This was the first skill granted by the divine demon body. Piercing gaze sees through all void and concealed beings. Come out, you. Without further ado, Chico unleashed a fist directly into the void. Divine and demonic energies surged forth, tearing the void apart and slamming heavily into Kha'Zix's body. SSS-Talents. A mournful cry erupted from its maw as its blood-red form was sent flying backward. Scales shattered, black mist swirled around it. Blood gushed from Xige's wounds, panic filling its violet eyes. He couldn't heal. The demonic energy also hindered healing. Kha'Zix raised his claws, his legs braced against the ground, his wings flapping noisily. Thinking of running? As if I'd let you have your way? Chica's figure flickered, appearing before Zik in an instant. Santi could only raise his claws to shield his face, there was simply no time to dodge. Sky-shattering fist. Boom! A single punch blasted a massive crater into the sandy ground before the Grand Hall. Yellow dust swirled thickly, obscuring the scene from everyone's view. Had he won? Chapter 57, Moral Blackmail? Not buying it. Look! Is that Kha'Zix? A dark shadow shot out of the dust, flashing past so quickly that no one could make out its true form. Then, the army of psychic beasts retreated like a receding tide. Those who had survived the ordeal breathed a long sigh of relief. Poof! Let it escape? This constitution still feels unfamiliar. Otherwise, those first 2 punches would have finished it. Chica held the sharp claw he'd wrenched from Xige's body, his eyes filled with regret. Holy crap, is that Xige's claw he's holding? He tore it off with his bare hands? What a beast! As expected, you can't underestimate someone who looks like that. That descendant of the demigod is truly formidable. Only a 6th-tier king rank could match him, yet he's merely at the 5th tier of the 4th rank, not even reaching the marquee rank. It's hard to imagine how powerful he'll become once he breaks through to the marquis rank.
I'm not concerned with that now. My only fear is what if he refuses to let us take the treasures we found in the side hall.
The moment he spoke, everyone tensed up.
They couldn't defeat Sek, let alone Chiku. We've all contributed to fighting the psychic beasts. What right does he have to withhold the spirit artifacts from us? With a major threat looming, he's nitpicking over such things? Is that even reasonable? Exactly.
Besides, we worked hard to bring these spirit artifacts out of the side hall.
How dare he just say no? That's no different from outright theft.
If he dares to seize them by force, we'll all rush him together.
What is he afraid of? He's human, doesn't he fear being branded a mass murderer of his own kind? Exactly.
Not only can't he seize our artifacts, he must escort us to the military camp.
Isn't that the duty of a powerful individual?
These words sparked a chorus of agreement from the crowd.
Only a handful dared not speak, silently placing their required treasures before Chiku. Chiku gave a cold laugh and waved his hand, signaling them to leave.
As they exited the hall, their hearts swelled with relief at having survived the ordeal.
Did they really think he was a pushover? This was a battlefield where was any sense of order to be found.
Besides, he still held Zik's claws. Even if he slaughtered them all and pinned it on Zik, no one could say a word.
Ignorance. Dying for wealth is the most foolish choice of all. Sure enough, the moment they stepped outside,
Chica, clutching Zik's claw, slowly turned his gaze toward the group.
So, what's your choice? Leave the treasure behind? Or have me beat you senseless first, then leave the treasure behind?
Truth be told, Chico harbored not a shred of goodwill toward this group. When they were hunted down by the blood-handed butcher, not a single one lifted a finger to help. When he battled Kazakhs, they merely watched from the bronze hall, showing no intention of aiding him. Now they were spouting nonsense, demanding he escort them back without offering any help. Chico was amused by their twisted logic.
Where do you get the confidence to demand my escort? Just because you're human? Or is it because you so-called strong ones exist solely to protect us weaklings?
Leading them was an elder with snow-white hair and beard, whose aura suggested he was only at the peak of the third tier. To have lived this long at his level, he must have betrayed his comrades more times than he could count.
If you refuse to protect us, just wait until we report you to the authorities. Your superiors won't let you off the hook then.
Finishing his rant, he smugly tilted his head back like a cocky rooster.
People really do laugh when they're speechless.
Chiku was in that exact state now, claws raised, a cold smile on his face as he took 2 steps toward the old man.
What are you doing?
I warn you, everyone's watching.
Watch me? What are you afraid of? Do you even know who I am?
The crowd froze at his words, then shook their heads.
If you don't know, what can you possibly threaten me with?
Besides, I'm not even part of the government.
Reporting me won't do you any good. You don't really think I wouldn't kill you, do you?
As Chica's words fell, the old man's face paled, his voice trembling slightly.
You can't do this. Besides, even if I did kill you, what difference would it make? Do you really think they'd bother with me, a powerhouse who could snap the claws of a true name-level beast back in my 4th tier days over some 3rd tier peak nobody?
Chica snorted derisively, his face twisted in mockery as he stared at the old man.
I.
The old man stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence.
Since you refuse to admit it, let me show you the answer.
A purple flash streaked through the air as KZK's claws slammed down from above his head. Half the old man's body instantly turned to a mist of blood, leaving only his lifeless torso slumped on the ground. His hand still clutched the treasure he'd brought from the side hall.
He actually attacked.
The treasure is valuable, but you need to be alive to enjoy it.
I don't want it anymore. Please let me go. This is everything I own. I have nothing more to give.
Chica's gaze swept over the crowd. Heads bowed in unison, and some even knelt before him, emptying their pockets of every last possession.
Chico, of course, showed them no mercy.
Raising disciples was a resource-intensive endeavor. If he didn't have 3 other apprentices to support, he might have let them keep their treasures.
But now? They expected to reap rewards without contributing, even trying to morally blackmail him?
That was utterly intolerable. Dealing with scoundrels like this called for scoundrels' methods.
Enough! Get out!
Chico waved his hand dismissively, and the crowd scrambled out of the ancient bronze hall in a hurry. Not only did they leave the treasures behind, but they even tossed down quite a few of their own spatial rings.
Jackpot!
Only after their figures vanished at the end of the hall did Chico slowly lower his stern expression, replaced by a maniacal laugh. He swept all the scattered supplies into his system storage.
Herbs? These could be saved for Xiao Ting, are useful for her future body tempering. Armor?
Perfect for Xiao Xiao, her low-grade spirit artifact broke, and this mid-grade one fits her needs perfectly.
Spirit crystals?
These were practically tailor-made for Lingling.
Got it. Chico muttered to himself as he stowed everything away.
As he was gathering, a golden glowing mirror caught his attention.
What is this? Chico reached out to grab it, but the instant his fingers touched the surface,
The mirror suddenly transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly into his mind.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained one divine essence. Divine essence? What on earth is that? Chapter 58, Master, you're the best. Divine core power, instantly boosts strength by 200%. Usable 3 times daily. What? 200% boost? Isn't that the ultimate skill for ambushing old six?
Land a punch, then suddenly hit him with this. It would catch him completely off guard.
Chico flashed a sinister grin to onlookers, it looked downright evil. Boom!
The bronze doors swung open once more, and Li Xiao emerged from the hall with a look of satisfaction. This time, she not only obtained the cultivation technique she sought but also a complete set of mid-grade spirit artifacts. The only flaw was that after switching cultivation methods, her spirit artifact condensation speed hadn't accelerated, it had actually slowed down compared to before.
This shouldn't be happening.
I distinctly remember reaching the 9th tier Emperor realm in my previous life using this very cultivation method.
Could it be?
A bold and absurd thought surfaced in her mind.
Could it be that the cultivation method Master gave her could lead to the legendary divine realm? If that were true, hadn't she been chasing after trifles while missing out on the real prize? Master!
Li Xiao's voice carried a hint of sorrow, leaving Chico momentarily bewildered. Logically speaking, as a reincarnated disciple, she had come here precisely to seize such opportunities. Earlier in the Bronze Hall, that ethereal figure had indeed been instructing Li Xiao. Yet why did she seem less than pleased? Instead, expressions of guilt, regret, and self-reproach played out on her face one after another.
What's wrong?
Chico stared at her with a puzzled expression, his face filled with confusion.
Master, I've done something wrong. Can you forgive me? What wrongdoing? Chico's heart skipped a beat. You didn't offend the master of the main hall, did you? If that's the case, our only option left is to flee. No. Li Xiao shook his head.
I merely adapted the cultivation method my master gave me to the one the Grand Hall's master provided, but I found it doesn't progress as quickly as my master's method. Upon hearing this, Chico felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression shifting from alarm to resignation.
I thought it was something serious.
Since you've already adapted the method, if you don't mind, I can help refine it for you.
What?
Now it was Li Xiao's turn to be astonished. She had expected Chico to hand over the previous method for her to modify. Unexpectedly, Chico was offering to refine the technique for her.
This nameless cultivation technique was at the threshold of the divine realm passed down by the tomb's master, who was at least a demigod-level existence. Could Master really refine it just like that?
Where exactly was his true strength?
What are you spacing out for? Hand it over already.
Seeing Li Xiao staring wide-eyed at her, Chico couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Oh, right.
Snapping back to reality, Li Xiao hurriedly retrieved the nameless cultivation manual from her spatial ring and handed it to Chico. Chico took it in hand and silently chanted in her mind.
System, use the scrutiny technique. Name, Divine Demon Manual. Function, blah blah blah. Flaws, 10. Improvement plan. Rating, demigod tier. Seeing the system's prompt, Chico couldn't help but marvel. Truly a demigod tier cultivation technique, even its flaws numbered only 10.
But for Li Xiao, the flaws extended beyond these 10 points. Since she wasn't born with a divine demon physique, her cultivation progress was naturally twice the effort for half the results. Yet compared to the basic cultivation method he had repaired, the divine demon art still granted her faster progress.
You should do it like this. Cross your legs and sit down.
Chico began explaining each step to Li Xiao, simultaneously channeling his own spiritual energy to guide her onto the correct path. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Li Xiao felt her cultivation technique flow with increasing ease, as if all constraints had vanished. Progress now came as naturally as water flowing downstream.
Chico's gains were even greater.
Using the opportunity to repair Li Xiao's energy channels, he also firmly imprinted the circulation patterns of the divine demon art within his own mind. Moreover, for him, the benefits of the divine demon art surpassed those Li Xiao gained. After all, the divine demon art existed specifically for the divine demon physique. Chico attempted to fuse the divine and demonic energies into his spiritual energy, channeling the divine demon arts techniques through his meridians.
Boom! A powerful aura erupted once more from Chico's body.
The divine and demonic energies surged through his meridians, converging toward his dantian. 4th tier, 6th layer. 4th tier, 7th layer. 4th tier, 8th layer. His aura stabilized at the 8th level of the 4th tier, yet it now approached the aura of a king-level powerhouse. Though he remained 2 major realms below the king ceiling tier, he possessed the confidence to face a king ceiling powerhouse in battle. After all, he still had the divine essence skill as his ultimate backup.
Master, you've leveled up again?
Li Xiao's expression held a hint of confusion, but more so excitement. Every time he leveled up or gained a stroke of luck, his master always gained more than he did.
A modest gain.
You know, my current physique was bestowed upon me by that powerful being. Her cultivation method naturally aligns more profoundly with this physique.
Leveling up twice is pretty normal, right? Chica chuckled, showing no hesitation around this straightforward disciple. Oh, and this time, I also gained these items. I think they'd suit you quite well. Clatter! Chica dumped everything from her ring onto the table, piling it up into a small mountain before Li Xiao. What is this? Li Xiao picked up a piece of armor incredibly superior to the counterattack armor she'd discarded earlier. You're missing a piece of armor. I think this might be useful to you. This? 4th tier primal energy potion. You'll need it sooner or later. What about this? Will I need this someday too? Chica stared at the black silk in Li Xiao's hand, her face suddenly flushing crimson. How did I accidentally put that thing in there too? Though he'd occasionally fantasized about seeing his apprentices in black stockings, he'd never acted on it. Who knew this time, he'd accidentally stashed it in his storage ring? Could it be that master wants to see me wear this? Li Xiao wasn't interested in armor or such. She'd just obtained a full set herself, one that even granted set bonuses during combat. Rewards could be chosen daily, but a master with such an awkward expression wasn't something you saw every day. Master, why are you blushing? Don't you want to see your disciple wear this? Li Xiao edged closer while discreetly rolling up her pant legs, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white, long legs. Chica found it nearly impossible to tear his gaze away from those long legs. Feeling Chica's gaze, Li Xiao felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Seems I figured out master's preferences way before any of you did. Second sister disciple, what do you have to compete with me? He. Li Xiao smiled faintly as she slowly pulled out the pair of black stockings from among the many items. Master, this is pretty good, huh? Chapter 59, Everyone here is trash. Jiancheng military camp. Who can tell me? What the hell just happened? Why did the psychic beasts suddenly riot, attacking like mad beasts? A man clad in deep blue armor slammed his palm hard onto the table, his face contorted with uncontrollable rage. Our new recruits haven't even arrived yet. We're severely understaffed. Wasn't the order to prioritize defense? Who among you dared to launch an attack without authorization? General, could it be those rogue operatives? They never consider the bigger picture. Lone wolves? The general snorted coldly. With their temperament, do you really think they'd engage the psychic beasts head-on? But some of them are highly skilled. You never know. Do you think the psychic beasts are stupid? They won't provoke you unless they can win. Unless you push them to the brink like this time. The general trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Investigate. I'll see who's stirring up trouble. Simultaneously, issue the order. The entire army is to enter level 1 combat readiness. Even if it costs us our lives, they won't cross the front lines. Meanwhile, Chiku and Li Xiao arrived at the military camp. Seeing people running everywhere, they were filled with confusion. What's going on? Why is the camp in such chaos? No idea. Li Xiao was equally bewildered. In her previous life, she had never witnessed such unexpected turmoil during this time of day in the barracks. Could this be a chain reaction triggered by her bringing Chica here? The general has ordered the entire army to enter level 1 combat readiness to defend against the attack of psychic beasts. The general has ordered the entire army to enter level 1 combat readiness to defend against the attack of the psychic beasts. General's order. All units enter level 1 combat readiness to repel the psychic beast assault. At that moment, a figure emerged from the central command tent, waving a signal flag and shouting as he ran. It was no wonder they resorted to such primitive methods of communication. On the battlefield, radio signals were extremely weak, and some were even tampered with by the psychic beasts. These were lessons learned through bloodshed. Years ago, when certain psychic beasts tampered with communications, 100,000 cultivators perished instantly. Spring City became the first city to fall, its entire population of 5 million wiped out. Since then, military communications had reverted to the most primitive methods. The psychic beasts are attacking? Let's see if we can lend a hand. Although Chico harbored no affection for those wandering cultivators, he felt nothing but profound respect for warriors defending their homeland. Halt! Who are you? The moment the two approached the military camp, they were stopped by the sentry at the gate. The sentry eyed them warily, especially during this sensitive period when their arrival seemed particularly suspicious. I'm merely a teacher, and this is my apprentice. We were gathering resources outside the city and happened to pass by. Hearing of the psychic beast invasion, we wished to contribute our efforts. Chica spoke in a gentle, measured tone, showing no hint of impropriety. He even presented his teacher's credentials to the sentry. After examining it, the sentry nodded but still refused entry. We appreciate your goodwill, but what you should do now is retreat. As long as you survive, your contribution will be far greater than anything we can offer. Chica responded with a look of deep respect. Yet he did not leave. Instead, he retrieved Xek's claw from his system space and handed it to the sentry. Show this to your general before deciding whether you need our help. The purple claw looked familiar to the sentry, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. Very well. Since you insist, I'll relay your message. But don't get your hopes up too high. The general has a temper and doesn't like things happening outside of his plans.
With that, the sentry entered the military camp, the claw clutched in his arms.
Xiao, do you think he'll see us? He will. Li Xiao declared with unwavering certainty.
Based on his understanding from his previous life, he would definitely receive them. All 3 true name-level psychic beasts of Jiangcheng had fallen under his command. Among them was Kha'Zix. For some reason, his hatred for psychic beasts ran deeper than anyone else's. Given the chance to kill a true name-level psychic beast, he would never let it slip away.
Gentlemen, the general requests your presence.
The sentry returned, but the claw he had seized from Xige was missing.
Li Xiao wore an expression that said, "I knew it," as he followed Chiku into the main tent.
Upon entering, they saw the general gesturing wildly before the sand table, his face aglow with excitement. He kept reaching out to touch Xe's claw, as if it were some kind of precious treasure.
Excellent. Excellent. Finally, someone has dealt it a major blow.
I knew there was something unusual about the psychic beast uprising.
If this is what unusual means, I'd welcome more of it. Ha!
His booming laughter echoed through the tent, reaching their ears.
General, the prisoner has been brought in.
The messenger reported to the general as usual, without any hint of surprise.
Very well, I understand. You may withdraw.
Turning to Chiku and Li Xiao, the general adjusted his armor, suppressing the wild joy on his face as he fixed his gaze intently on the two. For some reason, Li Xiao seemed strangely familiar to him. He felt an instinctive urge to trust her, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Startled by his own thoughts, he bit his tongue. The sharp pain snapped him back to reality. Gentlemen, he addressed them formally, I am Li Jian, commander of the left-wing army at Jiangcheng Garrison, a 6th-rank infeft king.
May I inquire where you obtained this item? Li Jian smiled as he looked at Chiku. This?
I pried it off Kha'Zix. Chiku said it with utter nonchalance, his tone as flat as could be, yet the words were explosive.
Ha! Did you hear that?
He claims he wrenched it off.
A 4th-tier, 8th-rank warrior boasting he pried the claw from a true name-class beast? If that's true, I'll eat my own standing on my head right here. Even marquee-level powerhouses couldn't handle Kha'Zix. You claim you pried it off? There's a limit to how much you can brag. Oof. If you, a mere 4th-tier, 8th rank, can pry it off, then shouldn't our group of 5th-tier, marquee-level experts be able to take it down single-handedly? Spill the beans, how did you get this claw? Did some 8th-tier powerhouse intervene?
Chiku shot a dismissive glance at the others in the tent.
I broke it off myself. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Do I need to prove anything to a bunch of nobodies like you? Arrogant. You're just a 4th-tier, 8th rank. Do you really think we can't beat you? We couldn't even capture it, and you claim you could? Oof.
If Xige's claw were so easy to break off, we'd have captured and slaughtered it long ago.
So by your logic, we're all useless then? Upon hearing this, Chiku's eyes lit up.
A faint smile touched his lips as he slowly stepped before them, finally uttering the words he'd longed to say. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but everyone here, you're all trash.
Chapter 60, Duel. Arrogant. General, I demanded duel with him.
Anger flared across the generals' faces in the tent as they all spoke up to rebuke Chiku.
Oof. You lot? I could take on 10 of you.
Chiku's expression remained largely unchanged, still carrying that same look of contempt. Li Jian observed Chiku's expression with a detached gaze, his mind churning with thoughts.
Could he truly be that powerful? Could it be that he actually wrenched off Kha'Zix's claws? Chiku, would you care to spar with them? Military camp, training ground. Soldiers gathered around the training ground upon hearing the news, their eyes brimming with excitement. Heard there's some badass here? Supposedly he even ripped off Xige's claws? You actually believe that? Probably just some big shot took care of it and he got lucky. How could a tier 4 even beat a true name-level beast? That gap is crazier than a tier 4 taking on a crown prince, you know? So what's your take on this match? What do I think? I'll be watching from the sidelines. Don't you know the caliber of those generals?
Sure, he's at stage 4, level 8, not far from the marquee rank, but the gap in strength is enormous.
And the general's combat experience? That's not something someone like him can match. Heh, just sit back and enjoy the show.
All the soldiers watched the stage with a mindset of spectators, not a single one backing Chiku. Only Li Xiao swept a look of contempt across each face. Oof. You have no idea how powerful my master is. Even in my past life, I never saw a man as strong as him. Chiku, of course, had no idea what they were thinking, nor did he care whether they recognized his worth. Once he demonstrated his strength, respect would follow naturally. Strength alone was the true measure of respect. Who's going first? Or all of you together? Standing at the center of the training ground, Chiku's gaze swept over the 10 marquee-level generals before him. He reached up and scratched his ear, as if defeating them would be effortless. Hope your skills match your big mouth. A figure stepped forward through the crowd, positioning himself directly opposite Chiku. It was General Han Feng. Looks like he's in for a rough time. General Han Fong was the elite of our left-wing army, having once fought dozens of peak 4th-tier psychic beasts and even held his own against a true name-level psychic beast. His sweeping, powerful sword technique remains etched in my memory, the sheer force of his blade striking the ground, carving a deep gash into the earth. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, she could gain some understanding of the man before him.
You excel in brute force? Then I'll defeat you with brute force.
Chica smiled faintly, slipping on her gauntlets as her eyes locked onto his greatsword.
Oomph. You'll pay for your arrogance. Han's face darkened as he raised his blade high and charged toward Chiku.
He swung down hard, aiming for Chica's head. Having resolved to crush him head-on, Chica made no attempt to evade.
All his spiritual energy surged into his fist.
His fist, glowing with a golden light, charged straight toward the great sword.
Holy crap, he's actually not dodging? He's just charging straight at General Han Fong? Is he that confident? Has he not considered what happens if he fails to block it? Who knows? What if he could block it? Han Fong was startled by Chica's actions.
He hadn't expected this man to be so unyielding, choosing confrontation without a hint of fear. He only intended to teach Chiku a lesson, not take his life. Instinctively, Han Fong eased up, the force behind his descending blade already less intense than before. Feeling Han Fong ease up, Chiku gave a faint smile. Though these generals were merciless with their words, they still harbored some compassion for humanity deep down.
If only they were in the Bronze Ancient Hall.
Having received the inheritance, they naturally fared better than those profit-driven lone cultivators. That was what she was thinking, but Chica showed no sign of backing down. If she wanted to help them, she naturally had to demonstrate the corresponding strength to earn their trust. Otherwise, everything would be done timidly and with mutual obstruction. That way, forget about supporting them, anything done would only add to the chaos.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion echoed as Han Fong's greatsword flew high into the sky.
Han Fong's hand was still trembling slightly. Was I seeing things? Had he truly bested General Han Fong in raw power? That strike from General Han Fong was one even a typical marquee-level powerhouse couldn't block.
Yet he, with only 4th-tier cultivation, had parried it.
Terrifying. Could it be he was telling the truth?
Han Fong was even more stunned than they were. The force transmitted through that great blade was far beyond what he could withstand, at least in terms of raw power. And judging by Chica's expression, it seemed he hadn't even unleashed his full power.
That was even more terrifying. I lost. Han Fong didn't try to back out of the bet.
After all, a loss was a loss, there was no point in arguing.
What about you? One at a time, or all together?
Chica turned to face the remaining 9 generals below, his expression as calm and composed as ever. The 9 generals exchanged glances with Han Fong, then all strode directly to the center of the training ground, encircling Chiku.
Sorry about that. Chica smiled faintly. This outcome was precisely what he desired.
9 marquee-level powerhouses would surely let him experience the might of the divine demon physique. The general behind him struck first, delivering a heavy punch to his back.
Clang! A metallic clang echoed as if the fist had struck solid steel, halting mid-air.
He lifted his head to meet Chica's smiling gaze. Since you struck first, you'll be the first to taste my blade. The familiar golden light, the familiar fist.
Chica's fist slammed into the general's abdomen.
He was an attack-oriented general to begin with, so his defense was naturally lacking.
The punch nearly knocked his gallbladder out.
His entire stomach churned violently, the agony twisting his face into a grimace.
Get out!
Another kick sent him flying out of the training grounds. In just a few breaths, another of the 9 generals had been eliminated.
Attack together.
The remaining 8 exchanged glances before launching their assault simultaneously, attacking Chica from 8 different directions.
Bring it on!
This time, Chica didn't choose to clash head-on.
Instead, he used his speed to sprint toward the outer edge of the encirclement. Trying to escape? Not a chance.
In the blink of an eye, 2 figures materialized before him. Joining the 2 generals already positioned there, the 4 formed a human wall blocking Chica's path. The 4 behind him closed in as well, tightening the encirclement. Swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. A bewildering array of weapons closed in around Chiku. It seemed there was nowhere left for him to run. Yet now, a faint smile touched his lips, and a gleam of sharp determination flashed in his eyes.
Now! Chapter 61, Battle for the Crown. Earth-shattering fist. Chiku didn't strike anyone.
Instead, he slammed his fist heavily into the ground before him. A violent shockwave radiated outward from him.
In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Even the glass in the distant barracks shattered.
The generals surrounding him were no exception. Despite their marquee-level cultivation, under the combined might of Chica's heaven-shattering fist and divine essence, the single blow felt as though it had dislocated their internal organs. The soldiers nearby also suffered collateral damage. Holy crap, what level of skill is this?
It's completely unreasonable. I feel like my body isn't even mine anymore.
Ugh, you're still okay?
Ugh, I'm in so much pain I can barely hold on.
You guys are lucky. Look at those first-tier soldiers, they've been knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Following the sound, he saw a large group of first-tier soldiers sprawled haphazardly on the ground.
Even the few who hadn't been knocked unconscious lay moaning in agony. One punch, one kill.
Chica seized the moment while they were still dazed and launched his attack without hesitation.
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted as the marquee-level expert standing directly behind her was the first to go. Chica had sent him flying out of the training ground with just one punch. He immediately turned his attention to the two defenders whose defenses appeared weak. After a brief moment of dizziness, the generals regained their senses. Unfortunately, in just a few short minutes, Chica had already eliminated 3 of them. The 7 remaining men stood tightly together before him, watching him warily. Could I be seeing this correctly? 10 generals attacking one man, yet he still gets beaten like this? Is this 4th-tier man truly this powerful? Terrifying. If he truly possesses such terrifying strength, even Kazakhs might not stand a chance against him. Kazakhs, facing the coordinated assault of 10 marquee-level powerhouses, could never achieve this level of dominance. Win or lose, he's my lifelong idol. A 4th-tier, 8th rank taking on 10 marquee-level warriors, that's my goal now. Snap out of it. What are you talking about? Do you think you're like him? Capable of fighting above your tier? Wake up. That's the standard for geniuses. His talent might be S-tier. How can you, a mere D-tier, compare? You're right. The soldier's fervent heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, his entire being drained of spirit and vitality. What? Your talent is only C-grade iron will? A general stared at Chica's arm, now solid as steel, his voice thick with astonishment. C rank? You're telling me this combat power is C rank? It's probably beyond S rank. Ha! C rank? You actually believe that? A 4th-tier, 8th-stage cultivator who defeated 3 marquee-level opponents in mere minutes and you call him C rank? Ha! That really makes me laugh. Exactly. Chica smiled faintly, not giving the others a second thought. So what if he's C rank? C rank is more than enough to take you down. With that, Chica lunged forward, driving a fist straight toward the opposing general's face. Boom! The punch sent the general stumbling backwards several paces, his feet tearing a deep gash in the ground. Heh, one more punch. Chica ignored the attacks from others, focusing solely on this one. Clang! Attacks from others struck Chica, producing clangs of metal against metal, leaving only shallow marks on his body. Damn, what kind of defense is this? Even my greatsword has 2 nicks in it. One of the generals lifted his greatsword, a proper lower-grade spirit artifact, revealing 2 glaring nicks along its blade. Sigh. Mine too. His long sword was also covered in nicks. Such overwhelming offensive power, such monstrous defense, and even their speed was unmatched. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. A hexagonal warrior, truly terrifying. Just as they marveled at Chica's monstrous defense, the general facing his assault was already struggling to hold his ground. Help me. Why are you still arguing? The moment he spoke, his breathing faltered. Chica seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches. Before the general could steady himself, Chico had defeated yet another marquee-level opponent. The speed was so blindingly fast that none of the others could react. The general who'd been knocked back brushed the dust off his uniform. His face showed no sign of resentment, but rather a hint of excitement. With such a formidable ally, perhaps they could truly achieve something remarkable this time. Enough! Stop fighting! At that moment, Li Xiao stepped forward to halt the sparring. He had already seen that his general was no match for Chiku. 10 against 1, with 4 of his own killed in return, there was no point in continuing. It seemed Kazakh's claws had indeed been snapped clean off by sheer force. Moreover, he suspected that Chica's abilities extended far beyond what was apparent. He had also faced off against Kazakhs before. That ability to vanish into the void left him utterly helpless against the champion. If Chico could seize it, it was highly likely he possessed the ability to see through the void. Such an ability in the military would be nothing short of a game-breaking exploit. None of you are his match. I'll give it a shot. Li Xiao planted his feet, propelling himself from outside the training ground into its center. He landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. 6th tier, 4th rank, king class. Li Xiao, requesting combat. Seeing Li Xiao step forward personally, the soldiers in the barracks looked utterly embarrassed. A mere 4th tier, 8th rank demanding the Legion commander's personal intervention, such a spectacle would be explosive anywhere. Yet despite their awkwardness, no one found it unreasonable. A 4th tier cultivator capable of overwhelming 10 marquee-level generals, wasn't it only natural to bring in a king-level powerhouse to deal with him? Even Chico found the situation perfectly reasonable. Commander Li, I humbly request your guidance. Chica bowed with the clasped hands, adopting a rare defensive posture. From him, Chica sensed an overwhelming aura. Unbeatable. This thought surged through Chica's mind as the overwhelming aura steadily eroded his fighting spirit. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed further, his fighting spirit would be completely drained by that aura before he even made his move. Bring it on. Li Xiao didn't choose to clash head-on.
Though he wanted to test Chica's skill directly, there was no need to keep trading blows.
Li Jian leapt aside, leaving Chica's fist to strike empty air. In the next instant, Li Jian's flying kick connected with Chica's body, eliciting a pained groan from him. Though it didn't inflict significant damage, it did halt Chica's offensive momentum.
Good. The commander is awesome. The commander is awesome. Come on, bring it on.
Chica felt the pain in his body and let a faint smile touch his lips. Now he could finally unleash his full power.
Otherwise, these opponents wouldn't be enough to challenge him. Divine Demon Body, activate.
Chiku murmured to himself. Golden light shimmered across his entire body as a thick black mist surged from within, swirling around him.
This is Chapter 62, 4th tier, 8th rank, blocking the King's strike.
Chica's body was enveloped in golden light, his aura steadily surging. To Li Jian's eyes, Chica's aura was steadily closing the gap, even showing signs of standing toe-to-toe with him.
Huh, so there's a secret technique like this? Interesting. Li Jian watched silently.
Since this wasn't a life or death battle, he wanted to see just how powerful Chica could ultimately become. Black mist overflowed, golden light flickered, and Chica raised his head once more to look at Li Jian.
His pupils transformed once more, now split into golden and black hues. Come on!
Chica roared, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its string.
In the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Jian. Bring it on!
Li Jian could distinctly feel that Chica's speed and power were now on an entirely different level compared to before. He leapt backward, spinning to deliver a punch straight at Chica's face. Startled, Chica tried to pull back his fist, but it was too late. He could only raise his left arm to block the attack. Clang! The familiar sound echoed as Chica stumbled backward over a dozen steps before finally halting his momentum. His eyes brimmed with alertness and excitement, his left hand trembling slightly, the golden light on his left arm seeming to dim. Li Jian said nothing, merely curled his finger, signaling Chica to attack again. Poof! A faint smile touched Chica's lips as he charged toward Li Jian once more. This time, however, he didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he used his speed to circle around Li Jian, searching for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Li Jian saw through his plan and swung a punch straight at him. Chica stared at the fist blocking his path, his heart sinking. Again! Day after day, his attacks landed precisely on his inevitable path just like before, and now again.
Was this the true caliber of a king-tier fighter? Ugh! Li Jian struck Chica once more, though this time Li Jian seemed to have overestimated his opponent.
Since activating his divine demon physique, Chica's defenses had become terrifyingly strong.
Ordinary attacks were practically useless against him. Heh, can't break through? Try this. Great Wasteland Palm.
As his voice echoed, a colossal palm materialized above Chica's head.
Oh no!
Chica activated his divine demon body at full power, attempting to escape the Great Wasteland Palm's attack range.
But who knew?
The Great Wilderness Palm locked onto him like it had auto-aim, never letting up.
You wanted to win with speed? Well, I'll just limit your speed then.
Li Jian stood firmly rooted to the spot, watching Chica dart about frantically beneath the Great Wilderness Palm.
A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes.
He'd expected someone who could defeat 10 marquee-level opponents to possess some extraordinary technique. But now it seemed nothing special, a single move had him running for his life. Still, he was a Legion commander.
Just 2 punches and 1 move had him completely outmatched. That level of skill wasn't something just anyone could achieve. That's right.
A Legion commander is a king-level powerhouse. To put it bluntly, he could wipe out every last one of us single-handedly.
I was expecting an evenly matched battle, but this? Is that all? That man is only at the 8th stage of the 4th tier. Could you defeat a king-level opponent at that level?
With that single sentence, the crowd snapped out of their daze. Chica was only at the 8th level of the 4th tier. His earlier dazzling performance had created the illusion that he was a formidable powerhouse, causing everyone to forget his actual cultivation level and naturally compare him to a king-level powerhouse. Indeed, he was only at the 8th level of the 4th tier. Viewed this way, his defeat was hardly unjustified. To reach this point at 4th tier, 8th rank was already formidable. Holding his own against 10 marquee tier opponents, such a feat was explosive by any global standard.
Isn't it normal that he couldn't defeat a king-level opponent?
Frankly, I don't think he should have been able to defeat a marquee-level opponent either.
They're already incredibly powerful, you know.
After this reminder, the crowd swiftly shed their earlier mocking expressions, replacing them with looks of admiration and respect.
Chica couldn't care less about their thoughts.
He spun around and flew toward Li Jian once more.
Ha! You want to drag me into the Great Wasteland Palm's attack too? Well, I won't let you have your way.
Li Jian's gaze sharpened, a faint smile curling his lips as he instantly discerned Chica's intent. With a light push from his feet, he shot backward, creating distance between himself and Chiku.
Damn it!
The divine demon body's speed was enhanced, but the gap between a king level and a 4th tier cultivator was simply too vast. No matter how hard Chica tried, she remained a significant distance behind him.
As the Great Wasteland Palm drew ever closer, Chica ceased evading.
He merely raised his head, waiting silently for its descent. Li Jian stood at a distance, watching him silently, with no intention of attacking again. After all, this was merely to gauge Chica's capabilities, not to take his life.
Chica understood his purpose.
Since evasion was impossible, he might as well test whether he could withstand this strike. Chica stomped his feet heavily on the ground, unleashing his full spiritual energy. He activated his divine demon physique, divine essence, and the breaker fist gloves. His gaze locked onto the descending great wilderness palm as his fists clenched tightly, palms drenched in sweat. Those around them watched intently, some even more tense than Chiku himself.
Do you think he can block it?
The general standing beside him asked Han Feng. I don't know either, Han Feng replied, but for some reason, a voice inside me keeps saying he can do it. Han Feng shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Chiku before him. Deep down, he found himself hoping the man could hold on.
Poof. Han Feng let out a soft chuckle. Seems I'm hoping for a miracle now too.
A fourth-tier power blocking a king-level strike that would be explosive anywhere.
Ha! Chica roared with fury, swinging his fist hard toward the giant palm in the sky. His figure appeared minuscule beneath the vast expanse of the great wilderness palm. Boom!
Fist and palm collided.
A dazzling golden light erupted before the crowd, forcing everyone to shield their eyes to avoid being blinded by the blinding radiance.
The explosive energy of the great wilderness palm and the heaven-shaking fist sent shockwaves sweeping across the entire training ground, twice as powerful as any previous disturbance.
Form a defensive array.
Seeing this, Han Feng swiftly formed a defensive formation around the training ground. An array formed by 10 marquee-level practitioners could easily withstand the attack of a king-level powerhouse. Yet under this single strike, cracks began to appear in the formation.
How is it? How is it? Did it hold?
As the commotion subsided, a soldier lowered his hand from his eyes and stared intently at the smoke-filled training ground within the defensive formation. I don't know, but judging by the state of the 10 generals' defensive formation, it probably didn't hold. Look at how badly it's been shattered. That strike would have killed or severely injured anyone it hit. Sigh, what a pity. I thought I'd witness history of 4th tier, 8th rank force holding back a king-level strike. I'd even thought of a headline for it. What a shame.
The soldier shook his head, his voice heavy with regret. Look. He's still standing. Chapter 63, Luring the Enemy In. Look. He's still standing.
A startled cry drew everyone's gaze toward the dust cloud. Chica's clothes were shredded to shreds, his muscular contours starkly visible. His body, which had been gleaming with golden light, now shone even more brilliantly amidst the dust. Because of this strike, Chica had inexplicably fused perfectly with the divine demon body, elevating his strength to the 9th tier of the 4th stage.
What? He advanced? 4th tier, 9th layer? Could he be some kind of transmigrator? Or did he have some system that made him stronger with each blow? How else could he grow mightier with every fight?
I told you to stop reading those city novels.
Now you're completely obsessed with them.
Hearing the murmurs around him, Chica silently wiped a bead of sweat from his brow.
Phew, I thought my identity was about to be exposed. These people really have wild imaginations. Otherwise, they'd actually believe he was a time traveler. Master.
Li Xiao, watching from the rear, could no longer contain herself. She threw herself onto Chica's body, while the empress, who had been watching, began to sob. She never imagined that simply sending Chiku and her to the battlefield first to fight the imperial realm, then to battle for the king's title. Both of them nearly lost their lives here. If not for her stubborn insistence, they wouldn't have faced this crisis. Chica smiled as he ruffled her hair.
It's okay. See? I'm perfectly fine now. Impressive, truly impressive.
Li Jian withdrew his hand, clapping as he stepped forward.
With you on board, our plan is bound to succeed. Plan? What plan? Chiku looked puzzled. You never mentioned any plan before the fight.
Ha!
Before you arrived, we were planning to play defense.
But when you showed up with Xi's claw, we decided to lure the enemy deeper and eliminate this major threat once and for all.
Han Feng approached, holding Xi's claw, and handed it back to Chiku. Could he fall for it?
He could, but it would cost him a little discomfort. At the military camp, Chica covered in wounds was tossed out by Li Jian.
Get lost. If I catch you swindling people again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. You think you can claim a reward with a fake item? You must still be dreaming. Now take your stuff and get out of here.
Li Jian tossed Kha'Zix's claw at Chica's feet before striding back to the camp center without a glance.
Master, they're so ungrateful. Let's go. Back home.
Li Xiao's voice cracked with tears as he helped Chica to his feet.
Limping, they made their way toward Zhengcheng.
This scene fell upon the eyes of the psychic beast outside the city. Spotting the claw in Chica's hand, it held its ground and hurried back to report the news to Kha'Zix. At the rear of the psychic beast army, upon a throne fashioned from human bones, Sek sat enthroned like a human. Originally possessing 2 sharp claws, now only 1 remained.
Hearing the report, hatred filled its eyes. Damned human, you finally emerged.
Sek had long known his movements. As a member of the Void Mantis clan, born scouts and assassins, his actions were entirely within its expectations.
Before he could issue orders, a series of beastly roars echoed from outside. A figure burst through the tent and stood before him, speaking with mocking tone. Roar! Sek, you finally met your match. Ha! This is absolutely hilarious. Ha! The creature that burst in was covered in white fur, its gaze sharp and piercing, its appearance identical to a lion. Rengar! You again! You came to mock me, didn't you? Rengar roared with laughter, slamming a paw on the ground. You bet I'm here to laugh at you. You've been mocking me all this time, and I haven't settled the score yet. If it weren't for Lord Vladimir's orders, I wouldn't bother coming here. Wouldn't it be perfect to just let you die right here? Ha! Seeing you in this pitiful state makes me feel a hell of a lot better. Rengar laughed openly, his laughter echoing across the battlefield, his white fur quivering with each chuckle. You! Enough talk. You have that human's intel, don't you? Hand it over now, I want to see for myself. Considering he nearly beat you to death, I'll grant him a quick death. Can't even handle one human? You're just getting worse with age. Kha'Zix's violet eyes flickered slightly as his tone softened. If this fool insists on going, let him go. When the time comes, I'll strike from behind like a mantis and take care of both you and him. Oomph. Sage feigned anger, waving his lone claw to signal the returning mantis to relay the message. Ha! Just you wait. When I get back, I'll make sure to mock you properly. With that, he turned and charged out of the barracks with his men. Let's go. We're following him. Deep within the valley, Chica walked alone toward the direction of Jiancheng. As for Li Xiao, Chica had instructed her to return and stay with Li Jian and the others. Her second-tier strength wouldn't be much help here, and Chica would only have to constantly divert his attention to protect her. Li Xiao understood this too. After seeing Chica off safely, she hurriedly departed this troubled place. Boom! A massive figure loomed across the canyon center. Chica's expression sharpened as she stared at the white lion before her. You're the human who defeated Kha'Zix. I don't see you being all that strong. Rengar's deep, resonant voice echoed. Chica's eyes narrowed. It can talk. Could it be that true name-level beasts have gained sentience? Why didn't Xige say a single word before? Truth be told, I've had my eye on it for ages. Though you've done well exactly what I like, you still have to die. If you were just a beast, who knows? Maybe we could have been friends. Rengar licked his lips, traces of human flesh and blood still clinging between his teeth. Now, I'll just give you a quick death. Chica stared at Rengaru, his mouth reeking of blood, as he slowly retrieved the healing pills and spirit energy pills Li Jian had given him from his system space. In an instant, Chica, once covered in wounds, was now at full health. Divine Demon Body, activate. Chica had never intended to hold back from the start. Unlike sparring, this time he faced true psychic beasts. Killing them held no guilt in Chica's heart. As he sensed the steadily rising aura emanating from the human before him, a flicker of confusion crossed Rengaru's eyes. But vigilance swiftly replaced that doubt, filling his gaze entirely. He couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed further, he feared he might meet the same fate as Xige crushed beneath the sand. Sensing Chica's presence closing in with terrifying speed, Rengaru struck first. A crimson glow erupted from its body, transforming its once white fur into a deep, blood-red hue. He flung out a chain, his form vanishing as he followed it directly to Chica's head, then brought down a claw. Die, you damned human. Chapter 64. If I don't act now, I'll die. Chica chuckled darkly. If he couldn't defeat a king-tier opponent like Li Jian, how could he possibly lose to a true name-tier newcomer? Besides, he wasn't severely injured now. The 2 pills Li Jian had given him had fully restored his condition. Facing a true name-tier Rengar, he still had confidence. Rengar's chain shot out, instantly binding Chica's hands, one of its innate abilities. Chica didn't rush to break free. He wanted to lure the enemy deeper. These mindless psychic beasts were the easiest to deceive. Even its speech revealed it to be a straightforward, not too cunning psychic beast. Chica decided to let it taste the treacherous schemes of humanity before finishing it off. Die, he laughed. Seeing the chains bind Chica, Rengiel's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The beast's bloodline power surged, its previously faintly reddish fur now completely transformed into a deep crimson. Finish it all in one go. Its blood-red eyes widened as vital energy surged from its body, forming a protective shield over its form. Its claws turned crimson, radiating a dangerous aura. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, Rengaru lunged at Chica. Its claws aimed for her arms, its gaping maw snapping toward her throat, utterly unconcerned that its belly was now exposed to Chica's view. Perfect opportunity. Little did it know that Chica had feigned weakness to lure it into complacency, daring it to attack. As it closed in, its claws were less than 2 inches from Chica. Its eyes burned with excitement, and the thought of mocking Kha'Zix afterward made its mouth twist into a smirk. Across from it, Chica's lips also curved upward slightly. Gotcha. Ha! The divine demon body activated fully. Chica exerted force with both hands, snapping Rengal's chains. He ducked low, evading the claws, and slammed a fist into Rengal's midsection. AOW! A piercing howl split the night sky.
Not far away, Li Jian and the others hurried their pace, sprinting toward the valley.
How fast?
They've already engaged a full 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Hurry! Shiku was out there alone now. If we arrive too late, we'll betray his trust in us. Hurry! Faster!
The group pushed their spiritual energy to the limit, their feet never stopping as they raced toward the valley. Meanwhile, from another direction, Sage and his Void Mantis clan waited silently for their moment, slowly creeping closer to the ancient ruins.
Rengar, you didn't expect this human to be this strong, did you? This is the grand gift I left for you.
You two had better destroy each other. That way, I can eliminate two formidable foes at once.
Santi flicked his lone claw, his violet eyes burning with hatred as he stared fixedly at the distant valley through the void.
Rengar took the punch, his entire beastly form visibly startled.
Ha! You actually broke free? What a cunning human! But with that level of strength alone, you won't be able to keep me here. Now, my elite forces are here. You may have defeated one, but can you defeat a horde?
Rengar's abdomen was wounded, the injury appearing severe, yet his strength remained largely undiminished.
Men, charge!
At his command, lions surged toward Chiku from all directions, even the weakest possessed 4th-tier prowess.
In an instant, Chiku was engulfed by the lion's onslaught. Ha!
Humans have an old saying, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
Now I have countless hands here, how do you plan to win? Rengar gloated, watching his minions swarm and tear into Chiku.
But things didn't go as planned. A colossal aura erupted from within the lion horde. Rengar's expression darkened, his crimson fur trembling slightly.
Retreat!
Before the word retreat could leave his lips, Chiku roared, unleashing his heaven-shattering fist. A golden light erupted from within the lion pack. Rengar's kin were scattered in all directions. Those lions closest to the center were instantly shattered into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Only 2 energies remained golden and black. The golden energy surged into Chiku's body, while the black energy swirled around him.
Chiku's aura surged once more. Excellent! The ability to strengthen oneself by slaying foes, this power is truly remarkable. Feeling the surge of power, Chiku's eyes gleamed as he looked at the lion pack.
In his eyes, these creatures were no longer adversaries, they were now experience points, the kind that granted level ups upon defeat.
No time to waste.
Chiku stamped his foot and charged toward the startled lion pack. One punch sent a lion exploding into a mist of blood, its golden and black energies merging into his body.
1, 2, 3. Within mere breaths, several more lions fell to his fists.
Feeling the surging power within him, Chiku's grin stretched from ear to ear.
Awesome!
He was thrilled, but Rangaru was anything but. Watching his kin fall one by one to Chiku's hands, Rangaru could no longer stand idly by. He leapt forward, blocking Chiku's path. Chiku paid him no mind. With a flash, he sidestepped the blocking lion and sent the beast behind him crashing into a bloody mist with a single punch.
Chiku! Rengar felt utterly humiliated.
A true name-level power beast, yet unable to protect its own kin, slaughtered by a young man not even a marquis. Even if the Lord remained silent, the scorn of other true name-level beasts would be enough to make him hang his head in shame.
A furious roar erupted from Rengar.
He knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. If this dragged on, the entire Blood Lion clan would face extinction. As a claw struck down, Chiku spun toward Rengar, seizing its sharp talon. No matter how hard it strained, it couldn't break free from the 2 hands gripping its claws.
Heh, you finally couldn't hold back. I thought you'd wait until your entire clan was dead before acting.
Chiku clamped down on Rengar's claw while gazing at it with a mocking smile, as if observing a joke. With a sudden surge of strength, Chiku hurled Rengar's massive body into the air, slamming it hard onto the ground.
Boom! 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 The valley echoed with Rangail's wails and the thud of heavy impact. Damn, he's brutal.
Even though he's never beaten the Legion commander, that one move alone could wipe us all out in an instant.
Terrifying. Just hearing it hurts.
For a true name-ranked Rengar to end up like this, it's truly horrifying.
Does that mean he held back when fighting us?
The words hung in the air, plunging the entire team into an eerie silence.
1 against 10, and he still held back? Monstrous.
Only now did Rengar truly grasp the helplessness Kazuko must have felt when his claws were snapped off.
Kazakhs. Stop watching the show. I'm about to die right here. Why aren't you helping me?
Unable to endure Chiku's relentless assault, he screamed directly into the void. The moment the words left its mouth, a figure flickered into existence behind Chiku. A sharp claw swung down, aiming squarely for his throat.
Oomph. Prepare to die. Chapter 65, this can't be real. Chiku's lips curled into a smirk. He ducked his head, flinging Rengaru onto his back.
Sage's claws plunged deep into Rengal's left hind leg, leaving half the claws protruding from the wound.
Arg!
Rengaru let out a wretched howl, cursing Chiku and Kazakhstan and beast alike to high heaven in his mind.
SSS-H. Another sharp sound of claws being pulled out. Rengaru let out another agonized howl as blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound on his left hind leg.
He looked up, but there was no sign of Sage. Fearing his strike had missed, Xiao had likely turned and fled back the way he came.
Ha, you came here, and now you want to run?
Chica gave a cold laugh, his eyes once again glowing gold.
Pierce the illusion. Open.
Strangely, this time he saw no trace of Xiao.
Where did he go? Could it be?
Chica's heart skipped a beat as a sense of impending doom washed over her. She hastily swung the wounded renegade once more, flinging him behind her.
Another agonized scream echoed. This time, the pain seemed far more intense than before. Chica could almost feel the heartbreak and tears in the voice.
Behind him, Renegade cursed furiously.
Kazakhs.
Then he passed out, silent. Chica tossed the half-dead renegade aside and turned to face Kazakhs. Kazakhs, now with only one claw, stood blankly before Rengale, his claw still pierced by his trophy.
A small mountain.
Witnessing this, Chiku instinctively pressed her legs together, her gaze fixed warily on Xanti.
TSK. Never expected you to be so vicious, capable of such cruelty even toward your own ally. I didn't. It ran right into me.
Kazakhs' voice grew frantic, his two wings flapping wildly. Blood spattered the ground from the claw piercing that thing. You can accuse me of anything else, but I'd never do something so despicable.
Fine, I believe you. Now, how about you drop that thing down first?
Chica watched Kazakhs flailing wildly with that thing stuck in its claws, instinctively taking several steps back. Catching Kazakhs could wait for another time.
Getting stuck with that thing would leave him utterly defiled.
Seeing Chico retreat, the previously frantic Kazakhs suddenly changed course. Flapping his wings, he sped away into the distance, covering a vast stretch with just a few leaps.
Chico felt no urgency.
After slaughtering so many Blood Lion clan members and then beating Rengaro senseless, his spiritual energy was running dangerously low. Chasing Kazakhs would be too difficult, not to mention that the creature had shown itself willing to sacrifice even its own comrade, Koan, to escape.
Better to meditate and rest here.
He suspected that if Kazakhs sensed no pursuit, suspicion would arise, compelling it to return and investigate.
Then he could engage it in a standoff.
In a few more minutes, Li Jian and the others should arrive.
Then, not only would Renegade be left behind, but Kazakhs wouldn't be allowed to escape either. Even if it didn't return, it wouldn't matter.
A single Rungai was still a good haul. With that thought, Chica slowly walked back, sat cross-legged near the unconscious renegade, and began restoring his own condition. He casually produced the spirit-binding lock Li Jian had given him and secured it tightly around the creature, rendering it completely immobile.
Meanwhile, Kassadin had already flown 2 or 3 kilometers away.
Yet Chica still hadn't caught up, causing Kassadin to glance back in puzzlement. The canyon remained unchanged. Its entrance was littered with the corpses of blood lions, while scattered strays still lingered at the edge, too fearful to enter. He scanned the area but saw no sign of Chiku. Not even the blood lions harassing him outside prompted Chiku to come out and deal with them.
Could it be he was actually running on fumes?
The thought sent a surge of restlessness through Xiao's heart. If that were true, a swift counterattack would not only avenge him but also seize the opportunity to finish Renegade while he was weakened, absorbing his essence. Absorbing that essence would leave it but a step away from Lord Tier power. The thirst for vengeance and the promise of advancement churned relentlessly within its mind. Though a voice inside persistently warned against the danger, its heart was already consumed by the vision of a glorious future.
Fortune favors the bold, let's do this.
Kazakhs, who had barely escaped, turned around and flew back toward the canyon.
Poof! It has indeed returned.
Feeling the fluctuations emanating from the canyon entrance, Chica's lips curled into a faint smile.
Just as he'd expected, Kazakhs had indeed returned.
He withdrew his energy, rising slowly. His piercing illusion eyes had been activated long ago, leaving Kazakhs' path completely exposed before him.
Trying to ambush me again? Forget the lesson learned? Watching Kazakhs sneakily retreating backward less than 10 meters away, Chico couldn't help but laugh in disbelief.
With a swift push off the ground, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
A fist slammed out, unleashing purple void energy that shattered the barrier between the void and the real world. Chica reached into the void, grabbed Xiao's calf, and yanked him out.
How?
How could you shatter the spatial barrier? That's beyond your current stage.
Xiao's voice trembled with panic.
The previous breach had occurred at the entrance of the Bronze Ancient Hall, where the spatial barrier was already weak. Shattering it with a single punch had been no great feat. But now, the spatial energy surrounding the rift was remarkably stable. Even he, a void-born, could only traverse it using innate abilities, not by smashing through with a single punch like this.
Cut the crap.
You're just trash.
Didn't I pull this same stunt last time? You forgot already?
Chica sneered coldly, snatching him up like a little chick and dangling him before his eyes. The void mantis on the periphery could no longer stand idly by. They surged into the canyon, intent on rescuing their clan leader from his grasp. The blood lions outside the gorge witnessed this and charged in as well. Though they were enemies with the void mantis, they feared their leader being killed by humans far more. Otherwise, even if they returned, they'd face being devoured by their own kind.
Roar! Li Jian and his companions finally reached the canyon's edge.
Blood had already flowed down the cliff face from within, staining a vast expanse of grassland crimson. This is... Even Li Xiao and his companions, who had seen their share of the world, never imagined the scene could be so gruesome. A river of blood, literally a river of blood.
The beast's roars and the flapping of mantis wings still echoed within the valley.
Quick!
We must hurry inside. Li Xiao didn't hesitate. They'd already wasted too much time on the way.
Their original plan had only involved the Void Mantis tribe, but the blood-soaked lion carcasses outside the valley and the beastly roars within made their hearts clench.
With two clans attacking simultaneously, could Chica truly hold out? Roar!
A thunderous lion's roar shook the heavens from within the valley. Then, all was silent, only the sound of blood flowing out lingered in their ears. When they finally reached the depths of the canyon, their eyes widened as they stared intently at the scene before them.
This can't be real, right? Chapter 66, The Deal.
As Li Xiao and his companions entered the gorge, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. The area was littered with the corpses of psychic beasts.
Some blood lions had their abdomens pierced through, others had their heads torn off and were missing entirely.
Void mantises lay discarded by the roadside, their claws and wings torn off like discarded trash. The path beneath their feet was completely covered in blood. With every step, a bloody footprint was left behind, sticky and clinging to their soles.
How terrifying!
Though he wasn't a crown king, his combat prowess surpassed that of some who held the title.
Who could disagree? And if he were a king, those psychic beasts wouldn't dare move.
But he was different, a fourth-tier cultivation base combined with king-level strength. That pack of psychic beasts had been tricked out of their pants.
What the hell are you all doing here chatting? Hurry up!
If something happens to him because of this delay, I'll hold you all responsible. Li Xiao shot a glare at the chatting group, his pace quickening as he berated them verbally.
The deeper they went, the more corpses they encountered. It seems both tribes mobilized their entire forces. Who knows? Han Fang's voice was low and heavy. He couldn't fathom how a single person could possibly survive being surrounded and attacked by two entire tribes.
His words cast a somber mood over the entire group.
Enough talk. Keep moving.
We can't leave the remains of such a hero here.
Li Xiao seemed to have also given Chiku a death sentence.
Two true name-level experts, the elite of two tribes attacking him, even he himself couldn't have escaped unscathed, let alone Chiku, whose strength was inherently inferior.
Thankfully, his disciple wasn't brought along.
The bond between master and disciple runs deep. Had he been present, who knows what tragedy might have unfolded. If he had family, they would receive his remains.
If not, his disciple would. In a few brief exchanges, Li Xiao and the others had settled Chiku's final arrangements.
Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from behind them, causing every face to turn pale.
Is that how little faith you have in me? You've already planned my funeral?
Li Xiao and the others froze, then turned around in disbelief.
There, standing in the other direction, was Chiku, smiling cheerfully.
The golden light and dark aura surrounding him were even more dazzling and intense than before. Far from looking battle-worn, he resembled a flower nourished by dew, radiant and vibrant. Looking down below, Rengar was bound by spirit binding chains at her feet, while her left hand dangled a bloodied Kha'Zix's claws torn off, wings ripped away.
Kha'Zix was barely clinging to life, his purple eyes staring blankly ahead. He must have endured inhuman treatment moments ago. You're not dead? And you captured both of them alive? Han Fang was utterly shocked, his voice stumbling as he spoke.
Rubbing his eyes, he stared at Chiku before him in disbelief.
Ah! Han Fang! What are you doing?
A general standing beside him suddenly clutched his arm and shouted.
Han Fang muttered blankly, it's real. It really is real. His reaction proved this wasn't a dream. Next time, you'd better pinch yourself instead.
The general who'd been pinched groaned in pain, his voice laced with a hint of resentment.
No way. Pinching myself would hurt too much. I'm not stupid. Han Fang refused him with righteous indignation. FCKU.
What followed was a string of classic national rap. Seeing Chica still alive, everyone instantly relaxed, only to be immediately stunned by his power.
Chiku. You say you killed all these psychic beasts yourself? Every single one of them was a fourth-tier elite. Terrifying. I remember back when I was at tier 4, I could handle one if I got lucky. If I ran into two, I'd turn tail and run.
Faced with a scene like this, I confidently call you guys to come collect my body.
What level are you? What level are they? How can you even compare? But let's be fair, a genius like this? I've never even seen one in the history books. The crowd chattered excitedly, practically elevating Chiku to godlike status.
Hearing this, Chiku felt a bit giddy, a faint smile touching his lips. Yet, covered in blood, he looked rather unsettling.
Am I really that formidable? Heh, you're too kind, too kind. Chiku felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. Li Xiao didn't join the others in their astonishment.
Instead, his gaze toward Chiku was filled with admiration. Wiping out nearly all the elites of two tribes and capturing two true name-level beasts alive, that was an absolutely explosive achievement in any warzone. The only thing that piqued Li Xiao's curiosity was Chiku's seemingly inexhaustible stamina.
If tasked with slaughtering those elite warriors himself, it would be simple enough. But afterward, he'd be panting for breath, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, never looking as vibrant and energetic as Chico did. How is your body? Any injuries? None. Such trifles are beneath my notice.
Golden light radiated from Chica's body as she lifted her head, tilting her face upward with an air of utter self-assurance. You're the one who's out of breath, yet you're the one complaining. Li Jian scolded with a laugh, his heart finally settling. He's joking around already, seems like he really isn't too badly hurt. He wisely refrained from asking why he still looked so vibrant. Everyone has their secrets, prying too much only spoils the beauty of mystery. Chica chuckled, feigning ignorance, and brushed the matter aside. On the way back, Li Jian and Chica walked side by side. The mission's resounding success was entirely due to Chica single-handedly defeating all the psychic beasts. They had offered almost no assistance. The only assistance they offered was cleaning up the final battlefield. Though they called it cleaning up the battlefield, it was really just gathering the spoils of war. Even without these spoils, the credit for annihilating 2 major psychic beast clans would still be credited to their Jiangcheng-left army. For that alone, Li Jian and the others owed Chico an enormous debt of gratitude. What do you plan to do with this spoils? Jokes aside, Li Jian was deeply concerned about the disposition of these spoils. Whether it was the beast hides, the meat, or their very essence, these were commodities with no price tag. Even if not sold, these resources could significantly bolster the left-wing army's strength. Frankly, Li Jian was quite envious of such a massive haul. You want it? Chica noticed the gleam in Li Jian's eyes and asked with a slight smile. Li Jian didn't beat around the bush, nodding in response. If you sell them to me, I'll pay market price. I'll purchase all the resources you don't need yourself. Chica considered it. Selling to them wasn't out of the question. After all, she'd still need to stay in the military camp for a few more days. Selling to them was no different than selling to anyone else, and selling to them might even earn her some goodwill. Even if I took a loss, it wouldn't be significant. All right. I won't sell the demon beast essence, but everything else is yours. Chapter 67, Look, the dragon's head. Great. Li Jian slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he stared at Chiku. He promptly pulled out a card from his chest. The card held 10 million dragon coins, a deposit for this purchase. Once the funds are approved, I'll settle the remaining balance. How much? How much? Chica's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Jian. 10 million. You know how valuable these things are, right? Li Jian was taken aback by her reaction. You fought plenty of psychic beasts on the battlefield, don't you know their hides, flesh, and such are scarce commodities? Especially in the military, a bowl of mutated beast meat soup would make everyone ecstatic. These things are incredibly nourishing. Li Jian explained to Chico as he picked up the void mantis's sharp claws. Take this claw from the void mantis, for instance. It clearly belonged to a 4th-tier void mantis. Its claws could be forged into weapons at the city's artifact forge. If you don't need it for that purpose, you could sell it at the 10,000 treasures pavilion. But such rare materials are rarely sold. Unless, of course, you have no shortage of weapons or spirit tools. As he spoke, Li Jian shot Chiku a subtle glance, wary that he might change his mind. Chiku, however, held little interest in this spirit artifact. His disciples already each possessed one, and frankly, the void mantis's claws held little appeal for him. What use was the flesh? Compared to other materials, flesh and blood were the cheapest. If they contained spiritual energy, that would be fine, but the flesh of a species like the bloodlion was peculiar. It contained no spiritual energy whatsoever, only a thick, potent vital energy. For us cultivators, it was utterly useless. Its only potential use might be to improve the rations for our brothers in arms, letting them taste the difference between the meat of a beast with special abilities and other meats. Li Jian finished speaking and chuckled softly, seemingly amused by his own wit. But Chica's eyes lit up the moment he heard it. She stared intently at him, her gaze so intense it made him feel uneasy. What did you say? Its meat can replenish vital energy? Yeah, but it's completely useless for us cultivators. If you don't want it, then pack all that bloodlion meat into my spatial ring. I have a great use for it. Chica spoke, pulling several spatial rings from her backpack and tossing them to Li Jian. Li Jian's smile faded. He glanced at Chico, nodded, and began distributing the rings. Have the brothers pack all the bloodlion meat into these spatial rings. Once it's done, I'll have a special reward for you. Understood, Captain. As night fell, a drunken Chica staggered into the tent Li Jian had arranged for him. Master, why did you drink so much? Li Xiao rushed forward to steady Chiku. But who could have guessed that Chico, who had been staggering drunkenly just a moment before, would suddenly become exceptionally sober, his entire being appearing as if he hadn't touched a drop. His eyes shone brightly in the night. Too much? Impossible. Your master here has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to drinking. Chica smiled faintly, pulling 3 spatial rings from his pocket and handing them to Li Xiao. Absorb them quickly. These are all beneficial for your beast pets. Not only are our spoils here, but also the treasures of Li Jian and the left-wing army. Especially this one, I brought it specifically for you. Saying this, Chiku retrieved a glowing orb from his system space, its surface shimmering with an eerie purple light. The energy contained within made Li Xiao feel a chill run down his spine just from looking at it.
What is this?
Stop talking and absorb it first. Chiku cut off her questions, tossing the orb forcefully toward Li Xiao. Seeing this, Li Xiao had no choice but to sit cross-legged and slowly absorb the power within the orb.
The phoenix-tailed cockatoo within her body eagerly devoured the spheres, gobbling them down one by one. Ding!
Your apprentice's beast companion has broken through a rank bloodline, advancing to S rank.
Phoenix bloodline concentration increased by 50%. Black Dragon Odin unlocked. Second profession, Beast Master activated. Talent, S rank, Beast Spirit Master. Against beasts, increases intimidation by 1000, attack by 500, and defense by 300. Beasts will not attack you unless absolutely necessary. Finally.
Chiku heard the system's voice in his ear, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face.
The second talent he'd unlocked long ago had finally activated successfully.
Divine Demon Body, the absorbed light orb neither can be missing.
System, summon the Black Dragon Odin.
Chiku silently chanted in his mind, and immediately a massive magic array appeared on the ground inside the tent.
The entire left-wing army camp was plunged into an earth-shaking tremor. What's happening? An enemy attack? Li Jian sensed the commotion, sobering up instantly.
He rushed out of the main tent and stared intently at the magic circle on the ground nearby.
What is this? Brother Chi's tent?
Han Feng had appeared beside Li Jian at some point, silently observing the formation beneath Chi's tent. It looked like the kind of formation a beastmaster uses to summon their beast companions.
But wasn't Brother Chiku a warrior? How could such a formation appear in his tent? Isn't his apprentice a beastmaster? Couldn't it have been set up by him?
One of the generals voiced his confusion, only to be met with a barrage of disapproving glares.
A second-tier beastmaster capable of creating such an array? And isn't Brother Chiku only fourth tier? Didn't you all doubt his strength at first? Now, who among you still doubts his abilities?
The words hung in the air, silencing the room. Li Jian recalled the girl standing behind Chiku, and that peculiar sensation rising from within his heart.
Strange. So very strange.
This master and disciple were both shrouded in mystery.
Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the formation beneath Chika's feet instantly transformed into a silvery white glow.
A pillar of light shot straight into the sky.
Roar!
A thunderous roar erupted from the formation, striking the phoenix-tailed cockcomb snake first. Stunned by the true dragon's roar, it couldn't even utter a cry of distress before collapsing unconscious under the overwhelming pressure. Li Xiao's absorption process was interrupted, and he shot his master a look of pure frustration. He had promised to let him absorb later, but Li Xiao wouldn't listen, insisting on rushing him. Now that the absorption had begun, he had to go and cause trouble. But credit where credit was due, his master truly hit his depth. Though one person could only possess one profession, he somehow held another, a beastmaster, just like Li Xiao.
As for the beast companion, the aura emanating from the formation alone was enough to tell. Ordinary beast companions simply wouldn't possess such an imposing presence.
Only those ancient tri-clans that ruled as kings and overlords could possibly match it. Of course, Western dragon clans might possess such might too, she couldn't say for certain.
Roar!
Roars echoed once more from within the formation, and more low-level cultivators nearby were injured, rushed to the hospital for treatment. Before they could react again, a massive head slowly emerged from the center of the formation.
Look! A dragon's head! Chapter 68, The Dragon Emerges.
A fearsome dragon head slowly rose from the formation. Its eyes, black as ink, featured golden vertical pupils that shone with an unnatural brilliance.
Is that a dragon?
As the array's light intensified, a colossal dragon winged, jet black, and sporting a tail with a hook tip materialized before the crowd. The surrounding tents had already been flattened by the black dragon's emergence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, gazing up at the colossal creature towering several stories high. Li Jian and his companions watched it warily, fearing it might suddenly lash out. Subduing the dragon itself wouldn't be too difficult, but this was within the military camp. They had no desire to cause a major disturbance here.
My name is Odin.
Before they could question it, the black dragon lifted its proud head, its eyes sweeping down with disdain upon Li Jian and his companions below, slowly uttering its name. Though one among them possessed the might of a king-level being, Odin was not yet his match. Yet this did not stop the proud dragon from looking down on him. In its eyes, its noble bloodline was beyond comparison with mere mortals. Except for one person, Chiku, the one who had summoned it. Those around him detected no hint of impropriety in its demeanor. After all, a dragon's pride was only natural. For those who had never seen a dragon before, this black dragon instead piqued their immense curiosity. They huddled around, whispering among themselves. Holy crap, it really is a dragon. Even if it's a Western dragon, it's still a one-of-a-kind existence among beast pets. Could those myths actually be true? If a beastmaster can contract a dragon, then doesn't that mean phoenixes, Talents, and eastern dragons could all potentially be contracted too? Well, who knows? Unlike the others' curiosity about the dragon, Li Jian and his group were deeply intrigued and wary of its appearance. If the black dragon hadn't refrained from attacking so far, they would have swarmed it already.
Commander, what do you think this dragon is doing here? It can't be here for a vacation, right? Li Jian shook his head, his gaze never leaving Odin. I don't know. Perhaps, it's someone's beast companion? Someone?
Han Fang glanced down at the camp tents and instantly understood who someone referred to.
That's unlikely. Isn't he a warrior? I've never seen anyone with dual professions before.
Well, you haven't seen a 4th-tier combat power rivaling a half-step king tier either.
Li Jian retorted with a sigh.
Just as they grew wary, Odin slowly lowered his noble head, drawing it closer to the figure below.
Odin greets his master. Odin's massive form gradually shrank, finally transforming into human shape. He knelt halfway on the ground, paying homage to Chi-Ku. What? He's actually his beast companion? This is a dragon. How absurd can this get? His combat power is off the charts, but you're telling me he's a beastmaster? Comparisons kill. With combat prowess like his, even peerless generals couldn't match him. Yet to hear he's the weakest physical form among beast tamers, that stings. Worst of all, during the canyon battle, he didn't even use his beast pet. He defeated those psychic beasts single-handedly. Envy, jealousy, resentment. In an instant, Chica's actions drew unanimous envy and jealousy from everyone. With combat power off the charts and a dragon as his beast companion, isn't he the ultimate all-around warrior? Most crucially, he's still young, a fact that left Han Fang and the others physically and mentally wounded. Chica nodded, glancing at Odin's interface. Name, Odin. Race, dragon. Talents, bloodline suppression S, mental domain S, skill mastery S, spirit surge S, mental proficiency A. Skills, dream entry, psychic attack, brainstorm. Preferences, carnivore. Weakness, porous defense may be appropriately reinforced. Realm, 5th tier marquee level peak, 9th tier emperor realm. Loyalty, 100 unwavering devotion. Loyalty remains unchanged as long as the host survives. Staring at Odin's dazzling array of skills and his 4S+1 grade talents, Chica's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. This insane? 9th tier emperor realm? Even though he had anticipated Odin's formidable power, Chica never imagined it could be this overwhelming. Its skills were so numerous the system had to use ellipses to list them all. Fortunately, loyalty wasn't a concern. System-generated items were always the most reliable. Master? Alright, you may rise. Odin's prompt snapped Chica back to reality. She composed her expression before allowing him to rise. In human form, Odin possessed a unique kind of handsomeness, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. A single-lens monocle with a golden frame sat perched on his nose, a slender gold chain extending from the frame to the back of his head. A rose bloomed at his collar, giving him the air of a European nobleman. Combined with his striking features, Chica felt his own good looks were being challenged. Gulp. Two gorgeous men standing side by side, utterly breathtaking. Both seemed so irresistible. What to do? Even knowing he's a black dragon in disguise, I can't help but want to kiss him, hug him, and lift him high. Sisters, I'm dying. Doesn't anyone think Chica and Odin are a perfect match? An Eastern gentleman and a Western nobleman, they're practically made for each other. Add in their master-servant dynamic. Sisters, I'll take the first bow. Witnessing this scene, the female soldiers in the barracks went wild. The sound of swallowing echoed constantly, and all sorts of strange words spilled from their mouths, leaving Chica feeling somewhat uneasy. Odin looked utterly disgusted. If he hadn't wanted to get some fresh air, he would have returned to the summoning space to rest long ago. To transform into human form, one must be at least a dominant level being. Who would have thought he held back when fighting you lot back then? Li Jian's focus differed from theirs. Odin's displayed abilities had genuinely piqued his curiosity. Transforming into human form was a feat only master-level supernatural beasts could achieve. Yet, despite emanating such a heavy aura of power, Odin was merely a marquee-level being. Even Li Jian sensed a sense of danger emanating from him. At the very least, it was a sovereign-level existence. The mysteries surrounding Chica not only failed to diminish but only grew deeper. Li Jian's curiosity about him deepened, even prompting the thought of assigning him to the left army. But he knew it was impossible. A third-grade teacher giving up a stable teaching position to join them in such a dangerous line of work, it just didn't add up. Moreover, as he mentioned, he'd already been on the battlefield for half a month. In another month, his students would be taking their college entrance exams. A month that was the absolute minimum time needed for intensive preparation. Li Jian understood completely. After all, this man had just resolved two major problems for him, a favor so immense it felt impossible to repay. Still, the urge was too strong. After much deliberation, Li Jian decided to make one final, perhaps unreasonable request before his departure. Teacher Chico, would you grant me one favor? Chapter 69, The Battle for the Crown. Left-wing Army, Training Ground. Numerous soldiers once again gathered around the perimeter of the training ground, watching the three figures within with excitement.
Apart from Han Fong and two generals who had volunteered to protect Chica's disciple, nearly everyone else stood quietly within the arena, awaiting the start of the battle.
Did you know? When Teacher Chi first fought the Legion commander, he actually held back.
As a beastmaster, he didn't even summon his contract beast, he blocked the Legion commander's attacks with his bare hands alone.
That's insane. I thought a 4th tier, 8th rank defeating a Crown Prince level powerhouse was already absurd enough, but now you're telling me he held back? Exactly. It's downright unfair. I know I'm weak, but I never imagined I'd be this weak.
A 4th tier, 8th rank corporal muttered this self-deprecating complaint with a helpless expression, his entire demeanor tinged with sorrow. On the field, Chica looked at the excited Li Jian before him with utter exasperation. He couldn't understand why Li Jian was so fixated on this sparring match.
Were there not enough for him to fight that he had to test his own level here?
Chica couldn't fathom it, but he respected the man's choice if only because he'd given up far too much. If he fought him again, the corpses of the blood-filled psychic beasts from the left-wing army over the next 6 months, along with their primal essence, would all be his.
Such temptation was impossible to resist.
Not only did Odin need these resources, but his own disciples required them too. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 6 months.
Strike!
Li Jian's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. But before Chico could act, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, and torrential rain mercilessly lashed down on Zhuo Lujuan's camp.
Did you make your move? Chico turned to look at Odin.
Odin shook his head, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the clouds. Following his gaze, a figure clad in a pale green robe stood beneath the distant storm clouds.
A human figure?
Sensing the energy contained within the rain, Li Jian also felt something was amiss. He hurriedly evacuated the left-wing army soldiers while soaring into the air himself, gazing intently at the pale green figure from afar.
A Lord-class psionic beast temporal rain celestial officer, AoE.
Li Jian identified it instantly, his eyes heavy with unspeakable gravity. Below, Chico and Odin stood whispering to each other, not fleeing, merely watching.
He's a Lord level? Lord level would be equivalent to our King level or Saint level, right? Odin nodded and added. The left army might be weaker. This Shiyu Tianshi is probably only around mid-King level strength.
With his abilities, defeating it shouldn't be too difficult.
But if we want to keep it. Odin trailed off, but Chico understood it would come at a hefty price. Still, if we both intervene, we might just boost our odds. That Dragon Ball within it would be quite useful to me. Moreover, if you can slay it, your divine body in demonic form will advance further. Odin shifted his tone, now attempting to persuade Chiku. Then let's do it. I'm not after the Dragon Ball or divine form.
It's simply that the fate of the world rests on every individual's shoulders.
Resisting foreign invaders is our unshirkable duty.
Chica's voice suddenly boomed, earning even greater respect from the surrounding soldiers. Facing such an opponent, not just anyone would have the courage to step forward and help.
Teacher Chi is a real man. If he weren't heading back to Jiangcheng, I'd join him in a heartbeat.
Odin slowly revealed his true form, placing Chiku upon his back as he ascended into the sky, joining Li Jian.
Oomph. Is this the confidence behind your killing my men? A mere Western dragon dares compare itself to my true dragon bloodline?
Li Jian, I advise you to surrender now.
Save yourself the regret of my wrath sweeping away your entire left flank army. Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
Moreover, you're openly defying the unbreakable rule, no Lord tier intervention, no 7th tier mobilization.
Are you truly unafraid of divine retribution?
Li Jian gave a cold laugh. His original plan was to keep Kazakhs and Renekton, even if it meant inviting divine retribution. But who would have thought that before he could even act, Chica had already dealt with them. Since he hadn't lifted a finger, divine retribution wouldn't come for him.
As for Chiku, he hadn't even attained the rank of Marquis. Could divine retribution possibly trouble him? Ha! My ranks are brimming with talent now.
Even without my direct involvement, countless soldiers could defeat your men. Believe me, even if I sent a mere 4th tier, 8th rank soldier to fight you, you might not stand a chance.
What did you say? Insulting someone has its limits. 4th tier, 8th rank? If he can block 3 of my strikes, I'll concede he wins.
Aoye's face flushed crimson with fury, his eyes bulging with rage, as if he wanted to tear him limb from limb.
Ha! Don't believe me? Li Jian let out a cold laugh and stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Chiku and Odin.
Only then did Aoe notice a figure standing atop the Black Dragon's head, a cultivator whose strength was precisely 4th tier, 8th rank.
You wouldn't be talking about him, would you? A 2-legged goat with C-grade talent? He doesn't even deserve my attention.
Chica had initially felt some goodwill toward this Eastern dragon, but upon hearing his words, her expression darkened instantly. The playful smile that had graced her face vanished without a trace.
If you won't act, I will. Odin, take him down. The label 2-legged sheep instantly ignited Chica's fury.
In his past life, others had called them that too, and that history was deeply etched in his memory.
Whenever he recalled it, rage would surge uncontrollably.
Had those races not perished afterward, he would have vented his fury regardless.
Hearing it again now, how could he not be enraged? His divine demonic physique activated fully.
He kicked out, channeling every ounce of his innate power. Within his system space, every weapon at his disposal was summoned and wielded.
In the blink of an eye, he stood before AoE. AoE was slightly taken aback.
It couldn't fathom why this lowly bipedal sheep dared to attack it.
Didn't it know it was a noble lord?
Poof. A two-legged sheep is still just a two-legged sheep.
Even when attacking in rage, its momentum was utterly lacking. An attack like this? Bring 100 more, and I wouldn't fear them.
Chiku ignored its thoughts, driving a heavy punch straight toward its face.
Heaven-shattering fist. As the martial technique unleashed, a 500-point attack bonus transformed Chika's golden fist into a colossal force. Even so, AoE didn't budge an inch. He raised his hand, intending to smack Chiku downwards with a single slap. The moment his hand rose, however, a searing pain erupted in his mind as if countless malevolent specters were gnawing at his brain. Ugh! The upward motion froze mid-air. All AoE could do was watch helplessly as Chika's fist slammed into its face. Boom! Chapter 70, What Heaven Gives, if not taken, will bring misfortune. Unbelievable. He hadn't blocked Chika's ordinary strike.
Everyone watching was utterly stunned, as if AoE had frozen in place waiting to be struck. But only AoE knew it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but that he simply couldn't. The sudden mental assault caught him completely off guard, plunging him into a momentary stupor.
In the blink of an eye,
Chika's fist slammed into his face. Then, his fist slammed into the dirt.
AoE rose to his feet, glaring furiously at Chiku and Odin floating in the sky. You resort to dirty tricks. How about a fair fight? How have I not fought fairly?
Chika snorted derisively, her face twisted with contempt.
Odin is my contracted divine beast. What's wrong with me fighting alongside him? Besides, if you want a fair fight, why not lower your cultivation to my level first? A Lord-tier cultivator attacking a mere 4th stage, 8th layer like me, and you dare talk about a fair fight? It's laughable. As Chika's words fell, the human soldiers below erupted in an uproar. Exactly. You shameless beast. With your overwhelming power, you dare accuse our 4th tier, 8th rank teacher Chiku of unfairness? Supernatural beasts are all shameless like this. You'll get used to it eventually. When dealing with them, don't bother listening to their nonsense, just take them down. Even the lords are like this, let alone the lower-ranking psychic beasts. Every last one of them is despicable to the core. AoE's face twisted with fury as he listened to the human soldier's words, yet he couldn't refute a single point. Oomph. Just a minor advantage. Bring it on. With that, AoE reared his head and soared skyward, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire directly at Chiku and Odin. Odin wasn't about to be outdone.
He turned and unleashed his own dragon's breath at AoE. Water and fire collided mid-air, filling the entire sky with mist.
AoE's expression changed abruptly as he instantly transformed into dragon form.
His body trembled, unleashing a massive torrent of water that surged skyward, instantly dousing Odin's flames.
The torrent then raced toward Chika's location. Duck!
Chika shouted, vanishing in a flash and reappearing several yards away from the torrent. Odin flapped his wings and soared skyward, narrowly evading the thick column of water. Seeing his first strike fail, AoE gathered power once more, intending to defeat them both with another water column. But the pair weren't about to let him succeed again. Chika flew in close beside him, and then Odin launched another psychic attack, disrupting his movements. As Chika soared toward him, AoE's vertical pupils gleamed with cunning. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Twisting his massive frame, AoE swiftly vanished from his original position. His agile movements didn't hinder his evasion in the slightest. Yet even as it escaped the area, an unavoidable dizziness still surged through its mind. Moreover, this dizziness felt different from anything it had experienced before. The dizziness now came in waves, like ocean tides, repeatedly washing over its brain. While it didn't interrupt its spellcasting, it severely impaired AoE's casting speed and precision, slowing the entire dragon's reactions. Damn it, it's a domain-type skill. AoE glanced up at Odin, cursing him 100 times over in his mind. Yet his attacks remained focused on Chiku. After all, defeating Chiku would naturally dispel Odin. Yet under Odin's interference, Chiku proved far from an easy target. Every strike was dodged by Chiku, who steadily closed the distance. You really think you can catch me? Watching Chika draw ever closer, AoE's voice betrayed a hint of panic. The memory of its last assault still sent shivers down his spine. The sensation of that crushing punch landing squarely on his face was nothing short of inhuman. But just as it turned to flee, a familiar mental assault suddenly stabbed through its mind. Damn it! Not this trick again? The thought flashed through his mind again, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He'd fallen into the same trap twice. Boom! At the same moment, Chika's attack arrived, a fist smashing directly into its face. Its entire dragon body was sent flying backward, hurtling uncontrollably toward Li Jian's position. Seeing AoE hurled back by Chiku, Li Jian instantly grasped Chika's intent and unleashed his full power as a crown prince. Below, Han Feng and his group stood ready, forming their battle array to meet the enemy. Li Jian! You despicable scoundrel! You broke your promise.
AoE bellowed from midair as he was sent tumbling backward.
But Chico gave him no chance to continue.
Soaring upward once more, he unleashed another punch at AoE.
The heaven-shattering fist, infused with divine power, slammed into AoE's body.
Damn it!
This blow surpassed all previous strikes in power, sending the entire dragon's body hurtling backward at an incredible speed. The shockwave effect of the heaven-shattering fist rendered its entire body uncontrollable, leaving it helplessly hurtling toward the military camp.
Once. Twice. 3 times.
Just past midnight, Chica had exhausted all 3 of his divine power uses. The damage was minimal, yet it proved crucial. Above the military camp, Li Jian had long been prepared for battle. The caged Jiang Cheng had equipped the left flank army with finally proved its worth.
Prisoner Heaven Palm.
Facing AoE as he flew backward, Li Jian unleashed a palm strike that pinned him firmly in place.
High-grade spirit binding shackles. Magic resistance cage. Vibranium blocking handcuffs. AoE was bound as tight as a drum.
12 sets of shackles alone covered its 6 dragon claws, making movement impossible and even the mobilization of spiritual energy a challenge.
Clang.
Without hesitation, Li Jian grabbed the now helpless AoE and tossed him into the cage, unable to suppress the triumphant grin spreading across his face.
Dishonorable. You ambushed me.
AoE cursed furiously from within the cage, his vertical pupils blazing with fury as his dragon body slammed against the bars, making them rattle loudly. Heh, all's fair in war, especially when you're a lord-level psychic beast.
I wouldn't let you off the hook.
Li Jian smiled faintly, utterly unfazed by AoE's insults. In his eyes, capturing AoE was worth more than a few curses. Even killing him would be a bargain.
We're enemies. Do you really expect me to give you any assurances? Besides, how did I ambush you? Weren't you the one who couldn't defeat our 4th-tier, 8th-rank soldiers and got hammered into this cage?
I merely tied you up on the spot. What's wrong with that? Li Jian's smile grew broader, his lips stretching wide to his ears.
We thought AoE's arrival would bring major trouble, but who'd have guessed? Not only did he fail to contribute, he actually made a huge mess. Free military merit? Why pass it up? Heaven's bounty left unclaimed invites retribution. Chapter 71, what a surprise.
In the military camp, AoE's cage was placed right in the center. Generals like Han Fong took turns guarding it in groups of 5.
Smiles lit up every face, even those who stayed awake did so willingly.
Meanwhile, AoE raged inside his cage, cursing nonstop all night long. In the main tent, Li Jian sat at the head of the table. Before him lay a succession of exquisitely prepared dishes. Beyond the feast, Li Jian made an exception by opening a bottle of fine wine, aged for many years, pouring a cup for each of the assembled men. Gentlemen, Li Jian declared, in this battle, we not only captured the true name-level psychic beasts Kazik and Rengar alive, but with Teacher Chica's assistance, we also captured their lord-level psychic beast, AoE, alive. Here, let us first raise a toast to Teacher Chiku. Li Jian raised his glass high and bowed respectfully toward Chiku, seated below him, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, without Teacher Chiku, we wouldn't have been able to take down the lord-level spirit beast, let alone handle those 2 true name-level ones.
Exactly.
With AoE and Kask in our hands, the frontline offensive has stalled somewhat. It's clearly not as strong as it was in the previous days.
All of this is thanks to Teacher Chiku.
With that, they all stood up, raised their cups, and drank them dry in one gulp. Li Jian finished his drink, set his cup down, slowly sat back in his seat, picked up a piece of food, and continued speaking. Brother Chiku, I've already reported your contributions to the higher-ups truthfully. I expect a response within a day. As for the military merit for capturing AoE, I haven't had time to report that yet. But rest assured, I, Li Jian, will never covet your credit. After all, your role in capturing AoE was indispensable. When the time comes for you to return to the battlefield, feel free to join my left army. Whatever you need, we'll support you wholeheartedly.
Exactly. Don't be shy. We're comrades in arms who fought side by side. If teaching didn't hold such promise, I'd have kept you here myself. One of the marquises roared with laughter, echoing Li Jian's words. Ha! Brother Chica's prowess is truly terrifying.
Once he breaks through to Marquis rank, his strength will be beyond imagination.
By then, even King rank opponents won't stand a chance against him. Absolutely. He can already hold his own against a lord-level beast. Forget Marquis level by then, even a Legion commander might not stand a chance against him.
Everyone began praising Chico, making him feel a bit embarrassed. No, he protested.
Without everyone's help, I couldn't have achieved this alone.
Li Jian was about to say something else when a messenger burst into the tent, his face aglow with excitement. His voice brimmed with unbridled joy.
Commander!
The commendation from Jiangcheng has arrived. They've also dispatched a special operations team to receive Kazakhs and Ringaru.
Very well. Upon receiving the commendation news, Li Jian halted the banquet.
Accompanied by his generals and Chico, he stepped outside the camp gates to greet the officials arriving from Jiangcheng. From afar, Chica spotted the approaching figure from Jiangcheng and couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was. As the visitors drew nearer and spotted Chica standing beside Li Jian, the corner of one eye twitched slightly, and a faint, bitter smile touched their lips.
Chiku, what are you doing here?
The visitor was none other than Su Zhihua, head of the Su family. He also recognized the team member accompanying him, Zhang Qiuying, the special operations team member who had recruited him just days ago. Like Su Zhihua, Zhang Qiuying froze upon seeing Chica here. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come.
An honorary member is still a member. He could read the commendation order for us too.
Chica shrugged helplessly at the remark. He hadn't known this mission would end up in the Special Operations Group's hands either.
Brother Chico, you're actually a member of the Special Operations Group? No wonder you're so formidable.
Li Jian shot Chico a surprised look. All this time, he'd never mentioned his true identity. Had he known earlier, Li Jian probably wouldn't have dared send him on such a risky mission.
Then Chico wouldn't have achieved such a monumental feat.
It was simply a matter of fate.
Combat strength? What does that mean?
Zhang Qiuying shot Chico a puzzled glance, then suddenly seemed to grasp something. Her eyes widened in astonishment.
Holy crap, you're not saying that psychopath who single-handedly wiped out 2 clans of psychic beasts is actually you, are you? Well, if you're talking about me.
Chica scratched his head awkwardly, his face a picture of embarrassment. Before they could respond, a series of furious roars erupted from inside, laced with profanity so thick it left everyone utterly baffled.
What kind of strange psychic beast are you keeping locked up in there?
Zhang Qiuying heard the commotion and was filled with confusion.
Well, how should I put it? Thanks to Brother Chico, we've captured another psychic beast.
Li Jian's tone carried a hint of embarrassment, especially after learning Chico was a member of the Special Operations Unit, making the situation seem even stranger.
Ha? Another one? Which true name level creature? Not a true name level one. This time, not only Zhang Qiuying, but even Su Zhihua was baffled. If it's not a true name level, then what's the point of capturing an ordinary psychic beast? Could it be an entirely new species we've never seen before?
Su Zhihua inquired.
Well, not exactly.
Li Jian scratched his head and slowly revealed the truth.
Actually, this one's even crazier than before. We captured a Lord-level psychic beast, the Rain God, AoE.
What?
A Lord-level psychic beast?
This time, it was Su Zhihua's turn to be stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief.
Not just Su Zhihua, even Zhang Qiuying's mouth hung open, her eyes brimming with astonishment.
She slowly turned to look at Chica, pointing a finger at him and demanding.
Don't tell me he did all this?
He's only a 4th tier, 5th rank. Mid-sentence, Zhang Qiuying seemed to choke on her words, her wide eyes growing even larger.
4th tier, 8th rank? How did you do it?
No matter what rare treasures you consumed, it couldn't have happened this fast.
Ha? What does that mean?
Li Jian also looked puzzled. What was so surprising about 4th tier, 8th rank? Zhang Qiuying and Chico were roughly the same age, separated by only a minor cultivation level.
Was such astonishment really warranted?
Half a month ago when we sparred, he was only at 4th tier, 5th layer. And when I first met him, he had just broken through to the 3rd tier of the 4th rank. Su Zhihua promptly added a crucial detail, leaving everyone speechless.
Only Su Zhihua could barely stomach this revelation.
After all, having seen so many outrageous things, developing some immunity was only natural.
You sure know how to surprise people. Chapter 72, The Return Journey.
Before the cage, Su Zhihua and Zhang Qiuying gazed at the colossal dragon form, marveling at its sheer size. I'd assumed it was a western dragon, but it turned out to be an eastern dragon. The once noisy AoE had been injected with a large dose of high-grade anesthetic by Li Jian and his team, ensuring he wouldn't escape during transport. Li Jian nodded and recounted the situation, though he held back details, omitting that Chiku was a beastmaster and only mentioning how he de-punched AoE into the cage. Chiku offered no further explanation. After all, the fewer people who knew about his trump card, the better.
Zhangcheng was nothing like the battlefield, where opponents were mindless psychic beasts. The battles here might not be bloody, but they were far more terrifying.
This matter is of great importance. We must depart immediately to avoid complications.
Su Zhihua, having heard his exploits, showed little shock.
Instead, he stared solemnly at AoE's motionless form.
High-grade anesthetics were typically used on true name-level beasts.
No one knew how resistant Lord-level beasts were to such drugs. Their only option was to depart immediately, transporting him back to the city before the drug took full effect.
What about you? Join us.
Su Zhihua turned his head, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Chiku. Originally, they had assumed only 2 true name-level creatures had lost mobility, so they dispatched 2 marquee-level fighters to handle the situation. Unexpectedly, there was also a Lord-level creature.
Now their strength seemed somewhat inadequate.
Li Jian still needed to command the left flank forces, so they couldn't ask him to escort them.
That left only Chiku as someone they could invite.
Upon hearing this, Chiku glanced at Li Xiao behind her and spoke slowly.
Alright, we'll join your operation. They were heading back anyway.
It was a convenient detour, and they could gain the friendship of these 2 individuals.
Why not?
On the return journey, Chica rode in the car while the sleeping AoE was stowed in the rear cargo truck. Under cover of night, the group sped toward Jiangchang. Jiang Qiuying gripped the steering wheel while Chica sat beside her, feeling the breeze brush past his fingers.
You've grown stronger again in just a few days. Jiang Qiuying's voice brimmed with admiration.
In just half a month, he'd ascended 3 minor realms, and his combat prowess now rivaled that of a king-level cultivator.
Even if he no longer targeted her vital points, she was no match for Chiku.
The memory of that battle flushed Jiang Qiuying's cheeks crimson, making her squirm uncomfortably, as if her vulnerable spot had been struck once more. Chico, oblivious to her discomfort, continued explaining to himself. I just had some unexpected encounters on the battlefield.
If you'd been there, you could have made significant progress too. Then next time you go, would you bring me along?
The moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Qiuying regretted them.
Jiang Qiuying, oh Jiang Qiuying.
Asking that question now makes you seem so unreserved, so lacking in ladylike grace. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, she saw Chica nod and utter a simple yes. Hearing this, a smile spread across Jiang Qiuying's face, and she even accelerated the car a bit faster.
Boom!
Suddenly, a massive dragon silhouette plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the escort vehicle carrying Kazakhs. Staring intently, 3 dragon silhouettes, similar in size to AoE, lay sprawled across the highway. Beneath their massive bodies lay a crushed transport vehicle. The occupants inside were surely beyond saving. Sek, trapped within its cage, had been freed. However, its essence was gone, its claws and wings had been violently torn off by Chiku. Now it was essentially a useless, broken beast. After the 3 dragons rescued it, they cast a disdainful glance before turning and tossing it aside like trash. The 3 dragons fixed their gaze on Chica's vehicle. Within the cage, AoE remained in a deep slumber, showing no sign of life. Roar! The 3 dragons roared in fury, charging toward Chica's vehicle at breakneck speed. Along the way, their marquee-level aura radiated unmistakably.
3 marquee-level dragons. Chico, you take 1, I'll take 1, and the remaining.
Before Jiang Qiuying could finish speaking, Chica flung open the car door and dashed out.
You drive your car. The top priority now is to get back within Jiangcheng's security perimeter. Only then will we be truly safe. 3 mere marquee-level dragons? I couldn't care less. With that, he leaped into the sky. The same scene unfolded in Su Zerwa's car. Li Xiao stopped Su Zerwa, who was about to offer support, insisting he trust his master. Seeing Li Xiao completely unfazed, Su Zerwa, though half doubting, chose to trust him. Even if he couldn't win, his strength was more than enough to make a clean getaway. Passing by Kazakhs, Li Xiao leaped out of the vehicle and tossed it back onto Su Zerwa's car, confining it alongside Ringgear. With that done, they sped toward Jiangcheng. Seeing the 2 vehicles attack them without hesitation, the 3 dragons burned with rage. Especially when they saw only a 4th-tier, 8th-rank cultivator, not even a marquee-level human, step out to confront them. They felt profoundly insulted, their rage reaching its peak in that instant. Roar! The furious roar echoed across the entire wilderness. Chica looked up at them, then toward the distant direction of the psychic beasts. It seemed more were charging this way. Quick victory! With so many of them, they might just overwhelm and crush him. The battle in the canyon had at least offered the advantage of terrain, where he could face off against at most 2 psychic beasts at a time. This time was different. The open, flat plain offered nowhere to hide. Moreover, he had no more divine essence uses left. If this dragged on, another king-tier beast could appear, and he truly wouldn't stand a chance. With that realization, Chica wasted no time on further words. Activating his full divine demon body, he thrust off the ground and charged toward the 3 dragons soaring overhead. Seeing Chica not only refuse to flee but actually attempt to attack them, the 3 dragons, who had been charging toward the convoy, abruptly turned and launched their assault on him. 3 water columns erupted from their mouths, forming a crisscrossing barrage that slammed heavily into Chica's body. What followed left them utterly dumbfounded. The powerful water jets barely slowed Chica's momentum. The next instant, he surged toward them at an even greater velocity. The 3 dragons' pupils contracted sharply. Their serpentine vertical pupils narrowed noticeably, their brains momentarily frozen in disbelief. How could that be? Are 4th-tier cultivators this terrifying nowadays? He took 3 marquee-level attacks head-on and came out unscathed? The 3 dragons attempted to repeat their tactic, spewing water columns to block Chico once more. Before the water column could be released, before its energy even reached the dragon's mouth, Chico was already before its eyes. Thinking of spewing more water? Dream on. Chica reached out, both hands clamping down like tiger pincers, firmly seizing the jaws of the dragon directly before him. Mum. Feeling the energy building in its mouth and the immense force gripping its jaws, its pupils dilated and contracted wildly. Its entire body swayed left and right, yet it couldn't break free from Chica's hands. Boom! A deafening roar split the night sky. Dragon slain. Chapter 73. This request, I'm afraid, I cannot grant. With nowhere to release the accumulated power and no way to withdraw it, the dragon, its jaws clamped shut, could only keep channeling energy inward, hoping to delay its demise. But all things have their limits, and accumulated energy was no exception. With a thunderous boom, the dragon's head exploded, scattering fragments across the land like fireworks. Before its long body could fall, Chica had already absorbed it into the system space. TSK, what a waste. The dragon's head was a valuable treasure, its very essence resided there. Too bad it was blown to smithereens. Chica casually wiped dragon blood from his face and turned to face the other two dragons. Both dragons trembled slightly. Had they not been burdened with the mission to save their clan leader, they would have fled long ago. Forcing it to be torn apart by its own energy until it exploded was beyond twisted. Fear flashed in both dragons' eyes as they turned to Chico, hastily unleashing their stored water columns. There were many ways to die, but this was undoubtedly the most humiliating. Ha, looks like you've learned your lesson this time. Chica smiled faintly, giving them no further chance. He charged forward, delivering a single punch to each dragon's head. Familiar formula, familiar taste. Chica was growing increasingly adept at wielding the heaven-shaking fist. It was a pity his arsenal of attacks remained limited, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to beating the two dragons to death with his bare fists. He looked up toward the distance, where numerous psychic beasts had drawn closer. No time to worry about that now. Escape first. With the high-tier combat forces of the psychic beasts captured, the immediate priority was to get it back. Jiangqing's sturdy city defenses should at least hold them off for a while. Storing all three dragon corpses back into his system space, Chico turned and raced after Jiang Chouying's vehicle. At the same time, the entire Jiangqing defense line came under relentless assault from the psychic beasts. Inside Jiangqing command headquarters, an elderly man in military uniform, his hair and beard entirely white, paced the hall with a furrowed brow. He kept glancing at the electronic map before him. Red dots representing the psychic beasts were violently assaulting the entire defense line. Chaos. Complete chaos. Have these psychic beasts gone mad? Why are they charging the line so recklessly? Could there be some unforeseen situation we're unaware of? Quickly. Dispatch messengers to the three military headquarters immediately. Inform them, at any cost, these psychic beasts must be held outside our defenses. Even if it means dying, die on the front lines. The commander made his decision in a mere second. At the same time, the same thing was happening in the center and right wings. Yet all reached the same resolution. The psychic beasts must not breach our defenses. The more frenzied they become, the more it proves the necessity of our resistance. Though we may not know what's happening, everything can wait until after the battle. But Commander, if our forces are wiped out, how will we explain this to headquarters when they investigate? The general standing beside him raised an objection to the Legion commander. Should an investigation follow, I will bear the responsibility. Your duty is to execute the order. Besides, I trust headquarters would make the same decision as me. If their orders to hold the line arrive later and you've let the psychic beasts breach our defenses, how many heads will you have to lose? The Legion commander nearly roared the explanation, then swept his arm in a commanding gesture, dispatching all the orderlies. Order this, all units, engage in staggered ambushes. Lure the enemy deep into our lines, encircle and annihilate them. Adapt to the situation, not a single psychic beast shall breach our defenses. After the messengers departed, the right flank commander stood in the center of the command tent, gazing up at the relentless red dots swarming across the military map. He muttered under his breath. This level of reckless, all-out aggression, surely it's not because my superior has been captured? He shook his head, his worry undiminished, a bitter smile touching his lips. Unbelievable. Those are Lord-level psychic beasts. With reinforcements still en route, I only pray our defenses hold this time. Only Li Jian knew what these psychic beasts were truly after. Every soldier in the left flank understood their real objective wasn't to breach the defenses, but to create chaos, allowing other psychic beasts to slip through and rescue AoE. As long as AoE could escape, no matter how many low-tier psychic beasts perished, it would be worth it. Inside the left-wing army's command tent, every face bore a look of readiness to face death. They understood this would be a brutal battle. Both humans and psychic beasts would fight to the death. This time, the pressure here is the greatest, and the burden on our shoulders is the heaviest. Li Jian stood atop the training grounds platform, his words echoing throughout the camp as he surveyed the soldiers below. Days ago, with Teacher Chica's assistance, we captured 2 true name-level and 1 lord-level beast. We suffered minimal casualties and now enjoy the spoils that rightfully belong to Teacher Chiku. Moreover, this time, he was going to claim our merits, escort our spoils of war, and even return to Jiangqing for me. Had I not been here, I dare say our position would have suffered countless casualties. But now, everything has changed. Our chance to repay him has arrived. Every psychic beast we stop brings Teacher Chica one step closer to safety. All we can do is hold the line. As long as a single one of us remains, we must stand our ground. We absolutely cannot let down those who have helped us. I will charge alongside you on the front lines. Every weapon in the armory is at your disposal. This time, we give everything we have. Not a single psychic beast shall breach our defenses. We have no reinforcements, but as long as I draw breath, we will never retreat. With that, Li Jian raised his right hand high and swung it forcefully toward the east. Advance. Form ranks to meet the enemy.
The soldiers marched forward in a mighty procession toward the front lines, each face bearing an expression of readiness to die for their cause. Whatever the ultimate goal of the psychic beasts might be, their sole purpose was to prevent them from succeeding.
Break through our defenses? Impossible.
Just as they were about to depart, Li Jian discreetly beckoned Han Fong to his side and whispered to him.
General Han, I have another arduous task for you this time. Han Fong's expression turned solemn as he looked intently at Li Jian. Commander, speak.
I pledge to fulfill this mission, even if it means facing boiling water or blazing fire. Li Jian nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the direction Chico had departed.
I need you to catch up with Teacher Chico, deliver this message to him, and ensure their safe return to Jiangcheng.
But Commander, I still wish to fight on the battlefield.
Please assign someone else to deliver this message.
I will not be a soldier who deserts his post.
Even if you asked me to join a suicide squad, I wouldn't object. That request, I'm afraid, I cannot grant. Chapter 74, I trust you like hell. Fool. Am I telling you to desert? That's the very front line of this battle.
Li Jian's face darkened, his voice thick with fury. He grabbed Han Fong's shoulders with both hands, eyes wide and fixed on him. With such a massive assault by the psionic beasts, elite squads breaking through our defenses is inevitable. Their primary target after breaching will be Chica's team. You bear the heaviest burden of this mission.
Without reinforcements, deploying you alone is the absolute limit of what I can manage.
When the time comes, you must protect Teacher Chica's safety and ensure they return to Jiangcheng unharmed. Finishing his words, he pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket, one of the few electronic devices at the front lines, reserved only for extreme emergencies. If the convoy is hijacked and AoE is released, use this walkie-talkie to relay the news to us. At the same time, ensure Teacher Chica's safety. No matter what happens, even if it costs you your life, you must get Teacher Chica back alive. With that, Li Jian let out a long sigh. Our potential is limited, but Teacher Chiku is different. So young, yet capable of holding his own against a king-level powerhouse with only 4th-tier strength. His future is boundless. Who knows? Perhaps the battlefields ahead will still need them to defend. We old-timers should make some sacrifices for the new generation of geniuses. Li Jian patted Han Fong's shoulder, his gaze filled with complex emotion. A closer look revealed a glimmer of moisture lingering in his eyes.
Han Fong stared intently into Li Jian's eyes, speechless for a long moment.
Finally, he bowed his hand in salute, said nothing more, and turned to leave.
May you return safely this time.
When you do, we'll celebrate your triumph.
With that, he too turned and charged toward the battlefield, plunging into combat with the psychic beasts. Meanwhile, after dispatching 2 waves of attackers, Chiku and his team encountered a new problem 50 kilometers from Jiangcheng.
Chiku, our fuel is completely depleted, and all the tires have varying degrees of damage.
We're basically immobilized now, yet there's still at least 50 kilometers left to Jiangcheng.
Su Zerwa tried several times, but his vehicle remained completely immobile here, showing no sign of moving forward. To evade the Dragon Clan's pursuit, Chiku and the others had been forced to hide deep within the ancient forests for an extended period. Detours and evasive maneuvers had become routine. The fuel tank, which had once held enough to return to Jiangcheng, was now completely empty. After several failed attempts to start the engine, Jiang Choying threw the keys down in frustration.
Damn it! My car won't start either. Chiku! What do we do now?
Chico opened the passenger door and stepped out, silently studying the faces of the 3 people.
For now, the only option is to send one person back for help. We'll hold our ground here until reinforcements from Jiangcheng arrive to pick us up.
If anyone has unfinished business or loved ones to return for, you may go seek reinforcements.
Even if I'm left alone, I won't complain.
After speaking, Chica stepped out of the car, stood on the trunk, and waited silently for the psychic beasts to arrive.
Who do you think you're looking down on?
Though I might be a bit weaker than you right now, my strength far surpasses yours. I'm a marquis-level powerhouse. I won't admit defeat so easily. Jiang Choying wore a proud, teasing expression, her words sharp as ever, yet she instinctively moved to stand beside Chiku. Chica said nothing, merely turning to give her a grateful glance.
Stop giving me that sickening look, I'm not falling for it.
Her words were sharp, yet the blush spreading across her cheeks betrayed the turmoil within.
If everyone else stays, it would be rather awkward for me to leave.
Ever since breaking through to Marquis rank, I've rarely dealt with psychic beasts. I'm curious to see if my skills have deteriorated over the years. Su Zerwa chuckled, climbed out of the car, and perched on its roof. He drew his long sword and rested it on his lap, gazing into the distance.
Then I'll stay too. I can help you guys. No way.
Li Xiao had barely spoken when the 3 of them shot him down, quashing his idea.
Why? Why won't you let me stay? Because we still need someone to deliver the message.
We can't have all 4 of us just sitting here waiting, no one going to seek help.
Su Zerwa offered a faint smile, speaking to comfort Li Xiao.
He held high hopes for Chica's disciple, even seeing him as a carbon copy of his master. His future achievements were boundless.
Exactly. Our lives are in your hands.
If you can bring back reinforcements in time, our rearguard duty won't be in vain. Jiang Qiuying felt she was clenching with every ounce of strength left in her body. To placate Li Xiao, they were resorting to every trick in the book. But Chica's approach was entirely different from everyone else's. His words left the others utterly baffled. I know you're strong, but you still need time. Staying here now won't be of much use. Take the token and return to report the news. That's the absolute priority. With that, Chica handed Li Xiao his spatial ring and special operations badge. The other two followed suit, each presenting their own tokens to Li Xiao. Go. The outcome of this battle doesn't rest on us, it rests on you. Li Xiao's gaze toward Chica held a hint of shock. Others might not understand those words, but as a reincarnated individual, she grasped their meaning perfectly. Understood. Li Xiao made no further pretense of modesty. Summoning her contract beast, she flew frantically toward Jiangcheng. Thanks to the primal essence of the supernatural beast left for her at the military camp, her contract beast had now completed its third stage of evolution. From a pheasant-tailed cockatoo, it had transformed into a white crane engulfed in green flames. The azure void blazing crane. A Tsangming Haoyan crane? How many years had it been since I last saw this legendary creature? The last time was when I was a child, belonging to a 6th-rank king sealing beastmaster. The green flames clung to flesh like maggots, impossible to shake off. They mercilessly incinerated a king-level powerhouse of equal standing into a pile of ash. The sheer terror of that flame still sends shivers down my spine whenever I recall it. Yet now, Chica's disciple has actually contracted this divine beast. As long as she survives, she's guaranteed to be at least a king-level beastmaster. Sometimes I'm genuinely baffled. How did you manage to pull such a prodigy out of an E-rank talent pool? Chica laughed awkwardly, forcing an explanation. Perhaps it's just kindred spirits drawn to each other. Or, consider me a time traveler with a system that identifies disciples, one that rewards me when I take on apprentices. Would that make you believe me? Su Zerwa shot him a withering look. Like hell I would. Chapter 75, Urgent Military Intelligence. Just as the group was bickering, the psychic beasts that had sneaked through the battlefield's gaps also spotted their trail. Guys, get ready to fight. Seeing this, Shiku and the others positioned themselves around the two vehicles. Using the cars as a central point, they formed a triangle at its 3 vertices, firmly trapping the 3 psychic beasts in the center, leaving them no chance to break out. Heh, looks like we're teammates in this fight. Let's see if Li Xiao can make it back before we crack. Su Zerwa smashed the incoming 3rd-tier psychic beast to the ground with a single punch, then swiftly slashed a blade of energy across its face. The beast couldn't even utter a cry before being cleaved clean in two. Far from intimidating the other creatures, this display only ignited their bloodlust, driving them to attack with even greater fury. I believe we can do this. It's only 50 kilometers. As long as we can hold out for 5 hours, we'll make it. Jiang Qiuying faced no immediate danger here. Her form shifted as each sword strike landed precisely on the creature's vital points. Whether it was the throat, the back of the head, or the brow, every strike was a one-hit kill, leaving only a tiny crimson nut. Compared to their lethal precision, Chica's approach resembled a child's brawl, punching with brutal force. Fewer creatures meant ordinary fists, 1 punch per target. If he accidentally overpowered them, the creature's skulls would shatter instantly, blood splattering everywhere. When facing multiple beasts, he would unleash a heaven-shaking fist onto the ground. The intense shockwave not only stunned the creatures but also left Su Zerwa and his partner struggling to withstand the sheer force of his punch. Then Chica would charge forward at blinding speed, punching one after another. Their heads exploded like fireworks, one after another, leaving them no time to react. Holy, you're way too brutal. Just as Jiang Qiuying recovered from her dizziness, she witnessed this explosive scene. One by one, the psychic beasts became headless corpses before her eyes. Whether tiger or wolf, none were spared under Chica's iron fists. Ha! Brother Chiku really is something else. He's taking them out way faster than we ever could. Su Zerwa couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight, his entire demeanor radiating smug satisfaction. If Brother Chiku can keep this up, holding out for 5 hours won't be a problem at all. Su Zerwa flicked the blood from his long sword, his tone brimming with confidence. But Chiku wasn't so optimistic. His brow furrowed as he stared intently at the path they had come. I don't see it that way. If this is just the beginning, and they're already coming in such numbers, then the more psychic beasts that arrive later, the more our condition will only gradually deteriorate. The good news is, I've got plenty of pills and consumables to share. If things get too much, just take them. Nothing matters more than our lives. If they actually release AoE, not only will we perish, but our defenses will likely collapse under their combined assault from within and without. With that, Chica loaded the looted pills and consumables into 4 spatial rings and tossed them over. The two caught them, their faces lighting up with delight. Poison, fire, defense, offense, every type of item imaginable was included. Alright, I should administer the anesthetic to AoE first. Otherwise, it'll be even more trouble when it wakes up later. Su Zerwa stowed the rings, then slapped his forehead. He pulled dozens of tranquilizer darts from his own spatial ring and fired them all into AoE's body.
This series of actions left Chico utterly dumbfounded.
Seriously, bro, even if it might have strong resistance, there's no need to go this far. Those high-grade tranquilizer needles had turned it into a porcupine.
Forget waking up, it'd be lucky to survive this.
If they didn't need a living lord-level beast for experiments, they would have executed it on the spot long ago.
Why bother with all this? Now it definitely won't wake up. We can finally focus on fighting our enemy properly.
After finishing all this, Suzuwa clapped his hands and looked at Aoe, who was sleeping like a dead pig. His expression relaxed slightly.
You're good. Zhang Choying hesitated, then gave Suzuwa a thumbs up in praise. Enough chatter, they're charging again.
Chica's furious shout cut off their thoughts. With that, he plunged headlong into the swarm of psychic beasts, fighting fiercely amidst the bloodshed.
Jiangcheng, City Gate.
At the end of the road, a man and a beast raced frantically toward the city gates.
Urgent military intelligence. Quick! Urgent military intelligence.
The figure was none other than Li Xiao. Holding aloft the token representing Chico and his two companions, she hurried toward the city gate.
What kind of urgent military intelligence could a mere second-tier, third-level cultivator possibly have? Probably some relative got snatched by a beast and they're here begging for help.
Even if it were his family, they'd be at most fourth-tier strength.
How could that possibly be considered an urgent military matter? How urgent could a second-tier powerhouse possibly be? I refuse to believe it.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd not only refused to move aside but instead gathered at the city gate, crowding it to capacity. Li Xiao saw the crowd pressing before him and steeled his resolve. You show no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless.
Who knew such despicable humans still existed? No wonder the defense battle back then was so grueling.
With these people, capturing one and killing them might be unfair, but sparing one and letting them go would surely let some slip through the net.
Ignite the flames of hell.
Li Xiao hesitated no longer. A torrent of green flames erupted from Song Ming Haoyan's beak, unleashed directly at the crowd ahead.
Damn it! This second-tier creature actually dares to attack us. Brothers, beat her.
Before they could retaliate, the green flames touched their bodies.
They discovered this bizarre green flame couldn't be extinguished.
Worse still, it consumed their spiritual energy to sustain itself.
No matter what method they tried, even using water spiritual energy to extinguish it, nothing worked. Like maggots clinging to bone, the flames showed no sign of fading, instead, they burned ever brighter. Before long, the entire person was engulfed in flames. Who dares to act so recklessly? Seeing the green flames erupt before them, the guards couldn't hold back any longer.
They charged at Li Xiao, attacking him. Each guard possessed fourth-tier strength, far beyond what Li Xiao could withstand at his current level.
Captain! It's her!
She bullied us and falsely reported an urgent military matter.
Quickly, guard captain! Teach her a lesson.
Let her know this isn't a place for a mere second-tier, third-rank cultivator to act recklessly.
Quick! Act now! She burned me, she deserves punishment.
Even those below, their bodies engulfed in green flames, continued to hurl insults at Li Xiao. Many reveled in her misfortune.
You're the one committing violence at the city gate? Surrender now and come with us for trial.
Two guards flanked Li Xiao, their eyes sharp as knives, poised to strike at any moment. Li Xiao's expression remained utterly unchanged as he produced the tokens of Suzuwa and his companions, holding them before the guards' eyes.
Urgent military intelligence. Delaying this could cost you your heads. Chapter 76, Internal Strife. What?
The guards stared at the three insignia before them, their hearts sinking in shock.
These are the insignia of the Su family head and the Special Operations Unit. Quick! Notify the city immediately. Escort this lady urgently to the government offices to meet the city lord. The guard's expression changed instantly.
He hoisted Li Xiao onto his back and charged toward the city center at a speed that easily matched the speed of the armored vehicle they had been riding in during the escort.
Those who witnessed this scene stood speechless, their mouths agape. After a long moment, someone timidly asked, "Does she truly have urgent military intelligence? Have we made a mistake?"
Before anyone could answer, the guard looked down at them, his face as dark as a pot bottom, and sneered coldly. If it weren't for these fools misleading him, he never would have made such a colossal mistake. If Li Xiao hadn't reported him, it would have been fine. But if he mentioned it to the city lord, his job would be forfeit. Worse still, he might be sent straight to the front lines, forced to fight in the thick of battle.
Ha! So you know you messed up? Just confess your crime.
Delaying military intelligence, even if it's not a capital offense, won't get you off without a tour of duty in a penal battalion. A cold smile curled the guard's lips. If I suffer, you'll suffer too. He swung his spear and charged toward the figures engulfed in green flames. In an instant, the city gate echoed with cries of despair and pleas for mercy. But Li Xiao knew none of this. Even if she did, she had no interest in learning the fate of these people. Arriving at the government building, the opulent lobby signaled its extraordinary status. People in suits and ties came and went, their glances toward Li Xiao tinged with subtle disdain. Urgent military intelligence, you say? Please follow me. A woman in a business suit greeted Li Xiao at the entrance, preparing to guide her upstairs. But unexpectedly, Li Xiao knew the way better than her. With a series of sharp turns, she left the woman far behind and strode toward the city lord's office. Bang! The city lord's office door burst open, startling those inside. The city lord stared at Li Xiao, his face ashen. Who are you? Who let you in? Don't you know we're holding a classified meeting here? Ignoring the city lord's expression, Li Xiao pulled out 3 badges and slammed them down on the table. The convoy transporting the psychic beasts has been ambushed. They're now desperately holding their ground 50 kilometers outside Jiangcheng. Why haven't you sent reinforcements? What kind of secret meeting is this? The city lord lowered his gaze to the badges of Chi Ku and the other 2, about to speak, when an elderly voice drifted up from below. Oomph. You claim they were attacked? Our dispatched soldiers are the cream of the crop, and with a prodigy like the Su family head commanding them, how could they possibly be in danger? You're surely exaggerating. With the token right here, how could I possibly be spreading false news? Li Xiao was dumbfounded. The token was right here. What chance was there for forgery? How does this man's brain even work? Is he just looking for trouble for the sake of it? If this man were in Jiangcheng during the later stages, she would have sliced him in too long ago. But now, she was merely a second-tier, third-level minor cultivator with no decision-making authority whatsoever. Who knows if your token is real or fake? You! Li Xiao was furious. She glanced at the other attendees, each wearing a meaningful smile. Some even snorted derisively. Turning to the city lord, she found his expression equally suggestive, his gaze toward her tinged with a hint of pity. Run! She now understood all too well that this entire operation was nothing more than a high-stakes game played by the upper echelons, targeting none other than the head of the Su family Suzerwo. Without a second thought, Li Xiao spun around and bolted out the city lord's office door. She never imagined that for the sake of a power struggle, they could truly disregard the safety of the entire city and the front lines. During her reign, humanity's living space had already shrunk drastically. Sakura Nation, Bamboo Nation, and White Elephant Nation had all become playgrounds for the abnormal beasts. Only Barbarian Bear, Dragon Nation, and Stripes Nation clung to survival. Under such survival pressure, backstabbing and selling out allies was the least of it. Even power itself might find no takers. And to sacrifice a powerful ally to the beasts for mere power? To her, that was nothing short of idiocy. Though she couldn't comprehend it, escape was her only option now. The instant she burst through the door, the city lord bellowed. Catch her. Don't let her escape. The security guards inside the building heard the city lord shout and turned to look at Li Xiao. Li Xiao's hair instantly stood on end. All of them possessed 4th-tier strength or higher. Against these opponents, she stood no chance. Just surrender. You're dead if you dare attack the city lord. Hearing this, Li Xiao cursed the damned city lord in her mind. Summoning the Azure Void Flaming Crane, she unleashed a massive beam of green fire at the charging guards, engulfing the entire hallway. Though its power was insufficient, it possessed a strange quality. Once it touched them, it showed no sign of extinguishing, just like it had with the group at the city gate. Quick! She's over there. Shaking off one group only to face another, Li Xiao turned and fled the moment she saw this, without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately, this building hadn't changed much. It was identical to her office building from her previous life. She knew it even better than those security guards. After winding through 7 or 8 turns, the 2 security teams unexpectedly met in a hallway. What's going on? Weren't you searching the other side? How did you end up here? I don't know. I was going to ask you the same thing. Weren't you patrolling the other side? How did you end up in our territory? After a heated exchange, they realized they'd been tricked by Li Xiao. Frantic, they rushed to report the incident to their superiors. The city commander cursed them as fools in a fit of rage. If she managed to escape this building, that would be a real disaster. Quick! Seal off the building. Don't let a single suspicious person leave. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the building. All exits were guarded by security, sealing the entire structure airtight. Especially on the first floor, guards were stationed every 5 steps, with sentries every 10, leaving Li Xiao absolutely no chance. Damn it! How am I supposed to get out now? Hiding in a corner of the first floor guard room, Li Xiao watched the constant flow of people coming and going, seeing no chance to escape. Just then, a security guard approached her direction. She instinctively took a step back. Swish! The sound of straw hitting the ground echoed as Li Xiao vanished around the corner. The security guard glanced outside the guardhouse, saw nothing amiss, and walked away. He didn't see that, hidden in the wall's corner, a small figure had slipped out of his sight. Chapter 77, Escape to Freedom. In the pitch-black underground tunnel, dust fluttered down in a steady stream. The security guard's footsteps echoed above, their sound unusually clear within the cavern. What was this? A secret passage? Li Xiao was bewildered. How could there be a man-sized tunnel in the guardhouse? Could someone else have escaped from the guardhouse? No amount of pondering would help. The only option now was to leave through the tunnel. Escaping through the front door was practically impossible. If she possessed 4th tier strength, she might have a chance to break out, but with only 2nd tier power, the tunnel was her only way out. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Burning candles embedded in the earthen walls illuminated the path at regular intervals. Judging by the length of the candles, this passage was frequently used. Without time for further thought, Li Xiao had no choice but to press on. After an unknown duration, the clamor above her gradually faded. When all sound ceased, Li Xiao finally spotted the exit. She didn't rush out. Instead, she crept to the opening and slowly peered out. The tunnel led directly to a small farmhouse courtyard. Not only was the tunnel entrance unguarded, but the courtyard itself seemed completely deserted, as if it were just another abandoned courtyard in the city. Finding no signs of trouble, Li Xiao quietly climbed up from the tunnel entrance. Crouching low, she made her way to the wall and peered inside through a window. The room was neatly arranged, containing only a bed and a wooden table. Nothing else was present. Who knew where this place was? Better to leave first. Judging by the state of the tunnel, someone still lived here regularly, traveling back and forth to the government building. If caught, he doubted his skills would be enough to escape unscathed. Just as she finished her inspection and prepared to leave, rustling footsteps and voices grew louder outside the door, approaching steadily. Li Xiao was startled. She froze instantly, whirling around to scan the courtyard for cover. As luck would have it, a large pile of hay bales sat on the tricycle behind the door. Without a second thought, Li Xiao dove headfirst into the hay, leaving only a small hole for breathing. Creak! The old wooden door swung open with a push, followed by a familiar voice. Damn it, she got away. If word gets out, our secret plot will be exposed. The city lord? It's the city lord's voice? Who is he talking to? Heh, you humans just can't keep your cool. Jiangcheng isn't that big. Does it really matter whether she leaves or not? You're the city lord, with the Gu family backing you. Even if Su Zerwa of the Su family personally accused you, without evidence, you could just call it slander. And this is just a second-tier cultivator, a high school student. How many people would even believe her? Hearing the other voice, Li Xiao covered her mouth in shock. The blood count. Vladimir. No wonder after she rose to prominence in her previous life, her every move was under Vladimir's control. It turns out he had been colluding with the city lord all along. The Su Zerwa of today, and the person she once was, were nothing more than tools for him to advance his own interests. Li Xiao clenched her fists, silently committing this revelation to memory. But for now, she could only endure. You don't understand. Even though I'm the city lord now, if such scandalous rumors spread regardless of truth, my position would become untenable. The best solution is to eliminate her. I believe only the dead keep secrets. The city lord's voice was cold and ruthless, tinged with an air of finality. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Before they could respond, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed once more from the tunnel entrance. No. She must not have discovered this passage. I searched the entire tunnel, no one was hiding there. Li Xiao recognized that voice had belonged to the elderly man who had challenged her at the city lord's residence. Gu Shuiqing, are you certain? The city lord's brow furrowed slightly, his tone brimming with skepticism. What do you mean? Do you think I would deceive you? We're all in the same boat now, we rise and fall together. What reason would I have to let her go? Gu Shuiqing retorted irritably. How did such a fool even become city lord? Doubting him over something so simple, truly the dumbest of the dumb. If she can't be found, then so be it. My objective is already achieved. As long as no one comes to their aid, we'll accomplish our goal. As for the resources I promised you and what you need, we'll settle the transaction here in 3 days. I'll see how they fare before deciding whether to pay your final installment. You. The city lord was furious but powerless, forced to agree for now. I hope you keep your word. The city lord gave a cold snort and turned to walk out the door. Since no one came through the tunnel, they might still be inside the building, the guards just haven't found them yet. With that, the city lord stormed out, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang. When the surrounding area fell completely silent, Li Xiao flung aside the weeds covering him and crawled out from beneath the tricycle. Who would have thought these big-browed, wide-eyed fellows were colluding with Vladimir? No wonder he'd been hunted down relentlessly back then. With an insider leaking information, there was no way to evade him. This time around, now that he knew, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Quietly pushing open the door, a familiar scene came into view. This small room was actually located near Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. And just 2 blocks away stood the government building. Li Xiao wasted no time. Betraying his teammates could wait, securing reinforcements was the immediate priority. The government was no longer reliable. His only hope was to seek assistance from the principal. After leaving the small courtyard, Li Xiao didn't bolt at full speed. To avoid arousing suspicion, he walked slowly, step by step, toward the high school. Halt! Who are you? He barely reached the entrance when one of the security guards blocked his path. Li Xiao was about to resort to his old trick, knock them out first, then apologize later. But the other guard wouldn't give her that chance. Don't you know who she is? She's the top scorer of this mock exam, a double champion, no less Ms. Chica's student, Li Xiao.
She's the hottest star at First High right now. How dare you block her? Don't you want to keep your job?
The other guard scolded him with a look of disappointment, then switched to a smile and stepped aside.
Li Xiao, you may enter. Chapter 78, The Wilderness Bear. Principal's Office.
Li Ming sat in his office, sipping tea slowly. Though teacher Chico and his disciple Li Xiao were away, Han Lingling and Su Yuding's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Su Yuding, in particular, though lacking any cultivation base, now resembled a ferocious beast. Apart from her less than beastly physique, her attack power, defense, and even her appetite were all approaching the standards of a ferocious beast. It had become a common sight in the cafeteria, Su Yuding, dressed in her bright, stylish clothes, clutching a 10-pound iron spine pig leg and devouring it with such gusto that she had become a colorful fixture of the cafeteria. Watching her eat, strangely enough, the cafeteria food that had grown tiresome suddenly seemed a bit more palatable.
One student remarked to the teachers.
Yet no one dared mock her.
In just half a month, both her appetite and combat prowess had skyrocketed. Zhang Jiehao, refusing to believe it, publicly challenged her once. He was immediately knocked out of the arena with a single punch, his palm shattered where he gripped his heavy sword, blood flowing freely down the blade. From that day on, Su Yuding rose to fame overnight, and all the rumors surrounding her vanished without a trace. Unsurprisingly, she was another top candidate for the college entrance exam. Who knows what kind of genius teacher Chiku is? 3 students, 1 E rank, 1 with damaged meridians, yet now all 3 are outstanding prospects ready to stand on their own.
Barring any surprises, our first high school is poised to shine brightly in this college entrance exam. I wonder what level of strength these two will reach now that brother Chiku has returned. Before Li Ming could savor his joy for long, the principal's office door burst open. A figure clad in rags, with weeds and dust tangled in their hair, stormed into the room. Before Li Ming could even raise his voice, the man unleashed a torrent of frantic words, leaving Li Ming stunned. Principal, my teacher and the head of the Su family are trapped 50 kilometers outside the city gates, awaiting rescue. The city lord and Vladimir have colluded to betray the Su family head and my master. You must think of a way to support them immediately.
What? Both pieces of news were more shocking than the last.
Li Ming slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Circling the desk, he stood directly before Li Xiao, his gaze fixed on her face as if trying to read some hidden truth.
Are you telling the truth? They've actually betrayed us?
Absolutely true, Principal. This layer of dust clinging to me came from the secret passageway where Vladimir was colluding with the city lord's mansion. Li Xiao hurriedly defended herself. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was already 80% convinced. In recent battles, the human side had suffered more defeats than victories, and even their wins were minor. Moreover, the elite squads they trained suffered even heavier casualties than ordinary soldiers. In fact, not a single one had returned, entire squads wiped out, with no one knowing what had befallen them. If Li Xiao's account was true, then all of this made perfect sense.
In that case, Li Ming pressed, do you have any tokens from them?
Li Xiao gave an awkward smile.
No. I went to the city lord's mansion to request reinforcements. After handing over the tokens, I never got them back. Well, if you don't have them, then you don't. Time waits for no one.
Li Ming made his decision after only a moment's thought.
Our strength isn't enough to save your master yet.
I'll head to the Education Bureau for help immediately. There are 2 marquee-level experts there.
As for you,
Li Ming stroked his beard. You take your junior sisters to seek aid from the Su family. Though they lack elite combatants, they possess numerous 4th-tier core forces.
Going to support them will give us a better chance of success.
Li Xiao nodded and flew straight toward his classroom. Without pausing to exchange pleasantries with his 2 junior sisters, he grabbed one in each hand and soared toward the Su family's direction. During the 3 hours Li Xiao spent seeking aid within the city, the landscape outside had transformed into a hellish scene. Chiku and the others leaned breathlessly against their vehicle, surrounded by the corpses of psychic beasts. From their vantage point on the hillside, they could see rivers of the beasts' blood flowing down the slopes. By now, Li Xiao should have reached the city to report this news. Leaning against the vehicle, Su Zerwa retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth.
A wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his body.
The scars on his skin began to heal, and his spiritual energy gradually recovered. Though his physical wounds could heal, the damage to his psyche remained irreparable. After so much slaughter, even Zhang Qiuying, who was accustomed to bloodshed, was struggling to cope, showing faint signs of losing her mind.
Hang on a little longer.
Victory is within our grasp now.
Reinforcements might already be on their way.
Besides, the ranks of the psychic beasts were thinning.
Even if more arrived, they couldn't be too many.
Chica shook her stiff shoulders and vigorously shook her dazed head, rallying the 2.
Let's hope so.
Zhang Qiuying sighed deeply, leaning against the rear of the vehicle and sitting down on the ground to rest for a moment.
Thinking of resting? Did you promise us or not?
Just as the trio prepared to catch their breath, rustling sounds echoed through the woods once more.
One by one, psychic beasts burst forth from the forest.
Without exception, they were all 4th-tier powerhouses, and more than half rivaled peak 4th-tier cultivators.
A voice filled with schadenfreude echoed through the air.
Unlike the others, this voice was hoarse and tinged with savagery.
True name level. TSK, what's going on? How could the front lines unleash true name level beasts? How are we supposed to fight this? Jiang Qiuying rose from beside the vehicle, her gaze fixed intently on the relentless wave of beasts.
This is ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. It seemed the beasts were serious this time. For a force of this scale to arrive, the price they'd paid might be 100-fold greater. Su Zerwa watched the advancing horde, his vigilance sharpening. As a native of Jiangchang, he knew the military camp's layout intimately. The psychic beast assault must have inflicted heavy casualties on the military camp. While the likelihood of losing the defensive line was low, significant damage was inevitable. Sigh. Su Zerwa let out a long sigh, turning his gaze toward AoE in the cage, his expression complex. While they were still complaining, Chica wasted no time, charging straight into the psychic beast formation and unleashing a flurry of hammer strikes. Instantly, wails erupted from the ranks of the psychic beasts, while the blackness surrounding Chica grew increasingly dense. Some affected creatures' eyes turned bloodshot, turning on their own kind as chaos erupted across the southeast corner.
You're asking for death.
Watching Chica slaughter his way through the psychic beast horde, completely disregarding its presence, a hysterical roar erupted from the woods. Instantly, a massive figure emerged from the trees.
The wilderness bear, Volibear. Chapter 79, Don't you trust him? The wild bear, Volibear.
Jiang Qiuying's voice suddenly rang out, her tone still slightly trembling. Chica looked at the earth-colored fur of Volibear before him, still covered in tangled weeds. Aside from his massive size, he didn't seem much different from other bears.
Is it really that strong? Why did its aura feel weaker than the pressure AoE had exerted? Chica looked utterly perplexed, unable to discern its true strength or comprehend Jiang Qiuying's astonishment. Is it really that strong? Chica couldn't hold back any longer and asked Jiang Qiuying. It's not about strength. It's unique.
Its attacks carry a distinct, different quality. Jiang Qiuying gestured and described as she spoke, trying desperately to make Chica understand. After a flurry of rapid-fire explanations, Chica finally heard the news he'd been waiting for. Moreover, its power is approaching the Lord level.
Infinitely approaching the Lord level? Doesn't that mean it could rival AoE? The Divine Essence's cooldown hadn't reset yet, so he didn't know if he could defeat it.
Sigh. Chica let out a deep sigh, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes.
Ding!
Your disciple Su Yuding has successfully broken through the body tempering stage, triggering a reward.
Ding!
Your disciple Su Yuding's affection plus 10.
Current affection, 30. Lottery attempts plus 1.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his ears, reminding Chica that he still had unused lottery chances. She hurriedly opened the lottery interface, where the bottom clearly displayed lottery attempts 4. 4 draws. Hopefully something useful would come up, preferably something that could resolve the current crisis.
System, activate the lottery.
The familiar space appeared, 4 needles spinning wildly on the wheel. Chica closed his eyes tightly, silently invoking the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, Sakyamuni Buddha, and Jesus Christ. He invoked every deity he could think of, praying for a good outcome. Beep. The needles slowed, finally coming to a halt.
Chico opened his eyes to see where they pointed. 2 gold, 1 blue, 1 white. Pretty standard.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained 20 years of cultivation. What? 20 years of cultivation?
Even with just a white reward, Chica's face lit up with wild delight. Though it was white, given the current circumstances, it was already the best possible outcome. With 20 years of cultivation added to his prowess, his combat strength was bound to reach new heights.
Boom!
The instant the system reward was granted, Chica's aura surged dramatically, propelling him directly from the 8th tier of the 4th stage to the peak of the 4th stage.
What? You actually broke through in the heat of battle?
Jiang Qiuying stared at Chica's surging aura, utterly dumbfounded.
What the hell? I'm here slaughtering psychic beasts until I want to die, and you still manage to break through? Is it because I'm not twisted enough inside?
She turned to look at Su Zerwa, only to find not a trace of surprise on his face. Instead, his eyes held a look of profound relief.
Has this world gone mad, or am I just narrow-minded? This is a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Aren't any of you even a little surprised? Su Zerwa, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts.
Chica's breakthrough during combat no longer held much surprise for him. It seemed to have become an everyday occurrence.
Great! This boosts our survival odds even more.
Before Chico could fully process this, the system's reward was dispatched once more.
Congratulations, host. You have drawn the fist technique, Dragon Roaming Bagua Palm. Congratulations, host.
You have drawn the high-grade spirit artifact, Phantom Fist Gloves. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the A-grade talent, Inner Energy Surge.
Chico understood the value of the Dragon Roaming Bagua Palm. Against such massive psychic beasts, this fist technique that relied on footwork to outmaneuver opponents held a decisive advantage. However, this golden reward left him somewhat dissatisfied. Judging by the name alone, Phantom Fist Gauntlets sounded utterly ordinary. Could it be selected as a high-grade spirit artifact solely because of its high inherent attributes? As he pondered, Chico opened the skill description for the Phantom Fist Gauntlet. The very first skill alone made him exclaim it was worth every bit of the reward. Phantom, this weapon has no physical form. Its attributes and skills can be directly applied to gauntlet-type weapons. Directly attachable. This single feature alone would make it highly sought after, even if it were only a low-grade spirit artifact. It was essentially like adding mods and attributes to his own weapon and epic level enhancement. Scrolling further down, Chica's excitement grew uncontrollable. Shadow Clone consumes internal energy to manifest 2 illusory clones of equal strength to engage enemies. These formless projections cannot be harmed. As long as one has magical power, it can be used indefinitely? That would mean. Chica fixed his gaze on the final talent he'd acquired, Spirit Energy Surge. Inner Power Surge increases maximum inner power by 100, boosts inner power regeneration rate by 200. Brilliant! Reading the talent description, Chica's heart leapt with joy. This lottery draw was nothing short of divine favor. All 4 rewards were genuinely useful. Moreover, the synergy between the 2 golden rewards was something he hadn't anticipated. The look Chica now cast at Volibear was no longer one of helplessness and despair. Instead, it held a hint of excitement and eager anticipation. You guys wait here. I'm going to test its worth. As the Phantom Gauntlet overlaid the ruined gauntlet, Chico felt his attack power surge to a whole new level. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a legendary golden item. The moment the overlay activated, Chico immediately summoned a clone to guard the car while his main body charged toward Volibear. Ha! A clone ability too? Jiang Qiuying watched the Phantom Chica left behind, curiosity etched on her face. This man was like a treasure trove, you never knew what he'd pull out next. Though this phantom didn't seem particularly bright, it only guarded its own little patch of ground, unwilling to move even a single step beyond it. Seems this clone's IQ is a bit lacking, just stationed there, incapable of either support or proactive attacks. Watching the phantom's performance, Jiang Qiuying couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Having one is already good enough. If we didn't have it, wouldn't we just have to guard opposite sides ourselves? Besides, this thing drains a ton of energy. Maintaining a single clone requires a massive amount of energy. I once learned a clone technique. At full strength, I could only sustain it for an hour. And Chica still needs to fight Volibear. Half an hour would be pushing it. Su Zerwa glanced at Jiang Qiuying, who was clearly unimpressed and couldn't help but defend Chiku. Doesn't that mean his energy is draining rapidly? Doesn't that make his fight against Volibear dangerous? Jiang Qiuying's tone suddenly turned anxious. She didn't know why, but she simply couldn't bear the thought of Chiku getting hurt. Su Zerwa gave her a meaningful look, flashing a knowing smile. Before she could explain, he cut her off. It's fine. I trust brother Chiku. He knows his limits. Don't you trust him? Chapter 80, Gotcha, Little Mouse. Though Jiang Qiuying deeply respected Chiku, her rational mind told her it was impossible for someone to fight while simultaneously sustaining the energy drain of a clone. This way, his energy would inevitably run dry. It would be better to eliminate the clone. Though it would increase their pressure, once Volibear was dealt with, everything else would be manageable. Yet now, Su Zerwa had developed a blind faith in Chiku. Whatever Chica said, he accepted as normal. But Chiku was human too. Could he really never make a mistake? Jiang Qiuying said nothing more, only silently urging Chiku to be cautious. If he faltered, she would intervene to save him immediately. Even if it meant risking Aoi's escape, she couldn't stand by and watch such a prodigy come to harm. Volibear watched Chiku charging toward him, rage flaring within. I am a true name tier psionic beast, he roared. How dare you, a mere peak 4th tier cultivator, try to take me on? You insignificant insect. How dare you strike first? Damn you. With a furious roar, Volibear's palm, as massive as a small mountain, slammed down toward Chiku. Chiku didn't rush to dodge. Instead, he pressed against the palm and shifted his body slightly to the side. The massive hand slammed violently into the ground beside him. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the massive shockwave sent dozens of surrounding psychic beasts tumbling to the ground. Some weaker creatures coughed up blood and died instantly within the blast. Chiku, however, remained completely unaffected, continuing to climb up the beast's arm. Damn insect! Volibear violently whipped his arm, attempting to fling Chiku off. Unfortunately, its massive frame made a normal human standing on its arm seem like an ant perched on an elephant's leg. Oomph! You think this means I can't do anything to you? Volibear's eyes hardened. The beast's aura rapidly weakened, its mountain-like form shrinking swiftly, transforming into that of an ordinary psychic beast. Caught off guard, Chiku tumbled straight off its arm. Witnessing this, he finally understood how Volibear had breached the defenses to reach this location. This shrinking trick was utterly unforeseeable. But what good does it do? When you were large, I couldn't fight you effectively. Now that you've shrunk, aren't we finally on equal footing? Chica's lips curled into a faint smile.
Seizing the moment, he launched himself through the air and slammed his palm down toward Volibear. Seeing Chica plunge toward it, Volibear could only raise both claws to brace for the impact. Earthshaker punch. Chica transformed her palm strike into a fist, slamming it heavily against Volibear's claws. Having shrunk in size, Volibear's strength was already diminished. Compounding this, the Breaker Gauntlets now carried the properties of the Phantom Gauntlets. This strike was even more absurd than the previous 3 punches combined. Boom! Dust billowed as Volibear's entire beastly frame sank downward, his feet plunging deep into the mud. A look of agony twisted his face. Roar! A furious roar erupted from Volibear's throat as he thrust both claws upward with tremendous force. Chica felt a colossal power surge through his palms, sending him flying skyward. Roar! Volibear roared again, his shrunken form leaping from the mud to lunge at Chiku, still suspended mid-air. Chiku! Zhang Qiuying had been watching intently. Seeing Chiku in danger, she instinctively lunged to rescue him only to be firmly gripped by a hand. Seems Miss Zhang cares quite a bit about me, huh? The familiar voice made Zhang Qiuying freeze. She glanced at Chiku beside her, her eyes flashing with both flustered embarrassment at being caught and astonishment at his tactics. Chiku watched her with a teasing expression, as if trying to see right through her. So your phantom form can shift between solid and ethereal? Seeing Zhang Qiuying awkwardly shift the topic, Chiku refrained from teasing her further. Machem, it's one of the skills attached to my spirit artifact. Don't worry about my safety with this life-saving technique, I won't die easily. The priority is holding our ground and awaiting reinforcements. I suspect Volibear isn't the only true name-level monster that crossed the border. The next battle would be just as brutal. With that, Chica left another phantom trail beneath her feet and turned to charge toward Volibear. What? Zhang Qiuying watched as another clone materialized, then glanced up at the sky where Volibear's claws had pierced through the previous one. He actually possesses 2 clones. Moreover, judging by his aura, the doppelganger barely affected him at all. After all this time, he showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever, instead radiating boundless energy. Terrifying. Could this be what a true genius looks like? Chica, oblivious to Zhang Qiuying's inner admiration, quietly crept up behind Volibear when it wasn't paying attention. Just as it swiped its claw at the phantom, the sharp claws passed right through the clone's body, slamming heavily onto the ground. Volibear was momentarily bewildered. Its claws had clearly struck Chiku, yet why had they had no effect whatsoever? Could this strange man actually possess invincibility? Before it could ponder further, Chica's main body launched its attack directly at the creature. Heaven-shattering fist. The familiar sound, the familiar direction Chica's fist slammed into its back, the shockwave sending the beast's internal organs churning like a raging sea. Guh. Volibear couldn't hold it in any longer, vomiting up all the meat it had consumed the previous day. Severed limbs and flesh scattered across the ground, the thick, pungent stench of blood assaulting Chica's nostrils. Damn it, you eat people? Guh. So what if I eat people? Don't you devour our kind's flesh? You get to eat us, but we can't eat you? Volibear's rage boiled over. Being ambushed had already enraged him enough, but now even his feeding was being criticized by those damned humans? How could he not be furious? Victors write the history. Blame your teammate for being too weak. Volibear clenched its claws, its entire body swelling to the size of a small mountain once more as it towered over Chica below. Die. Damned human. Another claw smashed down. Chica wasn't about to fall into the same trap twice. With a flash, he leapt onto Volibear's arm and sprinted at full speed toward its head. Not only Chica's physical form, but even his phantom image charged toward the beast's head. Volibear paid no mind to the phantom on its right arm, its gaze fixed intently on Chica's physical form. Reaching the top of the arm, Chica met Volibear's gaze and a faint smile touched his lips. True name-level psychic beasts possess some intelligence, but it was admittedly lacking. Was the phantom side truly leaving itself completely unguarded? Should he guess how he'd managed to get behind it last time? With a sudden leap, Chica's form shot toward its head. Volibear lashed out with a claw, swiping at Chiku. Gotcha, little mouse. Chapter 81, Despair, Lightning Elemental Laws. Boom! Volibear's claws struck empty air once more. The entire beast lost its balance and plummeted straight down into the jungle below. Damn it! Another phantom. Volibear couldn't help but curse under its breath. Falling into the same trap twice was a serious blow to its pride. Chiku couldn't care less about its pride. Seizing the moment when the beast was off balance, Chiku unleashed a punch that slammed into the back of its skull. Buzz! Volibear felt as if a plane packed with explosives had crashed into the back of its head. Wave after wave of shockwaves reverberated through its brain, leaving it feeling like a jar of batter shaken to a pulp. It was utterly lost, unable to process what to do next. Waves of dizziness washed over it. Though Chica's damage was limited, the single heaven-shaking fist left it utterly unprepared. Gritting its teeth, it forced itself to its feet, locking eyes with Chiku as he charged forward. A deafening roar erupted from its throat. Damned insect, you've truly angered me. Roar! With a beastly roar, Volibear clenched his claws. Every hair on his body instantly stood on end, and blue arcs of electricity began to swirl around him. Its eyes shifted from black to blue, and upon closer inspection, one could even see arcs of electricity flickering at the corners. Oomph, you think a little electricity scares me? Chica gave a cold laugh, his fist strike unabated as he continued charging forward. Stop! Zhang Qiuying, witnessing this, urgently shouted a warning to Chiku, but it was too late. Chica crashed headlong into the arc of electricity. Ugh! Chica's body was instantly paralyzed by the powerful current, convulsing as he plummeted downward. Heh, ignorant insect. Though I haven't fully mastered my law, it's more than sufficient to deal with you. You think I'm some useless fool like AoE, wielding healing-type water laws? A true powerhouse chooses the killing-type lightning laws. To push me this far, that's quite an accomplishment for you. With that, Volibear spread his massive bear paw and slammed Chico hard onto the ground. An enormous bear paw print instantly imprinted itself upon the hard rock. Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding beasts, Volibear slowly turned his head toward Zhang Qiuying and the other who were still struggling to hold on. But the next second, his composure shattered. The entire beast froze in a dazed state, even rubbing his eyes filled with lightning. Didn't I just slam you into the ground? Even as a dominant power among the magical beasts, it had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Clearly paralyzed, how could he have returned to that spot? Woolabelle was utterly perplexed. Not only it, but even Chiku was clueless. He only felt that the instant the bear's paw pinned him to the ground, the connection between the phantom and himself suddenly intensified. He was then forcibly teleported to a new location. The cost? The phantom could not be summoned again for a week. Could this be some hidden passive ability? Was it not documented in the Void Shadow Glove's specifications? Chiku muttered to himself. If that were the case, the Phantom Fist Glove's value would far surpass ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts. They could even be considered semi-divine artifacts. It possessed a clone ability, a phantom transformation, displacement capabilities, and even a life-saving skill. Forget everything else, that single survival skill alone was something countless people dreamed of possessing but could never obtain. Chiku, does this phantom ability activate even when you're immobilized? That's just insane. This skill must be S tier, right? Zhang Qiuying stared at Chiku, her eyes brimming with excitement. Now she understood why Su Zerwa placed such unwavering trust in him. This man was like a treasure trove. You never knew what kind of surprise he'd pull out next. Whenever things seemed hopeless, he always stepped up to turn the tide. Though his cultivation was low, merely peak 4th tier, his actual strength bore no relation to his level. What other 4th tier peak cultivator could trade blows evenly with a beast power on the verge of advancing to Lord tier? He even held the upper hand for a time. This was mind-blowing news even within their special operations group. Chiku ignored Zhang Qiuying's admiring gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the colossal beast before him. He turned to Zhang Qiuying and asked, Miss Zhang, does your special operations group have any records on these laws? Right now, it's surrounded by blue arcs of electricity. I can't even get close. If we let it continue like this, we'll be in serious danger. Hearing Chica's question, Zhang Qiuying snapped back to reality, her expression turning grave as she stared at Volibear. We haven't encountered many lightning-based laws either, but our ancestors discovered 2 weaknesses in the lightning system long before us. What weaknesses? Chiku froze. Our ancestors discovered weaknesses in lightning? How come I never knew? Wood and earth elements both counteract lightning. Meanwhile, metal and water elements have a reinforcing effect. It's like insulators and conductors. If you possess earth element skills, there's no need to panic, simply envelop yourself within your abilities. But with wood type, if there's a significant power disparity, you might even get set ablaze. Upon hearing this, Chiku couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. These principles weren't much different from the science she'd studied back then. Could it be that the cultivation world also embraced scientific technology? Chica silently grumbled to herself, though the solution she proposed was practically impossible to implement. An earth-type skill, where on earth would she find one? While they pondered countermeasures, Volibear offered no respite. Seeing that his transformation was effective against these ants, Volibear simply maintained this state. Though sustaining this form consumed enormous energy, it meant that annoying person wouldn't be buzzing around like a fly. If they kept up this pace, it would take only 10 minutes to rescue AoE. Then, turning toward their military camp, they could at least breach their defenses. With this thought, Volibear dragged his heavy body toward the central vehicle. Hurry! It's coming! Chiku, do you have any good ideas? Seeing Volibear closing in and the frenzied psychic beasts below, Zhang Qiuying slashed one down with her sword before turning to Chiku, who remained deep in thought. Nothing. Still thinking. Send your phantom to fight it. Zhang Qiuying's tone carried a hint of urgency. Can't your phantom form become intangible? Are you afraid of its attacks? The phantom isn't vulnerable to physical damage, but against spell damage like lightning, it can't even dodge. It's just a suicide mission. So what are we supposed to do? Just wait here and die? Chapter 82, are you ready? Deep within the jungle, the psionic beast squad advanced toward Chica's location, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Around Volibear, the trees had long been charred black by the arcs of electricity surging from its body, leaving only bare stumps standing. If not for its massive, lumbering form, Chico and his team would have been overwhelmed long ago. Another flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing 2 psychic beasts in an instant. Blood spilled across the ground, adding 2 more corpses to the small slope beneath the vehicle. Chiku, what should we do? We're completely helpless against it. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch it rescue AoE? Zhang Qiuying's voice brimmed with frustration. She turned to look at AoE, still fast asleep in the vehicle, a look of anguish crossing her face. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with those people? Why do they even need a living lord-level mutant beast? And why make the cage so heavy? It's all made of anti-spirit alloy, you couldn't even carry it away. Zhang Qiuying cursed under her breath, wishing she could tear those researchers limb from limb. Yet deep down, she knew that without their research, their battle would have been far more brutal. Oomph. Zhang Qiuying vented her frustration, directing all her anger at the psychic beasts before her. Another flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the 3 beasts in front of her were cleaved in 2 once more. Ha! You ants, give up the fight. You've no chance left. Wail. Let me feast my eyes on your expressions of despair, what a delight that is. Watching Zhang Qiuying swing her sword in furious succession, Volibear felt not anger but exhilaration. The highest ranked among these ants was merely a marquee-level powerhouse, yet they had driven him to this point. Witnessing their impotent rage now brought an indescribable thrill. What a thrill! Volibear's entire beastly form became translucent, even the bristles raised by lightning softening noticeably. Heh, you're enjoying this? Then let me see what you're really made of. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Instantly, a wall of earth rose between Volibear and Chica's group. Brother Chiku, I'm late. As the voice echoed, Han Feng's figure materialized atop the earthen wall. Though he couldn't defeat Chiku in a sparring match, he was still a genuine marquee-level powerhouse, one forged through real combat on the battlefield. He was different from geniuses like Suzerwa, who had grown up in the city. Chica, Earth. Earth-type skill. Zhang Qiuying stared blankly for a second at the earthen wall separating her from the psychic beast. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she grabbed Chica's arm and shook it excitedly, completely oblivious to the soft curves of her chest brushing against his arm. Alright, I get it. Stop shaking me. Chica watched her bouncing like a white rabbit and inwardly screamed he couldn't take it anymore, quickly calling out to stop her while turning his head away. If he kept watching, he feared a warm flow might surge from his nose and that would be utterly embarrassing. Why aren't you excited? This is an Earth-type skill. If General Han cooperates with you, we still have a chance to defeat Volibear. Seeing Chica turn away, Zhang Qiuying took a step forward, reappearing before him, her big white bunny hopping along with each stride. A wave of warmth surged from his skull to his nostrils. Chica quickly lifted his head to suppress it, shouting upward. General Han, did you hear that? We need your cooperation. I hear you. Whatever you need, just say the word. I'll naturally cooperate. Han Feng bellowed from atop the earthen wall, casually conjuring another barrier to block Volibear's path. Oomph. Another insignificant insect. Do you truly believe a mere earthen wall could stop me? Seems you still don't know what despair truly is. Roar. Volibear's massive frame sprawled across the ground. He planted his feet firmly, then slammed both claws into the earthen wall before him. Arg! The wall crashed down with a thunderous roar. Painful wails rose from the psychic beasts below, but Volibear paid them no mind. He stomped his foot down, and blood began to seep out from beneath the collapsed wall. The psychic beasts that had been charging the wall saw this and fear flashed in their eyes. One by one, they scrambled away from the wall, terrified of being caught in the aftermath. Lowly beasts are lowly beasts. Dying for the greater cause is your honor. And you dare desert the battlefield? Oomph. I'll deal with you after I've finished with them. Woolabel's icy gaze swept over the retreating beasts before settling once more on the earthen wall before him. This wall was identical to the previous one, only slightly longer. Woolabel once again lowered himself to the ground, repeating his previous maneuver. His claws slammed down fiercely upon the earthen wall. Instead of the expected thunderous collapse, the impact tore a massive crater in the ground below, burying his entire leg in mud. Bound. Han Feng, who had vanished into the earthen wall, reappeared. The surrounding earth seemed to obey his command as mud surged frantically toward the gaping hole. Feeling the earth's pressure, Woolabur showed rare panic, straining with all its might to climb upward. But the more it struggled, the deeper it sank into the shifting earth. Its feet found only soft mud beneath, offering no foothold. Its legs were utterly useless. Roar! Volibear roared again, his eyes fixed on Han Feng above, filled with thunderous fury that seemed poised to tear him apart. You damned insect! It was a power beast comparable to a lord-class creature. How could it be trapped by mere mud and sand? Its claws dug into the ground, straining to heave its massive frame upward. Before long, it actually managed to pull itself up a little. Han Feng's forehead was now drenched in sweat, not only from the frantic expenditure of his inner energy, but also from the sheer astonishment of witnessing this scene.
When did true name-level beasts gain such power? How come I've never seen it before? It's no wonder you haven't seen it. It wasn't originally from this war zone, it belonged to Hangchang. For some reason, it ended up here. Jiang Qiuying replied calmly. Here, take this. Our plan should be put into action now. With that, Jiang Qiuying tossed the internal energy restoration pill Chico had given her to Han Fang before turning her gaze to Chiku. This attempt might be risky, but it's our only chance. General Han won't hold out much longer. Everything depends on you now. Yes, success or failure hinges on this moment. Brother Qi, I believe in you. Su Zerhua also looked at him, his eyes brimming with encouragement. This time, he could only silently cheer them on from the rear. Chica nodded, leaving a clone behind the earthen wall. With a powerful push off the ground, his entire body shot into the air like a cannonball. Wollabel, are you ready? Chapter 83, The army collapses like a mountain. Floating mid-air, Chiku was enveloped in a layer of earth-colored armor, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. His deep, resonant voice echoed out, drawing a look of contempt even from Volibear. You insignificant insect, do you truly believe this will defeat me? You cannot even breach my thunder domain yet you dare hope to overcome me? Ridiculous. If you can land a single punch on me, I'll... Before it could finish, Chica's fist slammed directly onto its head. Boom! A deafening roar. Woolybell, who had already crawled halfway out of the quicksand, was blasted back into it once more, even deeper than before. Its claws could barely push its body upward. What the hell is wrong with you? Why aren't you affected by my thunder domain? Shouldn't you be paralyzed by the lightning by now? How could you be completely unaffected this time? Volibear's astonished voice echoed once more, its thunder-filled eyes brimming with shock. Chica showed no intention of explaining. One punch. Boom. Woolabel's claws were powerless to resist as quicksand engulfed it up to its belly. Boom. The second punch slammed down. Quicksand engulfed its chest, leaving its claws clutching desperately at the ground to prevent further sinking. Boom. Another punch. This time, Chica failed to drive Volibear downward. Instead, the blow sent stars dancing before its eyes, even destabilizing its thunderous state. The blue flashing arcs flickered on and off. You insignificant insect. How dare you insult me like this? Boom. Ugh, wait till I get out. I'll make you pay. Boom. Ah. Woolabel let out a pained howl, unable even to utter a threat. Boom. Punch after punch landed. Chica said nothing, silently pounding Woolabear's forehead. Finding one person insufficiently satisfying, he summoned his hidden shadow form to join him. Together, they unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon Volibear's bear-like head. Witnessing such savagery, not only did Han Fang and his companions feel a chill run down their spines, but even the psychic beasts, accustomed to grand spectacles, instinctively took several steps back. Each psychic beast exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Their leader had been utterly demolished. If that fist landed on them, they'd likely be obliterated into a blood mist on the spot. Unusually, the psychic beasts began to stir. Some even started retreating. Look! Some of them are retreating. Jiang Qiuying dispatched another psychic beast before her, then glanced down the hillside. Some creatures were already sprinting frantically toward the rear. This left even her, accustomed to the slaughter on the front lines, momentarily stunned. Mutant beasts were famously fearless, and with true name-level beasts present, their retreat rate was virtually zero. That was precisely why they were such formidable foes. Yet now, she was actually witnessing the creatures flee. How could this not astonish her? Roar! Damn it! Damn it! It wasn't just Jiang Qiuying who noticed the anomaly. Woolybell, trapped in the quicksand, had also spotted their unusual behavior. If any of you dare abandon me, once I'm out of here, not a single one of you will escape. Those who betray me will become my food. That statement alone was enough to send the entire psychic beast squad into an uproar. Every creature stared at him with terror in their eyes. Worse still, some glared at him with such hatred they seemed to wish he'd die right there. In a mere second, the once formidable squad of psychic beasts disintegrated. They turned tail and fled frantically back the way they came. Their speed was so astonishing that even Chiku and the others couldn't help but gasp. These beasts sure can run fast. Looks like when the leader's incompetent and only knows how to punish, even animals know to run. Su Zerhua silently muttered his disapproval before turning to look at Woolibber, still trapped in the quicksand. He couldn't help but shake his head. Really, he thought. These fearless beasts actually run away? This is a first for me. Han Fang, perched atop the earthen wall, marveled at the spectacle, yet his hands never ceased their work. Jiang Qiuying nodded in deep agreement. With the psychic beasts retreating, the pressure on the group eased considerably. Su Zerhua and Jiang Qiuying stayed vigilantly by the cage, guarding against any surprise attacks. Han Fang dissolved the earthen wall, stepping beside them. He casually swallowed a pill, formed hand seals, and once again amplified the internal energy feeding the quicksand. The quicksand deepened considerably, pulling Volibear's body down another dozen centimeters.
Its claws could no longer find purchase on the ground, forced to remain raised high, as if surrendering to them.
Damn beasts!
How dare they leave this lord alone here?
Damn it! Damn it! And you lot, ugh!
Before it could curse itself again, Chica swung another punch, smashing it squarely into the back of its head. With no more worries behind him, Chica's blows grew considerably heavier. With a temper like yours, even if you become a lord-level beast, it'll be their misfortune. You beat and berate your subordinates daily who would risk their lives for you. You take all the credit while your subordinates shoulder the blame. You constantly hurl curses like damn it and stupid. The kind of person beast. Beastly creature. I despise most in this world is you. Chico unleashed punch after punch onto Woolaber's head, as if they shared some deep-seated grudge, holding nothing back. Ugh. Woolabel saw stars from the blows, his entire beastly form reeling in a haze. He had no idea where he was or what he was supposed to do. Chica's rage only grew as he thought of his former boss back in his previous life. His fists flew like a barrage of bullets, leaving afterimages in their wake. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed from Woolaber's skull. Finally, he lowered his massive head. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend why this human harbored such profound malice. Even when he had mocked him, he hadn't become this enraged. Does scolding my subordinates earn me the harshest punishment? TSK, truly brutal. But at least we're safe now. Watching Woolaber sink into the quicksand and the psychic beast squad retreat into the distance, Zhang Qiuying collapsed onto the ground. Hours of battle had drained her body completely. She'd fought on sheer willpower alone. Now that the true name-level psychic beast was dealt with and the ordinary ones had all retreated, her objective was achieved. Her entire body felt like a deflated balloon. Sitting by the vehicle, she gasped for breath, paying no mind to the blood soaking through her pants. Su Zerwat and Chiku weren't much better off, especially Chiku. He lay flat on his back on the ground, arms and legs splayed wide, eyes tightly shut, appearing as if he had fainted. Su Zerwa fared better. He had held his ground, sustaining less damage than the others. Yet a massive question gnawed at his mind as he turned his gaze toward Jiangcheng. General Han of the left army had already arrived. Why hadn't Jiangcheng's reinforcements shown up yet? Had they been betrayed? Chapter 84, Teacher Chiku, how can you be this strong? The words had barely left his mouth when not only Zhang Qiuying, but even Chiku, who had been resting with eyes closed, snapped awake. Both eyes locked onto the direction of Jiangcheng. If that were the case, Li Xiao would surely be in danger. Before Zhang Qiuying could finish speaking, a figure streaked past them at lightning speed, charging toward Jiangcheng. Chiku! Come back! If she really is in danger, wouldn't you be going to your death too? She's still my disciple. I can't stand by and watch her die. Chica's voice echoed from the distance, and within moments, she vanished from sight. General Han, I'm leaving this to you. I'm heading back to Jiangcheng to check on things. Sigh. Han Fang gazed at the receding figure of Chiku and let out a long sigh. In that case, we should lock up Woolaber first to prevent it from escaping. As for the rest, we'll advance toward Jiangcheng once our troops arrive. Sigh, that's all we can do for now. Zhang Qiuying sighed deeply, waving her hand helplessly as she gazed toward Jiangcheng with a look of deep concern. Chiku, you mustn't come to harm. In the dense jungle, trees flashed past their vision as Li Xiao navigated by memory, swiftly transporting Principal Lei Ming and two marquee-level experts from the Education Bureau toward Chica's location. Especially upon learning that 4 hours had already passed, they could no longer sit still. They grabbed clothes and set off immediately, even taking the time to create a fake identity for Li Xiao along the way so she could safely leave the city. Even so, by the time they exited the city, half an hour had already passed. Time was running out. Li Xiao, how much farther? Xiaoyang's face was etched with anxiety as he'd asked Li Xiao this question countless times along the way. Now, the thick scent of blood hung heavy in the air, causing the group to frown deeply. Exchanging glances, they saw the gravity in each other's eyes. Almost there. Just another 5 or 6 kilometers. Li Xiao sat atop that Songming Haoyan crane, while Xiaoyang held the creature aloft in his hands, soaring forward at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a golden light streaked toward them from the distance. What is that? Prepare for battle. Xiaoyang sensed the overwhelming aura and flung Li Xiao backward, placing her in Principal Lei Ming's care. He then assumed a battle stance, positioning himself to shield the others. Starlight, grant me your power. At that moment, Xiao Xing, another female marquee-level powerhouse from the Education Bureau, raised her staff high. Instantly, specks of starlight appeared upon it. Xiao Xing gripped the staff tightly with both hands and swung it toward Xiaoyang. Several streaks of starlight merged into his body. Starlight amplification, power. Control. Divine. Inner. As the 4 starlights fully merged, Xiaoyang's aura abruptly transformed, surging upward with an almost confrontational intensity. Mountain shield. A shield as massive as a mountain descended before the crowd, blocking the golden figure outside. Earth-toned runes swirled across its surface, forming a faint barrier. Those who stand in my way die. The golden light showed no sign of slowing. Raising its fist, it charged straight toward the shield blocking its path. In an instant, golden light blazed from the fist as the figure charged headlong into the shield. To the onlookers, it appeared as if a sun itself had crashed onto the shield, sending massive shockwaves radiating outward. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the shield trembled violently. Its outer membrane shattered explosively, scattering into star-like fragments that rained down upon the ground. Then, abruptly, a streak of golden light appeared at the shield's center. The shield shattered into pieces, sending chunks of earth and rocks flying in all directions. The group couldn't dodge in time and were instantly pelted into a sorry state. Die if you stand in my way. Another furious roar echoed as a golden figure instantly materialized before Xiao Yang. Golden black eyes fixed on him with deadly intensity. Xiao Yang felt as though an invisible giant hand had clamped down on his throat, making breathing itself a struggle. Master? Master! Only when the golden figure stood before him did Li Xiao dare to confirm it was indeed his master. That golden figure was none other than Qi Ku. On his way to Jiangcheng, he was often targeted by reckless rogue cultivators and bandits who saw him as easy prey. In a hurry, Chica didn't hesitate, striking down anyone who stood in his path, gods or Buddhas alike. When he encountered Li Xiao and his group, he initially mistook them for highway robbers and unleashed his full power. But now, seeing Li Xiao rush toward him, the killing intent around him slowly dissipated, and his golden pupils returned to their usual color. Xiao Xiao, has something happened in the city? Are you okay? Who are these people? The barrage of questions left Li Xiao momentarily flustered, yet seeing Chica's anxious expression warmed her heart. To have a master who would risk everything for her this rebirth had truly brought her great fortune. What's more, with her master and fellow disciples backing her, this time they might just be able to hold off the psychic beast's attack. Ding! Your disciple Li Xiao now has 50% affection for you. It's okay, master. I brought reinforcements from Principal Lei. Li Xiao smiled brightly, naturally taking Chica's hand and pulling her aside. Master, this is Director Qiao Yang, one of the top experts in the Education Bureau. And this is Ms. Qiao Xing, Director Qiao Yang's sister, who holds a nominal position within the Bureau. Both are marquee-level powerhouses. Listening to Li Xiao's introduction, both of them flushed slightly. The defensive barrier jointly erected by two marquee-level experts had been shattered by her master's single punch. Had she not intervened in time, the next blow might well have pierced their own skulls. Powerful? I wouldn't dare claim that. At best, we're comrades. Xiao Yang quickly smoothed things over. A fourth-tier peak cultivator capable of unleashing attacks rivaling a marquee-level peak? Faced with such a prodigy, he dared not put on airs. If he could befriend them, he would. Especially since they had both come to support him, giving them a natural advantage over others. There was absolutely no need to offend such a formidable presence over a trivial verbal exchange. We've long heard of Teacher Chica's extraordinary prowess, and seeing her today confirms her reputation is well-deserved. Xiao Xing spoke up, and Chica couldn't help but glance at her. Long legs, black stockings, uniform, glasses, and a mature beauty. 5 key elements combined in one figure, making Chica momentarily unable to look away. Ahem. Noticing Chica's dazed expression, Li Xiao quickly cleared her throat twice and reached out to give him a sharp pinch on the waist. Master, she's talking to you. Don't be so rude. Oh. Feeling the sting on her waist, Chica realized her own discourtesy and quickly apologized to Xiao Xing. My apologies, ma'am. I'm sorry, it was my fault. It's fine. Xiao Xing smiled faintly, adjusted her glasses with a finger, stepped forward, and bent down to look at Chica's cheek. Teacher Chico, how on earth did you become so strong? Chapter 85, What kind of master am I? Teacher Chico, how did you become so strong? Xiao Xing bent down, leaning forward slightly, a faint smile on his face. He gazed at Chico, his lips pressed together, his eyes almost stretching into threads. Chica stared into the abyss before her, her mind going blank in an instant. Shock rendered her speechless. Ahem. Li Xiao cleared his throat twice more, then twisted Chica's waist, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain. Ouch. Ow. Chica trembled visibly as he stared at the grinning Li Xiao. He possessed the invincible talent of a diamond-hard body, yet now he couldn't even withstand her twisting his soft waist flesh. Such lethality was terrifying. Nothing special, just hard work. Xiao Xing glanced at him, then covered her own mouth with a hand, chuckling softly. The abyss before her swayed up and down with her laughter. Chica's gaze was once again involuntarily drawn to it. Feeling the killing intent beside him, he forced himself to look away from the abyss, stiffly turning his head back. Really? I don't believe it. If hard work were enough, I've worked just as hard. Why can't I be as strong as you? Xiao Xing adopted a pained expression, her endearing demeanor making it utterly impossible to believe she was a marquee-level powerhouse. Enough, little sister. Stop teasing Teacher Chiku. Watching his sister tease Chico, Xiao Yang couldn't help but interrupt her. I hope you don't mind. My sister is just like that. Please forgive her. No, it's fine. Seeing Xiao Xing return to Xiao Yang's side, Chica felt a strange sense of disappointment spreading through him. He even wished Xiao Xing would continue testing him, this veteran cadre he relished such challenges. But we are genuinely curious, how did you achieve such monstrous strength? Our shields had previously successfully blocked a full power strike from a 6th rank marquee level opponent.
But you didn't seem to be using your full strength either. How could you wield such power? Of course, if you don't want to say, we won't force you. Xiao Yang glanced at Chiku. Though his face brimmed with curiosity, reason ultimately prevailed. Everyone has their secrets. As long as he remains on humanity's side, that's all that matters. But some didn't see it that way. Those in high positions disregarded their very lives, which infuriated Xiao Yang and Chiku.
Their status left them powerless to act, forcing them to swallow their anger. They could only wait for someone with deeper connections to come and deal with him. For now, they still looked at Chiku with hopeful eyes, hoping to glean some useful information.
Well, this is rather difficult to discuss. It involves certain gains I made on the battlefield. Chica scratched his head, reluctant to elaborate.
Whether it was the divine demon physique or the existence of the system, these were essentially taboo subjects. The fewer who knew, the better. Otherwise, he'd end up being captured for research.
Understood. Xiao Yang lowered his head, his face filled with disappointment. Could you at least let us take a blood sample back for research? We might just get some useful results. Xiao Xing persisted, voicing his idea. Upon hearing this, Chica nodded. He too wanted to know whether the existence of systems like theirs could be detected by modern technology. With that matter settled, Chica finally remembered to ask his senior apprentice. If you're seeking help, wouldn't it be more convenient to ask the city lord? Why bother the headmaster? Because. Li Xiao roughly recounted her ordeal to Chiku once more. As Chica listened, the dark aura surrounding him grew increasingly dense. Especially when he heard that the city lord had colluded with Vladimir, the black mist enveloping his entire body seemed to solidify into tangible substance. He was completely enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Though his expression remained hidden, everyone could sense the raging fury within him. The city lord. Chica's voice was uncharacteristically hoarse and low, like that of a man crawling out of hell. Master Chico, please don't act rashly. We came here precisely to resolve this matter. I know you and your disciple share a deep bond, but we must maintain control. Otherwise, if you get yourself dragged into this, it won't be worth the cost. Xiao Yang pleaded earnestly. Xiao Xing and Lei Ming chimed in, both hoping Chico could rein in his temper. That solidified black smoke was terrifying to anyone who saw it. Exactly, Teacher Chiku. We know your team includes members of the Special Operations Unit. They certainly have the authority to investigate the city lord. Informing her would be both prudent and safe. Yeah, if you act impulsively, you might even lose your teaching position. At this, Chica let out a hollow laugh, his voice sending a chill down the spines of those who heard it. Endure? You want me to endure after they bullied my disciple? I won't tolerate it one bit. Besides, he's nothing but scum colluding with the psychic beasts. The thought of him occupying that position for another day sickens me. Chica clenched his fists, the black mist around him growing denser. He could feel it seeping into every part of him, his meridians, his heart, his mind, his dantian. Nothing was spared. A mindset of rage, brutality, and bloodlust saturated his being. He had no other thoughts now, only the desire to either beat the city lord to death or be beaten to death by him. But you're only at peak 4th tier, how could you possibly defeat them? Even if the city lord was utterly unpopular, he had numerous 3rd and 4th tier guards beneath him. Moreover, it seemed he possessed life-saving measures granted by a king-tier powerhouse. Moreover, Vladimir wouldn't stand idly by and watch you remove his pawn. You're heading into a situation where you'll face attacks from at least 2 king-level powerhouses. Are you sure you can handle it? Xiao Yang stepped in front of Chiku, his gaze fixed on the dark mist before them as he laid out the risks. Yes, Master, I'm truly touched by your gesture, but there's a real gap in our strength. We should wait and discuss this further. Li Xiao also stepped in front of Chiku. Though her words were conciliatory, the fleeting flash of hatred and regret in her eyes did not escape Chica's notice. This only strengthened his resolve to seek vengeance. My mind is made up. Don't try to stop me. Watch out, I'll take you all down too. If I can't defeat the king, do you think I can't defeat you? A faint smile played on Chica's lips within the black mist. With a swift dodge, he evaded Li Xiao and Xiao Yang's blockade and soared toward Jiangcheng. Starlight amplification. Power. Speed. Control. Divine. Inner. Xiao Xing's voice echoed from behind them as vast starlight merged directly into the black mist. Sis? What are you doing? Xiao Yang never expected Xiao Xing, who should have been on his side, to aid Chiku. You're putting him in danger. Xiao Xing ignored him, instead shouting toward Chiku. This is my full power amplification. It'll last an hour, you have to push through. Chapter 86, You're afraid of me, aren't you? In the city lord's office, the city lord, Vladimir, and Gu Shuiqing sat in silence, their expressions grave. You useless fools. You couldn't even capture a 2nd-tier cultivator. How could you let her escape? After a moment of silence, Vladimir couldn't hold back any longer and erupted. Collaborating with them already posed immense risk, especially deep within human territory. If discovered, our chances of escape would be even slimmer. What good does it do to bring that up now? Your people are useless too. How could they let her return to call for reinforcements? How did you intercept her?
The Lord of Jiangcheng's face was equally dark as he glared at Vladimir.
If he hadn't believed the humans couldn't win, he never would have allied with it. And now it dared to blame him?
While he might not be its match, that didn't give it the right to accuse him so casually.
He was still the ruler of a city. Did it think he had no pride? Oomph. Yet you still let them into the tower. Enough, enough. Cut the chatter.
We still have time, no need to squabble here. Watching the two bickering fiercely before him, Gu Shuiqing wore an expression of utter helplessness. With a formidable enemy at the gates, not only were they failing to cooperate, but they were squabbling amongst themselves.
Wasn't this like roasting themselves over a fire? We're all in the same boat. Who could possibly escape? She's definitely gone to get reinforcements now. She won't be back anytime soon.
We should use this time to figure out what to do.
Oof. What to do? Backstabbing and framing others, aren't those your human specialties?
You should be quite skilled at them by now. At the mention of this topic, Vladimir slumped back onto the sofa. In the law of the jungle, that is the world of supernatural beasts, such scheming is rare, almost non-existent, really.
If you can fight, you're the lord. If you can't, you're a lackey. Simple as that. Heh, you're not skilled at scheming?
I wonder how the previous lord met his end.
The city lord's mocking words made Gu Shuiqing's expression darken.
Before Vladimir could explode, she quickly changed the subject.
Lord Vladimir, how long can your forces hold out?
Vladimir, who had been seething, forced his anger down and answered. In his view, Gu Shuiqing remained the most dependable. Without him, this alliance would never have been forged. Therefore, he was still willing to make concessions for Gu Shuiqing's sake. Theoretically, Volibear should have shrunk his form to intercept the convoy. His strength was only slightly inferior to mine, already reaching the threshold of a half-step lord level. If it's only one marquis level and 2 4th tier as you claim, we could likely trap them all there. But if reinforcements arrive 3 marquis level opponents, it would take at least 2 hours to subdue it. Had AoE been rescued, the counteroffensive would likely have already begun. Gu Shuiqing nodded, indicating his understanding. 2 more hours should suffice. We'll pin a trumped-up charge on them then.
Lord City Master, you still have correspondence with Lord Vladimir, don't you? Cross out the signature, add some more alterations, and plant it directly in First Middle School.
Suzerwa has close ties with First Middle School anyway, and we've confirmed the person seeking help is one of their students.
Since that's the case, why not take down First Middle School entirely?
That old cur Lei Ming won't bow to us either. We'll take care of him while we're at it. These letters will serve as the perfect justification. The city lord stroked his chin thoughtfully upon hearing this. Will this work? Will the public fall for it? Why wouldn't they? These people jump at shadows. Rest assured. As long as we make it sound convincing, they'll believe every word.
Gu Shuiqing smiled faintly. Manipulating the masses?
That was his specialty. Manipulating public opinion, framing opponents. He'd done it countless times over the years, profiting handsomely from it. With this simple trick of shifting blame, he could play the masses like a puppet on a string.
Alright, we'll take your advice. Let's proceed this way. Ha? Just do it? I doubt you'll get the chance.
Suddenly, a clamor erupted outside the door, followed by a piercing scream.
A figure crashed through the entrance, collapsing onto the floor in agonized wails.
The city lord sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the doorway.
Who are you?
The city lord scanned his mind but found no trace of this man. He had never seen him before. Moreover, the man was shrouded in black smoke, clearly no good person, making it even more improbable that he had ever seen him before.
Thug. Do you know where you are? This is the government hall. Not a place for you to run amok.
Chica turned to look at Gu Shuiqing, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Head of the Gu family? Gu Shuiqing? It is I. Since you know my name, why not surrender?
Before the word surrender even left his mouth, Chica's fist, glowing with a golden light, slammed into his abdomen. Selling out your master for glory, betraying humanity, either charge alone is enough to sentence you to years in prison.
Ugh.
Gu Shuiqing clutched his stomach in agony, slowly collapsing to the floor as he curled into a shrimp-like position. Sir, we have no quarrel.
Why storm into my office to attack me? If you want money or fame, I can grant you either.
Seeing Gu Shuiqing, who was roughly his equal, knocked out with a single punch, the city lord's tone unexpectedly carried a hint of fear. He had no desire to be beaten.
Fame or fortune, whatever he could deliver, he would grant.
But little did he know, Chica had come specifically to seek revenge. At these words, the dark aura surrounding her thickened further. I thought you were merely hunting down my disciple, but now I see you colluding with the psychic beast.
And now you dare to abuse your power for personal gain, expecting me to let you off? Ha!
You deserve to die, you piece of trash.
Disciple? Your Chico?
Hearing his words, the city lord's eyes widened in utter shock, as if he'd seen a ghost.
Weren't you fighting the psychic beasts? Weren't you in mortal danger? How did you return so quickly? What? Surprised? These pathetic, low-level psychic beasts think they can stop me? You're delusional.
Chica stepped forward, his eyes glowing with dark energy, looking every bit the demon.
With each step he took forward, the city lord retreated one step back. Thud. The city lord's leg collided with his desk. Staggering, he ended up sitting on it. You're quite afraid of me, aren't you? Shall I hand over the evidence of your treason to the higher-ups? Let's see if your superiors can protect you.
No sooner had Chica finished speaking than a whistling sound cut through the air behind him.
I don't know how you defeated Volibear, but right now, this is where it ends. Chapter 87, finished.
Vladimir's voice boomed behind Chico as a massive blood sphere coalesced in his hand.
This ends here. Taste this.
Vladimir crushed the blood orb in his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that radiated outward.
Boom.
The city lord's office was instantly reduced to rubble, the thick, blood-red energy raging through the space. Even Gu Shuiqing and the city lord were knocked back, staggering several steps before regaining their footing.
Enemy attack. Enemy attack.
Outside, the security guards witnessed the scene. The city lord's office on the top floor vanished completely, accompanied by fluctuations unlike any spiritual energy. They knew immediately that intruders had come to cause trouble.
Oof. To make me unleash this technique, you've earned your death.
Vladimir sneered coldly, glancing at Chico, who lay sprawled on the ground. A villainous smile curled his lips.
Sorry about destroying your office, but I've left you a scapegoat.
This place isn't safe for long, I'll be on my way.
Before the city lord could respond, Vladimir turned to leave. But before his face could even turn away,
Chica suddenly sprang up from the ground and delivered a punch straight to the back of its head. With both gauntlets activated and his divine demon body fully unleashed, Chica had shown Vladimir the respect due to a lord-class opponent. Caught completely off guard, Vladimir was blasted straight out of the city lord's office, landing right in front of everyone.
What? Vladimir?
Yes, that very lord-tier psychic beast.
How did a lord-tier psychic beast end up in the city lord's office? Could it be here to wreak havoc? Its blood-tied skill is the ultimate escape mechanism, making it perfect for a decapitation mission. Quick! Notify the emergency response team and the special operations unit immediately.
A sharp-eyed security guard recognized the figure soaring through the air. In an instant, the results of the government's emergency drills became evident. Personnel sealed off the area, evacuated the crowd, and called for help. Everything proceeded with such orderly precision, as if they'd been prepared for this scenario long ago.
Jiang Feng. You've been setting traps for me all along.
Vladimir glanced down at the orderly crowd below, then turned to glare fiercely at the city lord.
Let me explain.
This is all the fault of.
I won't listen. You treacherous scoundrel. You'll pay for your betrayal today. Watching Vladimir's hysterical outburst, he felt utterly helpless.
After all, Li Xiao had cleared the hidden stage of the first high school inferno dungeon. He'd only learned this news moments ago while investigating Li Xiao's background.
There was simply no time to explain to Vladimir.
Li Xiao had cleared the inferno dungeon with only an 8th tier strength. The video of that battle had been promoted throughout Jiangcheng by first highs teachers and even the entire education bureau. Even Su Zerwa studied Li Xiao's combat techniques daily, let alone ordinary people. Each viewing left them marveling at how the battle resembled a truly delightful performance. Students at first high especially revered the footage as gospel, treating it like a definitive guide to clearing the dungeon.
Damn it! How could they recognize me?
Hearing the security guard's voice below, Vladimir was momentarily stunned.
Could it be that the battle from 10 years ago was still being publicized?
Humans had clearly signed a treaty back then, making certain concessions that allowed for a decade of respite.
Damn it!
If I'd known humans were this cunning, I should have fought them to the bitter end back then. Vladimir, enraged, once again squeezed a massive blood ball and hurled it viciously toward the crowd below.
Since you all recognize me, then just go to hell. Attacking Jiang Feng now would serve no purpose.
The urgent priority was to escape this place immediately.
Otherwise, once their reinforcements arrived, escape would be impossible. Dare to strike again?
Chica's voice echoed once more as a fist slammed into its skull. The earth-shattering fist, amplified several-fold, was now incomparable to its previous form. Though lacking psychic attack skills, physical assaults on its mind still counted as psychic attacks.
The punch slammed into Vladimir's skull with a buzzing sound, shattering the blood orb in its hand and scattering it into the air. Ha!
While he was still reeling, Chica wasted no time summoning Odin once more, and in the same breath, called forth her last remaining clone.
Whoa! Master, you finally remembered me? Odin roared, his entire dragon form materializing mid-air. Holy crap! A dragon? Another psychic beast?
No, wait, it's a contract beast.
It's that powerful individual's contract beast. Terrifying. To contract a dragon? That dragon must be at least a lord tier. We've underestimated dragons. Judging by this Western dragon's form, it's at least a sovereign tier being.
It's merely constrained by its summoner's power, currently operating at true name tier strength. A scholar stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Odin in the sky, voicing his analysis.
Moreover, it's highly likely a royal-blooded Western dragon, the Spirit King, the Black Dragon, Odin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Odin's massive dragon eyes fixed upon his face. The human lad shows some insight. Well said, it is indeed this king. Henceforth, you may accompany us. I have made this decision on behalf of my master. Odin shook his head, exhaling a breath of air, merely casting a condescending glance at him. Odin! Sheikah's voice echoed from above. At the command, Odin spread his wings and soared skyward, not forgetting to instruct the scholar. Wait here. We'll be back shortly. Then, a searing dragon's breath erupted toward Vladimir. Poof! You dare attack me with dragon breath of this caliber? Little did he know, Odin's dragon's breath was merely a diversion. The true lethal blow was concealed behind it, a psychic shockwave. The piercing pain that shot straight into his mind instantly stripped Vladimir of all ability to resist. Boom! The physical psychic attack struck its head, compounding the already dazed state of its mind. Psychic domain. Odin flew beside it, continuously unleashing the mental field, wave after wave assaulting its mind. Sheikah, meanwhile, kept his clone stationed behind Vladimir's head. The moment any sign of lucidity appeared, he delivered a direct punch, employing physical hypnosis. It must be said, this method proved highly effective. Vladimir remained frozen for a long while, taking the beating without moving. Was he going to meet his end here? Then we're screwed. Lord Zhang, what should we do? Chapter 88, Zhang Feng's Dilemma. Zhang Feng watched Vladimir take the beating passively, his teeth clenched so hard they drew a trickle of blood from his lips. Quick! Destroy all the letters. We're going to fight Vladimir too. Zhang Feng snarled. But what if he escapes? Won't he seek revenge on us? Gu Shuiqing stood frozen in place, her concern evident as she weighed the feasibility of the plan. We'll deal with the consequences later. All I know is that if we don't act now, once the Special Operations Unit arrives, none of us will escape. It has to be done now. Though he didn't know how Vladimir had been identified, he still cursed Chiku and the others in his mind. His gaze toward Chiku was filled with pure hatred. Damn it, both you and your disciple deserve to die. Though his words were venomous, his body flew forward, joining Chiku in battle. Look! It's the City Lord! He's joined the fight. The City Lord isn't injured. Thank goodness. Those damn psychic beasts couldn't defeat him after all. Exactly. The City Lord is someone who can defeat a Lord-level psychic beast with peak 4th tier strength. How could we possibly fathom his power? Listening to the voices below, Chica sneered inwardly. Defeating a Lord-tier psychic beast? Even he, a transmigrator with a system and endless serendipities, could only ambush Lord-tier psychic beasts. Take this moment, for instance. While it appeared he was overwhelming Vladimir, the actual damage inflicted was negligible, virtually non-existent. He only managed to pin it in place because it possessed slightly weaker psychic defenses and he held a technical edge. Without Odin's assistance, he would have retreated long ago. Teacher Chiku, I'm here to help you. Zhang Feng roared, slamming his palm toward Vladimir, who remained pinned in place. The strike carried immense force, as if determined to crush Vladimir beneath its weight. Watching Zhang Feng approach, Chica's sneer deepened. Aren't you just afraid the Special Operations Unit will investigate you? You destroyed the letters, right? Well then, let your allies see your true colors. Chica's lips curled upward as she discreetly transmitted the message to Odin. A special communication channel exists between beast masters and their contract beasts, enabling the strategic coordination of tactics during combat. Chiku utilized this very channel to send his message. Upon receiving the message, Odin silently delayed his psychic shock by over 2 seconds before unleashing it again. Chica's clone's fist also hesitated for that brief moment. The stunned Vladimir finally gained a moment to catch his breath. Barely recovering from the mental assault, he prepared to flee upward. But as he looked up, a colossal palm slammed down toward him. The sheer force, immense power, and overwhelming pressure made it clear no mercy was being shown. Boom! The palm struck Vladimir with crushing force, sending him crashing back to the ground from midair. Dust swirled instantly. As the dust settled, the crowd gazed from afar toward the center of the battlefield. There, Vladimir lay embedded in the pavement, leaving a human-shaped crater in the hardened road. Oh! Our Lord Mayor remains as formidable as ever. A Lord-tier beast is truly no match for him. Dare to ambush our Lord? I'll beat the crap out of you. Long live the City Lord! Long live the City Lord! Hearing the cheers around him, even the thick-skinned Zhang Feng felt his face flush. But the next second, the voice emanating from the crater made Zhang Feng's expression change, and the crowd's cheers abruptly ceased. Zhang Feng! You despicable opportunist, is this how you treat your allies? Vladimir was furious. Chica hitting me is one thing after all, we're enemies. But we're allies. Not only did you refuse to save me, you actually struck down your own ally? Vladimir's voice echoed in the mind of every person present. Not only the crowd present, but even Zhang Feng himself broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing those words. How could it still speak? Wasn't it restrained, unable even to dodge? How could it speak now?
Zhang Feng turned to look at Chica, only to see a teasing smile spread across her face.
She mouthed to him. So? Do you like the gift I gave you? Zhang Feng knew full well he'd fallen completely into Chica's trap. If he simply withdrew his power, Vladimir would naturally come to his senses.
Seeing his ally turn blades against him, Vladimir would naturally assume he'd been abandoned. Breaking their pact would inevitably lead to mutual destruction.
His reputation would plummet.
After all, he had struck without holding back. If he held back, the Special Operations Unit would step in to arrest him. But if he showed no mercy, Vladimir would inevitably spill everything. What seemed like a viable escape route was, in truth, sealed the moment Vladimir's identity was exposed. Unless he could truly strike Vladimir dead with a single blow, in which case none of this would matter. But the problem was, he simply couldn't do it. This situation had been a dead end from the very beginning.
Chica, your schemes run deep.
The hatred in Zhang Feng's gaze toward Chica deepened another notch.
You treacherous scoundrel. Did you truly believe your peak 4th tier power could defeat a lord-level psychic beast? If not for my backing, do you think you could have held onto your city lord position securely? Vladimir continued his relentless barrage below, each revelation more explosive than the last.
The crowd's gaze toward Zhang Feng grew increasingly astonished and complex.
What? So defeating a lord-tier psychic beast at peak 4th tier strength was all an act? Just to secure his position as city lord? He's been treating us like fools. Who would have thought the city lord was colluding with Vladimir? It was all fake. Fake. Fraud. Scoundrel. Still putting on a show. No wonder none of our elite squads returned. You sacrificed them all to the beasts. The crowd below seethed with righteous indignation, every face burning with fury. What if Vladimir is just smearing mud to make us believe the city lord betrayed humanity? What then?
Just then, a self-proclaimed genius blurted out a mind-boggling suggestion, earning him looks of utter contempt from the crowd.
What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Slandering him? Look at the state he's in. He doesn't look remotely capable of taking on a lord-level psychic beast. Boom!
Another deafening explosion echoed as Zhang Feng delivered a spectacular demonstration. Vladimir's blood sphere sent him flying 30 meters, crashing into 3 or 4 large trees before he finally came to a halt. Earlier, he'd merely exploited an opening with a sneak attack. Now, facing a direct confrontation with Chiku offering no support, his true colors were exposed. Vladimir pinned him down and unleashed a brutal beating. His once handsome face was now a patchwork of bruises, purple and blue, his cheeks swollen like a panda's, dark circles beaten into his eyes. Big Smart stared at Zhang Feng, who was being brutally beaten by Vladimir, his entire face flushed crimson, looking like a monkey's butt.
Is this the level he's at, and you still want to defend him? Chapter 89, Just let me drain you dry.
As Zhang Feng endured the brutal beating, he listened to the surrounding whispers, suffering both mentally and physically.
Ha! Did you hear that? Whether you acted or not, you betrayed humanity.
That's the undeniable truth. Had you thrown caution to the wind from the start and helped me escape, I might have secured you a spot among the psychic beasts.
But now...
Poof! Vladimir sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt, his tone dripping with disdain.
Though it was still locked in combat with Zhang Feng, its attention never wavered from Chiku.
It formed another blood sphere and hurled it at Zhang Feng.
Boom!
A thick, pungent stench of blood surged from the orb, flooding their nostrils.
Instantly, countless people vomited.
Not to mention Zhang Feng himself. Not only did he have to endure the foul stench of the blood orb, but he also had to withstand the shockwave it unleashed.
This double torment of mind and body pushed him to the brink.
He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious onto the ground.
Chica, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but fix her gaze on Zhang Feng. A golden opportunity. Vladimir's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he activated the blood tide, transforming into a torrent of blood that surged toward the city gates. No! It's escaping! A sharp-eyed citizen shouted the warning. Chica whipped her head around to see only scattered droplets of blood where Vladimir had stood moments before, now racing toward the city gates. Yet he showed no urgency, merely nodding indifferently as he followed the bloodstream at a measured distance, as if deliberately trailing behind it. As for Zhang Feng, the enraged citizens had already surrounded him. Escape was out of the question. Any attempt to harm them would likely result in the task force's first order of business being his execution. He could only endure it all in silence. After all, a miserable life was better than a glorious death. But Vladimir, now transformed into the bloodstream, felt humiliated. If they wanted to catch up, they should catch up. If not, then don't. What was this neither too close nor too far business? Did they intend to dangle him like a fish? Twisting and turning through the city streets, Chica still trailed behind him, showing no intention of striking. Damn it! You won't fight, yet you won't retreat. If you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. Vladimir's temper flared, snapping him out of blood tide. His face paled noticeably. Heh, looks like you've burned through quite a bit of energy. Could it be you're completely drained? Youngsters really need to learn restraint. Just look at you now, your face practically spells out exhausted in capital letters.
Chica smiled faintly, readying himself for battle, his face brimming with mockery.
This is too much. Vladimir coalesced another blood sphere, his already pallid face turning even paler. Oh, so your blood comes from your own body? You really have suffered greatly.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the blood sphere struck again.
Vladimir lunged forward, both hands reaching out to grab Chica with a powerful clamp.
Chica felt as if something was being sucked out of her body. Her heartbeat surged, and even her divine demonic physique began to show signs of collapse.
Whoa, such potent vital energy. A huge boost. A huge boost.
A stream of blood was drawn from Chica's body, flowing straight into Vladimir's mouth.
As the golden black blood touched his tongue, Vladimir's expression turned ecstatic.
He had never encountered such high-quality blood before. Even the blood of those Atir geniuses betrayed by Jiang Feng earlier paled in comparison to Chica's. Even this small trickle of blood caused Vladimir's bottleneck to loosen slightly, as if the path to supremacy beckoned him. Feeling the loosening of his bottleneck, Vladimir's face flushed with a sickly glow, his gaze upon Chica now that of a predator eyeing its prey.
Alas, this ability was time-limited.
Otherwise, he was certain that draining every last drop of Chica's blood would propel him to new heights. Instead of lingering at this pathetic lord level, it yearned to glimpse the grandeur of the overlord realm. At this thought, Vladimir's desire to seize Chica reached its peak.
Kid, I've got my sights set on you. No one can save you now. How arrogant.
Chica scoffed contemptuously at the words. Though his tongue was sharp, his mind was already sounding alarm bells. A Lord-tier beast surpassed him in every aspect as a peak 4th-tier practitioner. Beyond psychic assault, Chica had no immediate countermeasure.
He could only play it by ear.
With that thought, Chica quietly projected his phantom self outward. That way, even if the beast sought to capture him alive, he could simply kill himself and return to the phantom's location. He could die, but he absolutely could not let Vladimir drain his blood. Gaining a powerful enemy for no reason was nothing short of a nightmare.
Instead of retreating, Vladimir charged straight toward Chica. Odin circled overhead, his massive dragon eyes fixed on Vladimir's form, poised for action. Boom! A dragon's breath erupted between him and Chica. Instantly, flames shot skyward, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens.
In the distance, Li Xiao and Han Feng had already joined forces and were heading toward Jiangchang.
Due to Qiao Yang's urgency, the group hurried toward Jiangchang. Just as they reached the city walls, they witnessed Odin unleashing his fiery breath. Had teacher Chica already engaged them in battle? Quick, let's go! That's a lord-level psionic beast the same rank as AoE.
At that moment, Lei Ming suddenly voiced a question.
Isn't he capable of defeating lord-level creatures? Didn't he capture AoE?
I only said he exerted great effort. I never claimed he could defeat a lord-level creature.
Hurry!
If we're late and his inner energy depletes, he'll be in grave danger. Besides, the city lord and that old man have both sided with Vladimir.
1-on-1 might be manageable, but 3 against 1? How is he supposed to fight that?
As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the group accelerated their pace toward the city gates.
Thanks to Su Zerwa's presence, the gate guards didn't cause much trouble and let them enter the city.
As they departed, the guards implored Su Zerwa to assist in quelling the unrest, explaining their duties prevented them from intervening.
Su Zerwa nodded and led his group toward Odin's location.
Only Jiang Qiuying and Li Xiao remained, escorting Aoi, Kha'Zix, Renegade, and Volibear, the 4 beasts, toward the Special Operations Group's headquarters. Su Zerwa and his group sprinted to the street corner, already sensing the scorching heat of Odin's dragon breath. Suddenly, Odin vanished from the sky above them as if he had never been there at all. A chill ran through the group and a sense of foreboding washed over them.
You think the same trick will work on me twice? Let me tell you, no way. Just let me suck you dry.
Delicious, delicious, just one more time.
Just one more time and I'll be complete. Ha! Who'd have thought a mere peak 4th tier opponent could push me this far? Ha! Truly worth the journey. Chapter 90, Overlord Tier. At the street corner, Su Zerwa and his group finally arrived at the first battle site.
The surrounding buildings were already riddled with holes, the air thick with the stench of blood and filled with the agonized screams of people.
Looking up into the distance, they saw Chica kneeling on one knee.
The golden aura surrounding him had shattered into scattered fragments, embedded haphazardly across his body.
Not far away, Vladimir stood laughing wildly, his entire being radiating an indescribable sense of reckless abandon. Not only that, but a faint golden glow now rippled across his own body. Ha, a few more rats. Looks like today's luck is on my side.
Sensing the presence of Su Zerwa and the others, Vladimir's lips curled into a grin he couldn't contain.
Oh no! It's targeting us. Han Feng reacted instantly.
Before it could charge, an earthen wall shot up from the ground, blocking the path and trapping Vladimir on the other side. Heh, the little mouse reacts quickly, but I'm not the same as I used to be. I wonder how many times this wall can withstand my attacks.
Poof. Vladimir hadn't even noticed that after absorbing Chica's blood, its temperament had grown peculiar, utterly different from before, like 2 entirely separate beasts.
The original Vladimir was emotionally stable, rarely ever smiling.
But now, It bears no resemblance to a lord-level psychic beast. It's utterly mad.
One moment it would burst into laughter, the next it would sneer with disdain, and then it would sink into deep, self-absorbed contemplation utterly baffling to anyone around it. That said, its power had undeniably surged to new heights. The blood orb coalescing in its hand radiated such overwhelming pressure that Han Fang's mind immediately considered fleeing. Even when facing AoE, he'd never felt this way. "Xiao Xing, buff me." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fang shouted to Xiao Xing, who immediately cast the buff upon him.
Boom! The buff barely touched him when Vladimir's blood sphere slammed into the earthen wall. The once impregnable barrier now showed tiny cracks. Even with the enhancement, this blow far surpassing Lord tier power was utterly futile, like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. "Oh? You actually blocked that? How about another one? Can you handle it?"
A chilling smile spread across Vladimir's lips, stretching almost to his ears. Another blood orb hurtled toward them.
Han Fang bellowed urgently, darting sideways in an instant.
Hearing his warning, the others scrambled to dodge to the sides as well. The earthen wall collapsed with a thunderous crash under the blood orb's impact, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing upward.
"General Han, thank goodness for you.
Otherwise, we'd have been buried under that wall."
What's going on? How can Vladimir be this powerful? Could it really be that Chica's blood grants it such a massive boost? Probably.
Han Fang wiped the dust from his face, a wry smile curling his lips. He knew just how formidable Chica's golden state could be. At full power, he'd once sent AoE crashing into the military camp's prison with just 3 punches. Though the damage was minimal, the sheer fact that a 4th-tier powerhouse could knock down a lord-level opponent like AoE was shocking enough. Han Fang stared at Vladimir, whose entire body radiated golden light, feeling a tingling sensation in his scalp. Just Chico at tier 4 with his golden body could overpower a lord tier creature. If a lord tier beast possessed such a body, Han Fang dared not imagine its might. Even if all of them attacked together, they might not be enough to take down a single one. But why did Vladimir's aura seem different from Chica's golden body? He couldn't quite pinpoint the difference at a glance. Maybe we should run? Xiao Yang stared at Vladimir, whose overwhelming aura filled the air, and hesitation began to creep into his mind. No way. The others immediately shot down his idea, with his sister and Han Fang shouting the loudest. Han Fang had military orders to follow what was Xiao Xing's excuse? Han Fang shot her a surprised glance. Following his gaze, everyone else turned their eyes to Xiao Xing, staring at her intently. Xiao Xing flushed crimson under their intense scrutiny. "Why are you all staring at me? Abandoning a teammate isn't what we should do. Chico has helped us so much, how could we just leave him now? Besides, with all this commotion, even if the city lord has betrayed us, the special operations group should be taking action by now. If we hold out just a little longer, Chico might still be saved. And Vladimir only grew so powerful by feeding on Chica's blood. If we retreat now, letting it absorb and digest him unhindered, it won't just be failing to save a comrade, we'll be cultivating a formidable enemy. A foe rivaling the might of a true overlord." The mere mention of overlord tier made everyone's expressions turn grim. A sovereign-level entity is different from a lord-level one. Among 100 lord-level psychic beasts, there might not even be one sovereign-level being. Throughout human history, only 3 overlord-tier beings have ever appeared. Each time, it took at least 5 emperor-tier powerhouses from across the world to barely seal or slay them. Now, Vladimir showed signs of advancing to overlord tier. As humans, they could not stand idly by. That was indeed true, they couldn't let him ascend unchallenged. In that case, let us launch another assault. The group agreed instantly and charged toward Vladimir. Vladimir let out a cold laugh as the blood orb in his hand coalesced once more. "Very well, little ants. You have succeeded in angering me. I shall send every last one of you straight to hell. Otherwise you wouldn't know just how formidable the king truly is." Vladimir's blood sphere grew larger and larger, swelling to the size of a house within mere breaths. It showed no signs of stopping, its aura already far surpassing that of a typical lord-level being. The overwhelming pressure left everyone gasping for breath. Damn it! I can barely draw upon my spiritual energy now. The air is thick with the stench of blood. Me too. I can't activate a single enhancement now. General Han, what should we do now? Han Fang stared fixedly at the blood sphere above. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes. I'll go. I'll detonate myself up there. Buy you time, get as many of you out as possible. I overestimated our strength and underestimated its power. I made the mistake, so I'll bear the consequences. With that, Han Fang pushed against the pressure and soared upward. No! You insignificant insect! Have you come to die? Vladimir wore a mocking expression, showing no trace of fear. Han Fang closed his eyes as his entire life flashed before him. Everyone! I'm leaving first. Chapter 91, please, kill me. Resigned to his fate, Han Fang charged straight at Vladimir. Closing his eyes, he prepared to unleash all his energy only to hear a piercing wail ring in his ears. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream pierced his ears. He recognized it instantly, it was Vladimir's voice.
Could it be that the special operations team had arrived? Han Feng's heart leapt with hope, and the energy he had gathered slowly dissipated. Every member of the special operations group was a genius. Take Jiang Qiuying, for instance, a fourth-tier powerhouse who had defeated a marquee-level opponent. Even he was considered just an ordinary member there. Every single one of their marquee-level members had, without exception, used their marquee-level power to kill a king-level being, and each person's combat record was traceable. Their leader in Jiangchang, a peak marquee-level cultivator, was rumored to have dismantled a beast lair single-handedly, one that housed 2 true name-level beasts and a lord-level beast. That day, the beast lair ran red with blood. The stench of carnage could be smelled 5 kilometers away. Corpses piled high within the lair, not a single survivor left. With that single battle, he achieved legendary fame. Yet afterward, he vanished without a trace. No one knew where he went, and no further news of him surfaced. The Special Operations Unit in Jiangchang was barely holding on with only a handful of marquee-level operatives. Even dispatching orders required personnel to be transferred from the capital. Opening his eyes, the scene he'd imagined the Special Operations Unit overwhelming Vladimir didn't materialize. Instead, a thick black gas enveloped its mind. His entire head was shrouded in the black fog. His hands frantically clawed at his skull, each time tearing chunks of flesh and blood from the darkness. Blood poured freely, soaking its body in moments. Having absorbed Chica's golden blood, the blood now flowing out was dark red, some even turning black. Only then did Han Feng realize the difference between Vladimir and Chiku. Golden threads of black mist coiled around Chica's golden body, identical to the dark fog now swirling around Vladimir's head. Yet Vladimir's golden form remained untouched by the dark mist. Though he didn't know what the black mist truly was, Vladimir's condition made it clear even a lord-level being could fall victim to it, even risking backlash from Chica's blood. Just how powerful was Chiku? He still remembered that battle where she fought alone, slaying enemies while simultaneously replenishing herself with the dark mist she gathered from their corpses. Before, he had merely been astonished, thinking this regenerative ability was downright insane. Now, he dared not underestimate this black mist in the slightest. Ah! Vladimir's agonized scream erupted once more from the black fog. Clutching his own throat, he drew pure black blood from his neck and sucked it back into his body. I've absorbed another sip of divine blood. How do you plan to defeat me now? Vladimir roared within the black mist, his hands reaching forward into empty space as he hurled one blood orb after another. With each sphere thrown, the darkness above his head thickened until eventually, even his voice was drowned out. This. Not only was Han Feng dumbfounded, but even Su Zerwa and the others who had already left silently returned, standing quietly in the distance watching Vladimir's self-directed performance. What was happening? Why had he suddenly gone mad? Just as Su Zerwa voiced his question, Vladimir once again drew black blood from his own body. Whether it was their imagination or not, they couldn't shake the feeling that this blood seemed darker than ever before. Unable to subdue the demonic force within, each time it struck, the malevolent energy corroded it further, gradually devouring its sanity until it sought its next target. Chica's voice came from nearby. Though weak, he wasn't quite at death's door yet. Brother Chiku, you're coming round? Anywhere feeling uncomfortable? Seeing Chica's weakened state, Su Zerwa hurriedly asked, his face filled with concern. I'm fine. Just lost a bit too much blood and haven't recovered yet. Chica's pallid complexion showed slight improvement, though his voice remained faint. Seeing Chiku was unharmed, Su Zerwa was relieved, but his mind was consumed by what had happened to Vladimir. After being corrupted by demonic energy, might he undergo some kind of transformation? After all, Su Zerwa understood the principle that cleansing weakens one by 3 parts, while corruption strengthens by 10-fold. What was that black mist? Will Vladimir undergo any mutations? The black mist is what I referred to as demonic energy. As for whether any mutations will occur, I'm not entirely certain myself. Chica shook his head. With the suppression of the Divine Demon Sutra, both the demonic energy and the divine body would be perfectly controlled and harnessed by him. Moreover, the two could even transform into one another. The moment Vladimir drew the first vial of blood from his divine body, Chica felt the demonic energy accumulated around him, rapidly replenishing the blood within his divine form. Once the demonic energy entered his body, those violent, chaotic, and disorderly negative emotions flooded Chica's entire being. His mind felt like an overturned vat of dye, a chaotic, multicolored mess. Often, before the transformation was complete, Vladimir would draw his blood to replenish his own. This caused his aura to grow increasingly feeble, while Vladimir's state became starkly evident. The last shred of sanity he once possessed vanished, transforming him into a raving lunatic, a far cry from the dignified bearing of a lord-level psychic beast. Though its power grew, the divine consciousness within its mind was being eroded beyond recognition by demonic energy. What should they do now? Seeing that Chiku was equally clueless, Su Zerwa suddenly froze in place. Though he was a marquee-level powerhouse, this was his first encounter with demonic energy. Moreover, had they not ventured outside the city this time, he might never have even seen a true name-level beast. In the end, it was Han Feng who stepped forward, directing the others to seal off several surrounding blocks to prevent ordinary citizens from approaching.
As for those originally in the district, they had evacuated their homes the moment Chiku and Vladimir began their battle. No sooner had they departed than the black mist began to quiver violently.
Vladimir's booming laughter echoed from within the darkness. Ha! Quick! Kill me! Kill me! Vladimir's agonized voice echoed from within the black mist.
The broken, trembling words carried a palpable sense of agony just from hearing them. Why should I trust you?
Chiku didn't rush forward in panic.
Instead, he stood his ground, reaching out to block Han Feng, who was about to step forward to investigate. His face was grave as he stared intently at the frenzied, surging black mist before him.
Vladimir's form had long been swallowed by the black mist. Outsiders couldn't possibly discern what was happening within. Ah! Please! Kill me! Kill me now! Give me a quick death! I beg you! I beg you! Chapter 92, Overconfident. At the street corner, Han Feng and Chiku watched silently as the black mist surged wildly, gradually contracting.
Vladimir's screams grew weaker and weaker, more and more feeble. Eventually, all they could see was the black mist shrinking and pulsing, yet Vladimir's voice failed to emerge.
You tell me, is it really dead? Just like that?
As the black mist dissipated, Vladimir vanished as if he had never existed in this world. Where he had stood moments before, only a black bead now lay motionless on the ground. Han Feng stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to trust his own eyes. He had been on the verge of giving up, even contemplating suicide, yet the boss had turned the battle into a farce because of its own recklessness. Its initial display of power had been utterly intimidating, yet in the end, it turned out to be all bark and no bite. Everyone thought it was invincible, but it ended up pulling a huge stunt that left everyone utterly dumbfounded.
Chiku ignored his taunts, stepping forward to pick up the black bead.
He held it in his hand, examining it closely. The bead was pure black, appearing flawless on the surface. Yet as Chiku held it, she could sense the pure, unadulterated demonic energy within.
How are you? Is anything bothering you? Han Feng watched Chiku hold it motionless in her hand and instinctively asked. Nothing. The magical energy in this bead is quite potent. I'm just a little surprised.
Chiku shook his head, scrutinizing the bead closely. He lifted his face toward the sunlight and suddenly saw Vladimir's face reflected in its center.
Ha ha! You finally fell for it. Vladimir's maniacal voice echoed once more.
Not only Han Feng, but even Suzerwa and the others who had returned were utterly shocked.
Vladimir isn't dead? They had all witnessed Vladimir being consumed by the demonic energy. Incredulity spread across every face. He's not dead? Then doesn't that mean Brother Chiku is in danger? Quick! Go save him! What are you standing around for? Quick!
Snatch that bead from his hand. Suzerwa and the others immediately panicked, scrambling toward Chiku in a fluster. But in the end, they were a step too late.
Boom! The black bead shattered violently, releasing a torrent of demonic energy that coalesced into the faint outline of Vladimir's face. Ha! What blood law! Before the path of demonic cultivation, it's utterly insignificant, not even worthy of tying my shoes. Today I glimpsed the true Tao, today I know I am I. Ha! Once I devour Chiku, my demonic energy will reach perfection.
His very body exists solely for the sake of demonic energy.
Ha! Tremble, mortals! Your emperor is about to arrive. With that, thick black mist completely enveloped Chiku's entire body.
This time, Han Feng and the others were utterly helpless. Merely approaching it brought a flood of negative emotions crashing over them.
For a single second, just 1 second, Han Feng's Tao heart nearly shattered.
He hastily retreated from the fog's reach, watching Chiku within the darkness with tense eyes.
What to do? The moment I stepped forward, an overwhelming fury pulled me toward the darkness.
Had I moved even slightly slower, I fear I would have been swallowed whole by the black mist.
Xiaoxing's brow furrowed into a deep frown, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. What can we do? Are we really just going to stand by and watch him get swallowed by Vladimir?
I'm such a failure. If only we hadn't arrived too late, Brother Chiku wouldn't be in this dire predicament. If only I'd uncovered the city lord's plot sooner, could this disaster have been avoided? I'm useless. I might as well die. Suzerwa's voice was filled with sorrow, a stark contrast to Xiaoxing's raging fury.
But the most extreme reaction came from Xiaoyang. He was curled up in a dark corner of the street, muttering incessantly. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ah! So terrifying. Get out. Get out.
Han Feng watched their reactions and felt his head spin.
How could these people be so mentally fragile, unable to withstand even this slight trace of demonic energy?
Though he himself felt signs of losing control, he certainly wouldn't turn into this.
Given their current state, forget about saving Chiku. They'd be lucky to even protect themselves. Han Feng sighed deeply. No choice. I'll have to get you lot out of here first.
Before he could move, a sudden shift erupted within the black mist. The entire cloud seemed to come alive, surging violently toward the spot where the two had stood moments before. From above, below, and the upper floors, the black mist swept in like a tornado.
Run!
Seeing the advancing darkness, Han Fang grabbed the three without hesitation and flew toward the distance.
He didn't stop until he reached the end of the street.
Watching the black mist erupt into chaos, he lifted his foot, ready to charge back into the darkness. Xiaoxing acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm as he tried to charge forward, his face filled with confusion. "Why are you going back?" she exclaimed.
"We barely made it out. We can't possibly withstand this black mist." Xiaoxing's expression twisted in anguish, yet she steadfastly held him back. "I have to save him. He saved my life before."
Han Fang yanked his hand free from Xiaoxing's grasp, his tone sharp.
Though he knew she meant well, perhaps influenced by the demonic energy, his words came out harsh, utterly unyielding. "It's useless. Going back now will only cost you your life, nothing else.
If you die in that black fog, the demonic energy might grow even stronger. Chica might have been able to defeat it alone, but with you added to the mix, he won't stand a chance."
"Then you'll be the one to blame." Xiaoxing's words struck a fatal blow, piercing his weak spot.
For a moment, Han Fang was at a loss for words.
Her concern wasn't unfounded. If the black mist truly absorbed him, its power would surge dramatically.
Perhaps it really would unfold exactly as she feared.
"Ha! Still holding on? With such colossal demonic energy, I refuse to believe you can possibly digest it all." Vladimir's maniacal laughter echoed once more.
The face formed by the black mist wore a smug grin, as if he already saw himself reigning supreme over the world.
"Ha!
Once I absorb your body and make it my own, I shall truly become a sovereign-level being."
"Ha!"
Vladimir roared with laughter, completely lost in his delusions, never once considering the possibility that Chico might still survive. It stared silently at the black mist surrounding Chico, waiting only for him to be assimilated, then it would become a sovereign-level being once more.
Chapter 93, showing you what a true demon body is. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Explosive booms erupted from within the black mist, causing the entire cloud to suddenly grow violent. It even seemed to slip slightly beyond Vladimir's control.
"What the hell?" Vladimir's laughter abruptly ceased as the entire mass of black mist surged toward Chica like a tidal wave.
The mist surrounding Chica slowly dissipated, revealing a golden glow emerging from the darkness as his figure gradually materialized. Unlike before, Chiku was now completely shrouded in the shadows, his entire body crackling with golden arcs of electricity, an eerie sight. Thick fog enveloped him, concealing his features and betraying not a single trace of emotion.
Is that really Brother Chiku? Could Vladimir have possessed him?
Suzerwa stared blankly at the figure in the black mist, his voice thick with disbelief.
It shouldn't be. Look, Vladimir's face is still forming within the black mist. This must be Chiku. But why is he in this state now? Suzerwa asked again, earning a withering glance from Han Fang. You're asking me? Who should I ask? I'd like to know myself.
Though he thought this inwardly, Han Fang spared his pride and kept silent, merely shaking his head quietly.
No idea. We'll just have to prepare and wait and see.
Hearing this, the group quickly readied themselves for battle. Han Fang used an earthen wall to separate Vladimir and Chico, while Qiao Xing precisely applied buffs to each person. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Chico, who stood encircled in the center.
Vladimir's voice grew increasingly frantic.
His face flickered in and out of view through the mist, as if on the verge of collapse.
How? How dare you absorb my magic essence? You demon! Don't you fear hell for absorbing so much magic energy? Ah! Stop! Stop this! My overlord tier cultivation! Stop this!
From initial shock, to threats, to the panic of utter desperation.
The demonic energy it once prided itself on proved utterly powerless before Chiku. Yet the demon-possessed Chiku paid no mind whatsoever, relentlessly absorbing the energy to fortify itself. The demonic energy within his body grew increasingly dense, eventually solidifying directly into his physical form. Unlike his previous form, this body no longer glowed golden.
Instead, it was shrouded in a towering black mist that obscured the sky, blocking out all light.
Why was Chica's body so different this time? Wasn't it supposed to be golden? How had it turned black? Who knows? Could it be because he absorbed too much demonic energy? That's why it turned the same color as the demonic energy? But if that were the case, wouldn't he be affected?
Just look at Vladimir's fate to see how obvious the side effects of demonic energy are, let alone Chico, a mere 4th-tier cultivator. No matter how formidable his combat prowess, he remains only a 4th-tier cultivator. Xiao Xing's tone was thick with worry, and the expression on her face gave her away.
Her mind was anything but calm. But what can we do now? Are we just supposed to stand here and watch? Not exactly.
We can still weaken the demonic energy for him. Suzerwa, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. I once read in an ancient text that demonic energy fears nothing more than the righteous power of divine energy.
Every ray carries a subtle, yet undeniable, force.
If we can find a way to generate intense light, it will naturally neutralize the demonic energy emanating from him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chico, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Perhaps due to the demonic energy's influence, his voice had grown noticeably hoarse, completely different from his previous youthful tone.
Have you been watching too much Ultraman? Using light to counter demonic energy? It won't work.
At these words, a hint of despair flickered across the others' faces.
Must they truly stand by and watch Chi be consumed by the demonic energy, transformed into a monster driven solely by slaughter? I have some experience dealing with demonic energy. To me, this stuff isn't harmful, it's practically nourishment.
Thanks to that fool Vladimir merging himself completely with the demonic energy, I was able to deal with him so easily. If you wish to assist, contain the demonic energy completely, not a single drop must escape.
Xiaoxing, boost me. The higher the boost, the faster I'll eliminate this black mist.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone hurried to follow his instructions, binding the black mist tightly around him.
Xiaoxing immediately applied every possible buff to Chico, fearing that even one missing buff might leave them unable to overcome the demonic energy. Witnessing their actions from the perimeter, Vladimir's expression grew even more frantic. Under his control, the entire cloud of black mist surged wildly toward the outer perimeter. But it was too late. Han Feng's earthen wall had already sealed the area completely. Not even a beam of light could penetrate this enclosed space, let alone the mist. How about it? Isn't this the showdown you wanted?
Suddenly, a golden light pierced the pitch-black room, and Chica's figure slowly materialized. A form solidified from black mist upon closer inspection. Though each segment appeared to be flesh and blood, they seemed to oscillate between mist and substance, as if ready to dissolve into vapor at any moment. You. Observing the golden light radiating around him, Vladimir realized these were the energies of divine bodies he had absorbed.
Completely different from before, the positions of divine essence and demonic energy were now entirely reversed. What was this? Demon body, divine might? You noticed too? Exactly. Thanks to you, I finally grasped the true meaning of this demonic body's divine might and comprehended what it means to be divine and demonic as one.
Had you not completely stripped my divine essence, allowing demonic energy to exploit the void, I would never have grasped these truths.
Kind-hearted beasts like you are a rare sight these days.
A smug grin spread across Chica's face, resembling the triumphant smile of a villain whose scheme had succeeded.
Enhanced by the demonic energy, his expression grew even more eerie.
You're still only at the peak of the 4th tier.
I'm a Lord tier being. You can't possibly defeat me. Vladimir's fierce exterior concealed his inner weakness, utterly lacking the bearing befitting a Lord tier being.
A mind corrupted by demonic energy truly is useless. Before you were corrupted by demonic energy, I might have considered you a worthy opponent. But now that your physical form is gone, you're nothing but a stray wisp of demonic energy drifting through the world.
What makes you think I can't defeat you?
Since you put it that way, I'll show you what true demonic transformation feels like. Chica spread his arms wide, revealing a vast empty expanse across his chest. Flesh and blood surged around him, pulsing as if devouring something. Whale devours the world.
Chapter 94, Taboo Class Laws. No! Stop! Ah!
Vladimir's agonized screams echoed from within the mud hut, sending chills down Han Feng and the others' spines.
Terrifying. Is Brother Chica's power this terrifying now? Even a Lord-level opponent is being tortured like this. We lowly nobodies wouldn't even be enough for him to fight with one hand. Xiaoxing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Relax, it's fine. We weren't good enough before either. Shattering a veteran's defenses with a single punch? That's beyond most people's capabilities. I almost feel sorry for Vladimir now. Why did he have to come to Jiangcheng? Why did he have to provoke this demon?
He clearly had the upper hand, yet he had to push his luck. Look at him now, this time, he's truly met his end.
Vladimir's screams grew fainter and fainter until they finally faded away. The expressions on everyone's faces grew even more complex. This outing meant another entry on Brother Chica's ledger of achievements. Unbelievable. 2 Lord level, 3 true name level. He wiped out the entire high-tier combat strength of Jiangcheng's psychic beasts in one fell swoop. But isn't that a good thing? After all, Teacher Chiku was a man destined to break out of Asia and conquer the world. How could he be confined to a mere place like Jiangcheng? True enough. Just as the discussion raged on, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the mud hut. Boom! Dirt fragments flew everywhere, crashing down around them as a massive shockwave radiated outward from the center. Su Zerwa and the others couldn't dodge in time, taking the full brunt of the force. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Zerwa felt his insides shift out of place. Watching the mushroom cloud slowly rise into the sky, Su Zerwa had never felt such an urge to curse. The others weren't faring much better. As the smoke cleared, an unfamiliar figure emerged from the ruins of the earthen hut. All the demonic energy vanished, leaving only a slender, dark-haired man standing in the center of the ruins. Clad in a black robe, his eyes were heavily lined with makeup, a slash of black sweeping upward from the corners. The entire look was both eerie and strikingly handsome. Even Su Zerwa, a straight man through and through, found himself unable to resist the allure. His eyes locked onto the figure, utterly transfixed, as if beholding some rare treasure. Handsome, so damn handsome. That black robe, those eyelines, that makeup, damn, he was gorgeous. If he had a long sword and a cowboy hat, he'd be perfect.
Su Zerwa marveled, his own pain fading into the background.
Hey, handsome, who are you? Su family head, your sister still attends my school, don't you even recognize me?
Oof. Though the voice had changed the moment that laugh rang out, Su Zerwa instantly recognized who he was.
Brother Chiku, how did you become like this? You've gotten so handsome you're putting me under a lot of pressure. Gazing at Chiku, whose body crackled with golden lightning arcs, Su Zerwa's eyes flickered with envy. To say nothing else, those arcs alone were enough to make countless people green with envy. Ha! Want some?
I'll share a bit of my demonic energy with you.
Try it out.
Chiku chuckled heartily, extending both hands as a dark mist coalesced in his palms, poised to offer it to Su Zerwa.
Su Zerwa took a step back, waving his hands hurriedly to signal he didn't need it. No, no. I couldn't handle that demonic energy. You keep this treasure for yourself.
I'd probably end up with the energy but no life left to use it.
Ha! Chica's hearty laughter rang out once more. Having absorbed so much demonic energy, might it affect your body?
Han Feng's smile vanished as he stepped forward, scrutinizing Chiku from head to toe as if trying to see through his very constitution. Yet in the end, he found nothing.
Not only could he not discern Chica's constitution, he couldn't even fathom his current cultivation level. Could it be that demonic energy also possessed the ability to obscure others' probing? Han Feng regarded Chica thoughtfully, his hand stroking his chin as he scrutinized the exposed skin.
Of course it had an effect after all, there was so much demonic energy.
What? What effect?
Seeing the tension on everyone's faces, Chiku gave a wry smile and continued.
It's not what you're thinking.
I'm not injured, nor have I been corrupted.
It's just a minor breakthrough.
At his words, the group collectively exhaled in relief. As long as you weren't corrupted, it's just a breakthrough after all. At this point, it seemed as if something suddenly occurred to them. They turned back to Chiku, staring blankly at him, their eyes filled with disbelief. If I recall correctly, you were already at the peak of the 4th tier, weren't you?
That's correct. Chiku nodded in affirmation. Then if you make just one more small breakthrough, wouldn't that put you at the level of a marquis? That's right, absolutely. Chiku nodded again, offering no denial.
So, what you're saying is? Su Zerwa's breathing grew slightly ragged, his entire face flushed crimson as if he himself had achieved the breakthrough.
You've already reached the marquis level?
Chiku smiled and nodded without speaking, a colossal aura emanating from within him, the unmistakable presence of a marquis-level cultivator. However, this aura was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary marquis-level cultivator.
Su Zerwa stared at him in astonishment.
The pressure emanating from this aura was immense, even greater than what Han Feng had exerted on him. After all, Han Feng was a full 2 minor realms above him, while Chiku had only just broken through to the marquis realm.
Truly terrifying. So, what is your law? Su Zerwa whispered the question into his ear.
Not only did he want to know, but everyone else did too.
With such monstrous fundamentals and overwhelming combat prowess, what law would manifest during a marquis-level second awakening?
Chiku merely smiled faintly and shook his head.
None. None? Everyone looked puzzled. No law comprehension? Chiku nodded.
Though he was reluctant to admit it, the law he had awakened was indeed nothing. The instant he ascended to the marquis rank, this message appeared in his mind.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired the forbidden law, nothingness. And that was it. Any supernatural phenomena? None. Power increase? None.
It was simply a straightforward level up, natural and smooth as water flowing down a channel. Unlike others whose ascensions to nobility were accompanied by extraordinary phenomena filling the heavens, his phenomenon was nothing at all. In the earthen hut, there was only darkness. Beyond the darkness, no living thing, not even the air, possessed any light.
Nothingness. Absolute nothingness. Nothing existed. Chiku understood that his law was not as simple as it appeared.
After all, forbidden laws weren't called forbidden for nothing.
Chapter 95, Master, missing me again?
Jiancheng First High School. After finally shaking off that group, Chiku returned to her apartment. Surveying the apartment, which remained largely unchanged, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him.
Ah, finally back. This trip felt like stepping into another world.
With less than half a month left before the college entrance exams, he wondered how their cultivation was progressing. Although the system sent daily progress updates, Chiku had eventually blocked the notifications after receiving too many. By now, she hadn't even had a chance to glance at their cultivation progress. Entering the bedroom, Chiku flopped backward onto the bed, sprawling out in a heap. Before he could do anything else, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he kept feeling something soft pressing against him. He reached out and stroked it. The fur was smooth and soft, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the scent of lilac. Opening his eyes, he found Han Lingling lying on top of him. His hands were groping wildly over her head and back, while 2 large, soft mounds pressed against his chest.
Warm and comforting.
Beside him, Su Yuting stood with her hands covering her eyes, as if unable to bear witness to this shameful scene. Yet the slits she left in her fingers betrayed her.
Her dark eyes darted around, peering through the gaps with crystal clarity. Were they about to do something naughty? Look, Master's hand is already on senior sister's back. So exciting, so thrilling. Could they be about to consummate their relationship?
Maybe I shouldn't be here, but I really want to watch.
Oh Q.
Chica watched Su Yuting beside him, twisted like a pretzel, wondering what thoughts were swirling through her mind.
If I knew, I'd definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. She really needed to grill Han Lingling about what she'd taught her. How could this once shy girl now harbor such thoughts? But thankfully, he didn't know. Otherwise, it would have given him a headache for a while. Lingling, what are you doing? Get up.
Chica reached out, yanked Han Lingling off the bed, and shoved her to the edge, staring at her silently.
I was just dozing off. How did you end up lying on my bed?
You're setting a terrible example for our junior sister. Look at her, she can't even bear to watch your actions and is covering her eyes. Hearing this, Han Lingling turned to look at Su Yuting, who was covering her eyes. Realizing the blame was directed at her, Su Yuting quickly closed the gap between her fingers, putting on a good girl expression. But after a moment, curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked through her fingers to see what was happening. Han Lingling watched her actions and knew exactly what was on her mind. Unlike her and the eldest senior sister, two rebellious disciples who schemed to deceive their master, this little girl didn't harbor such thoughts toward him. In that sense, the little junior sister was probably still worth pursuing. With this thought, Han Lingling silently resolved herself, though she gave no outward sign. Instead, she rolled over on the bed, her fingers tracing circles on Chica's chest, her eyes brimming with tears.
I just haven't seen Master in so long.
Hearing that he faced danger on the battlefield made my heart ache with worry. But my cultivation couldn't fall behind, so night after night, I could only pray for Master in my heart.
Seeing Master finally return, she couldn't contain her longing.
All she wanted was to spend just a little more time with him.
If Master finds me bothersome, then Lingling will leave right now.
Her tone grew increasingly aggrieved, her expression shifting from joy to dejected disappointment as if scolded, culminating in a look of profound hurt. Even Dayu couldn't have pulled it off better, let alone that single tear glistening at the corner of her eye, a truly devastating touch. Wow, second senior sister truly lived up to her name. This tactic of feigning withdrawal to entice was executed flawlessly. I'll jot this down in my little notebook, might come in handy someday.
What happens next?
Following the formula of romance novels, the next step should be a heartfelt reconciliation, passion reigniting, deepening their connection through intimate conversations.
It seemed entirely plausible.
Su Yuting, witnessing this scene, exclaimed that she'd learned something new. A faint blush spread across her face, and the fingers she'd closed over her eyes parted again, leaving a small gap through which she peered. The sight of tears welling up in Chica's eyes sent him into a panic. He inwardly berated himself for being such a clueless guy.
Seeing Chica's flustered state, Han Lingling's tears turned to laughter.
She grabbed his restless hands and held them in hers.
Master, no need to explain. I know you still care about us. It was my fault just now. I'll be more careful next time. With that, Han Lingling stood up and walked toward the door. Master, lunch is ready for you. It's on the dining table outside. Remember to eat, okay?
Hearing Han Lingling's words, Chica shook his head and smiled faintly. No wonder men all love green tea.
They know it's not good for them, but she's so thoughtful and warm. What man could resist that kind of temptation?
No wonder men love savoring tea. Tea is good, tea must be savored. He silently gave Han Lingling a mental thumbs up before turning his gaze to Su Yuting beside him.
Feeling Chica's gaze, Su Yuting's face instantly flushed crimson.
If this were an anime, steam would likely be billowing from her head like a boiling kettle.
Yuting, how's your cultivation progress these days? Hearing Chica's question, Su Yuting's mind instantly flashed with countless scenarios. You don't want your cultivation to stagnate, do you?
Or, come here quickly, let your master see how your cultivation has progressed?
In that instant, Su Yuting desperately wanted to flee.
She was completely lost in her own world, utterly unaware of her surroundings.
Yuting?
Chica scratched his head, puzzled. Why were all his disciples so full of personality?
One was absurdly powerful, a complete battle maniac.
Another was an emotional master, manipulating her own feelings with ease.
And the other? Well, she was so flustered right now she couldn't even carry on a normal conversation. Sigh.
As Chica stood up, Su Yuting suddenly stumbled backward 2 steps, colliding directly with the door.
No, no, no.
Ugh.
Chica was utterly speechless at the sight. How on earth did the Su family raise a perfectly good girl into this? This puts me in a tough spot. Looks like I'll have to bring Lingling in from now on. I just can't teach the student. Forget it. You can go. I won't ask any more questions. Just bring your second senior sister back in.
Seeing Chica sit back down, Su Yuting realized she'd lost her composure. She scrambled out of the room.
Senior sister. Master is looking for you.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Han Lingling reappeared before Chico, her smile uncontrollable.
Master, have you missed me already after just a few seconds apart? Chapter 96, The Peculiar Little Junior Sister. Chica shot her a disapproving glare and sighed deeply. Lingling, I trust you more than anyone, but why has Yuding ended up like this? Chico looked utterly heartbroken, as if Han Lingling had committed some heinous crime. Ha? What's wrong with the little junior sister? She's lively, cheerful, optimistic, and generous. She's perfectly fine. Han Lingling was utterly baffled. In her time with Su Yuding, she'd seen nothing out of the ordinary, just a normal young woman.
The only odd thing was her fondness for cuddling up close. If anything was truly odd, it was how her appetite had multiplied after practicing the cultivation technique Master gave her. Especially yesterday, the day she learned Chico had returned, she devoured 5 whole pork shanks in one night. She'd shattered her personal eating limit at the cafeteria, and even after finishing, she still felt unsatisfied, as if she hadn't had enough. Beyond that, she couldn't think of anything else unusual.
Ha, you call this normal?
Recalling Su Yuding's behavior around him, Chico couldn't help but question the thought processes of his second disciple. She blushes when talking to people, faints at the slightest provocation, has wild fantasies, and loves spying on others being lovey-dovey.
You call this normal? Are you the abnormal one, or am I? Chico roared inwardly, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Ha? Is there something wrong with that? Isn't this exactly how a normal girl should act? Han Lingling grew even more puzzled. Everyone had acted similarly, so why was only the junior apprentice sister being questioned? Could it be that Master actually prefers the innocent, lively type like little junior sister? Could it be that I should try to change in that direction too? Han Lingling glanced down at her ample, soft figure and suddenly felt like crying. With such ample curves, no amount of dressing up could ever achieve that innocent look. Damn it, was she really losing out because of this? Watching Han Lingling transform before his eyes, Chica's expression grew even more complicated. Fine, I'll spare you the questions. Go handle your business. Chica had come to realize that each of his apprentices was stranger than the last. Su Yuding was already enough to handle, but Han Lingling actually thought this was normal? It seemed that simply letting them practice cultivation wasn't enough. They needed a unique political lesson. Ideology is what truly matters. When your senior sister returns, come see me. We'll have a session together. After speaking, Chica let out a long sigh, collapsing backward onto the bed. He waved at Han Lingling, signaling her to leave. But Han Lingling wasn't about to listen. Not only did she stay put, she pressed her advantage, crawling back toward his bed. Seizing a moment when he wasn't looking, she lay down beside him again and blew softly into his ear. Master, I know you're exhausted. Would you like a massage right now? While you were away, I went out of my way to learn some massage techniques. Want to give it a try? Han Lingling's voice echoed softly in his ear, her breath mingling with her words as it tickled his eardrum. Chica shuddered, as if an electric current shot from his scalp straight to his toes. The sheer comfort nearly made him moan. Seeing his reaction, Han Lingling chuckled softly. She lay down beside him, casually pulling out a goosefeather duster from who knows where and began gently tickling Chica's ears with it. No, ah. His mouth protested, but his body betrayed him. A soft moan escaped Chica's lips, and outside the door, Su Yuding's eyes lit up. It's starting again. It's starting again. Su Yuding's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds inside. A wild grin spread across her face, stretching into an exaggerated curve. Master, don't hide. Aren't you enjoying this? Han Lingling's voice echoed from inside the room, and Chico, unusually, offered no rebuttal. Su Yuding's mind was already spinning with a 10,000-word movie script. Harder. Harder. Yes, right there, harder. Lingling, I have to say, you really know what you're doing. Your technique is no joke. Chica's voice drifted out, leaving Su Yuding flushed with excitement. How could he say that? This is school, for heaven's sake. Crash. Su Yuding was so overcome with excitement that she lost control of her strength, shoving the door open and tumbling inside. Ha? Ting Ting? What are you doing here? Didn't you just go downstairs? You wouldn't happen to be. Looking up, Han Lingling was half-seated beside Chico, still holding the goosefeather duster, half of it already buried in Chica's ear. Chica still wore an expression of pure bliss, sitting on the bed and quietly enjoying Han Lingling's service. What are you two doing? Cleaning ears? Su Yuding looked utterly incredulous, her already flushed cheeks turning even redder, like a ripe apple. What else? What else could we possibly be doing? Han Lingling looked puzzled. Though she too wanted to devour her master whole, this was school after all. Even if she wanted to devour him whole, she'd need to find a quiet place for that. Seeing her junior apprentice sister's abnormal expression, she finally understood why Chico had asked if her junior apprentice sister was normal. This wasn't normal, it was downright abnormal. Of the three of them, hers seemed to be the most unplayable idea, the kind that wouldn't pass censorship on any platform. Su Yuding's face flushed crimson. She stammered incoherently for a moment, then covered her face and bolted toward the door. Su Yuding had no idea what they were thinking. All she knew was that she'd just made a complete fool of herself. Catching someone eavesdropping only to be caught herself. The most embarrassing part was that she'd misinterpreted it. What was clearly just normal ear cleaning had been twisted in her mind into something else entirely.
She dashed back to her room, slammed the door shut, and curled up in the corner wrapped in her blanket, quietly sobbing. It all happened too fast. Before Chico could even react, Su Yuding had already retreated to her room. What's wrong with our little junior sister? Why did she suddenly run off? I don't remember her acting like this before. Han Lingling scratched her head, looking utterly perplexed. Chico, however, seemed to have some ideas forming. She turned to Han Lingling and asked, "Does your junior sister usually enjoy reading romance novels? Her interactions with you are limited to daily chit-chat, and she mostly keeps to herself otherwise. Most crucially, does she barely speak to anyone besides you?" 3 questions in a row made Han Lingling pause her work and think carefully. Seems like it. Master, have you already figured out a solution? Chapter 97, the trial begins. A solution? Chico gave a helpless smile. What solution? His third disciple was the epitome of a homebody mindset, with a touch of romantic notions. Add to that a touch of timidity and introversion, personality traits that even modern medicine couldn't cure. And certainly not for someone like him, a time traveler. He sighed and shook his head. No, it can only be changed through gradual, everyday influence. Take her out more often. This personality is entirely the result of staying indoors too much and not interacting with people. Han Lingling nodded, about to resume her task, but Chica stopped her. You should go check on your junior apprentice sister first. Don't let her get the wrong idea. Girls with this kind of personality are the most prone to overthinking things. Hearing this, Han Lingling's face fell with disappointment, but she quickly concealed her emotions, adopting an obedient expression. Yes, master. After this little incident, Chica finally managed to get a peaceful night's sleep. Except for sharing dinner with Li Xiao when he returned, Chica spent nearly every waking moment sleeping. After so much hardship, she hadn't had a single good night's sleep. As dawn broke, a pale streak of light appeared on the horizon. A series of urgent ringtones jolted Chico awake from her slumber. Annoyed at being disturbed, Chico answered the phone with a sharp tone. Hello? Who is this? Chico, it's Zhang Qiuying. The Special Operations Unit Awards have been finalized. The commendation ceremony is today at Central Plaza. You're the star of the show, you can't miss it. Zhang Qiuying's voice rang out from the other end of the line, brimming with unmistakable excitement. She had played a significant role in this demon hunting operation, even contributing greatly to the capture of Volibear. Let me tell you, the unit really went all out this time. Not only did they promote me to deputy team leader of Jiangcheng, but they even elevated me to the rank of Marquis. Zhang Qiuying's voice couldn't hide her excitement over the promotion. Even through the phone, Chico could imagine how bright her smile was. I'm on the same level as you now. Don't forget to report to me when you're on missions. Besides, I've been singing your praises all over the task force this time. Don't you dare bite the hand that feeds you. When the rewards come in, I won't ask for a share, but you could at least treat me to a meal, right? If not for merit, then at least for the effort, right? Ha! Zhang Qiuying's hearty laughter filled the air, and Chica couldn't help but be swept up in it, joining in with her own chuckles. Hey, you're already making plans? No problem. When the time comes, invite General Han and the Su family head. I'll host, and we'll all grab a bite together. Really? You're actually treating us to dinner? Zhang Qiuying's voice brimmed with delight. She'd only meant it as a joke, never expecting such an unexpected windfall. Well then, I won't hold back. I haven't eaten well these past few days, so I'll see what the God of Wealth treats us to. Would you mind if I brought my 3 apprentices along? Why would I mind? The God of Wealth said to bring whoever you want, it's entirely up to you. Zhang Qiuying remained utterly exhilarated by the prospect of a free meal, her excitement palpable as her speech quickened. I'll be waiting for you at the venue now. Hurry up, okay? Don't keep everyone waiting too long. Got it. Downtown, People's Square. Today, People's Square was packed with people. Countless cultivators, ordinary citizens, and disabled veterans all stared intently at the 5 enormous cages on the stage. From left to right, Aoi, Volibear, Rengale, Kazakhs, and the traitors to humanity, Zhang Feng and Gushu Weiqing. The citizens of the city stared intently at the 5 cages before them, their eyes filled with rage that made them look terrifying. Their gaze toward Zhang Feng and Gushu Weiqing was even more terrifying than that directed at Aoi and the others. Damn Zhang Feng! How could I have trusted him so, treating him as the backbone of Jiangcheng? Now it seems he's lost his mind, unable to tell friend from foe. Who could disagree? Worse than the psychic beasts are these traitors, selling out the human race. No wonder our geniuses kept failing these past years, ambushed by psychic beasts. It was all they're doing. Exactly. Just look at the government officials and the geniuses in high school. Except for the few who suddenly emerged from first high this year, every single year before that was dominated by the Gu family's offspring. Take this year's exam at second high, wasn't it Gu Chang'e from the Gu family? The entire Gu family deserves to die. Punish them severely. Punish them severely. Listening to the furious crowd below, cold sweat beaded on Gushu Weiqing's brow. He knew his actions had provoked widespread resentment, but he never imagined this crowd would vent their fury upon the Gu family itself. His own death was one thing, but if it dragged the entire Gu family down with him, Gu Shuiqing dared not imagine the consequences. If matters truly reached that point, the clan elders would show no mercy. His entire branch might be cut off, leaving no descendants. Silence. Yi Fan, head of Jiangqing's Special Operations Unit, stepped onto the elevated platform. His gaze swept over the crowd below, filled with seething fury. His gaze fixed on Zhang Feng in particular, as if he wanted to tear him limb from limb right then and there. Over the years, their operatives had been ambushed and killed countless times. Only their formidable strength had prevented more casualties, just a few members lost, relatively minor losses. Yet these members were geniuses handpicked from across the nation. The loss of even one was a blow to the country. All because of Zhang Feng. Because of his betrayal, these men were left to die on the battlefield of Jiangcheng. Still, all necessary procedures must be followed. He wouldn't abandon order simply because of personal resentment. Taking a deep breath, Yifan suppressed the rage in his heart and exhaled heavily. Though his eyes still burned with fury, his tone had grown slightly more measured. Everyone, please calm down. I guarantee they will face the punishment they deserve. In fact, I am angrier than any of you here. I want him to suffer worse than death. But now is not the time. I will list their crimes one by one. I will expose every evil deed they have committed against us, against Jiangcheng, and against humanity. As for Lord Zhang Feng, though the investigation into his crimes is still in its early stages, his offenses are already too numerous to list. Should further crimes come to light, we encourage everyone to report them actively. Our Special Operations Unit will spare no villain and will never shortchange a single righteous soul. Finishing his speech, Yifan raised his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Qiuying. Seeing Jiang Qiuying nod and point to Chica beside her, Yifan knew the greatest contributor to this success was already in place. With a sweeping gesture, his voice echoed across every corner of People's Square. Now, let the trial begin. Chapter 98, The People's Wrath. With each crime Yifan read aloud, the crowd below erupted in fury. If looks could kill, Zhang Feng and his men would have died countless times over. Cut them into 1,000 pieces. Cut them into 1,000 pieces. I thought my brother was killed in battle by a psychic beast, but it turns out this damned traitor betrayed the army. That's how my brother fell into an ambush. He was only 18 when he died. 18. My husband too. It was just a simple transport mission, supposedly no danger at all. Yet during the journey, the psychic beasts lay in wait, resting and biding their time. Leaving only us a widow and her orphan child to fend for ourselves. Sister-in-law, do you think I have any chance left? Save for a few unscrupulous Chao loyalists, most families had loved ones on the battlefield, brothers, husbands all slaughtered by those beasts. Some, who shouldn't have died, were ambushed by those beasts. Naturally, all blame fell upon Zhang Feng. Even if some weren't his doing, they were attributed to him. As the list of crimes grew longer, the people's fury not only failed to subside but intensified. Eventually, they lost even the will to speak or hurl insults. Yet the fury in their eyes threatened to burst from their sockets, bloodshot and wild, like beasts seeking prey. Not only were the people unable to bear it, but even Yifan's tone grew heavy, as if he were suppressing something. 3 days prior, he colluded with Vladimir to expose the convoy transporting AOE. Under cover of night, he dispatched an infiltrator to siphon all the fuel from the vehicles, causing them to break down mid-journey. He then orchestrated the assassination of an elite military unit, placing Balabear among them to ambush and eliminate our members. When Li Xiao, disciple of teacher Chiku, sought aid, Zhang Feng and Gu Shuiqing attempted to silence him by murder, but he escaped. Li Xiao later stumbled upon their secret meeting in a small courtyard within the city, uncovering crucial evidence. Upon investigation, all the above crimes were proven true. The sentence was handed down, the people's judgment. Yifan's voice echoed in everyone's mind. What? A people's trial? This vile villain deserves this punishment. Let him truly taste despair. Brothers, hold back a little when you strike him. Don't kill him too quickly. That would be letting him off easy. I want him to truly feel the agony my brother endured. He was torn apart alive by a beast. I'll smash every bone in his body, making him taste that same agony. I'll join you. I'll help you smash him. Zhang Feng and Gu Shuiqing turned ashen at the mention of this punishment. Even a death sentence or immediate execution wouldn't have frightened them this much. But this punishment was different. Since the supernatural beasts invaded, it had only been used on the most heinous criminals, those who had committed the gravest crimes, those who had crushed humanity's hopes in their infancy. Especially the first time it was used, rumor had it that enraged citizens hacked the victim into mincemeat. What was even more twisted was that they kept healing him as they hacked, forcing him to endure 5 hours of slaughter before finally killing him. His screams of agony never ceased throughout those 5 hours. Moreover, through subsequent refinements, specialists would coat him in anti-spirit energy metal, compressing his physical strength to a level where ordinary humans could inflict damage, yet he could still regenerate automatically. It could only be described as a fate worse than death, a torment where escape was impossible, yet death remained out of reach. Upon hearing this punishment, the crowd's eyes lit up instantly. They all rubbed their hands together eagerly, wanting Zhang Feng to experience such torment himself. What's more, he had already pulled out the kitchen knife he'd specifically brought from home, scanning Zhang Feng up and down to decide where to strike. But for now, his wish would remain unfulfilled. After all, there were a few more criminals to deal with this time, plus the commendation ceremony. Disposing of Zhang Feng would inevitably drag on until the afternoon. Aside from Zhang Feng and his partner, the disposal of the psychic beasts was straightforward. Shiku and the other two true name level individuals were executed immediately. AoE, a dominator level individual, was immediately taken away by the research institute. They would study his weaknesses and develop corresponding weapons for deployment on the battlefield. Though only one psychic beast had been captured, it was better than nothing. The researchers couldn't help but sigh regretfully that Vladimir had turned to ash. Next, let us welcome the greatest hero of this operation, teacher Chiku. Hearing this, Chiku reluctantly stepped onto the stage. To everyone's surprise, it was the once discredited teacher from First High School. A complex mix of emotions flooded their hearts. The chica they once mocked had now become someone they had to look up to, even standing on stage as the top contributor receiving recognition. What was truly hardest to accept was his current power level. He had reached the marquis rank. Just 2 months ago, he was merely a third-tier peak teacher struggling to survive at the pass-rate threshold. Now, he had transformed into the honorary leader of the Special Operations Group, the acting director of the government agency, and the honorary vice principal of First High School. As each title was announced, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Damn, what a rising star. He looks barely over 20, right in his prime. Teacher Chiku, I have a granddaughter who might be around your age. Take a look at. Teacher Chiku, look at me. I'm a college girl too, got great curves, and I meet all 4 requirements. Teacher Chiku. Listening to the clamor below, the usually thick-skinned Chiku lowered his head for the first time, his face flushing crimson. The commendation ceremony finally concluded amid Chiku's awkwardness. He fled the podium as if escaping, lest he be devoured alive by the crowd. Only when she reached Han Lingling's side did her young heart begin to heal from the trauma. Chiku couldn't stop grinning at the rewards he'd received. 100,000 dragon coins. Plus numerous materials and cultivation resources needed to break through to the 6th tier. Most crucially, he had actually been appointed as vice principal and deputy team leader roles, requiring only occasional overtime support. Originally, no one understood why Chiku's rewards were so substantial. But when his achievements were announced, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Then, a deafening buzz erupted. Everyone's gaze toward Chiku had changed. Did all the teachers at First High secretly enjoy internal competition? Look at this notorious troublemaker class. Now every student was buried in their studies. TSK. A 4th-tier student challenging the king? That's pure fantasy, utterly impossible. If that's truly the case, who knows? He might just become the true ruler of this city someday. Chapter 99, Acting on His Own. At People's Square, all eyes were fixed on the figure atop the stage, filled with admiration. It could be said that every soul within these bars was inextricably linked to him in this trial. Not to mention Vladimir, who had met his end directly at his hands. 2 lords, 3 true name level traders, and 2 human marquis level traders. He had even helped repel a beast tied within the military zone. When you really thought about it, this reward wasn't just insufficient, it was downright meager. At first, I wondered how a mere teacher could stand alongside the big shots of the Special Operations Group. Now it's clear he's the real deal. What kind of insane luck did First High School have to sign him? With such a heavyweight backing them, I can't even imagine how powerful First High will become. We're both at the 4th tier, yet I can't achieve anything close to this. Forget fighting lords or true names, even 4th tier psionic beasts leave me struggling. That resource gathering mission nearly killed me. No wonder they call him a genius. He captured AoE by leaping over 2 major realms, then seized the chance during his battle with Vladimir to break through to the marquis level. That kind of talent is simply breathtaking. Listening to the crowd's praise, the expressions on the faces of Huangyan and the other teachers from First Middle School were indescribably peculiar. Gifted? What talent does he possess? Calling a C-rank talent gifted? Ability? A loser who'd been at the bottom of Class 1 for 3 years both in combat skill and teaching ability could be called highly skilled? The action group must be blinded by lard to spread such nonsense about a good-for-nothing as a hero. Does that make me, Gu Fei, the savior then? Watch me take him down and show everyone he's nothing but a failure, no hero at all. With that, he drew his sword and lunged forward, striking with brutal ferocity. His first strike was ruthless, the blade's tip aimed straight for Chiku's throat. Huangyan watched Gu Fei emerge from the First High team, his face growing increasingly twisted with a strange expression. It reminded him of his own foolish attempt years ago, ending up with a swollen face and failing to take down Chiku. Now this hothead dared to step forward? He was happy to watch the show. A mere branch family member of the Gu clan, if Chiku dared to fight the Gu family head, what chance did this side branch scion have? Sure enough, Gu Fei's long sword was caught between 2 fingers just 3 inches from Chiku's face. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. Ah! Gu Fei unleashed his entire spiritual energy, his 4th tier, 5th rank power erupting violently.
The shockwave raged across the main stage. With a flick of his wrist, Chica conjured a barrier between them, a pale blue shield that enclosed both combatants.
The shockwaves had no effect on them within this barrier. After all, the shockwaves had no effect on Gu Fei, and Chiku was simply too powerful. This level of attack was weaker than AoE sneezing. Facing his assault, Chiku remained utterly unfazed, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, his sword pinned in place, had beads of sweat forming on his face. His back was drenched, leaving a damp patch on his clothes. Pull! Pull harder! Gu Fei frantically yanked the sword outward, but even using every ounce of strength he possessed, he couldn't free it from those 2 fingers. Heh, you dare challenge me with such meager strength? Is every member of the Gu family this overconfident? Forget that you're a 4th tier fighter taking on a marquee level opponent like me. Do you seriously believe the Special Operations Group would grant me special privileges, padding my record with fake achievements? Don't you wonder why your family head is here too, yet remains silent about my battle record? Chica's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes brimming with scorn.
No, impossible. The family head is a marquee level powerhouse. He certainly isn't someone you, a newly minted marquee level fighter, could defeat. It must be the Special Operations Group's doing. They pinned it on you. It must be. Watching Gu Fei before him, now raving like a madman, Chica had no desire to waste any more words on him. Talking to someone like this served no purpose except to lower his IQ and sour his previously cheerful mood. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, Gu Fei's long sword shattered inch by inch in his grasp. Even the strength of a low-grade spirit artifact couldn't withstand the force of Chica's 2 fingers. The sword snapped, and the entire venue fell silent. While the shattering of a low-grade spirit artifact wasn't unheard of, no one had ever witnessed it being shattered by nothing more than 2 fingers. Typically, such artifacts shattered when struck with full force, unable to withstand the immense impact. But now, 2 fingers? Had he seen correctly? Chico had crushed a low-grade spirit artifact with just 2 fingers. Such physical strength was utterly astonishing. This was a low-grade spirit artifact. Each such artifact was said to withstand the full force of 2 marquee-level attacks. Yet now, unbelievably, he hadn't even used any special technique, just a simple twist, and the artifact shattered. How terrifying! Had his casual strike already reached such a level? The most astonished was Gu Fei. Staring at the broken half of the sword in his hand, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goose egg. You actually snapped my spirit artifact in half. Gu Fei pointed at Chiku, his face contorted and body trembling so violently he could barely form coherent words. Chica said nothing, merely tossing the shards to the ground before taking a slow step forward. Gu Fei, seeing Chiku approach, instinctively took a step back. With each step Chiku took forward, he retreated 1 step back. Thud! Splash! A wave of snickering rippled through the crowd below. It turned out Gu Fei had nowhere left to retreat. When Chica took 1 more step forward, he actually tumbled off the high platform, landing face first on the ground. Emerging covered in dust and dirt, he'd even lost 2 front teeth in the battle. His appearance bore no resemblance to a teacher's dignity. Instead, he resembled a street beggar. Dust covered his hair and clothes, and the gap where his 2 front teeth should have been made it hard for anyone to hold back laughter when he spoke. Is this the extent of your courage? You lack the guts to face me directly, yet you dare question me? I wonder if this is your own decision, or the Gu family's. Before Gu Fei could respond, Gu Shuiqing spoke first from within the cage. He acted on his own accord. This has nothing to do with the Gu family. Are you kidding? The crimes he committed alone were enough to bring the Gu family to its knees. Now, by offending a rising power like Chico, the Gu family would likely be uprooted within a year at most. Now, abandoning Gu Fei is the only correct choice. Only then can the Gu family be saved. Oh, is that so? But he's your own nephew. If he attacks me without cause, I'll make him pay dearly. Are you sure about this? Gu Shuiqing closed his eyes, as if steeled by some resolve. Certain. He acted on his own initiative. Chapter 100, Deceptive Appearances. Hearing Gu Shuiqing's words, Gu Fei plopped down onto the ground. If only he hadn't questioned Chiku earlier. Now not only was his spirit artifact gone, but his very life was in jeopardy. What infuriated him even more was that the family head had abandoned him without a second thought, showing him not the slightest bit of consideration. After confirming the Gu family had indeed disowned Gu Fei, Chiku turned and looked down at him with an inscrutable smile. Since you've been cast aside, I'm now offering you a chance to survive. I wonder if you're willing to seize it. Hearing these words, Gu Shuiqing cursed Chika's ancestors to the nth degree in her mind. You people played dirty. Now that the Gu family has alienated their own nephew, he'll likely view them as enemies henceforth. Yet he won't harbor such intense hatred toward Chiku, the one who orchestrated this. After all, Chiku was the one offering him a chance to live. What more could he possibly want? Sure enough, Gu Fei's gaze toward him was filled with hatred, while his eyes toward Chica still held a trace of gratitude. Fine, I agree. Gu Fei had made up his mind. Even if asked to cut flesh from Gu Shuiqing's body, he would do it.
After all, Gu Shuiqing had shown no mercy, first even disregarding Gu Fei's life. So cutting his flesh would be only natural. Relax. It's nothing major, just suppress your cultivation to the third tier and face off against my third disciple.
Chica's gaze confirmed his plan had succeeded.
Using Gu Fei to gauge Su Yuting's skill would suffice. He could then release him back to the Gu family. Whether Gu Fei emerged victorious or met his end, it would benefit Chiku either way. He could even seize the opportunity to write a scathing article criticizing the Gu family. That's it? Gu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected such a simple demand, merely facing off against his third disciple. How could that be anything but easy? Moreover, he'd heard rumors about his eldest disciple Li Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the second tier. How could his third disciple be any weaker than his eldest? A third-tier cultivator defeating a second-tier one should be a breeze, shouldn't it? A wave of gratitude flooded Gu Fei's heart. He could have simply let me go, yet he chose to make up an excuse. Well then, if someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a foot. I'll just go easy on his disciples when the time comes. What? You're not willing? Of course I am. Gu Fei nodded hastily. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he'd be letting down teacher Chica's earnest efforts. In that case, why wait? Let's do it today. With that, Chica waved his hand, signaling Su Yuting to come up on stage. The crowd below erupted the moment they saw the petite figure step onto the stage. Wasn't that the Zus little princess? How had she become teacher Chica's third disciple? Had the Zus found a way to cure her meridian blockage? No. I sensed it carefully, there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy in her. Her meridian still couldn't store spiritual energy. In other words, she still hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation. Then why did Chico bring her up? Isn't this just sending her to her death, to get beaten? How could the Su family head sit this out? He let his sister become a disciple, yet she still hasn't sensed any spiritual energy. Now he's having her fight Gu Fei, a fourth-tier cultivator? This is ridiculous. The crowd below couldn't comprehend it, their voices thick with doubt. Yet Su Zerwa remained as steady as a mountain. Chica had long explained to him that Su Yuting's path differed from others, it was the very foundation of human cultivation. Refine the body, not the chi, all power emanates from within. Using vital energy to break through meridians and acupoints, aided by medicinal herbs, forging steel like bones and cultivating strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. At the highest levels, moving mountains and filling seas would be no trouble at all. Master Su, aren't you worried at all? Seeing Su Zerwa's serene smile as he watched the arena, someone beside him couldn't help but ask. Worried? Of course I'm worried. Su Zerwa replied, his tone deliberately exaggerated. I'm afraid my sister, stepping onto the stage for the first time, might misjudge her strength and accidentally kill someone. Hearing Su Zerwa's words, the person beside him was rendered speechless. You? The person beside him wanted to curse him out, but managed to hold back. After all, his strength was undeniable, they simply couldn't beat him. He still thought to himself, I'll be damned if I don't see how your sister actually loses, and accidentally kills someone in the process. Where did you even come up with such a pretentious line? But outwardly, he showed no reaction, maintaining his usual composure. On the stage, encouraged by Chiku, Su Yuting finally stepped onto the platform, trembling. All eyes were fixed on her, making her feel completely uncomfortable. Master, can we not fight? Su Yuting turned her head, looking pitifully at Chiku, hoping to stir her master's compassion. Even the crowd below, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts melt. Why not just have Gu Fei concede? Could he really bring himself to hurt such an adorable girl? Honestly, I can't even imagine if she were my girlfriend, how perfect would that be? Snap out of it, or I'll have to use the 37-degree water on you. Unfortunately, his master was a textbook Sigma male completely immune to such tactics. Don't even think about it. This is all about training you. Backing down now? What kind of example would that set? Fight properly. If you don't, tonight's little cake is gone. Mum. Hearing her master's threat, Su Yuting's lips puckered in a pout, eliciting another wave of groans from the audience below. It's okay, I'll go easy on you. Gu Fei looked across at Su Yuting. He couldn't resist her charm either, feeling himself on the verge of succumbing. He even deliberately lowered his cultivation to the first tier of the third stage. After all, Chica had only specified third tier cultivation, not third tier, first rank, nor third tier, peak. Third tier, first rank was still third tier cultivation, wasn't it? Seeing Gu Fei deliberately lower his cultivation to the first rank of the third tier, Chica nearly burst out laughing. If he could, he'd love to have a word with Gu Fei. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? That's ancient martial arts. Back when the gifted first emerged, they got beaten so badly by those ancient martial artists they didn't even recognize their own mothers. It wasn't uncommon to see a single ancient martial artist effortlessly chase down 100 gifted ones. It was only because they were so few in number and the cost of cultivating each master was too high that they gradually faded from the historical stage. Now you run into one, and you dare suppress your own cultivation to the absolute minimum? I don't know what to say to you. Sigh. Chika let out a long sigh, then glanced at his timid third disciple, silently scolding himself. Her appearance was still far too deceptive.
Chapter 101 If you're weak, train more.
At opposite ends of the stage stood two figures. On one side, Gu Fei wore a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with pity, emanating an aura of merely the first tier of the third rank. On the other side stood Su Yuting, her aura completely still. She looked timid and frightened, unable to meet Gu Fei's gaze.
It's alright, little sister. Don't be afraid. I'll go easy on you.
Gu Fei flashed what he considered a kind smile, deliberately suppressing his power even further. Chika nearly burst out laughing at the sight. He'd worried his disciple couldn't defeat Gu Fei, but now his concern seemed utterly unnecessary. Gu Fei, deceived by Su Yuting's appearance, was no match for her. To put it bluntly, even if he boosted his strength to the peak of the third tier, he might still fall short.
No, I'm not afraid.
Su Yuting trembled visibly at the words. Standing under everyone's gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable, even fearful.
Hurry up and attack.
Su Yuting's voice was soft and trembling as she stammered out the words. The referee shot her a suspicious glance.
Was she really fit to compete in this state?
He didn't want to end up paying compensation if something went wrong. He'd witnessed teacher Chika's ability to squeeze every last drop. Just a few years' worth of resources had been milked for nearly 1 million dragon coins.
Terrifying indeed.
If she got hold of him, he'd be bankrupt before he could pay it all back.
Look at teacher Tianjun, he'd been fired.
All because he couldn't repay a high-interest loan, and the Dragon Nation Bank called the principal directly. The principal fired him on the spot for damaging the school's reputation.
The price was steep indeed.
To this day, no one knew what had become of him. For all they knew, the loan sharks might have dragged him off to Monkey Country to sell him for money. As these thoughts swirled, his gaze drifted slowly to Chika's face. Noticing the referee's gaze, Chika gave a helpless smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard about Tianjun's ordeal. While he felt regret, he harbored no sense of guilt.
When you sought to destroy me, we became enemies. Mercy shown to an enemy is the cruelest betrayal of oneself.
I only regret not seeing his final fate. Had I known where he went, I'd have crushed his bones to dust. A full-service job. After all, if you don't uproot the weed, it will sprout again with the spring breeze. Seeing Chika nod, the referee finally announced the start of the match. The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Fei shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, charging at Su Yuting with lightning speed.
Little sister, don't be afraid. I'll go easy on you. No wonder they called Gu Fei a prodigy.
Even when suppressing his power to the first tier of the third stage, his speed was beyond what a third-stage cultivator could achieve. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 3 meters from Su Yuting.
Su Yuting could already feel the force of his fist.
The blast of air from his punch blew her hair back, startling her into ducking her head and burying it directly into her ample chest. Watching Su Yuting cower like a frightened quail, a triumphant smile spread across Gu Fei's face.
Teacher Chiku really is a good person.
He could have released me outright, yet he still let me spar with his disciple. Far better than those old fools back at my clan. If only Chika knew what was going through his mind, he'd laugh himself awake.
Better than those old fools in his own family? What a joke. Did he really think he had this in the bag?
Chika never intended to spare him from the start.
Death may be averted, but punishment is inevitable. He'd be useful to the Gu family later on.
For now, it was just collecting a little interest. His apprentice certainly needed some practice.
But for now, this ends here.
His fist charged forward relentlessly, poised to strike Su Yuting and claim victory. A shrill scream pierced the air.
Don't come any closer.
She ducked her head and thrust her fist straight forward. By sheer coincidence, the moment she ducked, Gu Fei's fist arrived. Precisely because she lowered her head, his fist grazed past her scalp.
What? That counts? Was she playing dumb to catch the tiger? Holy crap? Modern-day con artist? Daily scam? The onlookers below couldn't believe their eyes at the scene.
The way she dodged that punch was so dramatic, it felt like something straight out of a novel, and even fiction wouldn't make up such a coincidence.
But what happened next left everyone's jaws on the floor. Her fist landed squarely on Gu Fei's stomach.
At first, he didn't even flinch.
A little girl without any spiritual energy, how much strength could she possibly have?
She probably couldn't even tickle herself properly. But the moment her fist connected with his body, Gu Fei realized he was wrong, terribly, horribly wrong.
The immense force surged through his midsection, causing his entire digestive tract to churn violently. Stomach acid and bile churned together inside him.
His lungs were crushed, leaving him gasping for air. The blow bent him into a shrimp-like shape, his back half curved, his entire body forming a C shape. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped open, and his expression was pure disbelief.
Boom! A thunderous roar echoed.
His entire body flew backward off the square's elevated platform, soaring over the crowd's heads and hurtling straight toward the high wall beside the square.
Dust swirled as a human-shaped indentation appeared in the wall.
Gu Fei was embedded in it, sunk in by a good 50 to 60 centimeters.
Falling out would be impossible, even prying him loose would take ages. Gulp! The onlookers below exchanged even more bewildered glances.
Their eyes darted between Su Yuting, who stood with her head bowed, clenched fist raised, and Gu Fei, embedded in the wall, his fate unknown. They all swallowed hard.
Terrifying.
Indeed, none of Master Chica's disciples were simple.
Despite lacking any spiritual energy, a single punch had sent a fourth-tier powerhouse crashing into the wall.
But he suppressed his cultivation and underestimated her. One student, unwilling to concede defeat, spoke up in protest.
Only to be met with waves of cold, mocking laughter from those around him. I'm also fourth tier. If I suppress myself to third tier and fight you, could you embed me in the wall? I'm only second tier.
The student tried to argue back, but another bystander cut him off. Then I'll suppress myself to tier 1.
Hit me however you want. Can you even land a blow?
I possess a great defensive talent. No offense, but with my current physical strength, forget suppressing yourself to tier 1 even without using spiritual energy, it'd be incredibly difficult for you to make a dent in me.
Let alone embedding someone into a wall like he did. If you're weak, practice more.
Stop spreading rumors and stirring trouble all day. Unable to bear the scornful stares around him, the student turned and stormed out of People's Square, leaving only the echoes of mocking laughter ringing in his ears. The referee watched the scene unfold, equally awkward, taking a long moment to snap back to reality. He shot Su Yuting and Chico a complicated look. No wonder Chica hadn't been nervous at all. Turns out he'd been treating Gu Fei like a Japanese person all along. But this worked in his favor. At least he didn't have to worry about being tricked.
He promptly announced. Su Yuting wins this contest. Chapter 102, now, the judgment begins. Me? I won?
Su Yuting stared at her fist in disbelief, her voice brimming with elation. She then turned to Chico below the stage with a delighted expression.
Master, did you see that? I won! I won!
Su Yuting rushed toward Chico in wild excitement, throwing herself into his arms and curling up against him, her little head even nuzzling his chest. Wow, Master Chico and his disciple have such a close relationship.
The crowd below pretended not to notice this scene.
After all, strength ruled supreme in Jiangcheng, and Chica's power was no longer to be underestimated. Even they wouldn't dare provoke him lightly. After all, they knew which side to choose between a genius and an obscure nobody.
Enough already! With all these people watching, aren't you embarrassed? Chica chuckled as he lifted Su Yuting out of his embrace. Only then did Su Yuting realize her actions had been overly intimate.
Her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and she darted behind Han Lingling.
Master, stop teasing her. She's already shy enough. Making fun of her just makes her blush more. Are you going to take care of it?
Han Lingling shot him a disapproving look, her tone resigned as she felt the small hand clutching her clothes from behind. Her master was just like that. He could have let her be, but he had to pull her out like that. Now look, her social anxiety was flaring up again.
Well, what could she do? What could she do about her master and junior sister? She could only indulge them.
Sighing deeply, Han Lingling shot Chico another withering look before slowly shielding Su Yuting behind her. She stood rooted to the spot, silently waiting for the situation to unfold. As the crowd struggled to pry Gu Fei off the wall, his body suffered little harm. It was his psyche that bore unspeakable trauma.
Terrifying. Ugh, absolutely terrifying.
He muttered, retching as he spoke.
The churning sensation in his stomach hadn't fully subsided yet.
He still felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place, as if they no longer belonged to him.
Teacher Chico, I lost. Gu Fei forced himself to stand before Chico, suppressing his discomfort.
In his mind, had he not arbitrarily reduced his cultivation to the first level of the third tier, he might have had a fighting chance. Chica had warned him from the start to give it his all, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Having lost, he accepted the outcome.
Though he'd been stubbornly defiant before, now.
His disciples were this formidable, Chica's own strength was beyond question. He couldn't fathom how Chica had managed to train such students. One lacked meridians, another had meridians devoid of spiritual energy, and the third possessed only E-grade talent. Yet now, all three possess third-tier strength. Who could argue? In the past, these individuals wouldn't have been allowed to cultivate. They'd have been discarded as cannon fodder on the battlefield. They were the first wave sent out to make sacrifices.
Cultivate? Forget it. His skill is so high, it makes me want to try it myself. I've been stuck at the fourth tier long enough anyway. Who knows? Maybe I'll find the true path if I go. Ha! Don't even joke about that.
The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, debating not only Chico's strength but also his skill as a teacher.
Turning a useless fool into a genius capable of challenging higher tiers? That's no small feat. No need. We all know you held back.
I just wanted to give my disciple a taste of real combat. Though your words were disrespectful, I won't pursue the matter. After all, ignorance is no excuse, but letting you off this time isn't out of the question. Chica's voice carried out, and everyone marveled at his magnanimity. Even Gu Fei found himself thinking the same.
He even felt that the Gu family's antagonism toward Chico was utterly unwise. To push such a reasonable person into opposition was simply incomprehensible.
Moreover, he had just learned of the despicable deeds committed by Gu Shuiqing, acts that provoked the wrath of heaven and were utterly contemptible. Colluding with the beast of power, betraying the human race.
What kind of person could do such a thing? Internal power struggles were their own business, but colluding with psychic beasts? That was betraying the human race, a traitor. This was completely at odds with everything he'd been taught his entire life. What stunned Gu Fei even more was that, as he faced death, Gu Shuiqing still tried to distance himself from the blame.
Is my crime greater than yours? Gu Fei's gaze toward Gu Shuiqing grew even more grim, a mix of anger and hatred. He bowed to Chico, his face etched with remorse. Teacher Chica's magnanimity and righteousness are deeply etched in my heart. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay this debt of life. No need for repayment. Chico waved his hand, declining the offer. Instead, he nodded toward Gu Shuiqing, his tone feigning pity for her misfortune and frustration at her lack of resolve. He had seen the shift in Gu Fei's gaze earlier. Now was the perfect moment to undermine the Gu family from within. The Gu family was once a prominent clan in Zhangcheng. Now, led astray by its head, they betrayed their own prodigies and colluded with psychic beasts. You won't need to repay me. Just do your part to make the Gu family better. Defending against the psychic beasts is an indispensable responsibility for each of us. Every additional force means one more chance of victory. Chica's words were couched in noble rhetoric, but Gu Shuiqing knew exactly what he was scheming. These words would inevitably spark conflict among the Gu family members privy to the truth and those like Gu Fei, who had been raised outside the family. Those raised outside the family were devoted to humanity, their hearts filled with the government's righteous cause. The main branch descendants, however, were pure self-serving opportunists, always choosing selfishness when faced with major moral dilemmas. Should conflict erupt between them, Chico could easily support one faction while suppressing the other. Internal strife would inevitably lead to mutual destruction between the collateral branches and the main family. At that point, with Chica's current strength, controlling the small Gu family would be as easy as snatching something from the palm of one's hand. Don't agree. The Gu family will become puppets. Though he knew Gu Fei would likely ignore his advice, Gu Shuiqing made one last desperate plea. He hoped Gu Fei would stand united with the Gu family and the clan. Yet all he received in return was Gu Fei's dismissive glare. Gu Fei's lips twitched slightly, as if words were about to escape, but he held back. Ignoring him completely, he bowed to Chico and turned to leave the venue. Chico, honoring their agreement, refrained from acting against Gu Fei and let him leave People's Square. Alright, that little interlude is over. Now let's get to the main event. Bring Jiang Feng and Gu Shuiqing to the stage. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd below, which had just calmed down, erupted once more. It's finally starting, I can hardly wait to get my hands on him. The arms are mine, no one better try to take them from me. Then I'll take the thigh. The crowd below rubbed their hands together, eager to get started. The hatred in their eyes only fueled their enthusiasm further. Seeing the enraged crowd, Yifan wasted no time. Now, the trial begins. Chapter 103, Execution begins. Fear crept across Gu Shuiqing's face. Watching the soldiers advance step by step toward the cage, even Jiang Feng, who had remained utterly composed until now, could no longer maintain his earlier calm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The soldiers reached their side, a meaningful smile curling their lips, their eyes brimming with the satisfaction of vengeance. No, I refuse to be judged by them. Gu Shuiqing wailed, pounding on the cage bars as he struggled frantically inside, desperately trying to break free from the anti-spirit energy shackles binding his wrists. But that special metal was no match for his current lack of spiritual energy. His wrists were already covered in blood, yet there was no sign of breaking free. And it wasn't just the cuffs. He was also shackled at the ankles, collared, and bound with a backlock, every restraint imaginable. Even the cage itself was forged from anti-spirit energy material. Moving it from the high platform to the execution site required 4 4th-tier soldiers to carry it. Clang! Gu Shuiqing's hammering against the cage echoed out, making everyone's ears hurt. The cage swayed violently from side to side, nearly toppling over. How noisy! One soldier, driven to the brink by the torment, unleashed a burst of spirit energy that struck Gu Shuiqing squarely in the back of the head. His movements froze instantly as he fell stiffly into the cage with a loud thud. Why did you knock him out? We need him conscious for the interrogation later. One of the soldiers couldn't help but grumble. But the soldier who'd struck him merely chuckled, waving it off with a dismissive wave. He cut in before the other could finish. What's wrong with the trial? Aren't we people too? We'll just give him a little trial to wake him up when the time comes. We can use knives, guns, cold water, hot water, whatever it takes to wake him up. A 4th-tier powerhouse's physique isn't that fragile. As he finished speaking, the other 3 soldiers nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng, however, felt his fear intensify. His body trembled uncontrollably. The thought of the punishments they mentioned felt like a blockage in his chest, leaving him unable to form a single coherent sentence. He curled up in the corner, burying his head in his chest, completely withdrawn. Judgment! Judgment! Let these bastards taste the consequences of their evil deeds. I'll make him understand our agony. Letting him die so young is mercy. I'll make him feel every bit of my brother's suffering. Let him taste the fate of being torn apart by those beasts. Agreed. When my husband returned, only a bare hand bone remained, everything else devoured by those beasts. I'll make him suffer just like that. Hearing the horrors recounted by the others, Zhang Feng could no longer contain himself. He suddenly erupted, violently pounding the cage bars, drool streaming from his mouth as he emitted incoherent, guttural sounds. Tisk, gone mad? What a pity. Just as they were about to reach the execution platform, Zhang Feng pulled this stunt again. The soldier resorted to the same trick, knocking Zhang Feng back down. The others watched silently. After all, Awakening 1 was the same as Awakening 2. But does going mad exempt him from trial? The soldier replied that he was dreaming. Madness aside, even if you were dying, they'd save you first before executing you. Escape? Impossible. With Zhang Feng collapsing straight down, they finally managed to carry the cage steadily to the center of the execution platform. They opened the cage and hung the two men like pieces of pork, suspending them by their limbs in midair. With a sharp ripping sound, the soldiers stripped them bare. The two hung naked in the air, even the younger brother's genitals flapping in the wind. Yet the gazes fixed upon them held not a trace of shame or contempt, only fury and hatred. 4 hospital physicians and 4 nurses stood poised on the execution platform. Their gazes were unwavering, fists clenched tight, veins bulging on their hands. Rest assured, the 8 of us will spare no effort to ensure his life is not taken lightly. They must pay the price they deserve. The doctors and nurses selected by the hospital also harbored grudges against the 2 men. When Yifan had commissioned them to find several physicians a few days prior, he had been stunned by their eagerness. He never imagined that in just 10 years on the throne, Zhang Feng had managed to commit so many acts that had provoked the wrath of both heaven and humanity. Though not all might be his doing, there was no escaping it. All blame now fell squarely on his shoulders, solely because he had betrayed the human race. Pulling his thoughts back, Yifan raised his right hand high and brought it down with a fierce chop. I hereby declare the execution commences. In an instant, the first 10 citizens surged forward, closing in on the 2 men. This blade is for my sister's vengeance. Because you betrayed the army, she met a gruesome death at the jaws of those psychic beasts. The blade descended, slicing a chunk of flesh clean off Zhang Feng's little finger. The pain radiated through his entire body, and Zhang Feng's agonized screams pierced the ears of everyone present, a truly heart-wrenching sight. Each person found their designated target. Within mere minutes, both men were transformed into bloody wrecks. Gu Shuiqing's screams had nearly faded away. His mouth hung open, struggling to utter a sound. Stop! The moment the 5 minutes ended, Yifan bellowed, and the first group of citizens, suppressing their urge to strike, turned and retreated to the audience. Though they yearned to avenge their loved ones once more, rules were rules and blood feuds weren't theirs alone to settle. Once all the citizens had departed, Yifan spoke again. Heal! At his command, 4 physicians unleashed blazing green light, enveloping Zhang Feng and the other man. 4 nurses expertly wrapped them like mummies, stuffing 2 foul-smelling towels into their mouths as they worked. Zhang Feng felt the healing energy surge into his body, repairing his external injuries. The sensation of wounds scabbing over felt like countless tiny creatures crawling over his skin, and in some spots, it even felt like ants were gnawing at him. Painful and itchy. The healing process itself was torture, even more agonizing than the raw pain. Zhang Feng and Gu Shuiqing writhed like maggots, their wails of agony growing louder, not diminishing in the slightest. Kill me! Quick, kill me! Gu Shuiqing's voice rang out as the green light emanating from the physician's hands grew even more dazzling, the smile on their lips nearly impossible to suppress. Kill you? That would be too easy for you. She could descended from the high platform, gazing at the suffering Gu Shuiqing and Zhang Feng with utter contempt and disdain. These 2 scumbags dared to lay a hand on his disciple? They clearly didn't know their own place. It was only thanks to his and Li Xiao's exceptional skill that this hadn't turned into another disaster, letting those 2 slip away scot-free. With that thought, he snorted derisively, casually pulling a handful of recovery pills from his ring and handing them to the 4 physicians. These replenish magical energy. Treat them with all your might, don't worry about running out. Just get them back on their feet as fast as possible. Pills are unlimited. Hearing this, the physicians exchanged glances. The green light in their hands grew more intense, and within just 3 minutes, Zhang Feng's injuries were nearly fully healed. Yifan witnessed this without intervention, even welcoming the outcome. First round complete. Next batch. Chapter 104, Reinforcements from the Supernatural Beasts. People's Square. The execution platform was already drenched in blood, and Zhang Feng and Gu Shuiqing were beyond saving. Their flesh and bandages were mangled beyond recognition. Only their heads remained intact elsewhere, not a single piece of bone was left unbroken. Even so, many enraged citizens ground their bones to dust, determined to erase every last trace of their existence. As for the punishment of the 3 psychic beasts, it was far simpler. They were beheaded, skinned, and cremated, a complete service. Everything except their inner cores and outer hides was reduced to ashes, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Chica gazed at the blood-soaked execution platform with a look of deep regret, shaking his head. It seemed he still needed to strengthen his own power. Even a city lord couldn't escape the fate of judgment. It seemed he'd have to drill them more rigorously from now on. If they worked hard enough, he would eventually break through to 9th tier strength. But first, I suppose I should give them a little something to motivate them. Ha. Chico glanced at Li Xiao and the others below the platform, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Li Xiao shuddered involuntarily, as if something had latched onto her. An uneasy feeling washed over her. Her intuition never failed her. Just now, it felt like someone was secretly watching her. But the gap in cultivation between them was too great, she had no idea where that person was staring from. Sis Lingling, did you sense anything watching us? Han Lingling shook her head at the question. She hadn't sensed any prying presence, at least, none with malicious intent. No, I don't feel anything. Me neither. Su Yuting, hiding behind Han Lingling, chimed in with a slight blush and a faint smile. Strange. I distinctly felt someone watching me, yet now I can't detect any presence at all. Li Xiao tried to sense it again, but the feeling had vanished, as if her earlier perception had been a false alarm. Could it really have been my mistake? Li Xiao scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on it further, though he kept his guard up. Unfortunately, that sensation never returned. Clutching the commendation and prizes in his hands, Chica bowed slightly and descended from the podium. Congratulations! Does this mean we should start calling you deputy leader now? Impressive strength indeed. After all, someone capable of defeating a lord-level psychic beast with 4th tier power, we could only dream of such a reward. Ha, that's true. Su Zerwa and the others all grinned, mischievous smiles lighting up their faces. Hey, you guys! Chica laughed and pretended to swat at them, while Su Zerwa dodged playfully, watching him from a distance. Oomph, 2 little kids. Zhang Qiuying's lips twitched, her eyes brimming with disdain, yet the faint upward curve of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Alright, enough fooling around. I've reserved a large banquet table at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion tonight to celebrate everyone's success. You must all grace us with your presence. Yi Fan's timely arrival interrupted the playful bickering. Watching the playful chaos, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Once upon a time, he too had such a group of close friends. But now. Sigh. Yi Fan sighed heavily, composed his expression, and replaced it with a polite smile before blending into the crowd. As night fell, Jiang Cheng having just endured a trial glowed with lights. People discussed the recent ordeal, their faces radiant with contentment. Jiang Cheng hadn't known such joy in a long time. A resounding victory like this had been a rare sight. Especially the simultaneous defeat of 2 lord-level beings, one slain, one captured, had greatly boosted the confidence of Jiangcheng's citizens. The soldiers on the front lines shared their unrestrained joy. Yet within the lair of the psychic beasts across the way, the scene was starkly different. Low-tier psychic beasts lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move, let alone breathe, for fear of angering the lord above. Damn it! Damn it! The lord above was short in stature, sporting a pair of elf-like ears and wearing a blue mage's hat. Its face was shrouded in darkness, obscured from view, leaving only 2 glowing green eyes visible against the blackened visage. Damned humans! Stupid AoE and Vladimir! 2 full-fledged lord-level combatants, defeated by a human not even at the 5th tier. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! I, Vega, have never endured such humiliation. Hearing Vega's hysterical outburst, the true name-tier psychic beasts under his command could only swallow their anger, not daring to show the slightest sign of defiance. After all, Vega's innate ability was devour. Provoke him, and he'd swallow you whole, no recourse in sight. Yet here someone dared to provoke him. A brazen voice boomed from outside the tent as a towering figure stomped through the entrance, crushing the fabric beneath its foot. The intruder was none other than its old nemesis, the Void Terror, Kog'Maw. He too was a lord-level psionic beast, yet unlike others of his rank, he hadn't chosen to take human form upon ascension. Instead, it retained its original Tyrannosaurus-like form, now adorned with 2 long fangs protruding from its jaws. With every step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, let alone Vega's tiny tent. However, though it could freely alter its form, upon entering Vega's territory, it immediately activated its most formidable state. Its primary goal was to strike a fear into its opponent. Ha! Vega! Heard you've been losing men and resources, huh? Ha! You can't even handle a mere dragon nation, forcing me to come all the way from across the ocean to support you. Your current strength is like you're regressing with age. Hearing such arrogant words, several true name-level psychic beasts trembled like leaves, huddling in the tent's corners, shivering and not daring to breathe. Why him? This meeting is nothing short of a catastrophe. The true name-level psychic beasts inwardly cursed. Both possessed devouring talents, though one increased its attack power through consumption, while the other grew in size and defense. Logically, if the two merged and coordinated, they would eventually become unbeatable. Alas, fate had other plans. They could never unite, all because of a fundamental disagreement, which aspect should be enhanced after devouring another. Neither would concede to the other, each convinced of their own righteousness. Whenever they met, it was a matter of life and death. Such verbal sparring had become an everyday occurrence. True to form, the moment Kog'Maw crushed the tent, a massive orb materialized before him. The black flames burning on the orb filled Kog'Maw with dread. In the blink of an eye, it was already before his face. It could already feel the scorching black flames searing its skin. Damn it! Damn Vagar!